In Beijing Village, at the Lin family's small hut next to the pig pen, a girl who looked to be in her teens opened her eyes. She breathed heavily, her hands searching beside her until they grasped the rough edge of the bed. With all her strength, she managed to sit up. Lin Jinxiu felt dizzy, as if her body was floating. Once she took in her surroundings, she was stunned. Where was she? The small, dark hut had walls covered in mold, and the only furniture was a worn-out box with 2 patched-up old clothes inside. Her mind was clouded with red, mixed with the smell of disinfectant. She remembered going to the hospital, but while passing a consultation room, she heard loud shouting and the sound of breaking glass. As she tried to escape, she felt a chill at her neck and then collapsed. This incident had nothing to do with Lin Jinxiu, yet this unexpected disaster seemed to pull her away from her familiar world. So, why was she still conscious? She gently moved her stiff body, and the wooden floor creaked beneath her. Her arms and legs were thin and frail, like undernourished bamboo, lacking vitality. She also emitted a smell that suggested she hadn't been cleaned in a long time, mixed with the mold in the room and the odor from the pig pen outside, overwhelming her confused mind. This body wasn't hers, and this place was not her modern life. That much was clear. But how did she end up here? Could it be that she had traveled to another world? Or was her life, as she remembered it, just a dream? No, that couldn't be. The memories in her mind were vivid and irreplaceable, and the environment around her was too real for a dream. That left only one explanation. She had indeed crossed over. She had only read about such things in novels and never imagined it would happen to her. If only she could start like most characters in these stories, gaining power and wealth, using her charm to rise to the top and marry a harem of beautiful women. Unfortunately, Lin Jinxiu did not have such luck. Looking around, the conditions she faced were far worse than any tale of transformation. Being poor was one thing, but being hungry, thirsty, and dirty was another. But what was up with the baby beside her? Was it a younger brother? The thin child looked like a bag of bones, with a few sparse strands of yellow hair on his head, as if he had been abandoned by a refugee fleeing hardship. The baby boy made soft sounds, almost like a kitten, but eventually opened his mouth without making a sound, his eyes tightly closed and his little brows furrowed. Lin Jinxiu felt a pang in her heart as the memories of the original owner flooded back, overwhelming her mind. This was Beijing Village in the Ning Dynasty, and she was Lin Jinxiu, the daughter of the Lin family, 15 years old. When she was born, her mother died during childbirth. Her father, Lin Daliang, remarried a woman named Wang Jinhua when Lin Jinxiu was 3. Soon after, they had their own daughter, Lin Shanshan, who was 4 years younger than Lin Jinxiu. From the moment her stepmother entered the household, little Lin Jinxiu never had a good day. The lack of maternal love and her father's harshness made her a shy girl who didn't resist bullying, allowing Wang Jinhua to take advantage of her. As Lin Jinxiu reached the age for marriage, Wang Jinhua came up with a terrible idea to prepare a dowry for Lin Shanshan in a few years. She planned to marry Lin Jinxiu to Zhang Liabao, the son of the village chief, who was well known not only for being the chief's son but also for being mentally challenged, with the intellect of a toddler. He couldn't speak and was often wet from drooling. Wang Jinhua wanted to push Lin Jinxiu onto him for the 20 taels of bride price. After all, Lin Jinxiu was seen as a burden, and marrying her off would clear the way for her and provide a dowry for her sister. However, years of oppression led to an explosion. After being submissive for so long, Lin Jinxiu finally fought back and scratched Wang Jinhua's face, running away from the village. When an enraged Lin Daliang found Lin Jinxiu on the road to the county, she was already in a terrible state, making it impossible for Zhang Liabao to marry her. Thus, the engagement was called off. With Lin Daliang's help, Wang Jinhua beat Lin Jinxiu and locked her in the outhouse for several days. When she finally emerged, Lin Jinxiu was in a daze. The troubles for the Lin family were not over. As days passed, Lin Jinxiu's belly grew larger, indicating she was pregnant. However, in her confused state, She resisted the abortion pills Wang Jinhua tried to give her, and after several failed attempts, Wang Jinhua gave up, as the family couldn't afford to waste money. Lin Jinxiu was always hungry and lived in constant criticism. While pregnant, she had to do all the tasks assigned by Wang Jinhua. Tired and hungry, with no support, Lin Jinxiu still managed to give birth to this child. This child was also strong, enduring hardships alongside his mother, yet he still survived. Unfortunately, Lin Jinxiu's health deteriorated, and she just stopped breathing, only to be replaced by another Lin Jinxiu from modern times. Wait. Lin Jinxiu held her forehead. This story is very touching. After reading it, she felt a strong urge to confront Wang Jinhua, especially since the main character shared her name. But the ending of this story seems to suggest that a woman who has been single for 25 years suddenly has a son. And she doesn't even know who the child's biological father is? Oh my goodness, what is this situation? When did she anger fate so much that it wanted her to experience death again? Moreover, with her current condition, she could barely take care of herself. Lin Jinxiu thought to herself, and Wang Jinhua was also a troublemaker. If she didn't deal with her, she didn't know how she would survive in the future. Lin Jinxiu's gaze shifted to the baby boy. The feeling of suddenly being a mother was very strange. Although it spared her the pain of childbirth, raising a child seemed just as challenging, if not more so. The baby's stomach rumbled, and he cried silently, looking extremely hungry. However, Lin Jinxiu had no milk to feed him. The only reason the child survived this long was that Lin Jinxiu had secretly taken milk from a cow herd on the road, and the bruises on her body told the story of a mother's love. Lin Jinxiu admitted that she was definitely influenced by the original owner of this body. Not only was she moved by the original mother's love, but she also felt a deep affection for the baby, as if he were her own son. She wanted to save him, to ensure he could eat well, sleep warmly, and live happily in this world. Lin Jinxiu understood that this was the original owner's wish, imprinted on her will. She picked up the tiny baby from the bed and gently rocked him in her bony arms. Perhaps I came here to feel your mother's call, destined to care for you. After suffering an unexpected disaster, I found myself in another world on a mission to save a baby. I was to take the place of his hardworking mother and continue this life. It sounded pretty cool. Lin Jinxiu felt relieved by the baby's soft cries. She made a decision. Since she had crossed over, she would live in the original owner's place and care for this innocent child, doing everything she could to sustain life. She hadn't lived enough in her past life. She had died young due to a random incident, which felt very unfair. Perhaps this was her chance to live again. So, having come to this realization, Lin Jinxiu stopped feeling emotional and focused on the task at hand. Forget about living well for now. The biggest issue was ensuring they had food to eat. She placed the baby on the couch and gently said, I know you're hungry. You stay here while I go find something to eat, okay? The baby seemed to sense the familiar warmth and slowly calmed down. Lin Jinxiu sighed with relief. She stood up, her legs shaking. This body was in poor condition. Even though Lin Jinxiu's spirit was strong and optimistic, it only slightly slowed her fall from nearly kneeling to sitting on the ground. This was a rough start. Lin Jinxiu gasped and cursed under her breath. Suddenly, everything went dark, and for a moment, she thought she had gone blind. Then, she felt her body float uncontrollably, heading somewhere with purpose. This state didn't last long. In the distance, she saw a glimmer of light, and the darkness was gradually swallowed by it as she floated down, feeling weightless. When her feet touched the soft black soil, Lin Jinxiu snapped back to reality. It seemed she had arrived in another world. Not far away, there was a wooden sign with 4 big characters. Yunchang Ranch. The sign even had a compass showing the directions. What is this? Where am I? Just a moment ago, I was by the bed, realizing I was a traveler and preparing to get food for my son. Did I die again and end up in a paradise? Lin Jinxiu couldn't believe it, her eyes wide as she looked around. There were not only farmlands and fruit trees, but also a small river flowing straight east to west, without any bends. A small wooden bridge spanned the river, looking quaint and comfortable. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Jinxiu couldn't find the boundary of the farm. The wooden board was only slightly stuck in the ground, serving merely as a signpost. Divided by a small river and a bridge, the ranch was split into two parts. Lin Jinxiu was on the south side of the bridge, where the land was fertile and neatly arranged farmland awaited planting. However, nothing was growing there except for a single fruit tree in the middle of the land. The tree was not tall but had many branches and leaves, gently swaying in the breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Why is this tree called a fruit tree? Because a small, red fruit was growing in the most noticeable spot on the tree. Unfortunately, this lone fruit had no siblings. Lin Jinxiu looked around and found it was the only one. This fruit was about the size of a cherry tomato and resembled one, but it had a hint of golden patterns on it. It felt smooth to the touch and sparkled in the sunlight, looking very beautiful. Lin Jinxiu's stomach growled. Not just the baby was hungry, she was extremely hungry too. She hadn't had a full meal in a long time. This fruit seemed magical, drawing Lin Jinxiu's gaze and making it hard for her to look away. Before her mind could think, her hand had already reached for the fruit. To eat or not to eat? That was the question. Who knew if this fruit was poisonous? Lin Jinxiu hesitated for only 2 seconds. The moment she saw the fruit, her desire for food overpowered her reason.
Eat.
Who cares if it's poisonous? With a 50-50 chance, Lin Jinxiu believed in her luck. She quickly plucked the fruit without examining it closely and popped it into her mouth. The flesh melted instantly, and a sweet juice filled her mouth. This sensation was unlike any fruit she had eaten before. The taste was indescribably wonderful. After not eating for so long, Lin Jinxiu felt as if she had been cleansed when she ate this fruit. The overwhelming satisfaction made her feel like she was lying on a throne, surrounded by attendants, feeling very comfortable. Lin Jinxiu smacked her lips, still wanting more. She was so hungry that the fruit's sweetness lingered in her mouth, making her crave more food. However, her stomach was empty, and that little fruit was just a drop in the bucket. She needed more food. She looked across the bridge, where there seemed to be an orchard. Lin Jinxiu walked onto the bridge, wanting to go over, but was stopped by a transparent barrier, like an invisible wall. She couldn't get through. What was this? Lin Jinxiu pressed her hands against the transparent wall, feeling around for a door, but finding none. She was very hungry, so she stepped down from the bridge, took off her shoes and waded into the water. However, the river also had that transparent barrier, which seemed not to affect the flow of the water. What is this place? Everything was beyond her understanding. The environment was beautiful, but she felt like she might starve in this lovely scenery. Wait, thinking about hunger, Lin Jinxiu realized she no longer felt hungry. Her stomach seemed full, and her body felt warm. However, she began to feel a dull pain in her belly. Oh no! Lin Jinxiu clutched her stomach. That fruit must have been poisonous. It seemed she was going to meet her end here. The pain in her belly grew worse, and Lin Jinxiu crouched down, but the water was too high for her to squat. The intense pain made it hard for her to move her legs. She could only bend over, holding her stomach and enduring the pain until she stumbled and fell into the stream. Drowning in the knee-deep water, Lin Jinxiu thought she might be the first person in the world to meet such a fate. But she had no time to think about anything else. The pain in her abdomen spread throughout her body. She waved her hands, unsure of where to press to ease the pain. The immense suffering made her want to scream, but underwater, only a few meaningless bubbles escaped her lips. Her instinct to survive clashed with her physical pain, and she could only struggle helplessly. Finally, Lin Jinxiu lifted her head out of the water and took a deep breath. She coughed several times, expelling the water she had inhaled. Enduring the sharp pain in her lungs, Lin Jinxiu suddenly realized the pain in her body had vanished. Instead, a black substance began to ooze from her pores, greasy and foul-smelling. Sitting in the river, she even polluted the water around her. What is this? Lin Jinxiu never imagined she could disgust herself so much. She quickly used the stream to wash away the black filth until the water around her was clear before standing up and returning to the shore. The moment her feet touched the solid ground, Lin Jinxiu felt her strength return. Her once frail body seemed to become more toned. Although it wasn't obvious at first glance, she could see the muscles in her arms when she clenched her fists. Her injuries had healed, and she could see further now. Surprisingly, her previously flat chest had also filled out, feeling full and firm. This feeling was something Lin Jinxiu had never experienced before. She wanted to check her body's condition but felt shy about touching herself, blushing as she confirmed the changes in her body. It seemed she had made the right bet. This fruit was a treasure that could change her physique. Then Lin Jinxiu thought that if she had another fruit, she could give it to her child so he could thrive too. But before she could regret it, she shook her head, dismissing the idea. She never wanted to experience the painful cleansing process again, and that poor child probably couldn't handle it either. She would have to find other ways to strengthen his body. Thinking of her child, Lin Jinxiu realized that she had filled her stomach and now had milk, so she could go out to feed him. But how could she get out? Suddenly, a prompt appeared, indicating that entering and exiting Yunchang Ranch only required willpower. Willpower? Lin Jinxiu squinted, wondering how to use willpower. She shouted in her mind to be let out. With no further prompts, she decided to give it a try. As Lin Jinxiu focused on wanting to go out, she suddenly felt herself lift off the ground, experiencing darkness again before landing in the hut. It really worked just by thinking. Lin Jinxiu tried entering and exiting the ranch again, and both times were successful. There really is a way out, she thought. Although she didn't know where this ranch came from or what it was for, at least she had this strange ability, which provided her with another option. If she could figure out the ranch's purpose, her and her son's lives would be secured. Now Lin Jinxiu could feed the baby, but she felt a bit awkward. After being single for 25 years, she had to share her. Well, milk with another person, a man no less, even if he was just a baby. She took a long time to prepare herself mentally before unbuttoning her clothes. It was just feeding, a simple act of maternal love and the continuation of life, yet Lin Jinxiu still felt like a thief, glancing around nervously as she fed him, afraid someone might walk in. The little one finally got to drink the milk, and Lin Jinxiu was amazed to see that as he drank, his condition improved significantly. At first, he didn't have the strength to suckle, but now he could even let out a few cries and move his body, showing a clear boost in energy. So, she had eaten the fruit and gained its energy, and now the baby could benefit from the fruit's effects through her milk? This was simply wonderful. Lin Jinxiu was overjoyed. With the help of milk, the little one could improve without enduring pain, which was fantastic news. Watching the baby suckle, her heart melted. In this intimate moment between mother and child, she felt a real connection with the little one. Her future life would be tied to this child, so Lin Jinxiu thought it best to give him a strong name. You will take my surname and be called Lin Tianle. Your nickname will be Lele. I hope you can soar high when you grow up, and always remember to be happy every day. Lin Jinxiu looked at Lele. Although he was a bit thin, his breathing was much steadier than before. She placed her hand on his small body and felt a stronger heartbeat, showing that his vitality was being activated and improving. Lin Jinxiu sighed with relief. Lele's condition was getting better, and as a mother, she could finally relax. As she subconsciously referred to herself as a mother, Lin Jinxiu laughed. It had been less than half an hour, yet it felt like a lifetime. Would she be laughed at? She didn't care. Holding the child in her hands awakened her maternal instincts, and she couldn't help but feel affection. Despite being thin, it was clear that he was a very beautiful child. His big eyes sparkled, and his dimples were exquisite. If not for his slightly sunken cheeks, he could easily be a little star. The dimples were so charming that Lin Jinxiu gently poked them. Lele turned to look at her, seeming puzzled about what she was doing. His confused expression made Lin Jinxiu laugh, and Lele giggled along.
Ding.
Account created. Congratulations, player Lin Jinxiu. You have earned 5 satisfaction points.
Ding.
Yunchang Ranch has been bound. Satisfaction points, 5. Newbie gift pack unlocked, 20 eggs and 1 corn seed. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Jinxiu's mind.
What?
Yunchang Ranch? Wasn't it the place where she had eaten fruit? Newbie gift pack? Satisfaction points? It could even be bound? Having already crossed over, Lin Jinxiu felt like she had crossed into a game world. However, Lele was still in her arms, and the little thatched cottage remained the same. Aside from the strange phrases in her mind, nothing else had changed. Lin Jinxiu began to recall the various time travel novels she had read, and combined with her experiences at the ranch, an idea appeared in her mind. Could this Yunchang Ranch be the legendary space that the main character in those novels possesses? Suddenly, thoughts of extraordinary martial arts and wise mentors flooded her mind. After sorting through the information, Lin Jinxiu shook her head to discard the irrelevant thoughts, leaving only the explanation she found most fitting. This was indeed a space, and it was bound to her. Just from that little fruit, it was clear that this space had many functions and treasures she was still unaware of. The eggs and corn in her beginner's gift pack were definitely not ordinary. However, she couldn't understand why she had become the chosen one. She had never been the type to be the main character. This wasn't a novel. Was it possible that her opportunity to travel through time, traded with her life, had caused her memory to be erased by some divine being, leaving her here to complete tasks? I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think, the more confused I get. Lin Jinxiu ultimately decided to set aside the puzzling thoughts and focus on how to use this space. It was different from what she expected. There were no instructions provided, and she had to experiment to discover the effects of the fruit. What a useless space, without even a signboard. Last time, she almost got hurt, and now it gave her something without explaining what it was. Was this a failed creation of some divine being?
Bang.
As soon as that thought crossed her mind, a red basket appeared in front of her, emitting smoke and adorned with a pink satin bow. Startled, she nearly stumbled backward. Oh no, is this what happens when you speak ill of the system behind its back? Lin Jinxiu cautiously approached the basket and peeked inside. It contained 10 neatly arranged eggs, slightly smaller than normal eggs, with a reddish hue. They felt heavy in her hand, like a small apple. There were no corn seeds inside, but with this new discovery, Lin Jinxiu didn't care about the seeds anymore and began to examine the eggs. After a long while, unable to figure anything out, she decided to crack one open and taste it, hoping to find out what made these eggs different from regular ones. Lele had already fallen asleep after drinking his milk. Lin Jinxiu tucked him in and noticed that the blanket had become gray. She knew it wasn't clean and felt a bit disgusted, but there were no other blankets available. The gray blanket contrasted too much with Lele's fair little face. The child's cuteness and the poverty around her made Lin Jinxiu silently vow to live a better life. It didn't matter for herself, but the child shouldn't grow up in such an environment. She turned around and hid 2 eggs in Lele's blanket. Lin Jinxiu picked up the remaining eggs and, with a thought, appeared in her special space. She placed the eggs under a fruit tree, making sure they were secure, and gently patted them before leaving the space. Eggs are great. They are nutritious, easy to prepare, and suitable for all ages. Lin Jinxiu took the eggs from Lele's blanket and held them in her hand. After thinking for a while, she decided to make steamed eggs. Once she made up her mind, Lin Jinxiu quietly left her small hut and headed toward the kitchen. The Lin family had 3 mud brick houses. The east house was the main one where Lin Daliang and Wang Jinhua lived. The west house was for Lin Shanshan, and there was another room used as a living room for guests, which didn't have sleeping space. In addition to these 3 main houses, there were 3 huts. One was the kitchen, another was a storage shed for miscellaneous items, and the last one was where Lin Jinxiu currently lived. There was also a pig pen, and behind it was the restroom. Lin Jinxiu didn't walk far before reaching the kitchen. Besides pots and pans, there was nothing else. Wang Jinhua was quite strict to prevent Lin Jinxiu from sneaking food. She hid all the kitchen supplies in her own room. So even if Lin Jinxiu made it to the kitchen, she found nothing and had to endure hunger. After searching for a while, Lin Jinxiu finally found a jar of coarse salt in the corner of the stove, just enough to use. She shook the jar in her hand, saying, "All right, there's a little left." Wang Jinhua is so careless to leave something as important as salt out here. I might as well use it. After starting a fire, Lin Jinxiu cracked the eggs open, and to her surprise, the yolks were a light red color with no fishy smell. She found a pair of chopsticks to mix the eggs into a smooth batter. The protective membrane around the yolk was surprisingly tough. Lin Jinxiu struggled to break it, finally managing to mix the yolk and egg white together. However, the tough membrane disappeared as the yolk and egg white combined, which was strange. While steaming the egg mixture, Lin Jinxiu found another bowl to cover it, as the aroma of the eggs was so enticing that she didn't want to attract Wang Jinhua or Lin Shanshan. However, just the faint smell escaping from the bowl made Lin Jinxiu swallow hard. It was more delicious than any egg custard she had ever tasted. Finally, the time came. Lin Jinxiu uncovered the pot, and the egg custard turned out perfectly. Just lifting the bowl from the pot caused the slightly reddened surface to ripple. Lin Jinxiu wanted to sneak back to her cottage to eat it alone, but just as she was about to leave the kitchen, someone appeared at the door, blocking her way. It was Lin Shanshan, Lin Jinxiu's half-sister. Although she was a few years younger, she was half a head taller than Lin Jinxiu, with fair skin and delicate features. Her round figure clearly showed she was the favorite of the family, creating a stark contrast with Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu didn't expect to run into her sister so soon, and it was obvious that Lin Shanshan, as a farmer's daughter, had delicate hands, suggesting she didn't do much work. Of course, Lin Jinxiu thought to herself with a cold smile. She did all the work, while Lin Shanshan did nothing. Lin Shanshan also seemed surprised to see Lin Jinxiu. She wrinkled her nose in disgust and stepped back until she noticed the egg custard in Lin Jinxiu's hands, her eyes widening as if she had caught Lin Jinxiu in a wrongdoing. Well, Lin Jinxiu, you've gotten bold. My parents raised you, and you dare to steal from the family. Lin Shanshan accused, pointing a finger at Lin Jinxiu. Her tone was just like Wang Jinhua's, leaving Lin Jinxiu speechless. Lin Shanshan had always been spoiled, learning from her terrible mother to bully Lin Jinxiu. Seeing Lin Jinxiu silent, Lin Shanshan came over and tugged at Lin Jinxiu's sleeve, saying, "Come on, let's go see my mother, so she can teach you a lesson." However, Lin Jinxiu was no longer the same person. She felt sorry for her original self facing Lin Shanshan's threats. "Let go," Lin Jinxiu said firmly. Lin Shanshan wouldn't release her grip and kept pulling. Lin Jinxiu shook her arm forcefully, causing Lin Shanshan to stumble and crash into the corner of the stove, hitting her head and causing a bump. Lin Shanshan covered her forehead and screamed, "Lin Jinxiu, how dare you hit me?" As she cried out, she wailed, "Mom, come quickly. Your daughter is being bullied. Look at this mean girl. She's jealous and wants to ruin me." Lin Jinxiu was completely focused on her own hands, surprised by her own strength. She felt a bit happy, wondering when she could grow another fruit like that. Soon, Wang Jinhua was drawn over by Lin Shanshan's cries. "Lin Jinxiu, what trouble are you causing now to disturb me?" Without knowing the details, she immediately started yelling at her, showing no restraint. Lin Jinxiu remembered that Wang Jinhua was a difficult woman, but she didn't expect her to skip looking for excuses. She looked outside the kitchen and saw a sturdy middle-aged woman striding towards her, with prominent cheekbones and thin lips that gave her a naturally fierce appearance. Wang Jinhua approached Lin Jinxiu and shot her a fierce glare. Upon seeing Lin Shanshan hurt, she wasted no time in scolding Lin Jinxiu. "Lin Jinxiu, did our family raise you for nothing? We provided for you, and now you have the audacity to harm my sister? If she gets a scar and can't marry, I swear I won't let you off the hook." She then went to help the crying Lin Shanshan. Ugh, what bad luck. How can a person like you not just disappear? Lin Jinxiu felt disgusted. Wang Jinhua's words were worse than any rude customer she had encountered before. She had a nasty demeanor and seemed to have no sense of decency, as if she would curse even in the afterlife. Wang Jinhua glanced at Lin Jinxiu and, seeing her smirk, shouted, "What kind of attitude is that? You're laughing instead of kneeling down to apologize to my sister? Think you can act tough now?" With that, Wang Jinhua reached out to slap Lin Jinxiu. "Mom, this girl has egg custard." Lin Shanshan seized the moment to add fuel to the fire, pointing at the egg custard in Lin Jinxiu's hands. "I haven't had eggs in ages, and she dares to make egg custard? She must have stolen money from the house." Earlier, Wang Jinhua had caught a whiff of something delicious, and now she realized it was indeed egg custard. There were only 2 eggs in the house, and she and Lin Shanshan hadn't eaten them yet. How could this girl dare to cook for herself? Suddenly, Wang Jinhua became furious and slapped at Lin Jinxiu, but Lin Jinxiu stepped back and avoided it. Seeing that her hit missed, Wang Jinhua pointed at Lin Jinxiu's nose and shouted, "You little troublemaker. You've done something so shameful, stealing money from home. No wonder you're so bold, coming from a wild man's side. I can't control you anymore, can I?" After saying that, she yelled outside, "Lin Daliang, come here and see what your worthless wife has done. She stole money from our home. How are we supposed to live now?" Feeling that wasn't enough, Wang Jinhua sat down on the ground, pounded her thigh, and started to cry. "Oh, I was the treasure of my parents at home, but ever since marrying into the Lin family, I haven't had a single good day. Now I have to deal with someone trying to undermine me. Lin Daliang, come and handle this. Lin Jinxiu wants to ruin the Lin family." Lin Jinxiu was not the original owner, and Wang Jinhua was not related to her. However, just a few words from this woman made Lin Jinxiu feel physically uncomfortable. If she didn't hold back, she feared she might actually be sick. The food she had eaten was precious, and it wasn't worth wasting on such a person. Before she could slip away, neighbors started to look over. A crowd of women and children gathered at the entrance, holding baskets to watch, and even a young man in silk clothing squeezed in to see, unable to be pulled away by those around him. "What are you doing? Don't you think our family is embarrassed enough?" A tall, muscular man with dark skin pushed through the crowd. Seeing Wang Jinhua crying on the ground, he felt very ashamed. "You really can't have a moment of peace." This man was Lin Jinxiu's father, Lin Daliang. He had a stern look on his face, but Wang Jinhua wasn't afraid at all. She jumped up and pointed at Lin Daliang, shouting, "You think I'm the one bringing shame? Our family is embarrassed because of your precious daughter. Hasn't she done enough shameful things? Am I supposed to just take it when people insult me?" Lin Daliang didn't even have a chance to speak before Wang Jinhua pointed at Lin Jinxiu and said, "Look at this daughter of yours. She stole the money we worked hard to save to buy eggs. This is the daughter you raised." "What?" Lin Daliang, upon hearing this, didn't care about being embarrassed anymore. "The money is gone? Go see for yourself." Wang Jinhua pointed to the house. Lin Daliang rushed into the room and started searching everywhere. Soon he came out, exclaiming, "The money is really gone." Lin Shanshan pointed at Lin Jinxiu and said, "She stole it and bought eggs to eat." Lin Daliang looked at the eggs in Lin Jinxiu's hands and nearly fainted from anger. "Lin Jinxiu, look at how much trouble you've caused since your mother died. I saved this money to help you. Now that you've taken it, where do you want me to put my face?" To put it simply, this money was meant for village chief Zhang Lin, so he wouldn't hold Lin Jinxiu's actions against them. After all, the villagers can be very judgmental. If the village chief didn't like Lin Daliang, they would make things difficult for him too. Lin Daliang held his forehead and saw that Lin Jinxiu wasn't speaking. He walked around a yard with his hands behind his back. "Sister Jinxiu, if you took the money, I'll give you a chance to return it. I won't hold it against you." Lin Jinxiu never thought her father would stand up for her. She simply said, "I didn't steal any money." "Then where did these eggs come from?" Lin Shanshan shouted. I found them in the mountains while gathering firewood this morning. Lin Jinxiu replied. I didn't eat anything yesterday, so why can't I eat the eggs I found? You're lying. Wang Jinhua didn't believe Lin Jinxiu's words at all. Then where did the money at home go? How would I know where the money went? You say I took it, so show the evidence for everyone to see. Otherwise, I could say you stole my father's money. Wang Jinhua didn't expect the girl to be so sharp-tongued after just one night. She was momentarily at a loss and turned her anger towards Lin Daliang. Look at your daughter, Lin Daliang. She thinks she can fly on her own. There are only a few of us at home. Can I really steal my own money? Lin Shanshan also tugged at Lin Daliang's sleeve and said, Dad, look at the eggs in her hands. We don't have any at home. If she didn't steal money to buy them, how else could she have gotten them? Look at how she hurt Shanshan, Wang Jinhua said, gently touching Lin Shanshan's forehead and starting to tear up. She can't find a husband herself, and now she wants to make sure Shanshan can't either. Just look at how dirty her heart is. My poor Shanshan, what if you get a scar? Exactly, Dad. Lin Jinxiu is heartless. Our family is in this state because of her, and when I confronted her about stealing money, she even broke my head. She doesn't care about this family at all. She probably doesn't even think about Dad. Lin Daliang was someone who couldn't tell right from wrong and was easily influenced. Wang Jinhua and her daughter knew this well, so they quickly started complaining about Lin Jinxiu to him. The more Lin Daliang listened, the more he believed them. Any guilt he had towards his own daughter vanished. He was convinced that Lin Jinxiu had stolen money. With the mocking looks from the neighbors, his gaze towards Lin Jinxiu grew harsher, and his face turned red with anger. It seems I need to teach you a lesson for stealing money, he said, raising his hand to hit her. Lin Jinxiu had anticipated this and stepped back to avoid it, but her elbow hit the wall, causing the bowl of egg custard to slip from her hands and crash to the ground, making her feel sad for a moment. Strangely, although the bowl shattered, the egg custard bounced a few times on the ground, covered in dust but still intact, wobbling like a large jelly. At that moment, a young man in silk clothes pushed through the crowd, staring at the egg custard on the ground. He sniffed a few times, ran over without caring about the dirt, sat down and grabbed the egg custard, grinning at everyone. Egg. Eat. Hey, isn't that the village chief's silly son, Zhang Liabao? Why is he out alone today? Where's Fugue? Looks like your young master is going to embarrass himself again. Zhang Liabao didn't understand any of this and eagerly gobbled up the dusty egg custard. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and looked at Lin Jinxiu with innocent eyes, as if wanting more egg custard from her. The village chief, Zhang Lin, heard the commotion and came over, parting the crowd with a few shouts. He looked sternly at the people gossiping behind his back, and they quickly averted their eyes, pretending to be innocent. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Lin, with his big belly, went to pull Zhang Liabao up, sighed, and spoke kindly. Liabao, come home with Dad. Don't eat this dirty stuff. Let's go home and have something good. Hearing there was better food, Zhang Liabao happily followed Zhang Lin away. Lin Jinxiu looked at the remnants of the egg custard on the ground, feeling as if her heart was breaking. Such a nice dish was wasted and ended up in someone else's stomach. What a loss. With this distraction, before Lin Daliang and the others could continue their accusations, Lin Jinxiu seized the opportunity to speak up. All right, since you say I stole money to buy eggs, I must have gone out to buy them. Who saw me leave today? Moreover, there are only about 100 families in the village. You can ask around to find out where I bought the eggs or which family lost them. If you want to know, you can always find out. Talk is cheap. I only believe in evidence. If you can't find any, then you're just making false accusations. I'm in the right no matter where I go, Lin Jinxiu said confidently. Although she didn't pick up the eggs herself, what she received from her space was a different matter. Evidence? How could Wang Jinhua and her daughter provide any? Lin Jinxiu's words were pushing them toward embarrassment. You think we don't have chores to do at home? Who has time to keep track of what you do? How would I know when you stole money to buy eggs? Asking everyone one by one is just shameful. You have no shame, and now we have to follow your lead? Wang Jinhua shouted angrily. Without a bowl in her hands, Lin Jinxiu crossed her arms and scoffed. Are you feeling guilty? I stand tall and have nothing to hide, so I'm not afraid of questions. But you seem to lack confidence without any proof.
Bah.
If it weren't for the Lin family's reputation, I would definitely get to the bottom of this and make sure you regret it, Wang Jinhua said, realizing she had no way out. She hoped Lin Jinxiu would back down, or else she would truly lose face. I can prove that no eggs were lost in my house. My family doesn't even raise chickens, haha. Those watching began to cheer, claiming they could provide proof. Wang Jinhua's expression changed immediately. Their denials were only helping Lin Jinxiu. She turned and scolded the onlookers. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a family argue before? Why are you peeking through someone else's door? In the end, she angrily shut the door. Why did Wang Jinhua suddenly turn hostile? Is she feeling guilty? Exactly. This isn't like her. She usually makes a big fuss when she's caught. How could she let it go so easily? What's wrong with Lin Jinxiu wanting an egg? She just had a baby and needs to recover. If Wang Jinhua could help her, would the baby be looking for eggs? Right? Just look at Lin Jinxiu. She's so thin. And then look at Sister Shan, TSK. A stepmother is still a stepmother. She can't treat her like her own daughter. That's just how it is. The voices carried through the door, and it was unclear if the onlookers were doing it on purpose. Lin Daliang couldn't stand the trouble anymore. He took a pipe from the house, frowned, and squatted next to the woodshed, smoking away. Wang Jinhua spat in frustration. What a useless man. When something happens, he just hides away. You can't count on him for anything. After saying that, she shot a fierce glance at Lin Jinxiu and went back inside. After all this fuss, she was tired of yelling. Lin Jinxiu couldn't escape, and she would deal with her later. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Lin Jinxiu returned to the small hut and found Lele awake. She didn't know how long he had been crying, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Big tears rolled down his face. Lin Jinxiu quickly picked him up from the bed and gently comforted him. After his health improved, Lele's cries became stronger, no longer like a little kitten. His cries echoed throughout the yard. Lin Shanshan had not returned to her room and was disturbed by the noise. She shouted toward the small hut, "What are you crying about?" If someone didn't know better, they would think there was a funeral at home. It's so unlucky. After that, she went back to her room and slammed the door. With Lin Jinxiu's persistent efforts, Lele's cries gradually softened. He stopped crying, pouting with big, watery eyes, though his face was still wet with tears. Lin Jinxiu wiped his tears, but Lele buried his face in her chest, making soft sounds. Great, the child was hungry again. Lin Jinxiu had to go back to the storage space and took out an egg from the basket, sneaking into the kitchen. Since the last steamed egg was eaten, she needed to replenish her strength to ensure she could feed the baby. Unfortunately, the firewood was all used up. To avoid being discovered by Wang Jinhua and the others, Lin Jinxiu suddenly had an idea. She placed the egg in the ashes of the unburned fire, hoping to cook it halfway. Maybe she could even make a soft-boiled egg. Let's do it this way for now. Lin Jinxiu sat down on the ground, waiting for the egg to cook. Meanwhile, Lin Shanshan was pacing in her room, feeling more and more frustrated. Her forehead was hurt, and Lin Jinxiu hadn't faced any punishment. Was her effort in vain? No, she had to make Lin Jinxiu pay. Thinking this, Lin Shanshan ran to Wang Jinhua, wanting her to stand up for her. When she pushed the door open, she happened to see Wang Jinhua squatting on the ground, counting coins. As soon as Lin Shanshan entered, Wang Jinhua quickly stuffed the coins back under the bedding. After realizing who it was, she sighed in relief and took the coins out again. Don't you know to knock when you come in? Are you trying to scare me to death? Wang Jinhua glared at Lin Shanshan and said, "Close the door." Lin Shanshan hurriedly shut the door like a thief and sat on the edge of the bed, surprised, and asked, "Mom, didn't you say that money was stolen by that awful person? How do you have it?" Wang Jinhua tapped Lin Shanshan's head and said, Speak quietly. Do you want your father to come in and see? Lin Shanshan immediately lowered her voice and asked, So, Lin Jinxiu didn't steal it? Wang Jinhua sighed, wondering how she could have such a foolish daughter. You're so silly. If I didn't say she stole it, how would I have this money? Lin Daliang even wanted to give this money to Zhang Lin. What does that old man have to apologize for? Shanshan, you're almost of marriageable age. I need to save some dowry for you. Shanshan, do you still want to marry into a good family? Lin Shanshan nodded vigorously. Of course, she wanted to. She dreamed of marrying into a good family and living a good life. You should know that a good matchmaker charges 300 coins for a referral. I'm doing all this for you. Wang Jinhua thought of something and said angrily, If it weren't for that awful person ruining our reputation, we could have found you a better match. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan pouted and was about to cry. It's all that Lin Jinxiu's fault. Mom, what if I can't get married? I'll be an old maid. Don't be ridiculous. As long as we hire a matchmaker to find a good match, there will be plenty of good days ahead. Wang Jinhua kept counting the coins, 67, 68, 69. Just as she counted to 69, it suddenly ran out. Wang Jinhua couldn't help but curse. Lin Daliang is useless. After saving for almost a year, this is all he has. It's still not enough. Even with what I've saved over the years, we can only gather 200 coins. Lin Shanshan slumped down, her face gloomy, and said, It's all that awful person's fault. If she hadn't run away from her wedding, we would have gotten those 20 taels of silver. We could have hired any matchmaker. It's all her fault. We need to find a way to get the silver back from that awful person. Wang Jinhua angrily put the coins back under the blanket. We need to prepare your dowry before you turn 13. Lin Shanshan threw herself onto Wang Jinhua and cried, What am I going to do? I don't want to live a hard life. Wang Jinhua comforted her, stroking Lin Shanshan's back. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Wang Jinhua originally married Lin Daliang because she thought he was reliable, but who knew he was so dependable that he became useless. After all these years, he hadn't saved much money. She absolutely cannot let her daughter live a life worse than hers. She needs to find a way to get the money back from that woman. However, that woman has lost her value and has a child, making her hard to sell. Wang Jinhua suddenly thought that someone might want that child. After a while, Lin Jinxiu felt that if she waited any longer, she would fall asleep, so she took the eggs out of the stove. She casually brushed off the burnt ash on top, peeled the egg, and quickly ate it. It's delicious. Lin Jinxiu mumbled with her mouth full, not really knowing who she was talking to. This egg was definitely not an ordinary one. It had no charcoal taste or even a hint of eggy smell. The flavor was so rich that she couldn't even smell the pigsty. All she could think about was the egg. Just one egg made Lin Jinxiu feel a slight warmth in her body, and her strength was completely restored, even giving her a sense of fullness. Was her stomach just small from not eating for so long, or was this egg something special with amazing effects? She thought it would have a big impact like that fruit, but it seemed she was overthinking it. That fruit was definitely something extraordinary, while this egg. The starter pack must have just given her basic ingredients. Speaking of which, Lin Jinxiu was curious about what effects future ingredients might have. If this initial egg could fill her up instantly, would other items make her strong, or even allow her to fly? Wait a minute, that thought seems off. Lin Jinxiu stopped herself from daydreaming and got up to head back to the hut. Lele was already hungry, and after waiting for 10 minutes, it was time for a good meal. Lin Jinxiu happily ran back to the hut. After eating the egg and having some milk, the little one was satisfied and fell asleep again.
Ding!
You have gained 10 satisfaction points. This voice suddenly appeared in Lin Jinxiu's mind, startling her. After understanding what the voice said, she remembered that she had heard something similar when Zhang Liabao from the village chief's house ate the egg custard that fell on the ground. At that time, she didn't have time to think about it. She also recalled that when the space prompted her to bind the ranch, it had given her some satisfaction points. So, these satisfaction points are like experience points? And eating eggs from the space can earn satisfaction points.
Ding.
Congratulations to the player for reaching level 1. The shop is now open. The shop? Lin Jinxiu repeated the words, unable to contain her curiosity. She closed her eyes and entered the Cloud Prosperity Ranch. As soon as she entered the space, Lin Jinxiu noticed the ground was shaking. Thinking something was wrong, she looked up and saw a small building with a traditional Jiangnan style rising at the edge of the farmland. When the shaking stopped, Lin Jinxiu walked toward the small building. It looked like a pawn shop, but at the entrance were 2 large golden characters. Shop. It seems like it's going to require spending money, Lin Jinxiu thought with a bad feeling. Oh no. I'm just a broke girl. I can't afford to buy a dragon-slaying sword with an attack of 999. Lin Jinxiu entered the pawn shop, but there was no one at the counter, and she couldn't go inside. Behind the counter were rows of shelves, but they only held black boxes, with nothing visible inside. What am I supposed to do here? Lin Jinxiu wondered as she leaned closer to the counter, hoping to see if there was a clerk below. As she approached, a small floating sign appeared in front of her, glowing softly, with the word goods written on it. Lin Jinxiu carefully touched it, feeling a cool sensation. The sign transformed into a small window floating above the counter, surrounded by decorative patterns. Looking at the window, Lin Jinxiu saw several slots for goods, but most were empty and seemed to be locked. On the left side of the interface, she noticed an information bar. Player, Lin Jinxiu, LV.1, 20/500, satisfaction, 20 item bag. 0 out of 10 slots below the information floated 10 empty squares. Lin Jinxiu clicked on one of the empty squares and a prompt appeared. Space pouch, quantity, 10 can store items, no size limit. When outside the space, simply think to open the pouch and retrieve items. So Lin Jinxiu dismissed the beginner's tip. I actually have a pouch I can use outside the space? She remembered the basket of eggs she had left under the fruit tree and the corn seed that seemed impossible to find. With this pouch, running back and forth to get items was unnecessary. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Lin Jinxiu wanted to flip the table, but unfortunately, there was nothing to flip. She reached out to close the shop and happily ran to the fruit trees to put the egg and corn seeds into her bag. When she opened it, she saw that there were items inside. A white round ball was the egg, and the yellow grains were the corn seeds. This is so convenient. The bag gave Lin Jinxiu a sense of security. She walked back to the shop and started browsing the product interface. There were many options in the main category, but only the crop and tool categories were highlighted. The rest were gray and dull. Clicking on crops, she found only one item highlighted. The corn seed she already had. Corn seed, level 1 crop, can produce delicious corn. Growth time, 24 hours purchase, 100 satisfaction points per seed 100? Lin Jinxiu looked at her meager 20 satisfaction points. Is a seed really that expensive? However, complaining wouldn't lower the price of the seeds. This was a system shop, not a place for bargaining. She could only save up satisfaction points. There was still a long way to go. Next, Lin Jinxiu clicked on the tools option, and there was only one item available for purchase. She looked closely. Holy Water Pot, a magical pot that can shorten crop production time, automatically produces 3 liters of holy water every day at midnight. Satisfaction points, 300. There was also a friendly reminder below. Explore on your own to shorten time. 300. Lin Jinxiu felt despair. She knew she had to buy this pot. Even if it only shortened the crop time by less than half an hour, the 3 liters of water it produced would be very useful. If she encountered special situations in the future, this pot could save her life. Save money. Save money. Lin Jinxiu exclaimed. It really takes money to do anything. It seemed the shop was of no use for now. With her little satisfaction points, even giving them all to the shop wouldn't be enough. She needed to find a way to save up points first. Should she plant the corn seeds now? Yes, she should plant it. If she ran out of eggs, she would be in real trouble. Lin Jinxiu went to the empty farmland and decided to plant the corn as close to the shop as possible. She took the corn seed out of her bag but hesitated when facing the farmland. She really doesn't know how to farm. Not to mention planting corn. She even asked her mom to help her when it came to sprouting mung beans in middle school. She just quickly wrote a lab report and turned it in. Fortunately, the system is very helpful to her. When Lin Jinxiu crouched down near the ground, she noticed a button appeared next to her, with the word plant written on it. Wow. Good thing she doesn't have to do it herself. Lin Jinxiu slapped the button. The seeds in her hand disappeared automatically. A small plow appeared on the tiny field to prepare the soil, followed by a small shovel that dug a hole, and finally, the corn seeds were planted in the hole. There was even a small pot to add some water.
Wow.
Lin Jinxiu stared in amazement. This is so smart. However, this feature definitely shouldn't be taken out of the space. Lin Jinxiu thought to herself. If it were taken out, it might become a legend in a few days, and a scary one at that. Within seconds, a small green sprout emerged from the soil, then stopped growing. Impressive, impressive. Once the show was over, Lin Jinxiu clapped her hands as if cheering for the space, mainly because she didn't have to dig or water it herself. Everything else was fine. The corn would be ready in 24 hours, and staying here was pointless. So, she exited the space. As expected, there was no lunch for Lin Jinxiu today, but she was glad she was already full and just held on to Lele to rest. The bed was hard, but she could manage to sleep. Lin Jinxiu dreamed about how she should use the space in the future, how to turn the things in the system into reality, and how to live a good life with her child, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the east side of the village, at the village chief's home in Shigang village, there was a courtyard built with blue bricks containing 5 or 6 tiled houses. The ground was paved with bricks and stones, so it wouldn't get dirty on rainy days. In the sunny spot, there was a flower garden with flowers instead of vegetables, which was quite rare in the village. A round table was set up in the courtyard, covered with fish, meat, and vegetables, 7 or 8 dishes in total. The village chief's wife, Li Ho-hot, sat at the table, dressed in a light green silk dress with lace, her hair held up with silver hairpins. She carried herself differently from ordinary women. There were many servants around, each doing their job, and no one dared to be lazy. A servant at the door shouted, "Sir, young master is back." Upon hearing this, Li Ho-hot smiled, stood up, and walked to the door to greet Zhang Liabao. Zhang Liabao shouted to Li Ho-hot, "Mom, I'm hungry."
Time to eat.
Zhang Liabao called out Mom, leaving Zhang Lin and his wife stunned. After a moment, Li Ho-hot, trembling all over, asked, "Liabao, what did you just call me?" Zhang Liabao replied naturally, "Mom." Li Ho-hot pointed at Zhang Lin and asked, "What about him?" "Dad." Li Ho-hot and Zhang Lin exchanged looks, both filled with disbelief. Master, what is happening? Is this real? Is it a blessing from above that my son can speak now?" Tears of joy streamed down Li Ho-hot's face as she tightly grasped Zhang Lin's arms and shook him. Zhang Lin was just as shocked as his wife, speechless and frozen in place. Li Ho-hot couldn't hold back her tears any longer and leaned on Zhang Lin's shoulder, crying. Zhang Lin looked at Zhang Liabao, who was reaching out for food, feeling both happy and confused. Zhang Liabao spoke. This was incredible news for the Zhang family. Earlier, when they were at the Lin family's place, Zhang Liabao was the same as before, but now he could talk after returning. Zhang Lin quickly called over the servant, Fugui, who had been following Zhang Liabao, and asked what had happened today. The servant, still in shock that the young master could speak, took a moment to recall the day's events and said, "Today, the young master went to the Lin family to watch some commotion and was brought back by you. He spent the rest of the time sleeping at home." Li Ho-hot, eager for details, asked, "What kind of commotion? Did something strange happen?" "Oh, that Wang Jinhua was scolding the Lin family's embroidery girl again. Today, the embroidery girl surprisingly dared to argue back at Wang Jinhua. Other than that, nothing else happened." Zhang Lin recalled the scene, surprised that Lin Jinxiu had the courage to speak up, but nothing else seemed strange. Then, Zhang Lin murmured, "No, that can't be right. It can't be possible." Li Ho hot, anxious, kept asking what was wrong and what was impossible. Today, Lai Bao ate a bowl of overturned egg custard at the Lin family. He didn't do anything else. Egg custard? Li Ho hot was skeptical. Lai Bao has eaten plenty of egg custard since he was little. How could eating the Lin family's change anything? Unless their eggs are different from ours. Zhang Lai Bao, being fed by Fugui, chimed in with a silly grin. Eggs so thick. But the food in his mouth prevented him from explaining further. Zhang Lin was feeling restless. He needed to find out what was so special about the Lin family's eggs that could make Zhang Lai Bao speak. Zhang Lai Bao was pulled back to the Lin family by Zhang Lin, just as Wang Jinhua and Lin Shanshan were talking in the yard. They were startled to see Zhang Lin approach. The two thought Zhang Lin was there to cause trouble and awkwardly asked, "Village chief, what brings you here?" Zhang Lin cleared his throat and said, "I was just passing by. Lai Bao is hungry. Could you please make him a bowl of egg custard?" The two stood there confused, wondering what he meant by specifically asking for egg custard. Zhang Lin frowned and asked, "What? Are you unwilling?" Wang Jinhua quickly smiled and said, "Of course not, village chief. It's an honor for you to visit our home. Shanshan, hurry and make a bowl of egg custard." Lin Shanshan pouted but went to the kitchen. She searched through the pile of firewood and finally found the only egg. Before she could eat it, she gave it to Zhang Lai Bao. She silently cursed Lin Jinxiu for causing trouble for the family, but quickly made the egg custard and brought it out. Zhang Lin thanked her and gently said to Zhang Lai Bao, "Lai Bao, you wanted to eat eggs, right? Here, have some." Zhang Lai Bao was initially happy to hear about the egg, but as soon as Zhang Lin tried to feed it to him, he spat it out. "Yuck. I don't want it." Zhang Lai Bao was very picky about the egg custard. Not only did he refuse to eat it, but he also knocked it to the ground and ran out of the Lin house, prompting Zhang Lin to chase after him. Wang Jinhua felt heartbroken. Eggs were precious to them, but now it was wasted because of Zhang Lai Bao. She felt helpless and could only accept her bad luck. Lin Shanshan remarked, "Isn't the village chief's son supposed to not be able to say more than 3 words? He seems to have become smarter." Lin Jinxiu was awakened by the village chief's loud voice, but didn't speak up. She remembered the young man who had eaten her first egg. Now that Zhang Lin had come, she realized he was actually looking for her, but he thought it was just about the Lin family's eggs. Was Zhang Lai Bao's intelligence actually improving? He had spoken quite fluently just now. Could it be that eggs have the power to boost intelligence? Lin Jinxiu, who also ate an egg, thought deeply but didn't feel any smarter. Maybe those eggs not only replenish energy but could also turn someone with lower intelligence into a normal person? That would be incredible. It seems this egg needs to be well protected and not used carelessly. Lin Jinxiu made up her mind. After working all afternoon, Lin Jinxiu's shoulders started to hurt. When night fell and it was time to sleep, she had just finished washing up and was about to lie down when Wang Jinhua barged into her hut, shouting, "You lazy girl. Look at you lounging around. Get to the kitchen and make some porridge. We don't keep you here for you to act like a princess. You're just a lazybones, and now you've had a child, thinking you're special." Lin Jinxiu was too tired to respond, but Wang Jinhua's loud voice gave her a headache and stirred up her temper. Although Lin Jinxiu didn't fight back, she glared at Wang Jinhua with an impatient look in her eyes. Wang Jinhua was startled by Lin Jinxiu's gaze and remembered she was the head of the household. She kicked the bedboard and shouted, "What are you staring at? Hurry up. I let you off easy at noon, and you really think I believe you?" Lele was startled awake by Wang Jinhua's kick and began to cry. This made Wang Jinhua even more irritated. "Crying again? All you do is cry. You two bad luck charms." As soon as Lele cried, Lin Jinxiu's anger disappeared. She quickly picked up Lele and gently comforted, "Don't cry, little one, it's okay." Lele responded well to Lin Jinxiu's soothing words and soon stopped crying. Wang Jinhua had already turned and left, ignoring Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu thought she needed to find a way to escape this house quickly. She began to feed Lele. She couldn't stand this place for even a day, but she needed to find a way to earn some money to leave. After carefully placing Lele in bed, Lin Jinxiu headed to the kitchen. Starting a fire to cook porridge was something Lin Jinxiu was familiar with, as she often helped her grandmother cook in their rural home. She was used to the traditional stove. Although she had to use flint instead of a lighter, she quickly got the hang of it. However, while Lin Jinxiu was cooking, a figure quietly slipped into her hut and approached the bed. Lin Shanshan frowned and covered her mouth and nose, saying, "What is that awful smell?"
Just like that woman.
She leaned in to take a look at Lele, curious since she had never seen a baby so young. But after a few glances, Lin Shanshan started to complain again. "So ugly. Good thing it's that woman's child." Lele, being less than a month old, was very thin and not particularly attractive. "Little one, don't blame me for being harsh. It's all because of your careless mother. If I can't deal with you, my life will be over," Lin Shanshan said as she held Lele in her arms, covering her mouth to keep Lele from waking up, and quickly ran out the back door. Lin Jinxiu had just finished cooking porridge, but felt an uneasy premonition. As she walked out of the kitchen with the porridge, she happened to see Lin Shanshan coming home, while Wang Jinhua was nowhere to be found. Lin Shanshan didn't notice Lin Jinxiu. The triumphant smile on her face hadn't faded, and that smile was a bad sign for Lin Jinxiu. She slammed the porridge onto the wooden table next to the kitchen and rushed back to her hut. When she looked at the bed, Lele was gone. Or rather, as expected, gone. Lin Jinxiu's mind buzzed. She never expected that Wang Jinhua and her daughter, unable to squeeze anything from her, would target her son instead. What a pair of wicked women. Lin Jinxiu's teeth ground together in anger as she turned and burst out of the hut. Seeing Lin Jinxiu rush out, Lin Shanshan tried to stop her. "Where are you going? Did you finish the porridge before running off?" Before she could finish, Lin Jinxiu shouted hoarsely, "Get lost." Lin Jinxiu's expression was truly terrifying. She looked more fearsome than a hunting wolf. Lin Shanshan was startled and didn't have time to react before Lin Jinxiu grabbed her and tossed her aside, leaving her unable to get up for a while. Lin Jinxiu ignored her and stepped outside, spotting Wang Jinhua's figure. "Wang Jinhua, stop right there." Lin Jinxiu's roar reached Wang Jinhua's ears. She turned to run, but she couldn't outrun Lin Jinxiu, who had enhanced strength. Soon, Lin Jinxiu caught up, grabbed her clothes, and pinned her to the ground. "You wretched person, do you have any manners left? Let me go." Wang Jinhua struggled but couldn't break free from Lin Jinxiu's grip and could only shout back, "Where is my child?" Lin Jinxiu demanded angrily. Wang Jinhua's eyes flickered as she lied. "Who knows where your child went? You can't even take care of your own child and you dare to ask me?" Lin Jinxiu realized Wang Jinhua was lying. She might have already given Lele to someone else. She released Wang Jinhua and ran in the direction she had just come from. Wang Jinhua, fearing that her plans would be ruined, got up painfully and desperately chased after her. If Wang Jinhua and Lin Shanshan kept targeting her, Lin Jinxiu could endure it. But when they harmed Lele, they crossed Lin Jinxiu's bottom line, and this was not something that could be solved with just a few harsh words. Moreover, this was not only the original Lin Jinxiu's bottom line, but also the current Lin Jinxiu's. She had just vowed to save him and let him grow up with her, and now Wang Jinhua and her daughter wanted to take her child away. If they wanted to take her child, they would have to pay the price. Not far from the village entrance, an old woman stood there as if waiting for someone. She was short, slightly hunched, with silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, her murky green eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness. Most importantly, she was holding Lin Jinxiu's child. "Give me back my child," Lin Jinxiu shouted in anger, reaching out to grab the child. Unfortunately, two tall, strong men stood behind the old woman, stepping forward to block Lin Jinxiu's path. "Wang Jinhua, are you backing out?" The old woman asked Wang Jinhua, who was following Lin Jinxiu. "Wang Ma, don't mind her." Wang Jinhua had desperately chased after Lin Jinxiu. "Lin Jinxiu, go home." "Wang Jinhua, I never expected you to be this shameless." Lin Jinxiu glared at the old woman. Old witch, I tell you, if you don't give me back my child now, I will make sure you pay for it. The old woman clearly had dealt with situations like this before. She took a step back, confident that with her men around, a young girl like Lin Jinxiu couldn't possibly defeat two strong men. Lin Jinxiu kicked one of the men in the leg, and he fell to the ground with a cry. Seizing the moment, she tried to rush past the two men to grab her child, but the other man caught her arm. Without thinking, Lin Jinxiu bit down hard. If the man hadn't let go, she might have bitten off a piece of flesh. However, Wang Jinhua rushed in from behind and tightly hugged Lin Jinxiu.
Wingma, run.
The old woman turned and ran with the child. Lin Jinxiu tried to break free but was hit on the head with a stone, causing blood to splatter. She felt darkness closing in and collapsed to the ground, while the two men took the chance to escape, protecting the old woman as they ran. Lin Jinxiu kicked Wang Jinhua away. If it weren't for her body being strengthened by the space, that blow could have cost her life. Wang Jinhua kicked Lin Jinxiu hard, and she fell to the ground, cursing. Lin Jinxiu didn't pay attention to what she was saying. Her mind was only on how to save her son. She couldn't fight the two men. She was not as strong as they were. She could only ask for help, and the only person who could save her was the village chief. It was because of the card she held in her hand. Lin Jinxiu wiped the blood from her forehead and ran away. In the quiet night, there was no one on the street. Lin Jinxiu rushed to the village chief's house and knocked loudly on the door. A servant opened it and said the village chief was resting. Lin Jinxiu then shouted the village chief's name loudly in the yard. Zhang Lin was woken from his sleep and was initially annoyed. When he saw it was Lin Jinxiu, covered in dirt and blood, he immediately became alert. Sister Jinxiu, what happened to you? Lin Jinxiu took an egg from her bag and held it up in front of Zhang Lin. This is an egg that can increase intelligence. Help me, and I will give it to you as a reward. Zhang Liabao and Li Guixiang were also awakened by the loud noise. They came out, still sleepy, and were shocked by Lin Jinxiu's appearance. Time was urgent, and Lin Jinxiu didn't have time to explain to the village chief. She grabbed Zhang Liabao, broke the egg, and forced it into his mouth. Zhang Lin and Li Guixiang rushed to stop her, but before they could reach her, Zhang Liabao suddenly spoke. The egg is really delicious. I want more. Hearing their son speak in full sentences, Li Guixiang and Zhang Lin froze. Zhang Lin cautiously asked, Liabao, can you say that again? The egg is really delicious. I want more, Liabao repeated. Zhang Lin and Li Guixiang exchanged glances, surprised that the egg could really help Zhang Liabao. Their eyes turned back to Lin Jinxiu. Zhang Lin asked, what do you need me to do? Lin Jinxiu's eyes were red. Wang Jinhua wants to sell my son. Help me get him back.
What?
Zhang Lin was furious to hear that Wang Jinhua wanted to sell a child. He told the servant on guard, call people. We need to go. The servant knew that selling children in the village was unacceptable and quickly went to gather help. Zhang Lin told Li Guixiang to take Zhang Liabao back and patted Lin Jinxiu's back. Sister Jinxiu, don't worry. Even without this egg, I will help you get your child back. Lin Jinxiu didn't respond. Although she had the village chief's help, her child was still not safe, and she couldn't relax for a moment. The entire Zhang family was in chaos. The servants were getting up, shouting, and occasionally, Zhang Lin's voice could be heard yelling, are you all just sitting around? Move faster. Li Hohat brought a clean cloth to help Lin Jinxiu wipe the blood and dirt off her face. Lin Jinxiu thanked her. Sister Jinxiu, the master will definitely help you get your child back. Li Hohat, as a mother, understood the pain of losing a child. She could do little but comfort Lin Jinxiu. Thank you, ma'am, Lin Jinxiu said again. The horse was saddled, and Zhang Lin rode with Lin Jinxiu on one horse. The housekeeper and several young men also rode, galloping ahead, while a dozen servants followed at a slower pace. The sound of hooves woke many villagers. They had never seen such a scene and, curious, began to follow. Soon, a large group was heading toward the village entrance. At that moment, Wang Ma and Wang Jinhua had already brought the buyer for the child, a middle-aged man dressed finely, clearly a wealthy person from the town. "Have you brought him?" "Let me see," the man said, and his servant approached to take the child. Wang Ma stepped back. "I'll hold him. You can take a look." Wang Ma was cautious, as there had been instances before where a child was taken without payment. She opened the blanket to reveal Leilei's face. The man looked at the child, who appeared weak, and said with some disdain, "Can this one survive?" "Don't sell me a dead child." Wang Ma replied, "He will definitely survive. Children change every day. Don't be fooled by how he looks now. Just feed him a few good meals, and he will grow quickly." 20 taels, no more, the man said after a moment of hesitation. Wang Jinhua's face lit up with joy. Without waiting for Wang Ma to respond, she said, "All right, you can take the child." Wang Ma shot Wang Jinhua a glare. She had planned to ask for 30 taels, and now she was losing 10. She wanted to negotiate for more when suddenly, the sound of hooves approached, and Zhang Lin arrived with Lin Jinxiu. "What's going on?" The buyer stopped reaching for his money. Zhang Lin and Lin Jinxiu's horse stopped in front of them. Zhang Lin, without even putting on his outer coat, glared down at Wang Jinhua and Wang Ma, commanding the servants, "Grab them all." The young men who came with Zhang Lin dismounted and rushed toward Wang Ma and Wang Jinhua. Seeing the situation turn, the buyer quickly climbed into his carriage, urging his servant to drive away swiftly. Upon realizing the situation was dire, Wang Ma and Wang Jinhua hid behind the two men. "Hurry and help us get out of here." The two men looked at the 7 or 8 young men in front of them, feeling uneasy. "Wang Ma, fighting so many people will cost extra. Stop talking nonsense,"
Wing Ma shouted.
Zhang Lin urged. "Why aren't you moving?" Although the two men were fierce and experienced, they were outnumbered. After a brief struggle, they were eventually tied up, bruised and kneeling on the ground. Seeing the two men captured, Wang Ma turned to run, but Wang Jinhua grabbed her, saying urgently, "Cousin, you can't leave. Who will help me if you go?" Wang Ma spat. "You want me to take the blame for you?" "Not a chance." Wang Jinhua tried to trick Wang Ma, but Wang Ma wouldn't let it go. She shouted to Zhang Lin, "It was Wang Jinhua who contacted me first to sell this child." Wang Jinhua, feeling wronged, replied, "It's not me. I didn't do anything. This old woman came to the village to take Sister Xiu's child to sell. I was just chasing her. The facts are clear, and you still dare to argue. Neither of you is getting away." Zhang Lin didn't believe them. Lin Jinxiu dismounted and snatched Leilei from Wang Ma, holding him tightly in her arms. Exhausted, she finally knelt down. The child, unaware of the chaos, continued to sleep sweetly. Lin Jinxiu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "My dear Leilei, Mommy is here to save you. I will never let you go again." At this point, the 10 or so servants who had followed the horse, along with curious villagers, arrived late. They saw the village chief in his undergarments standing in front of the tied-up four, eager to know what had happened. Wang Ma, Wang Jinhua, and the two men, now bound, looked at Zhang Lin in fear. Zhang Lin said coldly, "Wang Jinhua, the crime of human trafficking is truly despicable. According to our village rules, the punishment is 50 strikes for you, and for those traffickers, 30 for the old and 80 for the men." Upon hearing this, Wang Ma fainted, and the two men trembled in fear. They knew that 80 strikes could be fatal, and one of them even wet his pants. Wang Jinhua was so scared that her face turned pale. She crawled a few steps forward and kept bowing to Zhang Lin, saying, "Village chief, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I just lost my mind for a moment and did something terrible. I won't do it again. Do you want there to be a next time? Hit her." Zhang Lin couldn't let her go. Even if he didn't help Lin Jinxiu, he couldn't stand the idea of selling children. Besides, as the village chief, if he ignored such matters, people would talk behind his back for life. The servants showed no mercy as they raised their sticks to hit her. Wang Ma was knocked awake by a blow, and the four of them cried out in pain, struggling on the ground. "Sir, the woman can't take the beating. She's already passed out, a servant reported shortly after. Zhonglin nodded slightly and waved his hand casually, saying, "Enough, splash some water on her to wake her up. Later, send her to the authorities with these people." Hearing this, Wang Jinhua was startled again. She couldn't go to the authorities. That would ruin her reputation, especially since her daughter hadn't married yet. She couldn't let that happen. With that, she crawled towards Lin Jinxiu, hugged her leg and cried out, "Sister Jinxiu, I know I was wrong. I won't make such foolish mistakes again. Please spare me this time. I'm begging you." Lin Jinxiu didn't even look at Wang Jinhua. She gazed into the distance and coldly said, "Mother? Didn't my mother die long ago?"
Who are you?
Wang Jinhua quickly changed her tone, saying, "Then, considering I raised you for these years, even if I have no achievements, I have worked hard. Please ask the village chief to spare me." Worked hard?
Ha!
You think you worked hard? Since you came into this house, I've done all the cooking, washing, and chores. If you were ever unhappy, you would hit or scold me. You didn't even let me eat. When I was pregnant, you still made me do heavy work. There was no midwife when I gave birth. And today, you falsely accused me of stealing money.
Why didn't you spare me then?
You even wanted to sell my child? Let me tell you, that will never happen. Lin Jinxiu was furious and more agitated as she spoke, accusing Wang Jinhua with nothing but the truth. The villagers watching the scene began to murmur among themselves. Wang Jinhua is too cruel. Look at Sister Jinxiu and her child. They are so thin they look like they could be blown away by the wind. I believe what Sister Jinxiu is saying is true. How despicable to even think of selling a child. How can someone do such a thing? It's truly shameless. A little girl picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Wang Jinhua, saying, "Humph. I hope you get hurt. My brother was taken away by someone." This sentence caused great anger, reminding everyone of the time when several children in the village went missing, and despite the whole village searching, they were never found. Starting with that little girl, everyone who had something in their hands threw it away. Those without anything picked up stones and sticks and threw them at Wang Jinhua and the two men, creating a chaotic scene. Zhang Lin stepped back a few paces to avoid getting hurt and asked Lin Jinxiu, "Sister Jinxiu, what should we do?" Since Lin Jinxiu was the direct victim and Zhang Lin needed her opinion, he wanted to hear her thoughts. "Take them to the authorities," Lin Jinxiu said simply. Zhang Lin had also planned to take these people to the authorities, so he nodded in agreement and called everyone over. "Look at Sister Jinxiu. She seems so delicate, but she is really brave when it comes to protecting her child. With those injuries on her head and body, she must have had a conflict with these men. She is truly an extraordinary woman. She is a wonderful mother." Lin Jinxiu tightly held onto Lele as she walked towards that so-called home, unaffected by the comments from passers-by. She remembered that Lin Shanshan was still waiting for her at home. Once the villagers had vented their anger, Zhang Lin tied up Wang Jinhua and brought her to the Lin family. He also needed to inform Lin Daliang about this important matter. At that moment, Lin Shanshan was still in the yard, looking at her head injury in the water jar, growing angrier by the minute. "That awful woman has hit me twice already. What if I end up with a scar on my face? I have to get married." Thinking about this made Lin Shanshan blush. She wondered what kind of good match the matchmaker would find for her. "When that time comes, I will make sure Lin Jinxiu pays for this." Lin Shanshan bowed to the air. The front door suddenly burst open. Lin Shanshan thought it was Wang Jinhua returning and, fixing her hair, asked, "Mother, how much did you sell for? Was it 10 taels of silver?" Wang Jinhua had indeed returned, but she was tied up, covered in dirt and leaves, with a head injury, blood mixing with her hair, and an unpleasant smell surrounding her. Lin Daliang was woken up by the noise and groggily came out of the room. Seeing Wang Jinhua in such a state, he quickly asked what had happened. "Mother, how did this happen? Let my mother go." Lin Shanshan, having fixed her hair, turned around and saw Wang Jinhua's terrible condition. Zhang Lin had brought so many people, and her eyes widened in shock. Her heart sank, and she rushed to try to save Wang Jinhua. So, Wang Jinhua's daughter was also involved. Zhang Lin heard Lin Shanshan's words and coldly replied, "Since you are young, I won't punish you this time, but it will be hard for you to get married in the future." Village chief, what is going on? Lin Daliang was still unaware of the situation. "Daliang, come here, let me explain everything to you." Zhang Lin called Lin Daliang aside. As Zhang Lin explained the situation, Lin Jinxiu handed Lele to a servant nearby and walked out from behind Wang Jinhua, slowly approaching Lin Shanshan. "What are you doing?" Lin Shanshan asked. Lin Jinxiu moved closer, her cold and disdainful gaze unmistakable. Lin Shanshan, seeing that look, couldn't help but shrink back. "You stole my child?" Lin Jinxiu suddenly confronted her, grabbing Lin Shanshan's hair. Pampered Lin Shanshan was no match for Lin Jinxiu and screamed while holding her head. "Calling me a lowlife?" Lin Jinxiu slapped Lin Shanshan across the face.
You.
Lin Shanshan was shocked that Lin Jinxiu would attack her like this. "Saying my child is a jerk?" Another slap followed. Lin Shanshan screamed again. "If you scream again, I'll sew your mouth shut." Lin Jinxiu threatened fiercely. "Lin Shanshan, your mistake was messing with my child." Lin Shanshan burst into tears, pointing at Wang Jinhua. "She made me steal your child. She even took Dad's money to give me a dowry. Don't hit me. It's all her fault. Sister Shanshan, you." Wang Jinhua looked at Lin Shanshan in disbelief. "You really pushed her away cleanly." Lin Jinxiu thought it was amusing to see the mother and daughter turn on each other. She threw Lin Shanshan in front of Wang Jinhua. "Look, this is the daughter you raised." At that moment, Lin Daliang learned everything from Zhang Lin and approached Wang Jinhua, heartbroken. "Jinhua, you are being foolish." Wang Jinhua, already upset with Lin Shanshan, spat at Lin Daliang. "Bah.
Useless.
If you weren't so useless, would we be in this situation?" Lin Daliang was taken aback by Wang Jinhua's reaction. "I should never have listened to your slander against my sister." Lin Daliang looked at Lin Jinxiu with guilt in his eyes, but she ignored him. This family was causing enough noise, and Lin Jinxiu took the child from the servant, starting to think about her future. She realized she could no longer stay in the Lin family. Let's not mention that Lin Shanshan is still here. Lin Daliang is also an unreliable person. Instead of living under his protection, it's better to venture out on my own. Zhang Lin's people finally dragged Wang Jinhua away. Lin Daliang looked at Lin Jinxiu, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, only managing to say, "Sister Jinxiu. From today, I, Lin Jinxiu, am an orphan and will forge my own path." Lin Jinxiu faced Lin Daliang. "Thank you for taking care of me all these years, father." With that, Lin Jinxiu bowed to Lin Daliang and walked towards the village chief's house. Lin Daliang stood there, with a crying Lin Shanshan behind him, feeling mixed emotions. He regretted that if he had treated Sister Jinxiu better in the past, things wouldn't have ended this way. But what good is regret? It's too late now. That night, Lin Jinxiu stayed at Zhang Lin's house. Under Li Hohat's care, Lin Jinxiu took a bath, bandaged her wounds, and changed into a set of clean old clothes that Li Hohat had given her. However, the clothes were too loose on her slender frame, and Li Hohat felt a pang of sadness seeing Lin Jinxiu's thin arms. Lin Daliang was truly heartless. He had let his own daughter end up like this. As for the marriage proposal she once had with her son, Li Hohat had never held a grudge against Lin Jinxiu. She had long known that Wang Jinhua proposed the marriage just to sell Lin Daliang's daughter for money. The neighbors didn't refuse her, but who knew that this girl had such a strong character and even returned with a child? "I have 5 eggs here." Lin Jinxiu took 5 eggs from her bag and placed them in Zhang Lin's hands, advising him, "These are good for the mind, but don't rush it. Eat one every 7 days, and the young master will get better slowly." Zhang Lin accepted the eggs, thanked Lin Jinxiu, and handed her a cloth bag. When Lin Jinxiu opened it, she was surprised to find 20 taels of silver and a note. "What is the village chief doing?" Lin Jinxiu tried to return the cloth bag. This is my way of thanking you. The village chief smiled, urging her to keep the bag. This was originally your betrothal gift. Lin Jinxiu recalled that matter and felt a bit embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing. No need to apologize, the village chief shook his head. Though you have broken off the engagement, you have given me eggs that saved my son.
We're even now.
This 20 taels of silver is far less important to us than those eggs.
Please take it.
This note is from a relative of mine who works in the county. If you go to find him and mention my name, he can offer you a job. Lin Jinxiu bowed again to express her gratitude. Li Ho-hot brought Lin Jinxiu's bundle to her, and Lin Jinxiu put it on her back. Though it was called a bundle, it actually contained 2 old clothes, a child's diaper, and a handkerchief that had been carefully preserved under the bed. In the original owner's memory, this handkerchief was very important, but the details of how it was obtained were unclear, as if the original owner had been in a daze at the time. Seeing how exquisite the handkerchief was, Lin Jinxiu decided to keep it with her. Zhang Lin had already arranged for a carriage to take Lin Jinxiu to the county, and she thanked Zhang Lin and Li Ho-hot once more before getting into the carriage with her son. As she leaned out of the carriage window to greet Zhang Lin and the others, Lin Jinxiu spotted a man she did not want to see standing at the street corner, watching her from a distance. Lin Jinxiu pretended she had not seen him. After all, some things cannot be fixed. Once missed, they are gone. So now, how would a single woman with a child survive in that county? It was a new life, and Lin Jinxiu felt a hint of anticipation. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Lin Jinxiu, dressed in splendid garments, knelt before the dragon throne, with Lele, a young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, trying hard to suppress his laughter behind her, his mischievous gaze occasionally glancing at Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu, a common girl, and her son Lele, will serve as the royal chef, responsible for the emperor's meals. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch's sharp voice finished reading the edict, and the man referred to as Your Majesty spoke in a deep voice. Rise, young lady. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Lin Jinxiu raised her hands above her head to receive the edict, her face showing a calm and joyful smile as she looked up at the emperor's dark face, which had a few blemishes and a thick beard. Huh? Young lady, young lady. The deep voice gradually brought Lin Jinxiu back to reality, and the coachman's dark face appeared before her as the dragon crown and robe began to fade away. Lin Jinxiu quickly sat up straight, feeling embarrassed about her messy hair from accidentally dozing off, and hurriedly used one hand to fix it, while Lele slept soundly, drooling and wetting Lin Jinxiu's clothes. Is there something wrong? Lin Jinxiu coughed a couple of times to clear her throat and looked at the coachman. The coachman was completely unaware of Lin Jinxiu's awkwardness. Miss, we have arrived at Qingxi town. You should get off now.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Lin Jinxiu took out the money the village chief had given her before she left, counted the fare, and paid the coachman. After thanking him, she stepped down from the carriage, holding Lele, and stood on the somewhat bustling street of Qingxi town. Looking at the scene that was completely different from her village, Lin Jinxiu paused for a moment. She remembered the sad memories of her past life, closed her eyes, took a deep breath until she felt a bit overwhelmed, and then slowly exhaled, as if saying goodbye to her former self. It was not just a farewell to her previous self before her journey, but more so to the weak and timid Lin Jinxiu. I live for you, as if for this body and for Lele, whom I worked so hard to bring back. From today, starting here, it's a new life. I will completely let go of everything from the past. But why did she fall asleep in the carriage and dream of being appointed as the royal chef? Was she too lost in thought about her future? Even the format of the imperial decree was wrong, revealing that she hadn't learned classical Chinese well. Oh, how embarrassing to even think of being a royal chef. I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Jinxiu rummaged in her sleeve for a while and pulled out a few crumpled leaves. These were the address of the village chief's nephew, but there was no one in the village who could read or write, so she couldn't use ink or paper. She had to find a few larger leaves and carve out letters with fewer strokes to help her remember. If I need to go here, Lin Jinxiu tightened the thin blanket around Lele and squinted as she walked into Qingxi town. Meanwhile, on the main street of Qingxi town, 7 or 8 men holding sticks were surrounding a ragged old woman and a young girl who looked to be in her teens. The leading man was well-dressed, clearly from one of the wealthy families in town, and the men with him were likely his servants. Li Dinyang, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. It's only right to pay back debts, isn't it? Your son owes a lot of money at my estate, and he has disappeared. I have no choice, the man said, opening a folding fan and fanning himself. He walked around the old woman, his worried expression clashing with his fierce gaze. I'm not happy about not getting my money back either. You're the only one I can find in this town. Can you give me a clear answer about your son's situation? Cui Xiao's face, covered in extra flesh, shone brightly in the sunlight. If Lin Jinxiu were here, she would definitely think of a dish called braised pork knuckle. However, Cui Xiao's face was not appetizing at all. His small eyes, nestled in the fat, had upturned corners and droopy eyelids, resembling a gold ingot, clearly having a pair of money eyes. His limbs were slightly thin, and his protruding belly, paired with a light golden satin outfit, made him look like a transformed gold ingot. The young girl spread her arms like wings and turned with the man, trying to keep the old woman away from him. My dad is a scoundrel, but you can't just hit people. Don't touch my grandma. If anyone touches her again, I'll fight back. Aunt Lee, my son is useless. How much does he owe you? Aunt Lee covered her shoulder, which hurt from the attack, and pulled the young girl behind her. The child doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart, Cui Xiao. Grandma. He is clearly bullying us. My dad hasn't come home in 6 years. What does his debt have to do with us? We don't even know if he owes money. The girl stubbornly struggled, trying to shake off Aunt Lee's hand to protect her grandmother from Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao clicked his tongue, his small eyes darting around the girl. Little girl, we are all honest business people. How can we lie about debts? Auntie, look here. A piece of paper with a handprint slid from Cui Xiao's sleeve into his palm.
See?
Black and white, it's clear. Can you read? If not, I can read it for you. Before Aunt Lee could respond, Cui Xiao snapped his folding fan and loudly began to read the contents of the paper in the street. Sun Gui, a 100 taels at the Cui family bank. 100 taels, the girl exclaimed. How can we pay that much? Go find my dad. We can't repay it.
Ningea, only school the souffle.
No matter how much of a scoundrel he is still your father. Ning'er pouted and shrank back beside Aunt Lee, muttering softly to herself, but no one could hear her clearly. And I hereby sign. Cui Xiao finished reading and held the debt note up to Aunt Lee's eyes. Cui Xiao, are you sure this debt note is real? Aunt Lee asked through clenched teeth. Cui Xiao pointed at the fingerprints on the IOU and the seal of the Cui family bank, saying, Here is your son's fingerprint, so it's definitely real. Aunt Lee lowered her head and muttered a curse about her ungrateful son. Then she looked at Cui Xiao and said, 100 taels is really too much. Cui Xiao, could you give us a few more days? We will gather the money as soon as possible. Extend the deadline? Do you want an extension? Cui Xiao shouted, then quickly adjusted his expression to hide his earlier anger. This IOU is already a month old. Today is the final deadline. 1 incense stick's worth of time, 100 taels, no less. Otherwise. As he spoke, a servant placed an incense burner on the ground, and the smoke rose like a death omen. Cui Xiao looked satisfied, but his gaze uncontrollably fell on Ning'er. From her neat hairstyle to her fair arms, from her slender eyebrows to her cherry-like lips, from her fitted waistband to her cute embroidered shoes, his gaze finally lingered on her slightly rounded chest. Oh, and one more thing. Cui Xiao shifted his attention from the old lady to Ning'er. If you can't repay the debt, you must send your beloved granddaughter Ning'er to the Cui residence to serve as a maid.
What?
Ning'er, who had been trying to argue back, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Her rosy face turned pale, and she pointed at Cui Xiao, her voice rising in fear and anger as she shouted, You have no shame. Your father has even less shame, Cui Xiao sneered. He didn't hesitate at all to sell you.
You nghe.
Aunt Lee raised her voice. Don't say anything. Just stop. The tired face, covered in soft wrinkles, slowly showed a look of despair. Cui Xiao, please don't take Ninger away. I will find a way to get the money. Seeing their reactions, Cui Xiao exchanged glances with his servant, and both of their fierce faces broke into mocking smiles. Enough, old lady. You don't have time left. I'll take your granddaughter as payment for your son's debt, and you won't have to deal with me again. The surrounding servants waved their clubs, some even laughing gleefully, seemingly enjoying the violence of debt collection with Cui Xiao.
No.
Aunt Lee stepped forward and hugged Ninger tightly. I have nothing left but Ninger. You can't take her away from me. Grandma. Ninger also cried out, her big eyes, which had just been rolling around, were now filled with tears. There isn't much time left, said Cui Xiao, keeping his eyes on the incense. The special incense burned quickly, which saved him time. It's really foolish. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy good food and drink with me instead of following this old woman and getting nothing? Bah! Ninger shouted. What good does your Cui family have? I would rather beg on the streets than go back with you. Unexpectedly, this remark struck a nerve with Cui Xiao. In an instant, his thick eyebrows furrowed, and he kicked the incense burner 3 feet away. Pointing his fan at Ninger, he angrily said, Oh, so you imply that I am worse than a beggar? I gave you time and a chance to live, and you don't appreciate it? Someone, bind this ignorant girl and take her back. He glanced at Aunt Lee and sneered. Aunt, this is what happens when you refuse a kind offer. You can't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants rushed in. 2 of them grabbed Ninger's arms and started pulling her away. Aunt Lee clung tightly to Ninger's legs, trying to stop them. Just moments ago, Aunt Lee had been submissive, but now she erupted with a heart-wrenching scream. If you want to touch my Ninger, you have to get past my old bones first. The remaining servants, seeing Aunt Lee blocking their way, raised their heavy sticks and struck her shoulders, back, and even her head, showing no mercy. Grandma, don't hit my grandma.
Nghe.
Old woman, get out of the way and stop interfering. In an instant, the sounds of sticks hitting flesh, angry shouts, torn clothing, and a girl's cries mixed together, filling the entire street. Everyone around silently lowered their heads, avoiding Ninger's pleading gaze. No one wanted to provoke the wealthy Cui family, even though Cui Xiao was already known in town as a spoiled rich kid. Not a single person stepped in to help, or even spoke a word for them. Everyone sighed, feeling sorry for Aunt Lee, wondering how she ended up with such a burden of a son, who had now brought trouble upon them by provoking Cui Xiao and losing her precious granddaughter. The louder the sighs, the greater Ninger's despair. The beating on Aunt Lee caused blood and bruises to appear. Just as the little girl, heartbroken for her grandmother, was pushed to the edge and prepared to fight back, she shouted, Stop it. What's the point of bullying an old woman and a little girl in broad daylight? This desperate shout, which she mustered all her strength to make heard, sounded sweeter to Ninger than the music of a scholar playing the phoenix, seeking the phoenix on the river years ago. The voice caught everyone's attention, and the guards paused their actions. Ninger struggled to reach Aunt Lee, crying with tear-streaked cheeks, searching for the source of the shout among the crowd.
Who goes there?
Cui Xiao was displeased that his fun was interrupted. Following the voice, he found a young woman on the outskirts of the crowd, standing alone and holding a baby. The woman had pale skin, looking almost sickly, and her frail figure seemed like it could be blown away by the wind. Yet, holding the child with one arm, she exuded an undeniable strength. The determination and spirit in her eyes stunned everyone present, while the baby in her arms continued to suck on its thumb. This woman was, of course, Lin Jinxiu. Before she could ask anything, the commotion drew her attention. Standing on her tiptoes, she caught sight of the brutal scene of a stick striking an elderly woman, making her heart feel as if it had been punched. Before she could analyze the situation, anger forced her to speak out. As Lin Jinxiu held Lele on her hip and peered into the crowd, She learned from the bystanders that the center of the chaos was a greedy and irresponsible father who sold his daughter due to his own desires. However, Cui Xiao's violent solution made her unable to hold back from intervening. While attracting everyone's attention was a good thing, Lin Jinxiu felt a bit regretful. She wished she had reported to the authorities or taken effective measures before shouting, so she wouldn't find herself in a situation where she was powerless while holding a child. But then she thought, by the time her people arrived, the old woman might have already been killed. Though it was reckless, it could be seen as saving a life. Lin Jinxiu, having come to a realization, untied the thin blanket she was holding and secured the little one on her back. Facing the group led by Cui Xiao, she showed no sign of fear. Of course, she couldn't use her real name. It represented her past and held significant meaning for her. She didn't want to reveal her true identity right from the start and risk someone holding a grudge against her later. I am.
Lei Feng.
I help those in need, Lin Jinxiu said, feeling a bit nervous but standing tall in front of the group of bullies. Why can't we talk things out? Why resort to violence? You are all big men attacking an old lady and a little girl. Isn't that shameful? Cui Xiao, seeing that the newcomer was a woman holding a child, couldn't help but laugh in anger. A mere woman thinks she can meddle in others' affairs? Go home and take care of your baby. The servants laughed, believing Lin Jinxiu was not capable of handling the situation. Her simple clothing and the child on her back made it clear she was not from a wealthy family, and as a woman, she was not taken seriously in a fight. What's wrong with being a woman? Lin Jinxiu hated being discriminated against for her gender, even though she knew she was in a patriarchal society. I'm a woman, and I know not to bully the weak. You men should be ashamed. Look at how you are treating this old lady. She walked over to Aunt Li, gently patting the crying Ninger on the shoulder, and placed her hand lightly on the old lady's nose. Suddenly, her expression changed as she checked the old lady's breathing again. Standing up, she pointed at Cui Xiao and exclaimed, "She's not breathing. You've killed her." Lin Jinxiu's serious expression caused an uproar in the crowd. Although they knew Cui Xiao was a bully, they were shocked that he would dare to kill someone in public, leading to a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Ninger cried out, collapsing onto Aunt Li, heartbroken, causing some women in the crowd to wipe away their tears. Cui Xiao and his thugs changed their expressions, but did not show panic, as if they were untouchable. One of the thugs, with a fierce look, raised his stick and angrily said, "That old woman ran into the stick herself. Don't twist the truth. Who saw us hit her?" The thug turned to the crowd, and everyone stepped back, afraid to speak up. Cui Xiao's gloomy expression gradually softened, and he looked at Lin Jinxiu with a hint of pride. This person was just a dog that dared to act recklessly because of its fierce master, and the leash was naturally in Cui Xiao's hands. Lin Jinxiu's gaze briefly rested on the servant before returning to Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao, human life is precious. Let's set aside the money issue for now, and take the old lady to the doctor. What do you think? Her intense gaze seemed to ask a question, but it clearly felt like a command to Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao was unwilling to take the old lady to the doctor. Paying debts is a matter of principle. Don't think you can delay with such excuses. You're right, Lin Jinxiu replied, noticing Cui Xiao's raised eyebrow. She then coldly added, but once it involves a life and attracts the authorities, it might cost a lot more to settle this. I believe you understand the rules of the court better than us common folks. The compensation might already exceed 100 taels. Exactly, for Cui Xiao, 100 taels isn't a big deal. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over collecting a debt? Clearly, this is about violence. Hey, you're mistaken. The old lady isn't the target. He clearly has his eyes on Ninger. He wants people, not money. They even talk about taking her as a servant. Maybe he wants to make her his concubine. Lin Jinxiu truly admired the crowd's imagination. Before she could speak up about the kidnapping, those hidden in the crowd, though afraid to show themselves, voiced their thoughts, making Cui Xiao lose face even more. But this was good. With the crowd stirred up, Cui Xiao would be even more cautious. Cui Xiao's face grew darker as he listened to the crowd's chatter. He had indeed come to take someone. He knew that Madame Li and the others couldn't pay, and he thought he could easily take Ninger. He never expected it might lead to a life-threatening situation. If this reached the authorities, his family would find out. And then, darn it, where did this woman with a child come from? How dare she ruin his plans? He needed to find a way to handle this woman, otherwise, he wouldn't just fail to take her today, but he might also face serious trouble himself. This woman. Cui Xiao's attention shifted to Lin Jinxiu. Although her face was thin, she was still quite pretty. She was still a young girl with a hint of innocence, but her figure was developing nicely, showing curves that even loose clothing couldn't hide. Cui Xiao's eyes were fixed on Lin Jinxiu, captivated by her beauty. He thought to himself that this woman, who had blocked his way, was indeed a stunning sight. Her slightly mature charm was even more enticing than the pure and innocent Ninger. Suddenly, Cui Xiao became very interested in this young woman. He smiled widely, revealing 2 slightly yellowed front teeth. Everyone seems to have misunderstood me. Cui Xiao raised his voice. Of course, I came to collect money. After all, Sun Gui owes me 100 taels of silver and has insulted me, so I am quite upset. He snapped open the folding fan and leaned closer to Lin Jinxiu. Miss, given the situation, let's both take a step back. Today, I will let you take the old lady to the clinic, but about that 100 taels. How do you plan to repay it? Please, Cui Xiao, give us a little more time. Lin Jinxiu didn't expect Cui Xiao to suddenly relent, hoping to find a way for the grandmother and granddaughter to breathe a little easier. But before she could finish, Cui Xiao pressed his fingers together to form a number, 7 days. Just 7 days. My sincerity is right here. Miss Lei should know that collecting debts is hard work, and I have a group of brothers to support. Only 7 days? Lin Jinxiu frowned, feeling like she was bargaining at the gates of the underworld. Although she didn't understand the prices of this era, gathering 100 taels in 7 days felt like a desperate situation for the grandmother and granddaughter. On Cui Xiao's side, he signaled one of his subordinates to take out paper and pen. With a wave of his hand, he smoothly wrote a new IOU. Before the ink could dry, he handed it to Lin Jinxiu. Black and white, sign the document. If you can't repay the 100 taels in 7 days, then we will have to follow the rules. Lin Jinxiu turned to look at Ninger. The little girl, with tear-streaked eyes, was staring blankly at her. Her bitten lip was pale, and her big, watery eyes were filled with confusion, with 2 glistening tears rolling down her cheeks. All right, 7 days it is. At least she could help them think of a solution. Ninger, Lin Jinxiu called softly to the girl, giving her a subtle nod. Ninger knew there was no better way. With tears in her eyes, she stood up trembling. Just as she reached out her finger, a rough man grabbed it and pressed it onto the IOU. The man handed the IOU to Cui Xiao, who glanced at it and smirked as he walked towards Lin Jinxiu. Miss Lei, you should also sign.
Me?
Lin Jinxiu looked confused. This matter was initiated by you. Ninger is repaying her father's debt, and you are the guarantor, so you must sign to confirm it. Otherwise, the IOU won't be valid. Cui Xiao said coldly. At this point, if Lin Jinxiu tried to back out, it would be a huge embarrassment for her. She hesitated and glanced at the terms on the IOU. Not wanting to say anything harsh, she thought for a moment and signed as the guarantor. Seeing his plan succeed, Cui Xiao smiled slightly, blew on the IOU, folded it, and tucked it away. Then he seemed to remember something. Oh, Miss Lei, I forgot to remind you. If Ninger cannot repay the 100 taels in 3 days, you, as the guarantor, will also become a servant in my family.
What?
Lin Jinxiu stepped back in shock, her body trembling, and even the sleeping Lele on her back seemed startled, frowning tightly. This is our local rule. You must know that, right? Cui Xiao said, looking pleased as he observed her reaction. He was sure they wouldn't be able to gather that amount in 3 days. After 3 days, he would definitely have his way with the beautiful women. Just thinking about Ninger's delicate face and Lin Jinxiu's charm made him feel like he would be in heaven. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have let Ning-er go today. On the other hand, Lin Jinxiu finally realized that Cui Xiao not only wanted to take Ning-er, but also had his eyes on her. How despicable. This fat man was truly vile. Lin Jinxiu gritted her teeth, ready to argue back, but she heard a few men making mocking comments. It seems Miss Lei wants to back out? She doesn't even believe Ning-er can repay the 100 taels and still thinks she can trick Cui Xiao. Haha, people like her are just pretending to be kind. We see this kind of behavior often. After hearing the words from the thugs, the crowd watching became colder towards Lin Jinxiu, as if they all believed she would go back on her word and cruelly abandon Ning-er and the old man on the ground, who was unconscious. Compared to their false kindness, their indifference seemed more humane. Fine, if I don't have enough money in 7 days, I will go with Ning-er to your Cui family. Lin Jinxiu felt trapped, but could only walk deeper into the trap. The last few words were squeezed out between her teeth. Good. Miss Lei's courage is admirable, Cui Xiao laughed as he left. The servants mocked Lin Jinxiu and disappeared with him at the end of the alley. Young Master Cui, that girl. You can't tell just by looking at her, one of the servants said, leaning closer to Cui Xiao, drooling with excitement and grinning widely. Isn't she pretty? Once I'm bored, I'll let you all have a turn, Cui Xiao said proudly, fanning himself. Thank you, young Master Cui. Following you, we really enjoy the good life. And even have fun. Right, brothers? The servant called to those behind him, receiving cheers in response. Another servant quickly asked, Hey, what about that child situation? Without thinking, Cui Xiao replied, Of course, we'll just get rid of it. My Cui family doesn't keep useless people. After everything ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Jinxiu stood in the street, breathing heavily as she watched Cui Xiao disappear. She only wanted to do a good deed, even using Lei Feng's name, but in the end, her carelessness had put her in danger. If she were alone, it would be easier, but she had her hungry child to think about. If something happened to her, how would her poor child survive? What meaning did her existence have in this world? But now there was no other way. 100 taels of silver might be nothing to Cui Xiao, but it had become a sword hanging over the heads of Lin Jinxiu and her companions. The only way to resolve this predicament was to take drastic action. She hadn't figured out how to do it yet, so she decided to take it one step at a time. Lin Jinxiu sighed and turned to help Ning-er support Aunt Lei. Are you both all right? Thank you, Miss Lei, for saving our lives. Ning-er saw Lin Jinxiu walking towards her and immediately knelt down, bowing her head 3 times. I am unworthy to receive your help, Mississippi. I am truly sorry. Her voice trembled with tears as she apologized. Enough, Lin Jinxiu said, understanding that Ning-er was referring to the trouble she had gotten involved in. She helped Ning-er up and said, Your grandmother is still alive. We need to take her to the clinic quickly. If we delay any longer, it could be too late. Still overwhelmed with a mix of joy and fear, Ning-er nodded eagerly at Lin Jinxiu's words, her face still wet with tears as she helped support her grandmother towards the clinic. Sister Lei, do you think my grandmother will make it? On the way to the clinic, Ning-er looked at her grandmother's injuries, her lips trembling as she fought back tears. Hearing Ning-er call her Sister Lei, Lin Jinxiu almost choked and quickly corrected her. Call me Sister Lin. My last name is Lin. Your grandmother will pull through. You must believe me. What is your name? My name is Ning-er. Ning-er looked up at Sister Lin, who seemed only a few years older but radiated a comforting presence that made Ning-er feel much safer. However, Lin Jinxiu felt guilty facing someone in the same situation. But now, it was up to Sister Lin to decide what to do next. Okay, Ning-er, Lin Jinxiu acknowledged her with a smile, then began to think carefully. Repaying 100 taels in 3 days was a daunting task for an ordinary person. It felt nearly impossible. She needed to come up with an excellent plan to overcome this challenge. Sighing, she thought about how she had just arrived in this world and already encountered a troublesome stepmother. Having barely left her old life, she found herself in another crisis. It seemed she would have to postpone finding the village chief's nephew. Although she had already helped the village chief's family a lot, Lin Jinxiu didn't want to exploit her kindness towards them for her own benefit. The village chief's help with Lele and her own escape from the village was a debt she felt was already repaid, far exceeding the few eggs she had given them. Perhaps the village chief thought those eggs were their lifeline, but to Lin Jinxiu, they were just eggs. Tokens exchanged for their help in rescuing Lele. Now that she had used up that token, any further debt would become a burden, and she preferred to resolve her own troubles. After much effort, they finally arrived at the clinic, and Ninger was completely soaked. It seemed that her grandmother usually didn't let her do any heavy work out of concern for her. Lin Jinxiu, however, appeared calm and composed. She didn't think her strength came solely from the little fruit in her space. Years of hard labor had surely built a solid foundation for her. How ironic it was to find fortune in misfortune. While the doctor examined the old lady, Lin Jinxiu noticed something odd in his expression. She gave Ninger a few coins to buy some osmanthus pastries for her grandmother when she woke up. After Ninger left, she asked the doctor, "Doctor, how is the old lady? Will she wake up?" The old doctor carefully checked the old lady's condition, lifting her eyelids with his hand, his goat-like beard swaying. After a while, he closed his eyes and shook his head. "I can try, but don't have too much hope. This old lady is severely injured. Although her bones are not broken. Oh dear, it's quite tragic."
Thank you, doctor.
Ignoring what the doctor said, Lin Jinxiu stood up and bowed to him, watching as he prepared the medicine while she felt helpless sitting by the bed. Soon, the doctor's medicine was ready. Lin Jinxiu placed Lele on a nearby couch to entertain himself and helped the doctor administer the medicine to the old lady. Before long, the old lady suddenly coughed up blood, splattering it everywhere, even onto Lin Jinxiu and the old doctor, which frightened Lin Jinxiu. She quickly stood up to check on the old lady, and the old doctor was also startled, rushing to her side. He restrained the old lady, who was struggling on the sickbed, and took her pulse again. After finishing, Lin Jinxiu swiftly used a white cloth to wipe the blood from the old lady's face while glancing at the old doctor, who looked serious as he stroked his beard and shook his head at her. Sighing, he muttered, "Alas, there's no saving her now." Coughing up blood indicates internal injuries and combined with her external wounds, especially the one on her head. "Young lady, you should prepare for the worst while there's still time. Doctor, can you think of another way?" Lin Jinxiu was unwilling to give up. Such an injury would have been considered minor in the past, but under these conditions, it has become a terminal illness, which Lin Jinxiu finds hard to accept. The old doctor took out neatly stacked white bandages from behind the counter and, while bandaging Aunt Lee's head, replied to Lin Jinxiu, "It's not that I don't want to help. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. Some fates you just have to accept. Doctor, please, I beg you, try to prescribe another medicine," Lin Jinxiu pleaded. "Poor Ninger only has this one relative left. If something happens to Aunt Lee, how will my little granddaughter survive?" The old doctor was unwilling to prepare a second prescription. He feared that if he continued to treat her, this poor old woman might die in his clinic, and he wouldn't know what to do. "Go ahead and try. If anything happens, I will take responsibility and won't hold you accountable," Lin Jinxiu quickly assured him, even raising 3 fingers to promise that if she lied, she would face dire consequences. However, the old doctor was genuinely frightened. Even though Lin Jinxiu nearly grabbed his collar to plead, he still wouldn't relent. "Young lady, the situation is dire and my medicine is quite expensive. You might as well use that money to buy a better coffin for the old woman so she can rest comfortably." Hearing that the old doctor had already given up on Aunt Lee, Lin Jinxiu felt desperate. She slammed her fist on the nearby table, and the solid wood table surprisingly broke in response. "Get me the medicine." The loud noise startled the old doctor, making him jump back in shock. He had not expected this seemingly delicate woman to have such strength. If he didn't listen to her, he might get hurt. All right, I'll go. Please calm down." The old doctor trembled as he backed away, raising his hands in a comical attempt to keep Lin Jinxiu at a distance. "I'll go right now." He then hurried to the counter. Lin Jinxiu was just as surprised that she could break the table with one punch. She had only intended to vent her frustration. It seemed the items provided by the system had significantly enhanced her physical abilities. Listening to the doctor, was Aunt Li truly beyond saving? Lin Jinxiu refused to believe it. Coughing up blood likely meant her internal organs were damaged. If only she had the ability to save Aunt Li using the methods from her past life, but unfortunately, she was not a doctor and knew little about traditional medicine. Lin Jinxiu didn't know how to explain things to Ning. The medical conditions here were really poor. If possible, she truly wished that the elder could break the current rules, just like she had traveled to this place, to an era where she could receive proper treatment. Wait a minute. Lin Jinxiu suddenly thought of the eggs and corn seeds in her space. These items didn't belong to this era, nor to the world Lin Jinxiu was familiar with. If the egg custard made from those eggs could help a child with a low IQ recover, then could it help injured people recover too? Lin Jinxiu didn't know, but she was willing to try. After all, there was no other option left. It was worth a shot. She took out a red-skinned egg from her space, found a clean teacup, broke the egg, and mixed it well, waiting for the old doctor's medicine to arrive. "I hope it works." "It has to work," Lin Jinxiu silently prayed. Lele, who was sleeping beside her, mumbled meaningless sounds to get his mother's attention, but Lin Jinxiu wasn't in the mood to play. She really hoped the elder would survive. If the elder passed away in front of her, she wouldn't mind wandering the world with Ninger, but the guilt in her heart would likely follow her for a lifetime. Ninger returned with osmanthus cake, but the elder's condition had worsened. Before Ninger could say anything, Lin Jinxiu handed her some coins. "Go. Buy some date cake for when Grandma wakes up." Ninger handed the coins back. "Sister Lin, maybe we shouldn't try to save her. I know Grandma hasn't woken up for a long time. I know she can't hold on much longer." By the end, she was in tears. "Go." Lin Jinxiu raised her voice. Ninger wiped her tears and left the clinic, running to a place where Lin Jinxiu couldn't hear her, crying loudly as she headed to the date cake stall. With Lin Jinxiu's insistence, the old doctor's medicine was quickly prepared. The medicine was brownish and gave off a bitter smell. Lin Jinxiu carefully took the medicine to the bedside and poured the mixed egg into the bowl containing the medicine. The egg cooked in the hot liquid, creating strands of egg flour floating on top. After doing all this, Lin Jinxiu used the funnel given by the doctor to pry open the elder's tightly closed mouth and carefully poured the egg-infused medicine into her mouth.
"Grandma, Grandma."
Lin Jinxiu softly called out. "Please wake up. Your granddaughter is still waiting for you." After a long time, there was still no response from Grandma Li, and it seemed like all hope was lost. Lin Jinxiu sat down beside the medicinal couch, covering her face with her hands. It seemed the medicine wasn't strong enough to help the seriously injured elderly woman recover. Although the old doctor was afraid of Lin Jinxiu, he cautiously approached her, saying, "Miss, please don't be too sad. Life and death are fated. The old lady's time may have come. You don't need to." Before he could finish, Grandma Li's fingers suddenly moved. The old doctor quickly poked Lin Jinxiu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Miss, look." Just as Lin Jinxiu was lost in her feelings of helplessness and guilt, she heard Grandma Li's faint voice. She quickly turned her gaze to Grandma Li, who was weakly half-opening her eyes, her lips moving as she softly called out, "Ninger, Ninger." Grandma Li was awake. It really is. Life and death are fated. The old doctor, who had just been convinced that Grandma Li couldn't be saved, was nearly in shock and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Jinxiu's mood, which had just been filled with despair, suddenly lifted as she leaned closer to Grandma Li. "Grandma, you're awake." Grandma Li was still in a daze, murmuring, "Ninger, my Ning." "Ninger went to buy date cakes. She said she would bring some for you." Lin Jinxiu raised her voice, hoping Grandma Li could hear her clearly. "Grandma, how are you feeling now?" As Grandma Li's awareness slowly returned, she sensed someone nearby and turned her head. Not seeing her Ninger, she instead saw a strange young woman and the old doctor. With her mind filled with thoughts of Ninger, Grandma Li didn't catch what Lin Jinxiu had just said. She only felt that this unfamiliar girl had saved her and brought her to the clinic. Since her Ninger was not by her side, she wondered if Colonel Chui had taken Ninger after knocking her out. She had to see her Ninger. However, still weak, she couldn't get up. She could only focus her gaze on the girl who seemed to be her savior. Struggling to sit up, she tightly grasped Lin Jinxiu's hands, pleading, "Ninger, my Ninger. Miss, my Ninger has been taken by Colonel Chui. Please help me save her." Lin Jinxiu realized that Grandma Li had just woken up, so she quickly repeated what she had said earlier. "Grandma, listen to me. Ninger has not been taken away. She will be back soon." "Really?" Hope sparked in Grandma Li's eyes. "Grandma?" Just as Lin Jinxiu was about to explain, a sweet voice like a silver bell came from behind her. She turned around to see Ninger returning with a date cake. Upon entering, she saw her awake grandmother talking to Lin Jinxiu, and the cake fell from her hands as she covered her mouth with both hands, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "See, she has returned." Lin Jinxiu, understanding the moment, stepped aside with Lele to give them space. Ninger rushed over, forgetting the cake, and jumped into her grandmother's arms, unable to hold back her tears as they embraced each other. Lin Jinxiu held Lele, watching this touching scene, and said, "Look, sweetheart, Grandma has been saved by your mother. Isn't she amazing?" Lele, not even a month old, couldn't understand what Lin Jinxiu was saying but sensed her happiness. So he smiled and waved his little arms joyfully. After a moment of crying, Ninger wiped her tears but smiled brightly, saying, "Grandma, it was Sister Lin who saved us. That girl?" In Grandma Li's heart, Lin Jinxiu was already her lifesaver. She didn't expect that Lin Jinxiu had saved both her and Ninger. Grandma Li looked at Lin Jinxiu and struggled to get out of bed to kneel before her. "Grandma, please don't." Seeing Grandma Li trying to get up, Lin Jinxiu understood her intentions. Just as Grandma Li was about to kneel, Lin Jinxiu quickly stepped forward, holding Lele in one arm, and supported her, saying, "Grandma, you are still injured. There's no need for that. I will never forget the kindness of Miss Lin to my family." Grandma Li tightly grasped Lin Jinxiu's hand as she helped her up. "If you ever need anything from me or Ninger, please don't hesitate. We would go through fire and water to fulfill your wishes." "Grandma, let's not talk about that now. Your health is the most important thing." Lin Jinxiu interrupted their gratitude and turned to call the old doctor. "Doctor, please prepare more medicine for Grandma to help her recover." The doctor's voice came from behind the medicine cabinet. "It's already prepared. Just a moment." After receiving a response from the old doctor, Lin Jinxiu helped the elderly woman up and called to Ninger, "I'll take you both home first, and then we can make other plans, okay?" "Thank you so much, young lady." Mrs. Li kept expressing her gratitude. "I'll go pay for the medicine and be right back." "You rest for now, Mrs. Li. Ninger, please take care of your grandmother," Lin Jinxiu said as she stood up and walked to the old doctor. "Doctor, thank you. How much do I owe for the medicine?" "Young lady." The old doctor hesitated for a long time before speaking. "What did you do to wake that old woman up?" Lin Jinxiu smiled at him. "Mrs. Li woke up thanks to your excellent medical skills." "Don't joke, young lady." The old man, who had been chatty, suddenly became serious. "Though I am old, I am not blind. Before you gave the old woman her medicine, you clearly poured something from another bowl into it. If there was nothing in that bowl, why would you do that?" "Doctor, you must be mistaken." Lin Jinxiu started to mislead the old doctor. "I didn't put anything in another bowl." The old doctor sensed that Lin Jinxiu did not want to discuss the matter and thought it might be her secret. "Young lady, since you don't wish to share, I won't press further. But please listen to my advice." "Go ahead," Lin Jinxiu replied. "If you are willing, I would pay a good amount for your method of healing. If you decide, you can come find me at this clinic anytime," the old doctor said, even bowing slightly. "I hope you'll consider it." "Good amount?" That caught Lin Jinxiu's attention. It wasn't that she loved money. It was just that she needed it now. If this method could help her save some money, then repaying the 100 taels of silver would have a glimmer of hope. I will think about it. Thank you, Lin Jinxiu nodded and bowed. Then I appreciate your help, the old doctor thanked her again. Oh, and one more thing.
What is it?
Lin Jinxiu asked, puzzled. The old doctor pointed to the cake that Ninger had thrown on the ground. That good food shouldn't be wasted. If you don't want it, let me take it. Don't let it go to waste. He looked genuinely distressed. Lin Jinxiu thought it was something serious and laughed. All right, as long as you don't mind, you can have it. Really? The old doctor seems to really enjoy eating date cake, she said. Thank you very much, miss. Really, Lin Jinxiu said, feeling both amused and helpless. Lin Jinxiu took the medicine that the old doctor prepared for Aunt Li and walked over to her. Ninger had already helped Aunt Li up, and Lin Jinxiu handed her the paper bag with the medicine before picking up Lele from the bed. Miss, you should go home. We can manage on our own, Aunt Li said, not wanting to trouble Lin Jinxiu with the child. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. Auntie, let's go. The old doctor, holding the medicine, also spoke up for Lin Jinxiu. Let this kind girl take you home. You don't need to worry at all. He then shyly glanced at the broken table. Lin Jinxiu turned and shot the old doctor a glare, readying Lele to her back, and helped Aunt Li out of the clinic. Earlier, she had tried to give the old doctor some silver for the medicine, but he insisted on not taking it, saying he couldn't accept money when he was asking for a favor, even though his eyes kept darting to the broken table. This was not about asking for a favor. He was clearly scared of Lin Jinxiu. The fact that he wouldn't accept money made Lin Jinxiu feel like a robber, forcing the old doctor to treat them. On the way, Ninger and Lin Jinxiu supported Aunt Li as they headed to their home. Along the way, Aunt Li kept thanking Lin Jinxiu, who smiled and blushed slightly but only responded politely. Before long, they reached a small, unremarkable place at the corner of the street. Lin Jinxiu noticed a dusty sign hanging outside a tiny shop that read, Sun's Flatbreads. Ninger led the way into the small shop, passing through the empty front and back doors until they arrived at a dirt house surrounded by a low fence. Lin Jinxiu frowned involuntarily. After helping Aunt Li into the house, Lin Jinxiu realized that the inside was even worse than the outside. The walls were dark and damp, and there was no oil lamp. The dirt walls barely divided the house into 2 rooms, and each room contained only a small stool and a rickety bed. In the backyard, there was a small fenced area that looked like a chicken coop, with only a few feathers inside. Lin Jinxiu noticed that the shop outside had a kitchen, and in the corner, there seemed to be some leftover oil, flour, and firewood. The rooms were simple and shabby, but they were clean and tidy. It seemed that the grandmother and granddaughter, despite their poverty, kept things in order. However, the bare walls made it clear that they could not possibly repay this debt. It seems that to gather enough money within 7 days, we have to start from scratch. Regaining her focus, Lin Jinxiu quickly sat by Aunt Li's bed and said, Aunt, we need to think of a way to repay the money we owe to young Master Chui. Aunt, let me and Ninger handle this. Aunt Li tried to persuade Lin Jinxiu to leave. You've already helped us so much. You shouldn't worry about us any longer. Ninger looked troubled and explained to her grandmother how Lin Jinxiu signed the IOU for the 2 of them with young Master Chui. After hearing Ninger, Aunt Li's expression changed, and her eyes showed guilt and urgency as she looked at Lin Jinxiu. Aunt Li quickly took Lin Jinxiu's hand and said, You should leave right away. You must not let us hold you back. Aunt, I've already signed the IOU. Even if you want me to go, I can't escape this. Lin Jinxiu gently patted Aunt Li's hand, interrupting her. What we need to do now is find a way to get through this together. Lin Jinxiu never intended to leave the 2 of them to figure out the money on their own. After seeing their empty home, she was even more convinced of her decision. If she really left, how could Aunt Li and Ninger possibly come up with 100 taels? They would likely be taken by young Master Chui as servants in less than 7 days. Although she was alone, she had come from the modern world and possessed a unique space, giving her an advantage in making money compared to the 2 of them. Aunt Li and Ninger exchanged glances, still wanting to persuade Lin Jinxiu to leave, but she interrupted again and changed the subject. Aunt, I noticed that there's a sign for Sun's Pancakes in front of your shop. Does your family make pancakes? Before Aunt Lee could respond, Ninga eagerly answered, My father made the best pancakes. When he was alive, our son's pancakes business was thriving. As she spoke, Ninger slowed down, her tone filled with some bitterness. But after my father passed, Grandma's pancakes weren't as good, and my father's master was even better. Gradually, our shop lost business. As she spoke, it seemed Ninger remembered something, and a look of hatred and disgust crossed her once cheerful face. After my father passed, debts started piling up. We didn't have enough money to repay them. After paying a few, we became poorer by the day, and my mother's belongings were pawned to settle my father's debts. Lin Jinxiu frowned as she listened. Ninger's father was even worse than her own stepmother. At least Lin Jinxiu had a place in her home, where she could work and have food. Ninger's father not only ignored his responsibilities, but also brought debt to the family, becoming a burden. Now, even his daughter was at risk, yet he remained absent, as if the family was just his money machine. Ninger, how much did you use to earn selling pancakes? At this point, blaming Ninger's father was pointless. They needed to think about their future. Lin Jinxiu counted and found she had about 16 or 17 taels of silver, but that was just a drop in the bucket compared to the 100 taels they needed. They had to find a way to have a steady income. Thinking about how Ninger and her grandmother had survived by selling pancakes, Lin Jinxiu realized that continuing to sell pancakes could be a good solution. Ninger opened a drawer beside the bed and took out a yellowed notebook. It had no writing but was filled with drawings. Ninger pointed at the drawings with her delicate fingers, saying, Sister Lin, look, the pancakes are 5 won each, and Grandma and I can sell 60 a day, so that's... Ninger was counting on her fingers when Lin Jinxiu chimed in, 300 won. Ninger's eyes lit up. Yes, 300 won. Sister Lin, you're amazing. But then she pouted, looking disappointed, but after buying flour and oil, we have to subtract 51, so we only make about 251 a day. 251. Lin Jinxiu calculated in her mind. 1 tael of silver equals 1,001, so their income over 5 days would be just over 1 tael. However, they needed to find a way to gather 100 taels in 7 days. Lin Jinxiu suddenly felt a bit hopeless.
Sister, is that
too little? Ninger explained how she and her grandmother used to sell pancakes, noticing Lin Jinxiu's face darkening. Her voice grew softer until it was barely a whisper. Lin Jinxiu wanted to comfort her, but didn't want to lie, so she nodded. It is indeed very little, but it's not completely useless. Ninger and Aunt Lee looked at Lin Jinxiu as if she were their core, their only hope to get through this tough time. We still need to sell pancakes, Lin Jinxiu said, taking the notebook from Ninger. Do you still have the pen for keeping records? Ninger's eyes widened. Sister Lin, you can write? Lin Jinxiu nodded as she watched Ninger place some long-unused ink and a small inkstone in front of her. Ninger added a bit of water to the inkstone and bent down to help grind the ink. This is what Father wanted to use for the scholar exam, but he didn't pass. Grandma thought it was a pity, so she kept it. Lin Jinxiu looked at the ink stick in Ninger's hand. It was difficult to grind and had a musty smell. Writing with it might be hard, but for simple bookkeeping like theirs, it would be fine. After washing the frayed brush tip with clean water, Lin Jinxiu dipped the tip of the brush in the ink and steadied herself on the paper. She wasn't skilled with the brush, having only had a little exposure to it. Used to pens, she could only write clear characters, but she couldn't guarantee they would look nice. Moreover, the original owner of Lin Jinxiu's body couldn't read, and she had no experience writing. Characters appeared in her mind, but she struggled to put pen to paper, feeling quite stiff. After a bit of adjustment, Lin Jinxiu began to calculate, and the characters she wrote were ones Ninger had never seen before. Lin Jinxiu wrote the number 5 in her notebook, marking it as the cost of a pancake, which was 5 coins. Next to it, she wrote 100 to record her assumption. If they made 100 pancakes each day and sold them all, they would earn 500 coins daily, totaling 3,500 coins in a week, just a small amount compared to their debt. Making pancakes alone wouldn't be enough to pay off the debt. Lin Jinxiu needed to find a way to earn more money. After finishing her calculations, She closed the notebook and placed it in a spot where she could easily see it for her bookkeeping. Sister, if Grandma and I make pancakes together, do you think we can pay off this money? Ninger asked with wide eyes. Lin Jinxiu looked at the 3 tails marked in her notebook. The numbers were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them. She nodded and replied to Ninger, if we make and sell more pancakes each day, there is still hope. Ninger clenched her little fists. Okay. Sister Lin, I'll take care of making the pancakes. Usually, Grandma and I get up at the hour of the rabbit to make them, but starting today, I'll get up at the hour of the tiger. I'll make 100 pancakes. 120. We will definitely earn a lot of money. The hour of the rabbit. Lin Jinxiu silently calculated the time in her mind. From 5 in the morning to 7, the hour of the tiger would be around 3 or 4 in the morning. Although it was a bit difficult, it was still a solution. Lin Jinxiu nodded and agreed with Ninger, saying, tomorrow I will join you. Even though I can't make the pancakes, I can help. Aunt Li, you just focus on healing. You don't need to worry with me around. Aunt Li already felt guilty about burdening Lin Jinxiu. Now that Lin Jinxiu said she wanted to share the hard work, Aunt Li was very reluctant. After arguing for a long time, Lin Jinxiu finally agreed to let Aunt Li help, but she couldn't do any heavy lifting. So, making pancakes was settled. Lin Jinxiu took some money from her pocket to give to Aunt Li and Ninger for buying the ingredients. Making pancakes wasn't within her skill set, so she left it entirely to Aunt Li and Ninger. At that moment, a clear ding sounded in Lin Jinxiu's mind. The corn is ripe and ready for harvest. Lin Jinxiu remembered she had planted corn in her space. She told Ninger she wanted to go to the restroom, and after getting directions, she went in, holding her nose and reminding herself that she wanted to enter the ranch. After a moment of weightlessness, Lin Jinxiu opened her eyes to find herself back in the ranch. Compared to Aunt Li and Ninger's dilapidated home, the farmland and streams here looked like a paradise. However, her attention quickly shifted to a not-so-tall fruit tree and the corn she had planted last time. The fruit tree still had no fruits, which disappointed Lin Jinxiu a bit. The corn was fully mature, standing over her head and very sturdy, with 2 golden ears hidden among the green leaves, glowing slightly. Even the tassels on top of the corn were bright red. Although Lin Jinxiu didn't know much about crops, she could tell this was definitely a top-quality variety. She approached the corn and noticed a harvest button next to it, so she raised her hand and pressed it. With a ding, the corn automatically fell apart, and before Lin Jinxiu could reach out to touch it, several beams of white light sucked it into her backpack. Lin Jinxiu opened her backpack and looked at the harvested corn, only to find that not just the ears of corn, but also the stalks and leaves had entered the backpack, taking up 3 slots in total. Corn X2, Level 1 ingredient, edible, can be processed. Corn stalk, Level 1 material, not edible, can be processed, can be used as a weapon. Lin Jinxiu happily accepted the useful properties of the corn but was drawn to the 5 words on the corn stalk. Can be used as a weapon? Can I really use corn stalks to fight? In her mind, Lin Jinxiu pictured a legendary swordsman wielding 2 swords, but instead of swords, he held 2 corn stalks. Before she could think further, a mechanical voice echoed in her head again. Beep. Materials obtained. Processing station activated. Processing station? Lin Jinxiu hadn't figured out what that was when suddenly the ground shook. She turned around and saw a small mill had automatically appeared by the edge of the field next to the river, complete with a water wheel, grinding stone, and even a slowly spinning windmill.
Wow!
Lin Jinxiu exclaimed, admiring the exquisite mill. She approached the mill to check the processing station's information. Processing station. Unlocked tools. Grinding stone. Unlocked recipe. Corn flour. Level 1 ingredient. Edible. Can be processed. So that's what they meant by processing the corn. Lin Jinxiu leaned into the processing station, and the space inside seemed much larger than outside. A grinding stone connected to the windmill was in the center, with a mule tied to the grinding stone, panting heavily. It really is a grinding stone. Lin Jinxiu walked over, touched the rough stone, and found it felt very real. But how do I use this grinding stone? She started looking for buttons but found nothing. A quick glance revealed a line of small black letters on the edge of the grinding stone. Do it yourself for a bountiful harvest. Hey, if you can grow crops by yourself, why do you still have to operate the processing station? This system is not very smart. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit frustrated and took a corn cob from her backpack, trying to place it on the grinding stone. To her surprise, as soon as the corn cob touched the stone, the kernels automatically fell off and scattered evenly in the bowl, startling her. Holding the corn cob, Lin Jinxiu thought the system was somewhat considerate since she didn't have to remove the kernels one by one, saving her a lot of trouble. Now the problem was, she had never driven a mule before. If she made a mistake, would this four-legged animal kick her out of the processing station? Thinking this, Lin Jinxiu stood a little farther to the side of the mule, bent down, and gently patted its rear. To her surprise, the mule responded well. With just a light tap, it made two snorts and started moving, causing the grinding stone to turn and making a clattering sound as it pressed down on the corn kernels. Lin Jinxiu leaned in to take a look at the crushed corn. It hadn't been ground for long, yet it was already finely and evenly crushed. The grinding stone's performance left Lin Jinxiu a bit dazed. If she had operated a regular grinding stone herself, she would probably have ended up with corn fragments instead of corn flour. As the mule turned round and round, Lin Jinxiu grew impatient. Suddenly, a harvest button appeared beside her. She pressed the button, and a small dustpan and a tiny brush appeared out of nowhere. To her surprise, they began to move on their own, sweeping the corn flour cleanly into the dustpan and wrapping it in paper with a beautiful bow. This little show was quite impressive, making Lin Jinxiu feel like she was watching a cartoon. However, she wondered why the system would collect the corn flour this way instead of producing it automatically from the start. Holding the paper package filled with corn flour, she opened it to take a look. The corn flour she had seen before was pale yellow, but the flour in her hands was a bright golden color, resembling finely crushed and cooked egg yolk, very delicate and giving off a rich corn aroma. After the eggs, this was another exceptional find. Lin Jinxiu carefully restored the paper package, but she couldn't recreate the perfect bow, so she tied it back up casually, making it look somewhat presentable. With the corn in hand, she had another advantage. Lin Jinxiu looked at the paper package, feeling the soft texture of the corn flour through the paper, and began to think about how to use it. She couldn't waste the eggs anymore. Counting them, she realized she only had half of the 20 eggs left, which made her feel a pang of regret. However, corn was different. Corn seeds were available in the shop, meaning they could be produced continuously without the worry of running out. With this in mind, Lin Jinxiu checked her personal information to see how many satisfaction points she had available to use. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.1 50/500 satisfaction points, 50 inventory, 4 out of 10 corn cob X1, corn stalk X1, corn flour X1, eggs X11. She only had 50 points, and all of them came from the eggs. Lin Jinxiu remembered the eggs she had given to the village chief, Zhang Lin, and realized she hadn't touched any eggs since her promise to eat only one a week.
Sigh.
Lin Jinxiu let out a breath. She had eaten all the eggs, but it was still barely enough to reach the 100 satisfaction points needed for the corn seeds. Why were the initial crops so expensive? Lin Jinxiu felt like the game was unplayable. With no other options, Lin Jinxiu temporarily left Yunchang Farm, calming her son who was sleeping in bed, and went out to check on how Li Dinyang and Ning Er were doing with their shopping. Walking through the simple courtyard and past the outdoor toilet, Lin Jinxiu entered the small shop. Ning Er was happily wiping the stove and countertop with a wet cloth, while Li Dinyang was talking to a strong man at the shop entrance. The man had 2 bags of flour beside him, apparently brought back by the miller for Li Dinyang. As Lin Jinxiu stepped outside to see what was happening, the man's eyes lit up when he saw her.
Oh.
Miss, you're the one who saved Li Dinyang and the others, right? Lin Jinxiu was unsure of his sudden comment. You truly have a kind heart. The man looked at Lin Jinxiu with admiration. I'm Chun Hu from the mill in the west. The neighbors were worried when they heard that Li Dinyang was being troubled by Cui Xiao. Thank you for saving her. If you ever need flour for your shop, please come to me. Lin Jinxiu smiled in response. It seemed that Li Dinyang and the others had a good reputation in the neighborhood, and selling pancakes might be easier than she had thought. Chun, who helped Li Dinyang carry the 2 bags of flour into the room, and when Li Dinyang wasn't looking, he suddenly stopped Lin Jinxiu and slipped 5 taels of silver into her hand. Miss, I know you need money right now. I wanted to give it directly to Dinyang, but she refused. This is a small gesture from the neighbors, hoping you can help Dinyang deal with Cui Xiao. It's a pity that everyone is running small businesses, and this 5 taels is all we could gather. If you need any help, feel free to contact us. Chun, who said earnestly. Lin Jinxiu couldn't refuse, so she bowed in thanks and promised to return the money in the future. Chun, who neither agreed nor refused, just waved his hand and left. Lin Jinxiu held the 5 taels of silver tightly in her hand, sighing, "Good people will be rewarded." Lin's sister, Ning Er's voice came, "Grandma and I have already bought all the ingredients for the past few days. We just need to start making pancakes tonight." She returned 2.5 silver coins to Lin Jinxiu. Uncle Song, the oil seller, said he wouldn't take any money and gave us 2 buckets of oil for free. Tomorrow I'll make some pancakes to gift him. Good. Lin Jinxiu patted Ninger on the shoulder. Ninger, we can solve this problem. Trust me, okay? Lin Jinxiu was not just encouraging Ninger. She herself felt uncertain. Ninger was still young and didn't understand money well, but Lin Jinxiu was different. As a working professional with her own small company, she knew the complexities and difficulties of marketing and profit. The idea of how to sell these pancakes was slowly forming in Lin Jinxiu's mind. Although her past sales experience made her feel hopeless, she still wanted to give it a try. As night fell, she was about to face the toughest business battle she had ever participated in. If she lost, it would be disastrous. She needed to think of a clever use for the corn flour quickly. After a simple meal, Ninger and the aunt went to bed early to prepare for the next day. Lin Jinxiu lay on the bed they had set up for her, but couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was racing with thoughts, making her more alert. After tossing and turning for a while, she finally got up and went outside to enjoy the evening breeze, hoping it would lift her spirits. The small courtyard at night seemed even more desolate than during the day. As Lin Jinxiu walked around, she realized there was nowhere to lean against. With a sigh, she stood in the middle of the yard. After thinking of a few immature ideas, just as she was about to head back inside, she turned and found a strange man standing behind her. His face was masked, making it hard to see his features, and his intense gaze nearly made Lin Jinxiu's heart stop. "Who are you?" Before she could finish her question, the man covered her mouth with his hand. "Sure, if you don't want to wake the people in that house, you'd better keep your voice down." His deep voice came from behind the mask. Speaking softly brought them closer together, and his breath brushed against Lin Jinxiu's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Lin Jinxiu was instantly annoyed. She grabbed the man's arm and pushed it away. "Keep it down?" In the middle of the night, sneaking into a house full of women? You're nothing but a troublemaker. Get out of here. The man's arm was swung to the side, almost straining it. He never expected that this little girl could be so strong, and he was caught off guard. Suddenly, he felt darkness in front of him and looked up to see something coming toward his face. He quickly raised his arm to block it, but with a grunt, he realized that if he hadn't been skilled, that object might have broken his arm. He stepped back to steady himself and focused to see that it was a corn stalk that had hit him. He felt like he was dreaming and was confused. Huh? Could this corn stalk really hurt his arm so much? Or did the girl change her weapon? That seemed unnecessary. The man's gaze shifted to Lin Jinxiu, whose pretty face was filled with anger. Could the girl really be that strong? But the corn stalk was still intact, suggesting there were secrets behind this. Lin Jinxiu picked up the corn stalk to defend herself simply, because it had the words "can be used" as a weapon written on it. However, seeing the man easily block it, she thought it was useless. But since the corn stalk was still usable, she decided to swing it again at the man's head. The man, still recovering from the shock of almost being defeated by the cornstalk, saw the attack coming and quickly dodged to the side, not wanting to be hit again. "Miss, if you don't calm down, I might have to take offense." "Humph." Lin Jinxiu snorted, but didn't stop her movements. The cornstalk whirled in her hands, but the man seemed to anticipate her actions, moving like a rabbit, easily avoiding her. This made Lin Jinxiu's frustration boil over, feeling more upset than failing to style her hair multiple times. The man realized that this girl only had brute strength and lacked skill. Using his agility, he successfully disappeared from her sight. Seeing the man vanish, Lin Jinxiu didn't dare to relax. However, just as she lost focus, she was grabbed, and the cornstalk fell to the ground. Her arms were lifted behind her, her joints were held, and it hurt terribly. She also bumped against the wall of the small house, getting dirt all over herself. "You!" Lin Jinxiu exclaimed angrily. "Miss, I didn't want to disturb anyone," the deep voice from earlier said with a hint of helplessness. "Sigh, I truly didn't want to resort to this. I apologize." Lin Jinxiu felt as if her shoulder was about to be dislocated from the pain, and her anger grew stronger. "Let me go." The man did not listen and lifted her arm higher, causing her to cry out in pain. "Does the lady prefer to talk with me rather than fight? Let go of me, and I will think about it." Lin Jinxiu's shoulder hurt so much that cold sweat dripped from her hair. Seeing the man still trying to raise her arm, she quickly pleaded, "Okay, I won't hit you anymore. Just let go. It hurts." Finally, the man released Lin Jinxiu, crossing his arms and looking at her with a hint of a victorious smile. Lin Jinxiu regained the use of her arm and quickly rubbed her sore shoulder. She straightened her clothes and hair before turning to face the man. "What do you want?" "Shh, keep your voice down. Do you want to wake your child?" The man placed his finger on his lips. "How do you know I have a child?" When Lin Jinxiu heard him mention Lele, she thought he was there to take her child and glared at him like a protective lioness. "Don't think too much." The man quickly explained, "I'm not interested in your child. I'm here to find you." "Find me?" "Yes, find you. What do you want with me?" "I saw something."
Huh?
"I saw it at the clinic." The man pointed at her. "I saw you use an egg to save that old woman. You have a secret." Lin Jinxiu's heart skipped a beat. How did this man know she used that egg? Even the old doctor didn't know what she had put in the medicine. There had been no one else in the clinic at that time. "I was up in the rafters," the man said, pointing to the ceiling.
"For
"A reason you cannot know." Lin Jinxiu followed his pointing finger, but only saw the dark blue sky. She realized this man was likely after her egg. "So, what do you want?" "I want you to use an egg to heal my injury." Before he finished speaking, he began to loosen his clothing. Lin Jinxiu quickly stopped him. "Wait, you don't need to." The man only unbuttoned his outer garment, and in the moonlight, she saw that beneath it, he was wrapped in white bandages, stained with blood near his waist. "Just to heal your injury?" Lin Jinxiu finished the sentence she hadn't said earlier. The man nodded.
yes."
Lin Jinxiu was worried he might do something else. "Is that all?" "That's all," the man nodded confidently. After a moment, he added, "If you disagree, I'll take the lives of your whole family."
How about that?
Perhaps the man's blatant threat combined with his uncontrollable smile was not very intimidating. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes dramatically, almost looking to the sky. "Who would believe you? Come with me, but keep your voice down so we don't get caught." Before entering the house, Lin Jinxiu circled the man twice, trying to see if he had any dangerous items like knives, but she found nothing. "You're not scared at all," the man said, disappointed. "Next time you try to scare someone, don't smile." Even holding back a laugh might help. Lin Jinxiu shot him another glare. "Follow me, you go first." The man walked into Aunt Li's small house without any caution, where Aunt Li and Ninger were sleeping soundly. He unconsciously glanced at the people on the bed, only to be sharply pinched by the female lead behind him.
"What are you looking at?"
"Keep moving," Lin Jinxiu said in a fierce whisper. "I didn't mean to," the man explained in a hushed tone. "Who would believe a flower thief like you?"
"Move."
Lin Jinxiu raised her voice slightly. They passed through the small room and arrived at the pancake shop in front. The pots and pans used for making pancakes had already been cleaned up by Aunt Li and Ninger. Lin Jinxiu angrily picked up 2 sticks from the ground. "You stay here. You can't go anywhere until I'm done." The man nodded, his voice barely audible. While Lin Jinxiu lit the fire to steam the egg custard, the man looked around as if trying to find a place to sit. However, the small kitchen only had a tiny stool that was too low, and sitting on it would hurt his injury, so he could only stand and watch her busy at the stove. Lin Jinxiu cracked the eggs, added a pinch of coarse salt, and mixed them well before putting them in the pot. The man's voice came from behind. "How did you do that move just now?" "What move?" Lin Jinxiu turned to look at him and found the man trying to roll his eyes up. However, with the mask on, it didn't come off as disdainful. Instead, it looked a bit silly, especially with his limbs twitching. Lin Jinxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "Yes, that move." The man saw how naturally Lin Jinxiu did it and asked, "That move looks quite impressive. Why are your eyes so flexible?" "This doesn't mean I have a strong presence. This look just tells others that I find you annoying and look down on you." "Don't misunderstand." Lin Jinxiu explained the meaning of her gaze while waiting for the steamed egg custard to be ready. The man quickly realized, "So you mean you found me annoying and looked down on me just now?" "Yes." Lin Jinxiu did not try to hide her feelings at all. The man was speechless. He had never encountered such a straightforward woman before. He struggled to come up with playful remarks. "By the way, since you came to me for treatment, you should also explain how you got hurt," Lin Jinxiu said, leaning against the stove. "Were you attacked by someone seeking revenge?" The man simply stated that he was known as the Windy Bandit, who robbed the rich to help the poor, and this time he had been ambushed by a villain. "Robbing the rich to help the poor?" Lin Jinxiu laughed. "What rich person did you rob? Which poor person did you help?" The man probably had never thought about how to answer such questions. After a few minutes of silence, he finally spoke. "I robbed the greedy rich and helped the suffering poor." Although Lin Jinxiu did not agree with the idea of robbing the rich to help the poor in this era, she continued the conversation. "Then I hope you only target dishonest merchants and help those who truly need it." "What do you mean by that, miss?" The man found it interesting. "Those who work hard to become wealthy deserve their success and are not corrupt officials, so they should not be robbed," Lin Jinxiu began to explain in a more refined manner. "And those who are idle and poor have brought it upon themselves and cannot be saved." "Oh." The man elongated his response, indicating he understood. "You have a good perspective, miss."
Clang.
A bowl of egg custard was placed on the stove. The man looked into the bowl, and the orange-red custard rippled. Its bouncy texture and delightful aroma captivated his attention. "All done." Lin Jinxiu drizzled a few drops of sesame oil on the custard, poked the spoon into the center, and handed the bowl to the man. "Eat quickly, and then leave. I don't know if this will work. Just leave it to fate." The man silently accepted the bowl and immediately pulled the spoon out, as if protesting Lin Jinxiu's disruption of the custard surface. The oil droplets glided over the custard, mesmerizing him. "I didn't poison it, so you can eat it safely." Lin Jinxiu thought he was worried about other ingredients. "I don't even have money to buy poison." The man shook his head as if to explain that it wasn't what she thought, then reached up to remove the mask from his face. The mask covered most of his face, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed, but its edge touched the corners of his lips, making it difficult to eat if he didn't take it off. Lin Jinxiu was surprised to see the man willingly take off the mask that hid his features. Someone who wore a mask like that surely didn't want to be recognized, yet he chose to remove it in front of her. Did that mean the mask was just a decoration for him? Lin Jinxiu didn't dwell on it. The man, after removing the mask, quietly lowered his head to eat the egg custard. His graceful and natural movements showed he was not an ordinary thief, but if he were a noble, why would he be out robbing the rich to help the poor? He had just mentioned that Lin Jinxiu had a secret, but it seemed he had his own secrets as well. Lin Jinxiu shifted her focus from his identity to his appearance. The man had a thin face and narrow eyes, but the dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't rested well for a long time. His fingers, long and bony, further emphasized his thinness. He must have been struggling outside for a while to look this way. Being a thief was tough these days. Despite this, Lin Jinxiu noticed that although his face had some dirt on it, his skin was surprisingly good, even more delicate than hers. This deepened her confusion. Could someone who had been wandering outside have such smooth skin? Such skin would require years of careful maintenance, and how could a thief have those conditions? The contradictions about the man were too many for Lin Jinxiu to understand. "Why do you keep staring at me, miss?" Perhaps lost in thought, Lin Jinxiu didn't realize she had been looking at him for a long time, and even the man noticed her gaze. "I'm watching you in case you try to do something sneaky when I'm not paying attention," Lin Jinxiu thought to herself, unable to admit she was trying to figure out what kind of person he was. "I'm just focused on enjoying the egg custard you made. I have no time for anything else," the man replied, looking up with a smile that made his eyes look beautiful. Lin Jinxiu, who had never thought much about men before, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his smile. "Is it good?" "Very good," the man answered seriously. From the moment he took the first bite, he experienced what it truly meant for something to melt in his mouth. As the egg custard slid down into his stomach, a gentle warmth spread through his limbs, washing away all his fatigue. Even his wounds stopped hurting and felt a bit itchy, as if they were starting to heal. "This egg is truly amazing. It's even better than medicine. What a magical egg. I wonder where this girl got it. Earlier, I saw her take it from her clothes. Does she keep eggs in her garments all the time?"
Ding.
"You have gained 10 satisfaction points." The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Jinxiu's mind. "Once you're full, hurry and leave." Lin Jinxiu gestured toward the door with her chin. "Oh, and wash your own bowl." To her surprise, the man didn't argue. He actually went to pour some well water and rinse the bowl, placing it in front of Lin Jinxiu. "Thank you for the meal, miss. I am willing to grant you one wish." "Another wish?" Lin Jinxiu found it amusing, having encountered this scenario in various stories before. "You, a thief, want to grant my wish? If you really have the ability, why don't you pay off the 100 taels of silver I owe to Cui Xiao?"
This.
The man raised an eyebrow. "All right, enough. Just go," Lin Jinxiu urged him. "If you had money, would you come to me for help? Consider this egg custard my treat. Now leave." Just then, from the small room at the back of the shop, a soft cooing sound came, likely from her hungry son. Lin Jinxiu's attention was instantly drawn to her child. When she turned her head, the man had vanished, as if he had never been there. Lin Jinxiu was stunned, momentarily thinking she had been dreaming. However, on the stool where the man had sat, there was now a smooth wooden token that stood out in the moonlight. She picked up the token but realized she couldn't read the carved characters on it. It was beautifully crafted, and she guessed it could be worth a few taels of silver. Well, at least he left something behind, Lin Jinxiu thought, satisfied as she tucked the token away. I don't know where he got it from, but it looks valuable. But if this token was stolen from someone, will I be accused of theft if I try to sell it? Suddenly recalling the man's identity, Lin Jinxiu decided against selling the token for now, thinking she might use it to settle her debts if she found herself in a tight spot later. After all the commotion, Lin Jinxiu's frustration surprisingly disappeared. She quietly returned to the bed shared with Aunt Li and Ninger, unbuttoned her clothes, and held Lele to feed him. Earlier, that man praised the egg for being more effective than medicine. I wonder if corn flour could have similar effects? After calming the well-fed Lele, Lin Jinxiu lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking that tomorrow she would take the corn flour as her secret remedy to give to the old doctor. Although she wasn't sure it would be more effective than the egg, at least the things in her space wouldn't harm anyone. Not far away on the rooftop, the man put his mask back on. Compared to his outfit that blended into the night, the long corn stalk he held was quite eye-catching. No matter how he twisted or bent it, even using his strength, the corn stalk didn't budge at all. It showed no signs of breaking. Yet, it felt light in his hand and appeared very fragile. I can't believe there's such a sturdy corn stalk. Eventually, the man gave up on breaking it and instead slung the unexpected weapon over his shoulder. Following his gaze, he noticed a rundown little shop at the street corner, quietly standing in the night. Is it Miss Lin? One day, we will meet again. Lin Jinxiu didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she noticed the rustling sounds from next door. It was still dark outside, and Ninger had indeed gotten up, yawning as she walked out. Soon, the sounds of pots and pans clanging came from the kitchen. How hard-working. Lin Jinxiu had gone to bed late yesterday, but she knew it wasn't the time to keep sleeping. She fought through her strong drowsiness, got out of bed, and walked to the kitchen to help Ninger. Lin, sister, you're awake. Compared to Lin Jinxiu's lingering dark circles, Ninger looked full of energy, though her little face always showed signs of tension and didn't reveal true joy. Lin Jinxiu responded with a sound and ground a little ink to write day 1 in her account book. She then went to help Ninger fetch water and gather firewood, getting busy. Ninger was short but quite strong. Before Lin Jinxiu could see how she did it, her hands, wet from the water, dove into the flour, mixing and turning it. The flour seemed to come alive, dancing between her small hands. In just a little while, a smooth dough appeared in her hands, and the bowl was left clean, with only a few stubborn bits clinging to the sides. Kneading the dough, heating the oil, Ninger's quick movements made Lin Jinxiu feel like she was just getting in the way. Indeed, doing housework at home and running a shop were completely different things. Lin Jinxiu stepped aside for Ninger and stretched her neck to see the slightly cloudy oil in the pot slowly forming small bubbles. Seeing Ninger crouch down to prepare the bellows, Lin Jinxiu quickly stepped in to stop her. Let me do it. It's okay, Sister Lin, I can handle it, Ninger replied with a smile. I haven't been much help yet. Lin Jinxiu pushed her toward the mixing bowl. Go check if the dough is ready. I'll handle the bellows.
All right, thank you, Sister Lin.
Ninger was pushed to the bowl, where she uncovered the cloth and poked the smooth dough, realizing it needed a little more time. Ninger turned to see Lin Jinxiu working the bellows. She had never noticed how strong Sister Lin was. The bellows seemed like a toy in her hands, and she didn't even need to use her feet on the stove.
Sister.
With nothing to do for a moment, Ninger bit her lip and fiddled with her clothes. Lin Jinxiu didn't take her eyes off the bellows and the flames. What's wrong? Thank you, sister, Ninger said. About yesterday, I really appreciate you. The sudden emotion left Lin Jinxiu a bit uncertain. She turned to Ninger and saw the girl wiping her tears. When I went to bed last night, I finally calmed down. Ninger tried to keep her voice steady. About yesterday, I'm really sorry for involving you. I truly apologize. Only after calming down did Ninger realize how much trouble she and Aunt Li had caused Lin Jinxiu. Even when Lin Jinxiu stepped forward to help them, Ninger still felt guilty. While expressing her gratitude and apologies, Ninger cried and struggled to speak. Soon, her little face and sleeves were damp with tears, almost dripping into the bowl. Don't cry. Lin Jinxiu set down the bellows and hugged Ninger tightly. You don't need to thank me or apologize. I chose to be here with you. Trust me, okay? Look, the oil is starting to bubble. Can you teach me how to make pancakes together? Encouraged by Lin Jinxiu, Ninger nodded vigorously, sniffing as she placed the risen dough back on the board and spread oil on it, starting to knead again. Lin Jinxiu was responsible for ensuring the fire was at its best. With a strong flame, the oil would stay at the perfect temperature, which might make the pancakes taste even better. Unfortunately, Lin Jinxiu didn't understand the art of making pancakes and could only watch Ninger's actions while helping her out. Do you want to learn how to make pancakes, Sister Lin? Ninger asked, as she kneaded the dough into long strips and pinched off small pieces, turning to smile at Lin Jinxiu. At that moment, Aunt Li woke up and walked into the kitchen. Seeing the two girls working hard, she rolled up her sleeves to join in, but Ninger advised her to rest and wait until they needed help. Worried that Aunt Li might not be able to stay idle and miss the best time to recover, Lin Jinxiu entrusted her to take care of Lele, who was on the bed. Aunt Li, who loved children, agreed to help, allowing Ninger and Lin Jinxiu to continue their work in the kitchen. Lin Jinxiu washed her hands in the basin nearby, rolled up her sleeves to avoid getting oil and flour on them, and stood beside Ninger, watching her skillful hands stretch and twist the dough into round pancakes before placing them in the oil pot. Is that a flour roll? Lin Jinxiu thought of a staple food she often ate in her past life as she watched Ning'e twist the dough, although the method for making pancakes seemed quite different. Twist it like this and then press it into a pancake so the layers won't stick together. Once cooked, they'll be crispy and fragrant. Ning'e used a long pair of chopsticks to flip the pancakes in the oil, ensuring both sides became crispy. Lin Jinxiu picked up a soft piece of dough from the board, kneaded it a few times, and tried to twist it like Ning'e did. However, Ning'e interrupted her halfway through, saying, "Sister Ning, you're pulling it too long. If it's too stretched, there will be too many gaps inside, and it will fall apart in the pot." Hearing Ning'e's words, Lin Jinxiu quickly stopped and tried to fix it. The pancake she ended up making was quite irregular, looking a bit funny. So embarrassing. Lin Jinxiu quickly glanced back and saw that Ning'e wasn't paying attention to her. Thank goodness. Taking advantage of Ning'e's distraction, she pinched the pancake a bit. At that moment, the pancake in Ning'e's hand was ready. She used the long chopsticks to lift it out and place it on a rack made of wooden sticks to drain the oil. Then she walked over to Lin Jinxiu to see her first pancake. As Ning'e peeked over Lin Jinxiu's shoulder to look at the board, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "A little rabbit." The irregularly shaped pancake that Lin Jinxiu made had two corners that couldn't be fixed. To make it look better, she shaped those corners into bunny ears, which unexpectedly delighted Ning'e. "Lin's sister, your hands are so skillful,"
Ning'e exclaimed.
"Oh, it's nothing," Lin Jinxiu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. She couldn't admit that it was a failed attempt she had tried to fix. "I was just experimenting. If the ears fall apart when cooked, that wouldn't be good." "I'll do it." "Ningter saideakerli." Lin Jinxiu stepped back to the stove and picked up the chopsticks that Ning'e had used, waiting to finish the pancakes. As expected from someone who had been making pancakes for a long time, Ning'e quickly shaped several pancakes into little animals, whether bunnies, kittens, or flowers. They looked much better than Lin Jinxiu's. "Ning'e, your hands are truly skillful," Lin Jinxiu said, carefully flipping the pancakes in the pan with her chopsticks, holding them at a distance to avoid hot oil splashing on her hands. "Kids should really love pancakes like these." Ning'e looked very happy. This was actually her first time trying to make pancakes in the shape of little animals, and she loved it. Lin's sister was really clever. If it were up to her, she would definitely choose the shop that made animal-shaped pancakes over a regular one. "Let's work hard together," Lin Jinxiu smiled at Ning'e. She watched as each pancake was placed into the basket, but it was a pity that this era didn't have anything like chocolate sauce. If they could draw little animal faces on the pancakes, they would surely sell even more. It would be great if there was something to substitute for that. "Ning'e, remember to mention the little animals when we call out to customers today," Lin Jinxiu reminded her. "We need to let them know our pancakes are shaped like animals to catch their attention and sell more." "Okay,"
Ning'e replied.
"Let's do our best," Lin Jinxiu said.
"Yeah," Ning'e responded enthusiastically.
As dawn broke, Lin Jinxiu and Ning'e had made over 120 pancakes, filling the basket and filling the air with a tempting aroma. Ning'e had placed the little ears of each animal pancake on top, making them look very nice in neat rows. "Ha-ha," Ning'e panted, wiping the sweat from her forehead and cheeks with a clean cloth. She had never made so many pancakes in one morning. As the opening hour approached, more people gathered outside the shop, and the nearby stores began to open one by one. Many people greeted Ning'e warmly. Lin Jinxiu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Working by the stove during the day was indeed hot. The fire in the oven and the boiling oil made the morning coolness disappear. Running a breakfast shop was truly hard work, Lin Jinxiu thought. "Grandma, Grandma," Ning'e called out to Mrs. Li. "Grandma, we can open the shop now." Mrs. Li's response came from the back of the shop. Lin Jinxiu remembered her son was still in Mrs. Li's arms and figured it was time for the baby to eat, so she went to the room to take Lele back. Mrs. Li looked at the well-behaved baby, who rarely cried or fussed, and grew fonder of him. When she returned Lele to Lin Jinxiu, she hesitated a bit, glancing back several times before heading to the shop to help Ning'e with the pancakes. Seeing Mrs. Lee's reaction, Lin Jinxiu smiled slightly. She was genuinely happy that her child was so lovable. Baby, are you hungry? Mommy will feed you, okay? When Lele saw his mother, he smiled widely, grabbing Lin Jinxiu's clothes and not letting go until the milk was brought to his lips. Then he eagerly drank. What should she do next? Lin Jinxiu remembered the cornmeal she had stored. With Mrs. Lee and Ninger taking care of the pancake shop, she didn't need to worry and could just help with the accounts. She decided to take the cornmeal to the old doctor to see how much he would give her for it. Having made up her mind, Lin Jinxiu focused on feeding Lele, who soon finished eating. Once satisfied, he began to feel sleepy, and Lin Jinxiu gently rocked him to sleep. Before leaving, Lin Jinxiu changed Lele's diaper and washed it, hanging it out to dry in the backyard. I never thought I would miss diapers so much. Lin Jinxiu, well aware of how convenient modern items were, had said this more than once. Changing diapers was something she would need to get used to. Lele slept soundly in his bed, and Lin Jinxiu tiptoed out of the room and into the shop, careful not to wake him. At the shop's entrance, several familiar faces surrounded Mrs. Lee and Ninger. They were asking about Mrs. Lee's situation from the previous day, while munching on the pancakes shaped like rabbits and kittens that Ninger had made. It seems business is doing well. Lin Jinxiu nodded, hoping that her idea of changing the shape of the pancakes would sell more. Annie, I'm going to the clinic and we'll be back soon, Lin Jinxiu said to Aunt Lee before leaving the pancake shop. Go ahead, come back quickly. You don't need to worry about the shop, Miss Lin.
Only Raplia.
Lin Jinxiu walked towards the clinic, following her memory. Fortunately, the street was quite smooth and easy to navigate. After just 2 turns, she stood in front of the clinic. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door. The old doctor was checking a patient's pulse, and his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Jinxiu. If she hadn't signaled that she could wait, he might have set aside his patient to attend to her. The old doctor prescribed medicine for the patient suffering from a cold, gave some advice, and then hurriedly sent the person out of the clinic. He brewed a pot of tea and brought it to Lin Jinxiu, who had found a seat. Why not wait patiently for that patient to leave before talking? Lin Jinxiu smiled as she accepted the teacup. I heard that person say you are like an old rogue, only knowing how to entertain young ladies. The old doctor waved his hand dismissively. Who cares? One patient can't stop me from pursuing my goal of healing. Did you come this time ready to sell your method to me? Seeing his excited hand movements made Lin Jinxiu want to laugh. The old man's beard was almost flying, and his face was flushed, as if he could hardly sit still. Yes, Lin Jinxiu replied directly. I came to sell my method of healing to you.
Wow.
You're brilliant. The old doctor's suspicions were confirmed, and he squinted his eyes with a smile. But I must ask, what exactly is this method of saving people? Lin Jinxiu reached under the table, and under the old doctor's intense gaze, she had to deliberately hide the action of retrieving something from her space. A package of herbs was placed on the table in front of Lin Jinxiu. The old doctor eagerly reached to unwrap it. As soon as he loosened the string, the rich aroma of corn burst forth, nearly causing him to stumble.
Wow.
Although the old doctor recognized the smell of corn, he saw no corn among the herbs, which were common ingredients for health. However, he had never encountered corn that emitted such an astonishing fragrance. Lin Jinxiu certainly understood what was shocking the old doctor. The rich aroma of corn was something Lin Jinxiu had never encountered even in the industrial era she lived in before. How could the old doctor have experienced such a rare treasure? Is this corn? The old doctor asked Lin Jinxiu cautiously. That's for you to find out, doctor, Lin Jinxiu replied, neither confirming nor denying. She had already thought of her explanation for this medicine. This is a family recipe passed down from my ancestors, obtained during their travels to the Persian Empire. I decided to share it with you because I see your kind heart as a healer. The old doctor nodded, listening intently like a diligent student. However, Lin Jinxiu continued, this is a family recipe, and if I simply give it to you, it would go against my family's teachings. I can only prepare one medicine for you based on the recipe. If you can figure out the rest, That would be a fortunate opportunity. The old doctor had no idea what the Persian Empire was. Hearing this from Lin Jinxiu sounded impressive to him, and since he didn't understand, he could only agree with her. I see, young lady. Your noble intentions are clear. How much do you want for this wonderful medicine? Lin Jinxiu hesitated for a moment and held up 5 fingers. Just a bit of corn flour, and asking for 5 taels of silver felt a bit wrong to her, as if she were extorting him. To her surprise, the old doctor chuckled while stroking his beard. I understand your intentions. 50 taels of silver is truly a bargain. Let me get this silver right away. The old doctor had his own calculations. When Lin Jinxiu raised 5 fingers, he was startled, thinking she might ask for 500 taels of silver. But 500 was far too much for him, so he pretended to misunderstand her and settled on 50 taels, which at least wouldn't leave him at a loss. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'm desperate for this recipe. If I could be as renowned as your ancestors in the capital, I would be willing to pay 5,000 taels. Although the old doctor felt he had tricked Lin Jinxiu, he had already made a mental note to help her in other ways.
Huh?
Lin Jinxiu, who only wanted to ask for 5 taels, was stunned. 50 taels? A bargain? The old doctor's reaction left Lin Jinxiu unsure whether to laugh or cry. That 50 taels of silver was like a lifeline for her, instantly lifting half of her burden. But it was just a bit of corn flour. Moreover, it's only half a corn's worth of cornmeal. With the shiny silver in his palm, the old doctor became even more enthusiastic than before. Lin Jinxiu felt embarrassed to accept the good tea he offered her, so she quickly left, using the excuse of helping Aunt Lee with her shop, as if she were escaping. Oh, what a good girl. She probably realized I could only give this much, and didn't even discuss the price, the old doctor muttered, watching Lin Jinxiu's somewhat flustered figure. Sister, I want that little rabbit. That little cat is mine. No one can take it. Sister, can I make it look like a little pig? Mom likes pigs, and I want to buy one for her. When Lin Jinxiu arrived at Aunt Lee's pancake shop, business was bustling. Perhaps because today was special, many children holding copper coins stretched out their little hands, asking Ninger for the unique pancakes Lin Jinxiu had made on a whim. Ninger's adorable face was truly charming, with her rosy cheeks and shallow dimples perfectly attracting customers. The group of children, under her coaxing and guidance, formed a neat line, each waiting for one pancake. Lin Jinxiu greeted Ninger, who was busy and clearly enjoying her work, loving to share her skills and hearing the compliments about how delicious the food was, which made her smile even brighter. With 50 taels of silver in her pocket, Lin Jinxiu was in a good mood. After visiting Lele, she rolled up her sleeves and helped the grandmother and grandson. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, and breakfast time passed. Most people had eaten and started their day's work, and the pace of pancake sales gradually slowed down, with only a little over half left in the baskets at the shop window. Sister, we sold much more today than usual. Ninga wiped the sweat from her forehead and placed the remaining pancakes in a basket. Do you think we can sell them all today? Lin Jinxiu asked. Ninger shook her head. I don't know, because we've already sold more than usual today. In the past, we would only have a few left after breakfast time, but we made fewer then.
I see.
Lin Jinxiu held the small box filled with copper coins that Ninga handed her. The box felt heavy, and each coin inside was somewhat shiny. We need to think of a way to sell the remaining pancakes, Lin Jinxiu said. Do you have any good ideas, sister? Since the idea of changing the shape of the sesame cakes came up this morning, Ninger has trusted Lin Jinxiu even more. She cleaned the oil from her hands, eager to hear Lin Jinxiu's thoughts. The idea from this morning was inspired by the modern trend of popular shops attracting crowds. In ancient times, local small businesses rarely thought of such time-tested sales strategies. Lin Jinxiu wanted to use her modern business experience to give her, as a time traveler, a bit of that wisdom. Ninger, before I came to the county, I saw that the edges were all farmland. Is that farmland owned by Qingxi County?
Lin Jinxiu suddenly asked Ninger. Ninger nodded, yes.
Those fields belong to the people of the county. A few landowners in the county hire men from poor families like us to work in their fields and pay them monthly. It's tough work, but the big landowner is a scholar and a nice person. He pays well and sometimes even provides lunch. Many people are eager to work for him, afraid he might not need them anymore. That makes things easier, Lin Jinxiu said as she separated the basket of sesame cakes. She divided the remaining cakes into two parts, asking the aunt to sell the smaller portion slowly while covering the larger portion with a cloth. She also filled several bowls with well water to take along. Ning'e was curious. Sister, what are you doing? Selling sesame cakes, Lin Jinxiu replied, arranging the items in the shop. Ning'e, call me when it's lunchtime. We're going out to sell sesame cakes.
Okay.
Ning'e agreed. Lin Jinxiu planned to go to the edge of the fields where the farmers were working, calling out to them before they had lunch, offering the water along with the sesame cakes. She remembered how a lady selling drinks by the long bus line always made a good profit by providing what people needed most at that moment. At noon, Lin Jinxiu carried the water bucket while Ning'e held the basket of sesame cakes on her arm. Under the hot sun, they walked to the edge of the fields. Following Lin Jinxiu's lead, Ning'e began to sing with her sweet voice, while Lin Jinxiu changed the lyrics to include the sesame cakes they were selling. The appearance of two beautiful girls, along with their singing, quickly attracted the young men who had been working all morning. Tempted by the cool well water, they bought the pancakes for 5 coins each, with some being given away for free. With Ning'e's sweet talk, they soon sold out. Before leaving, the men looked forward to Ning'e returning to sell pancakes the next day. Though young and charming, Ning'e had never experienced being surrounded by a group of strong men. She mostly hid behind Lin Jinxiu, watching her calmly collect money, hand out pancakes, and offer water, feeling unable to help at all. However, Lin Jinxiu had achieved her goal. She could have sold everything by herself at the field, but bringing Ning'e along was not just to teach her the method. It served another important purpose. The pancake seller from Qingxi County was there to thank the hardworking farmers in the fields. In simple terms, it was about using her charm. Ning'e, being innocent and lively, didn't understand this and kept following Lin Jinxiu, happily unaware of the situation, which made Lin Jinxiu feel a bit guilty. With the copper coins she had earned, Ning'e bounced along beside Lin Jinxiu, asking, Sister Lin, where did you learn these methods? I used to help with the family business, Lin Jinxiu replied, making up a story. In reality, she had started her own business from scratch, gradually becoming a small boss by developing apps. The hardships of this venture were all hers to bear. I see. Ning'e nodded at the answer. I hope I can be as capable as Sister Lin. Lin Jinxiu just smiled and didn't respond. As the sun set, the day's hard work finally came to an end. Ning'e and Aunt Li washed the stove and pots, counting the remaining ingredients, while Lin Jinxiu sat nearby, the only literate person in the shop, calculating the accounts by the firelight. Today's earnings were quite good, mainly thanks to the 50 taels from the old doctor. The money from selling pancakes wasn't much. They sold 117 pancakes at 5 coins each, totaling 585 coins, which was less than 1 tael. Earning over 500 coins in a day was already much more than what Ning'e and Aunt Li had hoped for, and both of them were smiling while tidying up the shop. However, Lin Jinxiu couldn't smile. This wasn't the capital city, nor even the provincial city. Selling pancakes for nearly 600 coins in this county was already the limit. She needed to find a way to earn more money. Lin Jinxiu reached into her space backpack and found the last corn cob. An idea suddenly came to her mind. Aunt Li, Ning'e, can I use the kitchen tonight? Lin Jinxiu asked. I have a new method I want to try. Aunt Li agreed, without hesitation. She never expected that Lin was not only kind-hearted, helping them, but also had a business mind. How lucky she was to meet such a talented person. If Lin were a young man, she would have already made a name for herself in the county, and perhaps even in the provincial city. What a pity, Aunt Li sighed to herself. Lin's sister, do you need my help? Ning'e asked, tilting her head. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. If Ning'e helped, she would have to explain where the corn flour came from, so it was better to do it alone. She had already learned how to make pancakes today, so trying it out was definitely possible. Ninger, just rest well. You need to get up early tomorrow to make pancakes. I can't help with that, so I'll think of a way on my own, Lin Jinxiu said with a smile. Lin's sister's ideas are not wrong. Although it was Lin Jinxiu who said it, Ninger raised her little hand in protest. Lin's sister is so smart. Her ideas must be the best. All right, Lin Jinxiu laughed to comfort her. Lin girl, all the ingredients for making pancakes are here, and there's plenty of firewood. Feel free to take what you need, Aunt Li said to Lin Jinxiu. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Jinxiu expressed her gratitude. She hoped her idea would work. The processing station is over here. Once again entering the space, Lin Jinxiu habitually glanced at the fruit tree, but it still hadn't grown any more small fruits. Lin Jinxiu comforted herself, saying that it wasn't easy for the fruits to grow. After all, corn takes 24 hours. It was better to focus on her task. She quickly walked into the processing station and ground the remaining corn cob into flour before leaving the space to turn her idea into reality in the kitchen. The steps for making pancakes were still the same, but when kneading the dough, she mixed in the corn flour from her corn. The moment the dough was kneaded, the pancake underwent a complete transformation. Even before the resting process, Lin Jinxiu watched as the dough slightly rose and then shrank back as if it had a life of its own, changing the original dough. Lin Jinxiu's eyebrows twitched a few times. The dough in her hands moved on its own, like a living heart, making her hands tremble slightly. After hesitating for a moment, to prevent the dough from drying out, Lin Jinxiu decided to wet her hands with oil from the bowl and press them onto the dough. The dough, influenced by the cornmeal, was soft and elastic, almost as if it was adjusting itself to be perfectly ready for cooking. If Lin Jinxiu had noticed this change, she would have joked that the dough wanted to be fried in a pan. She pinched off pieces of dough and pressed them into flat cakes. Since she was experimenting, she couldn't use much cornmeal and only made 2 cakes. However, the moment she took the cakes out of the oil, it seemed like they were glowing. Unlike the dull, dark yellow of ordinary pancakes, these cornmeal cakes were bright and even had a hint of red. Just by looking, one could sense their deliciousness, not to mention the wonderful aroma filling the kitchen. The rich scent attracted Ninger, who was resting nearby. "It smells amazing," she exclaimed. "I've never smelled pancakes this good before." Not only Ninger, but even Aunt Li was drawn over. "Miss Lin, what did you put in these pancakes? It smells like corn, but I've never smelled corn this fragrant before." "It's a secret," Lin Jinxiu smiled without explaining. "Aunt Li, Ninger, come try these pancakes." She placed the pancakes on a plate in front of them. Ninger, eyes shining with excitement, didn't even use chopsticks. She grabbed a beautiful pancake and stuffed it into her mouth. With one bite, the golden, flaky crust made a crisp sound. The fresh corn aroma filled her mouth, and the soft filling provided a satisfying heaviness. The delicate texture of the cooked dough glided over her tongue and throat, warming her like a small stove as it settled in her stomach. Ninger and Aunt Li didn't understand why the deliciousness melted in their mouths, but after a long day of fatigue, they suddenly felt energized. Their sore arms no longer ached, and even their sleepiness vanished. "How is it?" Lin Jinxiu realized she hadn't cut the pancakes, so she didn't have any for herself. To her surprise, neither Aunt Li nor Ninger responded. The 2 girls quickly finished the pastries in their hands, especially Ninger, whose cheeks were stuffed like a little hamster. She was so moved by the taste that she almost cried. Lin Jinxiu thought she had choked and hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Ninger looked up with teary eyes, still chewing on the pastry. "Sister, these pastries are just too delicious. I've never had anything this amazing before." Even though Ninger's mouth was full and her words were unclear, Lin Jinxiu understood her meaning and couldn't help but wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "If it's so good, why are you crying?" Ninger chewed hard and finally swallowed. "I just like them too much." Although Aunt Li didn't speak, she could feel the magic of the pastries and hope rose in her heart. "Miss Lin, if all the pastries are this good, Do you think we can gather enough money? Lin Jinxiu shook her head. Not really. I have limited ingredients, and I can only make 5 or 6 of these pastries at most. Suddenly, 2 system notifications interrupted her. Ding. Earned 20 satisfaction points. What's wrong, Miss Lin? Aunt Lee asked. Nothing, Lin Jinxiu replied, shifting the topic. I plan to price these pastries at 1 silver each. 1 silver? Aunt Lee and Ninger exclaimed. Miss Lin, that's not right, Aunt Lee said, shaking her head. Even though we need money, we can't cheat our neighbors. 10 coins for 1 pastry is already expensive. We can't sell them for 1 silver. Don't worry, sister. We will think of a good solution. Even Ninger, who had always supported Lin Jinxiu, felt that her sister might be getting a bit too anxious. However, Lin Jinxiu didn't seem anxious at all. She was very calm. Aunt Lee, Ninger, how much do you think my pastries are worth? Although Aunt Lee believed that such delicious pastries could only sell for 50 coins at most, she couldn't bring herself to say it. The aroma of the corn still lingered in her mind, and saying 50 coins felt like wasting such a wonderful pastry. Lin Jinxiu noticed that the grandfather and grandson did not respond, so she continued, These pancakes are worth 1 tael of silver. In that sense, I am not deceiving anyone. I am simply selling something that should be in a restaurant at a breakfast stall. Auntie, we really need money, so to gather this 100 taels, we must find unexpected ways to do it. And this pancake is my idea. There are some modern marketing strategies that Lin Jinxiu cannot explain clearly to them, using ancient thinking. This 1 tael silver pancake, besides relying on her strong corn quality, also takes advantage of customers' curiosity. Suddenly introducing a pancake priced at 1 tael, when the market price is only 5 won, will attract attention. Even if people are skeptical, they will still want to take a look. Once rumors spread, some will come to try it. As long as someone tastes the pancake, Lin Jinxiu's strategy will be successful. The 5-won pancake won't be replaced. This new corn pancake is just a new product. What we need to think about now is how to make customers want to try this special pancake. Lin Jinxiu presented the question to the grandfather and grandson, and the 3 fell into deep thought together. Lin Jinxiu still had enough corn flour to make 3 more pancakes. She hoped that tomorrow would spark customers' curiosity. If the first bite was good, the rest would be easier. Let's do it this way. We still have a chance to adjust, Lin Jinxiu said. Aunt Lee and Ninger were not fully on board with Lin Jinxiu's decision, but since she suggested it, they were willing to support her and try it out. This showed their trust in Lin Jinxiu. Ninger and Aunt Lee, who needed to wake up early the next day, went to rest. Lin Jinxiu sat alone in the shop, thinking about how to sell the pancakes tomorrow. However, without knowing the situation, she couldn't find the right approach, so she ultimately decided to explore the space. The first thing Lin Jinxiu did after entering the space was check her personal information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.1, 100/500, satisfaction, 100 item bag, 4 out of 10 corn stalk x1, corn flour x1, eggs x11. Has the satisfaction level really reached 100? The last time I checked, it was at 50. After Aunt Lee and the others ate a few eggs and pancakes, the satisfaction level surprisingly increased a lot. It seems that the satisfaction can rise quite quickly. However, I need to find a way to feed others more food from this space in the future, preferably items that can be replenished. Currently, there is no way to get more eggs, so I need to think of a way to store them. Speaking of which, with a satisfaction level of 100, it seems I can buy something. Lin Jinxiu opened the shop and saw that the option to buy corn seeds was finally available at the top of the list because she had gathered enough satisfaction points. Without thinking twice, she bought the corn seeds and planted them again. After 24 hours, she would once again be the owner of corn. If only she could earn 100 points every day and plant 1 corn each day. Looking at her reset satisfaction level, Lin Jinxiu felt a bit of regret. The next day, Ninger and Lin Jinxiu got up early again. After finishing a day's worth of pancakes, Lin Jinxiu displayed 3 golden pancakes she had made. At that moment, the aroma of the corn attracted the attention of several breakfast shop owners nearby. The couple selling sweet buns next door even ran out to see what was so fragrant at the pancake shop. However, when Lin Jinxiu placed the wooden sign that read 1 silver for 1 in the basket of golden pancakes, the crowd gasped in surprise. "Miss, what kind of pancake is this?" asked the owner of the sweet bun shop. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly confirming he wasn't mistaken, but the sign clearly stated 1 silver, with distinct characters that left no room for error. "This is the newly researched corn pancake," Lin Jinxiu said calmly to the astonished crowd, even smiling a bit. "It's a secret recipe, so it's a bit pricey." "Miss, this pancake isn't just a little expensive," the sweet bun shop owner's wife chimed in, raising her voice. "Selling 1 pancake for 1 silver? Isn't that highway robbery?" Lin Jinxiu gestured to the pancakes beside her, completely ignoring the owner's attempt to stir the crowd. "There are also pancakes here for 5 coins, so everyone can choose not to buy the 1 for 1 silver. Is this shop going crazy for money?" People whispered among themselves, drawn in by the loud voice of the sweet bun shop owner. "I heard they owe young Master Cui 100 silvers. That can't be the price. Are we supposed to help them pay their debts by buying these buns?" "Exactly," others around agreed. "No one is forcing you to buy," a sensible person in the crowd said. "Maybe their buns are really worth a silver coin. It's just a bun. Even if it's made by the royal kitchen, it wouldn't sell for a silver coin. Maybe you should try it and see. Why should I be the one to pay that much?" All of this reached Lin Jinxiu's ears, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. The more people thought the buns were a scam, the better her marketing worked. In less than a day, everyone in the county would know there was a bun shop on Breakfast Street selling buns for a silver coin, and that's when her real plan would begin. "Sister, it seems like they don't like your buns. Maybe the price is too high?"
Ninger quietly asked Lin Jinxiu.
Lin Jinxiu leaned closer and whispered, "Let's make a bet. No one will buy buns before tonight." Ninger was surprised by Lin Jinxiu's attitude. Normally, she should be worried or sad about not selling any buns, but Lin Jinxiu looked calm, her smile unchanged. "Sister, why are you happy about not selling buns?" Lin Jinxiu wasn't happy because the buns weren't selling. She pressed her finger to her lips and said, "It's a secret."
Ninger was puzzled.
Just as Lin Jinxiu predicted, not a single person came to buy her corn buns all day. Many people gathered to watch, discussing the price of 1 or 2 silver coins, mocking Lin Jinxiu for being caught in a money trap. Even by evening, there were still people around the stall, each taking turns to insult Lin Jinxiu, as if not joining in the mockery meant they didn't fit in. Ninger felt unhappy listening to the insults. Her sister had neither lied nor harmed anyone. How could she be the villain they described? She kept glancing at Lin Jinxiu, worried she might feel sad from the bullying, but Lin Jinxiu seemed to accept their taunts, even offering comforting words to calm Ninger when she was about to get angry. "Sister, why aren't you upset?"
Ninger asked quietly.
"Ninger, have you noticed that more wealthy young people are gathering around?" Lin Jinxiu pointed out. Ninger looked up at the crowd and saw that it was indeed different from the morning. In the middle and back of the crowd, there were many people in fine robes, mostly young masters and young ladies from wealthy merchant and official families, along with their attendants. Although she didn't understand why, seeing that Sister Lin had a way to handle it, Ninger slowly relaxed and focused on selling the last few pancakes in her hands. The owner of the candy stall benefited from the pancake shop's popularity, selling more than 20 candy buns and clearing out his stock for the first time. With some free time, the owner and his wife turned their attention back to the neighboring pancake shop. "Miss, you need to be honest in business. Look at this, who would buy from you?" The owner's wife was sharp-tongued. While others were careful not to directly criticize Lin Jinxiu, she saw the neighboring shop struggling and thought to bring it down, hoping that no one would buy pancakes from them in the future, thus bringing all the business to her. "Madam, your words are unfair to me," Lin Jinxiu replied with a smile. "I haven't forced anyone to buy, nor have I affected your business. I see you've sold out all your candy buns today, so why trouble me? Are you saying my family's business relies entirely on you?" Lin Jinxiu's words stung the owner's wife, making her face flush with anger. "Miss Lin, you certainly have a lot of nerve." Lin Jinxiu didn't want to engage with such a petty person. Not only did she not buy pancakes, but she also kept coming to provoke her. It was unclear whether she had a business dispute with Aunt Lee or simply disliked her. Aunt Lou, it's getting late. You should finish your business and rest well, so you're not tired tomorrow, Ning'er said, as she had disliked this woman who often made snide remarks for a long time, and now she wanted to stand up for Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu placed her hand on Ning'er's head and said, Ning'er, we only need to take care of ourselves. She didn't even look at the woman, just slightly raised the corners of her mouth. If a dog barks at the bun stall, the buns are still more important. This was clearly an insult to the woman. The neighbors usually saw Aunt Lou scolding others, so they were delighted to witness a little girl who could scold even better than her. As soon as Lin Jinxiu finished speaking, laughter erupted around them, and even some mischievous children began to bark like dogs, making Aunt Lou's face turn red and then pale with anger. I'll tell you, if you sell even one of these buns today, I'll kneel and bow to you right here. Aunt Lou, angry and embarrassed, pointed at Lin Jinxiu and made a harsh threat. If you can't sell them today, you should pack up and leave. Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Jinxiu deliberately shot a fierce glance at the old woman and said, Aunt, I'm a fortune teller. Aunt Lou didn't understand why Lin Jinxiu suddenly said that. What does it matter to me if you're a fortune teller? May I ask, what are you worth? Lin Jinxiu added, taking out a knife and cutting the golden buns into several small pieces, carefully arranging them on a plate. Aunt Lou was so furious she nearly fainted, but her friends quickly supported her, preventing her from collapsing. It's okay, old sister, the other women comforted her. We'll just wait here and see if she can sell those buns. Buns worth 1 tael of silver, free tasting, limited quantity, first come, first served. Lin Jinxiu walked out of the shop with the plate, holding the reheated corn cakes in her hand as she slowly passed by the crowd. As the cut corn cakes were exposed to the air, the rich aroma filled the street, enveloping the onlookers completely.
Gulp.
Someone couldn't help but swallow. Lin Jinxiu shouted again about the free tasting, but no one dared to step forward. If you looked closely, you could see some people nervously adjusting their hats and fidgeting with their pants, clearly starting to hesitate. Lin Jinxiu called out once more, and a faint voice from the corner asked, Miss, do we really not need to pay for this bun? Lin Jinxiu looked over and saw an old beggar. Despite his tattered clothes and white hair, there was a clever glint in his eyes, suggesting he was not an ordinary person. Of course, Lin Jinxiu said, placing a piece of bun in the beggar's palm.
Please enjoy.
The golden piece of bun stood out in the beggar's dark hand. He stretched his neck, swallowed, and without much thought, tossed the bun into his mouth. Everyone's eyes were on the old beggar.
Crunch, crunch.
The crispy bun broke apart between his teeth, making a delightful sound. The crowd leaned in, eagerly waiting for his opinion. The old beggar chewed patiently for a long time, without saying a word. Sir, do you think this bun is tasty? The old beggar suddenly shook his head and said, This pastry must be from heaven. He spent his days begging at the street corner, and kind neighbors often gave him leftover food, so he had tasted nearly everything from the street. Seeing the old beggar squinting and shaking his head with joy, his face was filled with smiles, clearly showing that the food was truly delicious. Such high praise? Everyone's curiosity grew stronger. What could a pastry that costs 1 or 2 silver coins taste like? When Lin Jinxiu did not take the old beggar's money but instead watched him weave through the crowd, people began to get excited. The crowd around Lin Jinxiu's pastry shop slowly shrank, and more people started asking her for pastries. Everyone, step aside. With a booming command that echoed through the crowd, Lin Jinxiu noticed a path opening up in the center. A plump young man, surrounded by his attendants, stood next to her. Oh, isn't that the troublemaker Peng? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. That girl at the pastry shop is really in for it. Peng? Lin Jinxiu had heard of him from Ning'er. This young man was a nightmare for the breakfast street. Almost every month, this picky young master would spend a couple of days wandering the breakfast street, and nearly every dish he tried ended up disappointing him. If he was in a bad mood, it was common for him to demand compensation from the shop owners. Over time, the nickname troublemaker spread throughout the breakfast street. This girl is quite brave. She might offend a big shot, the people around her sighed. Shinnerpang, with his round belly, approached Lin Jinxiu. I heard you have pastries for 1 or 2 silver coins. His attendants cleared a space for him in the crowd. Lin Jinxiu held up the plate of pastries in front of him. That's right, and we're currently offering free samples. Shinnerpang stared at Lin Jinxiu with his small eyes, seemingly searching for a flaw, but she maintained a bright smile. Before long, he turned red and quickly looked away. This young master seemed fierce, but in some ways, he was quite innocent, Lin Jinxiu thought. Shinnerpang used his short fingers to grab a handful of pastries from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth, leaving the onlookers heartbroken. Could he show a little decency? If he takes them all, what will we eat? These are pastries worth 1 or 2 silver coins. Free samples. A group of frowning faces gathered around Shinnerpang, but he paid them no mind, savoring the taste of the sesame cake. After chewing a few bites, his furrowed brow suddenly lifted, and his small eyes widened in surprise. The people around him gasped, realizing that Shinnerpang had never opened his eyes so wide before. Excuse me, sir, may I ask if this sesame cake is good? Lin Jinxiu inquired. Shinnerpang didn't answer her. Instead, he looked up and saw there were still 2 sesame cakes at the stall. Miss, I'll buy all your sesame cakes, he declared. His words caused quite a stir, like a stone dropped in a pond. This was Shinnerpang, the picky eater, Shinnerpang. Incredible. He was willing to buy sesame cakes for 1 tael of silver each.
So,
how delicious must Lin Jinxiu's sesame cakes be to catch the attention of the young master of the Shin family? Before Shinnerpang could even buy the cakes, the people around him were nearly drooling, waiting for him to hurry up and buy so they could taste a free piece. I'm sorry, young Master Shin, Lin Jinxiu said, picking up the sign from the basket of corn cakes. These cakes are difficult to make, and we only have 5 each day, so. The sign read 1 tael of silver each, with a smaller line underneath stating, limit of 1 per person. Shinnerpang squinted to read it and saw the limit. Very good, quite impressive. He had expected Shinnerpang to be angry, but instead, he burst out laughing. These cakes are worth 1 tael of silver. Someone, bring me a tael of silver. A servant placed a tael of silver in Lin Jinxiu's hand, and Ninger quickly wrapped the sesame cake in paper, bouncing over to Lin Jinxiu to present it with both hands. Thank you for buying Sister Lin's sesame cake. Ninger was genuinely happy and gave Shinnerpang a sweet smile, making him blush. It's nothing. I just bought it because it's good, Shinnerpang stammered, avoiding eye contact with Ninger and looking up at the sky. I'll come back to buy more next time. Thank you for your patronage, Lin Jinxiu chimed in. The sesame cakes are even better when they come fresh out of the oven in the morning. Shinnerpang took the sesame cake and, instead of handing it to his servant, held it himself as he turned to leave. Make sure to save one of your cakes for me, miss. That depends on how quick you are, young master. Lin Jinxiu replied with a smile. After waiting a long time for Shinnerpang to leave, the crowd rushed forward, all reaching out to Lin Jinxiu for a bun. Before she could distribute them, the wealthy young men and women from the county squeezed into the crowd, taking the buns for themselves, relying on their family names. The others felt angry, but didn't dare to speak up. In no time, the buns were all taken. Besides the ones grabbed by Shinnerpang, most of the rest ended up in the stomachs of the young masters and ladies. Lin Jinxiu watched the crowd, who looked like eager little puppies begging for buns, and decided to cut the last bun and share it. Without hesitation, she announced, starting tomorrow, I will sell 5 buns each day, 1 silver each, available in the morning. First come, first served. Everyone is welcome to buy. After saying it, she realized it sounded like a supermarket promotion. The crowd didn't fully understand, but got the gist. They saw Lin Jinxiu finishing up her buns, with those who got to eat celebrating, while those who missed out sighed in disappointment. Unfortunately, there would be no more free buns tomorrow, and those who could afford 1 silver for a bun began to calculate their options. Aunt Lu and her friends were shocked. Since Shinnerpang had joined the crowd, She had been waiting for Lin Jinxiu to mess up. She never expected that the people who had just been criticizing Lin Jinxiu were now thinking only of her buns, as if they hadn't been the ones to insult her. Aunt Lu felt her face burning with embarrassment, and to her surprise, Lin Jinxiu turned and walked toward her. "What do you want?" Aunt Lu thought Lin Jinxiu was coming to mock her and quickly put on a tough front, but her voice lacked confidence. "I saved a piece of bun for you, hoping you would try it," Lin Jinxiu said with a smile, as if they had never argued. "I worked hard to get it back, so you must enjoy it." Aunt Lu hesitated before taking the bun. Lin Jinxiu wished her good night and left. "Try it quickly. This bun costs 1 silver," her friend exclaimed, nearly drooling. "Can I have some?" "Get lost. I won't give you any." Aunt Lu swatted her friend's hand away. "Such a loser. Weren't you just treating that girl as an enemy?" "Shut up," Aunt Lu said fiercely as she took a bite of the bun. "Sister." Back at the shop, the energetic Ninger appeared before Lin Jinxiu, hopping around and repeating, "We sold it, we sold it, we sold it. Are you that happy?" Lin Jinxiu reached out to touch Ninger's head. Her fine hair was soft, even better than the fur of a kitten. She wondered which lucky young man would get to spend his life with this quirky little girl. Suddenly, Lin Jinxiu thought this. Ninger's dimples became very noticeable as she smiled, bouncing in front of Lin Jinxiu. "Sister, my pancakes sold out. And they were 1 or 2 silver coins each. 1 or 2 each. That price was a huge profit for pancakes." Ninger felt happier than if she had found money. Even helping Aunt Li wash pots and baskets became easy, and she started singing while wiggling her hips, making Aunt Li laugh. Lin Jinxiu was also smiling, but she couldn't stop writing. The account book took most of her attention. Today, ordinary pancakes sold for 561, and special pancakes sold for 1 or 2 silver coins each. Adding the first day's sales and what was left with Lin Jinxiu, they had gathered a total of 72 taels and 145 won, almost reaching half. Lin Jinxiu calculated that if they could earn 5 taels of silver each day for the next 5 days, reaching 100 taels wouldn't be a problem. Plus, the money from selling other pancakes might even leave some extra for other expenses. No problem. Lin Jinxiu closed the account book. After finishing the accounts, Lin Jinxiu tried to help Aunt Li and Ninger prepare materials for tomorrow, but they pushed her away to take care of the children. This gave Lin Jinxiu some time alone, so she used the excuse of feeding her son to sneak into the back room. After soothing Lele to sleep, she thought of entering the space. She checked the fruit trees as usual. Good, no fruits had grown yet. Then she looked at the corn she had planted yesterday. It still had 30 minutes until maturity. 30 minutes? Lin Jinxiu stared at the number hovering above the corn, feeling anxious. 30 minutes felt like a curse. Waiting felt long, but if she didn't wait, there were only 30 minutes left. Plus, there wasn't even a clock in this world. If she could set a timer for 30 minutes, wouldn't it be wonderful to go out and play with Lele now? System prompt. Crop maturity can activate system reminders. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, almost mocking Lin Jinxiu for being forgetful. Lin Jinxiu slapped her forehead. Didn't the system remind her the last time the corn matured? It was just the day before yesterday, and she had forgotten, even thinking of other ways to manage it. Without any worries, Lin Jinxiu left the space. Lele was still awake, staring at the ceiling with a blank expression, not knowing what to think. When Lin Jinxiu appeared in front of him, he broke into a smile. "Ah, Lele, you are truly my treasure. Let me give you a kiss." Lin Jinxiu said playfully as she hugged the child and lay down, burying her face in his little body and taking a deep breath. Many mothers enjoy the scent of their children, and Lin Jinxiu was no exception. The child's delicate skin carried a strong milky fragrance, soft and sweet, making him very lovable. In her previous life, Lin Jinxiu did not have children but had a cat that she loved to cuddle and smell every day. Now, although the cat was gone, she had a much cuter child, and Lin Jinxiu felt lucky. Lele didn't understand what his mother was doing. He just felt her breath tickling him, making him kick his little legs in the air. Lin Jinxiu could feel Leilei's small hands gently patting her head, and that soft touch was incredibly soothing. How wonderful it would be to always enjoy this happiness with the child. Unfortunately, Lin Jinxiu was all alone and could only let the child experience the hardships of life with her. Lin Jinxiu often felt a bit guilty towards this child.
Ding.
The corn is ripe and ready for harvest. Not knowing how long she had been playing with Leilei, the notification in the space rang out. Lin Jinxiu got up from the bed and placed Leilei back in the thick, soft blankets. Leilei, wait a moment. Mommy needs to take care of something and will come back to play with you. With that, Lin Jinxiu entered the space. Having checked the fruits earlier, she headed straight for the corn, but her eyes uncontrollably glanced toward the fruit area, hoping to see something even though she knew it was impossible. Of course, no fruits had grown. Lin Jinxiu returned her focus to the corn and noticed a new button to harvest. After automatically collecting the corn, she realized she had no corn seeds left and had to open the shop to buy more. Remembering that she had only eaten 3 pancakes today and hadn't tried to earn satisfaction points, she worried about how she would make corn cakes the day after tomorrow if she couldn't buy seeds. Forgetting such an important matter, Lin Jinxiu frowned and opened her personal information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.1, 200/500, satisfaction points, 100 item inventory, 3 out of 10 corn stalk x2, corn cob x1, egg x11 huh? Where did these 100 points come from? Lin Jinxiu looked at her satisfaction score, puzzled. 3 buns counted for 60 points, but where did the extra 40 points come from? She had been so eager to sell the buns today that she hadn't paid attention to the score. The extra points could be from Zhang Liabao eating some eggs, but what about the remaining points? Could it be that Zhang Liabao ate 4 eggs? No, that's impossible. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. Eggs were like medicine for the Zhang family. They wouldn't let Zhang Liabao eat too many. Was something happening with the Zhang family? If there was an issue with the village chief, they would come to her. Maybe the old doctor used her corn flour to help someone. The extra points allowed her to buy a seed, which was a good thing. She considered herself lucky. Lin Jinxiu didn't dwell on it. She was just glad to have secured seeds for today. She bought the seeds and planted them, then went to the processing workshop to grind corn flour. With yesterday's experience, Lin Jinxiu found that the mule was even more obedient than an old ox. She grew bold, patting the mule while grinding just to pass the time. Did the mule need to be fed? Lin Jinxiu didn't know. If she had to feed it, that would be tough. With so little corn, she could barely make her own buns, let alone feed the mule. They would both starve together. Once the corn flour was ready, Lin Jinxiu watched as the small broom and dustpan filled the flour into paper bags that flew into her arms. With the corn flour, she felt more confident. Lin Jinxiu rubbed the paper bag with her hands, her mood brightening. I hope all the buns sell tomorrow, she encouraged herself. On the 3rd day, at dawn, Ning'er and Lin Jinxiu had gotten used to waking up at this hour to work. They opened their eyes simultaneously and rolled out of bed. Aunt Li was awake too, but the 2 girls told her not to get up so early, so she lay back down to rest and keep an eye on Leilei. Today, they were making not only the small animal buns that had sold well the past 2 days, but also corn buns made from the special corn Lin Jinxiu had. These corn buns were their secret weapon, so Lin Jinxiu and Ning'er worked diligently, one kneading the dough and the other shaping the buns, with clear rolls. The dough for these 5 corn cakes was made by Lin Jinxiu. To hide the fact that she added corn flour, she asked Ning'er for advice on how to make the dough and personally made the corn cakes. Fortunately, Ning'er didn't think much of it. Under Lin Jinxiu's persistent requests, she eventually agreed to teach her how to prepare the dough, even though she didn't want Lin Jinxiu to work too hard. The 5 fresh corn cakes were just out of the oven when Ning'er opened the shop door, and the warm aroma of corn immediately filled the air. Yesterday's tasting event had gone well, and today's corn cakes were even fresher, coming straight from the oven. Lin Jinxiu was confident they would taste even better than yesterday. Now it was time to see if their promotion was enough to sell the cakes. Besides these special new items, Ning'er quickly prepared and arranged the regular cakes. They were ready to open, eager to call out to passers-by with the delicious smells of their food. Finally, the opening time arrived. Ninger cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, "We're open." Just as Ninger was happily calling out, Lin Jinxiu frowned. "Ninger, did you hear something?" The moment Ninger stopped shouting, Lin Jinxiu's keen hearing picked up the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. It felt overwhelming, almost like a herd of animals migrating across the grasslands, and a bit frightening. Ninger clearly heard the approaching noise too, and took a step back. "Yes, I hear it. It sounds like a lot of people are rushing over." Before she could finish, a large crowd appeared in front of Lin Jinxiu. People were rushing from different directions, eager to surround their shop, nearly toppling the stand outside. Lin Jinxiu quickly lifted the basket of corn cakes high to protect them from being snatched away by the excited crowd. "What's happening?" Ninger had never seen anything like this before and stared wide-eyed in shock.
Miss.
A man in the front, who looked like a servant, adjusted his hat and struggled to stand out from the crowd. He held up a silver coin and called to Lin Jinxiu, "I'm here to buy corn cakes for our young master." "Miss, I want 1 corn cake." "We want some too." Upon closer inspection, Ninger noticed that the chubby servant from yesterday was also in the crowd, though he was now pushed to the back due to his smaller size. Lin Jinxiu placed the basket of corn pancakes on the stove and reached out to help Ninger protect the baskets with regular pancakes. "Don't rush. 1 at a time."
Today.
Lin Jinxiu pointed to the 5 people closest to the window. "They got here the fastest. Today's pancakes are for these 5. The rest of the villagers can see our 5-cent pancakes. They're just as tasty." These 5 people, while closest to the window, were actually squeezed against the wall, nearly losing their balance in the scramble for a pancake. Hearing Lin Jinxiu, they felt that being squished was worth it. The others sighed in disappointment. Most were servants of young masters and misses, who woke up early but missed out on the special pancakes and feared harsh words when they returned home. Especially the follower of Shinnerpang, who trembled in fear. However, the girl had said that only the fastest could buy pancakes, so he knew he would face his master's anger today. Lin Jinxiu took 5 taels of silver from the 5 and placed it in the small bowl for collecting money. She carefully cut and arranged the 5 pancakes, wrapping them up neatly and tying a beautiful bow with twine. If only she could make gift boxes, Lin Jinxiu thought. Wouldn't they sell for a higher price? After all, packaging can add value. "Here, these are your pancakes," Lin Jinxiu said as she handed the carefully wrapped pancakes to the 5. They quickly thanked her, cradling them like treasures, and rushed home. The remaining people could only watch them leave, feeling helpless. After a while, some turned to leave, while others bought a few regular pancakes, thinking that even if they couldn't have the special ones, they could make do with these. Lin Jinxiu was surprised by how popular her pancakes had become. Even the regular pancakes made by Ninger sold well, thanks to this unexpected promotion. She marveled at how innocent people were in this ancient time. Such a marketing strategy would be considered basic in modern times, yet it worked so well here. Unfortunately, the corn plant only produced 1 ear a day, yielding just 5 pancakes. She didn't want to cut corners to make more. Not only would the system likely disapprove of such tricks, but it was also something she found beneath her. Every day, 5 corn cakes earn 100 satisfaction points, which can be exchanged for a corn seed. The corn seed matures in 24 hours, just in time for the next day's needs, allowing her to plant another seed for the day after. Lin Jinxiu wasn't sure if the system was designed this way or if it was just her own ability, but at this rate, gathering 100 taels of silver didn't seem like a big problem anymore. On the 4th day, Lin Jinxiu's corn cakes sold out instantly, and even the regular cakes sold well. The reputation of Lin Jinxiu and Son's corn cakes had spread throughout the county. Everyone in the county knew that at the Son's corn cake shop at the west end of the market, there was a beautiful and kind-hearted girl named Lei who made corn cakes. Each cake cost 1 tael of silver, and even the gods would praise them. People came from far and wide to visit her shop, even if the corn cakes were sold out. They wanted to enjoy the aroma of the cakes or chat with Lin Jinxiu and others, praising how delicious the cakes were, as if they had actually tasted the one-tail cakes themselves. All day long, Sun's shop was bustling with customers. Ninger and Lin Jinxiu were so busy, they hardly had time to rest. The sound of coins clinking filled their pockets, not to mention the guaranteed 5 taels of silver they earned each day. Lin Jinxiu's drawer for coins was nearly full. At first, Ninger was excited, but later, she became accustomed to counting the money. At the end of the day, Lin Jinxiu took a large bag of coins to the bank to exchange them for silver ingots for easier storage. Moreover, this money was to be given to young Master Cui, and she couldn't possibly hand him hundreds of strings of coins. Even if young Master Cui could carry them, Lin Jinxiu and the others couldn't take them out the door. "Sister, how many more taels of silver do we need?" Ninger asked Lin Jinxiu while she was keeping the accounts. She realized she hadn't paid attention these past few days, and half of the 7 days agreed upon with young Master Cui had passed. Since they were earning more each day, she thought they should be able to repay the money soon and asked Lin Jinxiu for confirmation. 83 taels and 695 won, Lin Jinxiu replied, sharing the total she had calculated and showing Ninger the small bag of silver. The shiny silver reflected in Ninger's eyes as she held the bag and exclaimed, "Sister, I've never seen so much silver before." Lin Jinxiu knew that Ninger's father was just as unreliable as the original owner's father. She feared that he had lived a life of poverty, which is why he was stuck in this small corner despite having skills. "You will see more in the future," Lin Jinxiu assured her. "Sister, do you want to open a shop to sell pancakes?" "With your pancakes, you only need to sell 5 a day to support Lele," Ninger asked. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. Her mind was filled with thoughts about how to pay off the 100 taels, and she hadn't had time to think about the future. "Let's talk about that later." "Then, sister, work hard tomorrow." "Good night." Ninger wasn't one to pry. Seeing that Lin Jinxiu didn't intend to say more, she simply wished her well and went to sleep. Lin Jinxiu was glad that Ninger was so easygoing. If she needed to know everything, Lin Jinxiu's abilities would have been exposed long ago. But this child... Perhaps it was because she was too easygoing that she was bullied like this. Lin Jinxiu sighed. Kind people are often taken advantage of. Entering her space, she checked if the fruit trees had borne fruit, harvested corn, ground corn into flour, bought seeds, and planted them. Lin Jinxiu was already familiar with this process. After quickly finishing these tasks, she left the space and fell asleep holding Lele. On the 5th day, Lin Jinxiu's pancakes continued to sell well. However, one of the servants who came to buy corn pancakes seemed distracted. Even when Lin Jinxiu called him, he took several moments to respond, and he looked anxious as he took the pancakes, stumbling over his words. But with so many customers and all kinds of people around, she just shrugged it off and didn't pay much attention. After thanking Lin Jinxiu for the pancakes, the servant quickly walked to the street corner, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then hurriedly ran into the Cui residence. "Young master, I brought the pancakes." He rushed straight to Cui Xiao's room and presented the pancakes with both hands. Cui Xiao, with a big belly, sat in a small armchair. Because the chair was a bit small, it looked like he was floating above it, and from the front, you couldn't see what he was sitting on at all. Every time the servant saw his young master in that chair, he wondered if it was really comfortable. But when the young master leaned back, he didn't seem to get stuck. So perhaps the chair just looked small. But that was just a guess. He wouldn't dare to try it himself. "Quick, bring it here." Cui Xiao snatched the pancake from his subordinate's hands. "I want to see how that woman manages to sell these pancakes for a silver each." He roughly tore open the bow on the paper wrapping, turning Lin Jinxiu's carefully folded packaging into a crumpled mess. The golden corn pancake broke into several pieces before it could even reach his mouth, which was stained with yellow teeth.
Cui Xiao scoffed.
This lay girl was indeed bold to bet against him. In recent days, he had been visiting the clinic and selling pancakes. Seeing how the old doctor at the clinic was so eager to please, it was clear that it had turned into a decent business, especially with how popular the pancakes were now. It seemed like a risky move. Cui Xiao forcefully threw the remaining pieces of pancake on the ground. Unfortunately, The pancakes landed silently, failing to satisfy him. A nearby servant quickly offered a plate, but Cui Xiao angrily slammed the plate down at the servant's feet, startling her into a frightened jump.
Ha ha ha.
At that moment, Cui Xiao finally let out a satisfied laugh. "Young master, what's wrong?" The servant was startled, fearing that Cui Xiao's anger would be directed at him. "That lay girl thinks she can sell pancakes and use my name to gain fame?" Cui Xiao was well aware of the neighborhood's opinion of Lin Jinxiu. They were clearly trying to use her name to annoy him, especially those who had a grudge against the Cui family and were determined to spread bad rumors about him. Just a few days ago, he had been scolded by his older brother. If, after 7 days, Ninger and that lay girl didn't succeed, then he, Cui, wouldn't be able to stay in this county. Hearing this, the servant quickly flattered Cui Xiao. "That lay girl is really audacious. Selling pancakes is one thing, but using the young master's name is too much. We need to come up with a way to stop them from gathering that 100 taels." Cui Xiao pinched the flesh under his chin, slightly lowering his body and resting his left hand on the armrest to show off his authority, but he looked more like a talking bear. The servant's eyes darted around, and he came up with an idea. "Young master, do you want to prevent them from selling pancakes? Isn't that obvious?" Cui Xiao glared at him. "Then, young master, how about this?" The servant gestured for Cui Xiao to lean in. Cui Xiao leaned closer to listen as the servant whispered a plan in his ear. As he listened, his chubby face scrunched up, resembling a wolf spotting its prey. However, Lin Jinxiu was unaware of any of this. In her mind, she was still thinking about how to make corn pancakes and a sustainable planting plan for corn. However, today's system notification was a bit different. Among several messages indicating satisfactory values, Lin Jinxiu heard this one. Ding. "Congratulations, player Lin Jinxiu has reached level 2, unlocking the storage room, and earning 50 satisfaction points and 8 treasure chicken." She had leveled up. The process was incredibly challenging. 8 treasure chicken? Excited about the new unlock, Lin Jinxiu couldn't wait to check the space, but she still had work to finish. She had to suppress her curiosity and focus on her tasks. By the time the last pancake was served to a customer, it was already dark outside. The two continued with their duties. Lin Jinxiu kept the accounts while Ninger prepared the ingredients and cleaning tools for the next day. Today had been quite fruitful, with a total of 89 taels and 510 won. After 2 more days, she would have just enough for 100 taels. If she was a little short, she still had this wooden token on her. Lin Jinxiu kept the small bag of silver close, worried that this lifeline might face any mishaps. Interestingly, in the past few days, Cui Xiao hadn't come to cause trouble, which made Lin Jinxiu feel uneasy. He didn't seem like the type to avoid creating issues. Although saving money was going smoothly, Lin Jinxiu felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She decided to stay a bit longer in the shop just in case. After feeding Lele, Ninger and Antli played with the little one while Lin Jinxiu went to the shop alone. With a thought, she entered Yunchong Ranch to see what good things the so-called upgrade would bring today. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.3, 550/2000, satisfaction points, 150 item inventory, 3/10 corn stock x4, egg x11, 8 treasure chicken. Upon entering the space, Lin Jinxiu first opened her information panel. After leveling up to level 2, she noticed the difference from level 1. The 2 numbers marked after her name seemed to represent the satisfaction points needed for the next upgrade. Previously it was 500, but now it was 2,000. Did this mean she needed 1,500 satisfaction points to reach level 3? Wait a minute, it seemed like her satisfaction points had been in use. So didn't she only have 150 left? Then what was this 550? Lin Jinxiu pondered, realizing that satisfaction points could not only be used but also accumulated. Fortunately, using it does not affect the upgrade. Otherwise, Lin Jinxiu wouldn't know where to cry. Suddenly tripling in size, the satisfaction points needed for this upgrade seem a bit excessive, right? Lin Jinxiu scratched her head. She shifted her attention to the 8 treasure chicken in her backpack. 8 treasure chicken. can produce delicious eggs. Production will lay 1 egg every 24 hours if in a good mood. In a good mood? Lin Jinxiu immediately noticed the key point. Does this system's animals have a mood value setting? System prompt. The farm has been activated. The ground shook again. Lin Jinxiu looked up to find the farm's location. Less than 50 meters south of the farmland, a building rose up, with white high walls and black eaves. Unlike the small and delicate style of the processing station and mall, the farm's appearance was grand and imposing, making it hard to believe it was for animals. Lin Jinxiu raised her hand to shield her eyes and squinted to see the exact appearance of the farm. What a big house. But it's too far away. Accepting her fate, Lin Jinxiu walked toward the farm from the mall in the space station. The farmland to the south was already a very large area. The mall and processing station were to the west, so Lin Jinxiu planted corn nearby, without needing to run far. Although she knew she would eventually have to deal with running around the farmland, this was happening too quickly. When she finally reached the farm, Lin Jinxiu noticed a glowing sign appearing above it as she approached. Farm. 0/20. Does this mean the farm can only hold 20 animals? Lin Jinxiu guessed. But for now, there was no need to think about that, as she only had 1/8 treasure chicken, which was quite expensive. She didn't know when she would be able to gather enough for 20 animals. The farm was very large but empty. Besides a few windows, there was nothing else, indicating that the area would need to be unlocked gradually.
Beep.
Detected that the player owns poultry cards. Would you like to unlock the chicken coop? Unlock, Lin Jinxiu replied. Beep, chicken coop unlocked. As soon as the system finished speaking, a square plot surrounded by a fence rose up in the corner near the farm's entrance. Inside, there was a feeding trough and a water dispenser along with a nesting box specifically built for the chickens. A track extended from knee height, leading along the fence to the entrance of the chicken coop. This is, Lin Jinxiu said as she flicked the track twice. Is this the egg delivery track for the chicken coop? Will the eggs really not break rolling around such a long way? Well, forget about the eggs. There aren't even any chickens now. Lin Jinxiu sighed. Let's take out the chickens first. Lin Jinxiu took out a chicken from her backpack. She expected to pull out a live chicken, but instead, it was a card with a chicken drawn on it. The card seemed to be made of metal, and no matter how hard Lin Jinxiu tried, she couldn't bend it even a little. The chicken design on the card was in relief, feeling uneven to the touch, yet it looked so vivid and exquisite, as if the chicken would jump out and crow at any moment. Below the chicken design were 3 beautifully carved characters. 8 treasures chicken. The card was indeed beautiful, but the question was, how could this flat chicken on the card turn into a lively, 3-dimensional chicken? Lin Jinxiu rarely played card games. She had only seen people around her play games like Yu-Gi-Oh! In her previous life and had come across some anime works. She flipped the metal card back and forth, trying to find a button, but after searching for a long time, she found nothing to operate. This is a bit tricky. Lin Jinxiu looked around, realizing she was alone in this space. She pinched the card between her right index and middle fingers and touched her right arm with her left hand, saying, "My turn. Draw a card. 8 treasures chicken." Of course, there was no response. Lin Jinxiu froze for a few seconds, then covered her face and squatted down, her ears turning red like a rabbit as she hopped on the ground, crying out in frustration. No, this can't happen again. After a long time, Lin Jinxiu finally parted her fingers slightly, revealing her scrunched-up little nose and watery eyes. At that moment, if Lin Jinxiu were an anime girl, a mushroom cloud would have surely appeared above her head, lingering and still smoking. After calming down for a while, Lin Jinxiu stood up, took several deep breaths to settle her emotions, and the blush on her face would likely take some time to fade. With no other options for the card in her hand, Lin Jinxiu reached out and threw it, saying, "It's decided. 8 treasures chicken." The card flew swiftly into the chicken coop, and just before it touched the ground, a bright white light appeared. With a loud cluck, a black chicken with white spots on its wings flew out from the light, landing proudly on the ground.
Wow.
So, it really is like this. Lin Jinxiu stared in shock at the chicken she had summoned. Is this card like a magic ball? Of course not. The way to use this card was simply to let it touch the ground in space, releasing its contents. Lin Jinxiu just used a more dramatic method. As for when Lin Jinxiu would discover this feature, it wasn't important. What mattered now was how this special chicken could lay eggs. Lin Jinxiu bent down, resting her hands on the edge of the coop, watching the chicken flap its wings and strut around proudly. To be honest, Lin Jinxiu found the white spots on the chicken's black wings a bit off-putting, but its shiny feathers glistened in the sunlight, and its healthy yellow beak and bright eyes made it somewhat attractive, leaving Lin Jinxiu with mixed feelings. In truth, the chicken wasn't too fond of Lin Jinxiu either. Even after watching it for a while, the chicken never looked at her, as if to say, "Silly human." This wasn't Lin Jinxiu trying to analyze a chicken. It was just that the chicken kept walking around her without ever looking her way, even turning away with an attitude that clearly said it didn't like her. Hey, you're just a chicken, yet you have quite the attitude? Lin Jinxiu didn't want to stoop to a chicken's level, but this one was really annoying. The more she watched, the more she felt like giving it a good shake. So, what does it mean that the chicken will lay eggs only when it's in a good mood? Lin Jinxiu opened the coop door to get a closer look at the chicken. Do I really have to serve it tea, give it massages, and pamper it to make it happy? As Lin Jinxiu stepped into the coop, the chicken moved away slightly, its face clearly showing its disdain. Is it really that hard to make this annoying chicken happy enough to lay eggs for me? Forget it. Lin Jinxiu turned around and left. She really didn't want to argue with the chicken. For now, she still had a few eggs left, and if she used them sparingly, they should last her for a while. Wait until you need this chicken before you come to find it, or better yet, come to deal with it. Gathering corn, planting corn seeds, patting the mules back while going in circles, and finally leaving with corn flour after finishing her daily tasks, Lin Jinxiu felt a bit tired. It was getting late, and Lin Jinxiu planned to rest in her space to recharge for tomorrow's work. However, she had started to feel a bit hot since earlier. She hadn't noticed it while working, but now that she was relaxing, she felt increasingly hot, even to the point of discomfort. How could heat cause pain? This feeling was definitely not right. Thinking about returning to her space, Lin Jinxiu closed her eyes to avoid the dizziness from the sensation of weightlessness. But just as she felt her feet touch the ground, a blinding red light appeared before her. The dazzling light lasted only a second before Lin Jinxiu opened her eyes. She found herself in her familiar shop, but flames were wildly licking everything inside, and she stood in a corner where her clothes were just starting to catch fire. Putting out the flames on her clothes, Lin Jinxiu looked around the shop. If it weren't for the shop's simplicity and the few items inside, she would definitely be trapped here. What is happening? Lin Jinxiu exclaimed as she ducked to avoid burning debris falling from the ceiling, desperately searching for anything that wasn't on fire. However, as she took in the situation, Lin Jinxiu felt a chill. She had been working in her space and had no idea when the fire had started. Now that she was out, everything in the shop was burned. The tables and chairs were ruined, the stove for making pancakes had collapsed, and even the ingredients for tomorrow were lying on the ground, ruined by the flames. There was nothing left to save. Lin Jinxiu's good mood from leveling up and getting the 8 treasure chicken was gone. In this dangerous fire, she could only scramble around to avoid the flames. The path to the backyard was blocked by fire and fallen beams, so Lin Jinxiu had no choice but to rush out through the front door. It was over. That was the only thought in Lin Jinxiu's mind. The shop was gone, the stove was gone, the ingredients were gone, and she had no idea how to repay the remaining debts. Help! Fire! The well and buckets were all in the backyard. Lin Jinxiu had nothing else to do but shout loudly, hoping that Aunt Li and Ninger could hear her and quickly get out of the backyard with her child. The fire was almost reaching the neighboring area. Who knew if the backyard would be affected too? The neighbors were awakened by her cries and rushed out of their homes. Those nearby grabbed water to help Lin Jinxiu put out the fire, while others came to see what was happening. The shop entrance was bustling with people, just like during the daytime when they sold pancakes. A woman who often bought pancakes from a shop a few doors down saw Lin Jinxiu in distress, her clothes burned with several holes and her face covered in dust. She quickly pulled Lin Jinxiu aside to give space to the men fighting the fire. After checking that Lin Jinxiu was not hurt, she felt relieved and used a wet cloth to wipe the dirt from her face. Lin Jinxiu thanked her, tears streaming down her face. She knew she didn't have time to cry, but she couldn't help it. Wiping her face with a cloth, she gritted her teeth, turned around, and picked up a bucket to join the men in trying to extinguish the flames. When the last flicker of fire was finally out, dawn was breaking. The sweaty men paused their work and looked at Lin Jinxiu with sympathy. As neighbors, this was all they could do to help. As they left, they patted her on the shoulder. Since Lin Jinxiu stood up for Mrs. Li, the townspeople no longer saw her as just an ordinary girl. Her tear-streaked face, yet determined to fight the fire, left a strong impression on them. What a shame, such a nice shop. It's tough for this girl. They still owe money to young Master Cui.
Poor thing.
It's like the heavens won't let anyone have a break. Lin Jinxiu knew they were trying to comfort her, but she couldn't smile or even say thank you. The flames had left her face covered in soot, with tears creating 2 clean paths down to her chin. She wiped her face with her already dirty sleeve, smudging the clean paths into a mess. If only she could have spent less time in the space, maybe she could have prevented the fire. She had been there to protect the shop. Frustrated, she sat on the ground, glaring at the ruins in front of her, while her nose and throat betrayed her, making her sob uncontrollably. To hold back her tears, Lin Jinxiu bit down hard on her silver teeth until she could barely feel them. "Sister?" Ninger appeared nearby, her voice choked with sobs. The little girl was covered in sweat, her hair sticking to her forehead. Her usually neat braids were now messy. Aunt Li followed behind, holding Lele. Both of them soaked in sweat, not much better off than Ninger. Lin Jinxiu glanced sideways in the direction of the voice and saw the disheveled Ninger and Aunt Li running towards her, with Lele wrapped in a blanket in Aunt Li's arms. As soon as Ninger spotted Lin Jinxiu, she burst into tears, calling out Sister Lin while running into her embrace, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. "Sister Jinxiu, I'm so glad you're okay." Aunt Li arrived shortly after, squatting down in concern as she held Lin Jinxiu's head in her arms. "I thought you." The wooden planks that fell from the shop had ignited the grass pile beside their home. Earlier, when Lin Jinxiu and the others were trying to put out the fire at the front, Aunt Li and Ninger were also awakened, using buckets from the backyard to help extinguish the flames. It wasn't until all the fire was out that they made their way to the street to find Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu held Ninger in one arm, resting her head on Aunt Li's shoulder, her gaze fixed on Aunt Li's embrace. Fortunately, Lele was unharmed, her big eyes wide open, unaware of what had happened. Upon seeing Lin Jinxiu, she smiled sweetly. Lin Jinxiu looked at the innocent child, her brows furrowed tightly, yet the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. That bittersweet smile on her dusty face could easily tug at anyone's heart. She had never felt such sadness before. This fire was not just a loss of their belongings, it had cut off their means of survival. The day to repay the debt to Cui Xiao was fast approaching, and they still owed more than just a small amount. Given Aunt Li and Ninger's tendency to carefully extinguish even the tiniest spark in their stove, this fire was definitely not due to their negligence. So, who started it? Anyone could be a suspect. The creditor Cui Xiao, jealous neighbors, or even the culprit who might be mingling among the crowd of onlookers. Everyone was a possibility. Cui Xiao is the main suspect because the fire happened just 2 days before they were supposed to repay their debt, right when they were about to gather the money. Lin Jinxiu shook her head again. Although she hated Cui Xiao deeply, she couldn't let that hatred lead her to falsely accuse him. In the end, she realized it was her own carelessness that caused this. She had already cried and felt sad, but now a wave of anger rose in her heart. She was angry with herself for not taking better care of the shop and for spending too much time in her own space. This was not the modern society Lin Jinxiu was familiar with, where high-tech tools could help find clues. Without evidence, reporting to the authorities would be useless. She comforted the grandmother and grandson who were crying on her, forcing herself to stay calm. They saw her as their support, so she had to hold back her tears and think of other solutions. After gently patting their shoulders, Lin Jinxiu stood up and walked into the burned shop. The charred beams had fallen, blocking her path, and crumbled under her feet. She noticed that the core of the beam was still smoldering, so she quickly stomped on it to put out the sparks. The stove and all the ingredients were mixed together in a black mess, with only the iron pot, which was buried in ashes and still slightly red, showing it could no longer be used. The door to the backyard was burnt and fragile. A gentle push caused it to break in half and fall to the ground, stirring up a cloud of black ash. Cough, cough. The ash made Lin Jinxiu cover her mouth and nose as she crouched and squeezed through the deformed back door. The backyard was in ruins as well. A piece of burnt wall fell at her feet, and when she looked up, she saw that even the house where they slept had collapsed halfway. Lin Jinxiu struggled to dig out the small bag she had brought with Lele from the rubble, pulling out a charred and deformed handkerchief from the torn fabric. The embroidery in the middle of the handkerchief was still intact, showing two beautifully stitched birds, though Lin Jinxiu couldn't recognize what kind they were. However, the note Zhang Lin had given her wasn't so lucky. It had turned into a small pile of gray-black crumbs, and Lin Jinxiu couldn't even be sure if it was the note that recorded the location. Sitting on the only remaining well platform, Lin Jinxiu surveyed the mess before her and sighed softly. Even the account book was only half intact, but Lin Jinxiu was relieved that she already had a good idea of the situation and didn't need to recalculate. Lin's sister. Someone is looking for you outside. Ninger's voice called from outside, catching Lin Jinxiu's attention. There was nothing much to carry, just a burnt handkerchief tucked into her belt as she re-entered a dark shop. Stepping on ashes, she walked out through the front door, leaving two black footprints on the ground. A servant stood at the entrance, looking Lin Jinxiu up and down. Is there something you need? Lin Jinxiu shuffled her feet a bit and stood in a clean spot. The servant stared at her intently. My young master heard there was a fire here, so he sent me to check. His gaze shifted from Lin Jinxiu to Ninger, then lightly brushed over Aunt Li's face. Since no one was hurt, my young master can relax. Though he said this, his expression showed disdain. Hurry up and save some money. If my young master gets impatient, you'll regret it. It's true that when people are poor, they face more troubles. What did you say? Ninger, who had been sitting quietly, jumped up at his words. Ninger, stop it, Lin Jinxiu interrupted her. The servant glanced at Lin Jinxiu, said nothing, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, a half-burnt piece of paper slipped out from the gap in his belt and fell silently to the ground. Indeed, there's not a good person in the Chui family. Ninger stomped her foot. Sister Lin, why didn't you let me scold him? Lin Jinxiu didn't respond to Ninger. She walked over to where the paper ash had fallen and picked up the small piece of paper, snorting coldly. It's true that such people raise such dogs. With a flick of her finger, the small paper spun in the air before landing on the ground, where it was stepped into the ashes and disappeared. Lin Jinxiu was now certain that the fire was started by young Master Chui. The small piece of paper that fell from the servant confirmed everything. He claimed young Master Chui sent him after hearing the news, but why did he have a half-burnt piece of paper on him? Was the Chui family also burning something while the shop was on fire? Lin Jinxiu didn't believe it. As for why the paper was on the servant, it was likely that in his rush to escape after starting the fire, the wind had blown it into his clothes. Otherwise, with their history of wrongdoing, how could they leave such a simple clue? When she returned to Aunt Li and Ninger, Aunt Li grabbed Lin Jinxiu's hand, looking worried. Sister Jinxiu, what should we do now? Ninger stood by, head down, crying silently. There will always be a way, Lin Jinxiu said. The situation has become like this, and there's nothing we can do. Aunt Li's eyes were filled with despair, as if she had come to terms with it. Why don't you leave quickly, Xiao?
Aunt.
Lin Jinxiu didn't expect that at such a time, Aunt Li would still want her to leave. Lin Jinxiu understood what Aunt Li and the others were thinking. Previously, they believed that Lin Jinxiu would help them repay the debt, so they decided to follow her wishes and stay with her to gather the money. However, now the two of them, already destitute, had nothing left. They had accepted their fate with the Chui family, and in this situation, they absolutely could not let Lin Jinxiu be dragged into it as well. "Aunt, it's come to this point, can we please stop saying such foolish things?" She held Aunt Li's hand tightly. "Aunt, do you think that if I leave here, the young Master Chui and his family will let me go?" Lin Jinxiu's face lost the gentle expression she used to have when comforting them. "Aunt, let me be honest. I won't leave. Not only will I stay, but I will also help you resolve this issue. I want to establish myself in this county. Do you understand?" Aunt Li was taken aback by Lin Jinxiu's words. As a simple woman, she didn't think much, only wishing for Lin Jinxiu's safety. "If I run away now, not to mention whether I can live elsewhere in the future, do you think I could live with myself?" Lin Jinxiu frowned, her voice trembling with emotion. "Aunt, would you want me to live with guilt for the rest of my life?" Lin Jinxiu placed her hand on her heart. "I am so sad, Aunt. I am really so sad." Aunt Li then realized that during this time, she had only focused on Lin Jinxiu's safety and hadn't considered the turmoil within her heart. If Lin Jinxiu felt guilty for their situation for a lifetime, it would be a torment that would haunt her forever. "Please take care of Lele for me." Lin Jinxiu took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to cry, turned around, and inhaled deeply the lingering smell of burnt food in the air. "I will find a way. No matter what. We must gather the remaining silver." Meanwhile, in the Shun family's kitchen, steam rose from the hot oil, which was still bubbling, but no one had turned off the heat, indicating that something delicious had just been cooked. The entire kitchen was filled with the aroma of corn and the sweet scent of freshly made dough. 10 frightened eyes stared at a freshly cooked, sizzling pancake. The pancake was lifted with a pair of chopsticks, and a drop of oil fell onto the white plate, creating a half circle in the air before being sucked into a greasy mouth, chewed roughly and swallowed. "You're all useless." The chopsticks were slammed onto the white plate, bouncing high and falling to the ground. The nearby timid chefs were nearly scared out of their wits by the sound, trembling and huddling together in silence. Shunner Pang pounded the table, bits of pancake spraying everywhere. "My family has spent so much money training you, and this is all you can do?" His fierce gaze swept over the pale faces in front of him. "Just one corn pancake, huh? Just one corn pancake. Yours is even worse than that little girl's from the Sun family. What am I feeding you for, huh?" The loud banging on the table made the chefs' hearts race. One of them swallowed hard. "Master, that girl's corn pancake must have some secret. We really can't do anything about it. You're just foolish. A bunch of idiots." Shunner Pang was furious to hear the chef talk back. He grabbed him and pointed, shouting, "What secret could a little girl have? Why don't you come up with a secret recipe for me?" The chef, gripped by the collar, was sweating and trembling, fearing that Shunner Pang's finger would turn into a fist and hit his nose. "Master, Master." A voice approached. The servant who often went out to buy pancakes rushed into the kitchen, panting, "Master, bad news. The Sun family's pancake shop is on fire. Everything is burned."
"What?"
Shunner Pang looked shocked. "Burned?" "Yes, burned. I just saw that girl Lei trying to put it out." The servant standing behind Shunner Pang brightened up. "Master, why not take this chance to hire that girl? Let her come to our family and cook pancakes just for you." The chefs hurriedly nodded in agreement, all supporting the servant's suggestion. Shunner Pang let go of the cook, allowing him to crouch nearby and greedily breathe in the air. He turned and glared at the servant. "Do you think I'm foolish?" The servant couldn't understand what he had done wrong and just blinked his innocent eyes at Shunner Pang. "That person named Lei has a grudge against young Master Chui." Shunner Pang pointed outside, his hand shaking with anger. "Am I supposed to risk my entire Shin family for a piece of flatbread?" "Yes, yes, yes." The servant, taken aback by the scolding, quickly lowered his head in apology. "It's my fault. It's my fault. Read more books." Shunner Pang raised his hand and tapped him on the head. "Stop just looking at those little storybooks you collect." "Yes, yes, yes." The servant shivered slightly from the tap, nodding and agreeing. Shinner turned his attention back to the cooks, his round eyes wide open. What are you staring at? Hurry up and make the flatbreads. If you don't make me happy with them today, you'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the cooks hurriedly scrambled to make the flatbreads, and the kitchen was filled with the sounds of clanging and bustling. Why does that Miss Lay have to provoke someone like young Master Chui? Pang grumbled as he sat down, looking at the unfinished flatbread. He swiped his hand, sending the flatbread flying into the stove and leaving a mess of broken pieces on the floor. In the backyard of the Sun family. I have an idea. Just when Ninger and Aunt Lee were at a loss, Lin Jinxiu walked up to them, her eyes no longer filled with regret and despair, but shining with the confidence they were familiar with. Seeing Lin Jinxiu's expression, Ninger and Aunt Lee exchanged glances, reigniting their hope. Sister Lin, what should we do? Do you need my help?
Ninger asked.
Lin Jinxiu nodded. Exactly, I need your help. This time, we will do it like this. At the Chui residence. The courtyard was shaded by green trees and filled with the scent of flowers. Two maids in narrow skirts were carefully tending to the plants, watering and trimming the leaves without a moment's delay. However, as they were working on the flowers, a foot stomped down, carelessly crushing the blooms and breaking the leaves. One maid, holding a pair of pruning scissors, looked on in horror as the flowers that had just been standing beautifully before her were trampled into the dirt. Her delicate hand couldn't even hold the scissors anymore, and they fell to the ground with a clatter. Oh no! How could you ruin the flowers like this? A chubby face leaned close to the servant girl's soft cheek and asked, What do you think you deserve for this? The servant girl, tears streaming down her face, knelt before Master Chui, repeatedly bowing her head. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Master Chui laughed loudly and slapped the servant girl across the face. She cried out in pain and fell down, revealing that one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Her tear-filled eyes were full of fear. How unfortunate. Take her away, Master Chui said, feeling disgusted by the sight of the sobbing girl, his impatience clear. Two attendants approached without expression, each grabbing an arm of the girl and dragging her away, leaving her cries for mercy fading into the distance. The other servant girls in the courtyard quickly stopped their work, heads down and fingers clenched, too afraid to look at Master Chui. Master Chui, with a smile on his face and a glint of mischief in his eyes, walked up to one of the servant girls and lifted her chin with his fan. She bit her lip tightly to hold back her tears, trembling with fear. Master. Before Master Chui could respond, another attendant's voice came from outside the courtyard. Master Chui paused and slowly lowered his fan, saying leave. The shaken servant girl quickly bowed to Master Chui and hurried away with the others, as if escaping for their lives. Master Chui turned to face the rushing attendant. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Did you finish the task I gave you? The attendant, clearly out of breath from running, replied, Master, it's not good. He swallowed hard before continuing. Miss Lay has started selling corn juice by the docks. What? Master Chui exclaimed. How are her sales? The attendant gasped for breath before answering. There are so many buyers. I couldn't even get close. Master Chui nearly choked on his surprise. This Miss Lay had come up with another idea so quickly? He had to admire her. Keep an eye on her. Master Chui said fiercely, I must have that woman. Master. Before the first attendant could leave the courtyard, another rushed in. Master. Outside the horse market. That girl named Sun is selling corn juice too. She's selling a lot. Master Chui simply told him to keep watching and send him away. He realized that aside from her good looks, the person with the surname Lei also had a sharp mind. If he could make use of her, it would be a win-win situation. With this thought, Chui Xiao chuckled, his squinting eyes resembling a satisfied hyena licking its fur. Chui Xiao paced back and forth in the courtyard. He needed to come up with a plan. He absolutely could not let the Lei family gather money. As the sky gradually darkened, the sunset cast a golden edge on the eaves of every shop. Lin Jinxiu carried an empty bucket, which held several wooden bowls, each giving off the sweet scent of corn. Lin Jinxiu seemed to be in a good mood, humming a little tune as she walked. She smiled and greeted every neighbor who said hello until she encountered Ninger, who was bouncing and spinning around. Sister. A sister. Ninger looked very happy, waving her hands as she ran over. But after a few steps, she tripped over her own feet and fell. Before Lin Jinxiu could help her, she jumped back up, ran to Lin Jinxiu, and wiped the dirt from her hands on her clothes. Carefully, she took out a cloth bag and held it up to Lin Jinxiu, her eyes sparkling. Sister.
Look.
We sold all the corn juice. Does it hurt? Lin Jinxiu gently held her little hand and rubbed it, smiling as she took the coins. You worked hard. The bag of coins was heavy, clinking together as if it would take a long time to count. Where's Aunt Li? Lin Jinxiu asked. Grandma has already gone back to the shop. Ninger clapped her hands together. I ran out to meet Sister Lin. Lin Jinxiu looked at Ninger with affection and ruffled her hair. Thank you, Ninger. Ninger bounced to Lin Jinxiu's side, walking alongside her.
Did you sell out too?
Lin Jinxiu nodded, lifting the bucket lid to show Ninger the empty bowls. Yes, all sold out. That's great. Ninger jumped up again. As they spoke, they returned to the shop, where Aunt Li was sweeping the ashes with a large broom. When she saw Lin Jinxiu and Ninger come in, a happy smile spread across her face. Ninger called out, Grandma, I'll help you, and tried to grab the broom from Aunt Li. Lin Jinxiu set the empty bucket aside and took out her money pouch. Silver and copper coins spilled all over the ground. With no stools at home, Lin Jinxiu sat on the floor and began counting the coins one by one. When the last coin was collected in her palm, it totaled 94 taels and 682 won. This amount was just within the range Lin Jinxiu had planned, and she had earned 100 satisfaction points to grow corn. As long as she could sell 5 taels of silver tomorrow, along with that wooden token, they could pay off the 100 taels by tomorrow evening at the latest. Speaking of the wooden token, it had been her last hope. Lin Jinxiu had kept it with her, and it hadn't been damaged by fire. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. She took it out from her clothing and hung it at her waist. After checking the accounts and clearly identifying the source of the last 5 or 6 taels for tomorrow, Lin Jinxiu felt there was nothing more to prepare and put away the silver. Together with Ninger, they tidied up the mess in the shop. They walked to the backyard, where Aunt Li was trying to clean up the house of the previous occupants, but unfortunately, the house was only half intact. However, they still needed to sleep tonight. Lin Jinxiu and Ninger helped Aunt Li arrange the remaining usable furniture on the side that was still livable. They were just grateful it was summer. The drafty house was still bearable, but in winter, they worried that the delicate little Lele wouldn't be able to endure it. After organizing the house, the 3 of them were exhausted and sat on the edge of the bed. Ninger simply lay back. Tomorrow, once the 100 taels were paid off, they could think about future plans. Lin Jinxiu looked at the half-collapsed house, pondering how to manage life after repaying the debt. Perhaps it was time to find Zhang Lin's relatives. Lin Jinxiu made up her mind. The sound of a baby crying caught their attention. Lele was hungry and started to cry. Lin Jinxiu realized she hadn't fed Lele in a long time, too busy gathering silver, and hadn't even had the heart to check on the poor child. She felt like an unfit mother. Quickly, Lin Jinxiu picked up Lele from the bed and found a quiet corner to feed him. Thankfully, she was in good health, so she had enough milk. As she looked at Lele in her arms, she gently rocked him to soothe him. She had forgotten that she hadn't eaten anything since last night and hadn't slept for a minute, working hard since the night before. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit dizzy for the first time in a while. No, she needed to get some good sleep. Lin Jinxiu knew she couldn't push herself too hard. If she fell ill, it would take away the scarce resources they had to help her recover. As Lin Jinxiu was about to lie down for a good sleep, someone suddenly knocked on the door. I'm coming. Ninger rolled out of bed to open the door. Lele had finally eaten enough, and Lin Jinxiu's eyes were nearly too heavy to keep open. Lin's sister, Grandma, come, eat something. At that moment, Ninger brought in 2 soup dumplings and 2 bowls of porridge. Lin Jinxiu asked Ninger where the food came from. Ninger said it was just delivered by Aunt Lu from next door, who was grumbling when she brought it. She mentioned that it was leftover food from today, but the porridge and dumplings were still steaming hot, clearly just taken off the stove. Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu smiled slightly. Aunt Lu is quite an interesting person. After eating the dumplings and drinking the porridge, Lin Jinxiu said goodbye to Ninger and lay down with Lele to rest. The sun had not completely set, but Lin Jinxiu was already very tired. Although she hadn't looked in a mirror, she knew she must have 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. Even if she said she wasn't sleepy, Ninger wouldn't believe her. Lin Jinxiu found herself back in her past life, holding Lele as she went to see her parents. A tall man walked beside her, wearing clothes embroidered with 2 birds that had slight burn marks. They seemed very affectionate, but Lin Jinxiu couldn't see his face. She only knew he was her husband and Lele's father. Her parents rushed over, crying, saying Lin Jinxiu had been dead for 2 weeks and they never expected to see her again, or to see her child. In her parents' embrace, Lin Jinxiu's tears streamed down her cheeks. In that world, she had been constantly fighting and had no time to think about home or her parents. However, when their faces appeared before her again, she couldn't help but miss home. Lin Jinxiu opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Mom and Dad, I miss you." But instead, she told them she was doing well in another world, had a lovely child, and even owned her own shop. Although there were some problems in the shop, bad times would pass, just like when she started her business before. Her parents reached out to hold her hands, but their hands felt stiff and cold, as if they were not alive. Before her parents could finish speaking, Lin Jinxiu could no longer hear them. Their voices grew quieter until she could hear nothing at all. Their faces became increasingly blurry in her eyes, like they were pixelated, gradually disappearing before her. Not only had her parents disappeared, but even Lele and the man standing beside her, claiming to be her husband, were gone. Only the 2 charred birds swayed in front of her. In that moment, she felt abandoned by the world. "Don't go!" She cried out, starting to run until she completely lost her way. Finally, with a splash, the world began to fade to darkness as she fell into the water, deprived of breath. Even when she tried to open her mouth wide, she could only release a few tiny bubbles. "Help, help!" A terrifying red appeared before Lin Jinxiu's eyes. The smell was familiar. It was her own blood. She was going to die. Lin's sister. Lin's sister. It was Ninger's voice, as if it awakened her will to survive. With a splash, her head broke the surface of the water. Lin Jinxiu woke up. "Lin's sister, what's wrong?" Ninger's concerned little face appeared in front of Lin Jinxiu, her big eyes filled with worry. "So, it was just a dream?" Lin Jinxiu touched her face and found it was covered in tears. The fear and reluctance from the dream still lingered in her heart, hard to shake off. Everything in the dream felt so real that Lin Jinxiu couldn't tell if she had truly returned to her past life in her sleep, or if it was just a dream caused by homesickness. "Did Lin's sister have a nightmare?" Ninger asked, noticing Lin Jinxiu's confusion and silence. She moved closer and gently hugged Lin Jinxiu, patting her back. "Lin's sister, Ninger is here with you." Ninger's soft voice whispered in Lin Jinxiu's ear, making her feel a little ticklish. Who Grandma said this will keep the bad dreams away." With Ninger's gentle comfort, Lin Jinxiu's emotions slowly began to ease. After a while, Lin Jinxiu wrapped her arms around Ninger and said, "Thank you." Ninger was very happy to see Lin Jinxiu return to her usual self. Grandma's method really worked. Making Lin's sister happy was the best thing ever. Lin Jinxiu didn't tell her that she was thinking of home. Ninger was the type of child who couldn't keep things to herself. If she shared her worries, Ninger would probably end up worrying for her even more. Looking outside, it was completely dark. Lin Jinxiu couldn't tell how long she had slept, but she still wanted to rest a bit more. Unfortunately, just as she lay down, a notification from the space sounded.
Ding.
"Corn is ripe and ready for harvest." Lin Jinxiu sighed. Yesterday, she had stayed in the space too long and didn't have time to save the shop. Now, she felt a bit reluctant to enter the space again. However, she had to go in. She still needed to buy seeds and plant corn for future work. The corn flour needed for tomorrow had not been collected yet, so she had to enter the space to work. After Ninger was called out by Aunt Lee, Lin Jinxiu closed her eyes and entered the space with a thought. This time, she didn't even check on the chicken. She just quickly glanced at the fruit trees to see if any fruit had grown, and then hurried to the processing station with the harvested corn. Lin Jinxiu was very fast this time. From entering the space to coming out with the corn flour, she took very little time. Even Ninger didn't notice that her sister seemed to be lost in thought for a while. That night, Ninger and Aunt Lee insisted on sleeping on the floor, while Lin Jinxiu, as a mother who still needed to care for her child, had to sleep on the only remaining bed. This bed, which used to be shared by Ninger and Aunt Lee, was even harder than Lin Jinxiu's bed that had been burned and was no longer usable. Lin Jinxiu couldn't bear to let Aunt Lee, who was still recovering, sleep on the floor. She forcefully pushed a blanket from the bed down for Aunt Lee to use and covered herself with a thin sheet. Feeling satisfied as long as her child was safe, she closed her eyes. The next day, it was time to repay the money. Lin Jinxiu had already planned to go out in the morning, collect the money from selling corn juice, and then visit the pawn shop with a wooden sign. As long as she could exchange it for about 1.5 taels of silver, they would be able to pay off this debt and free both Ninger and herself. Lin Jinxiu woke up early. After confirming her child was still asleep, she went outside and began to cook corn juice using the iron pot and well water she had prepared yesterday. After resting well, she felt much more energetic. Everything was ready. She just needed to finish the preparations. By this afternoon at the latest, the money could be delivered to Cui Xiao, and they would be settled. Having so much silver in her hands, yet needing to give it to someone else, made Lin Jinxiu sigh. If only this 100 taels of silver could be kept for herself, how wonderful that would be. What a pity for this money. The corn juice bubbled in the pot, releasing a fragrance that was different from the rich sweetness of baked pancakes. It had a fresh, plant-like aroma. Its thick and smooth texture was even better than the milk tea from Lin Jinxiu's past life. The stick she used to stir the corn juice was actually a corn stalk. She couldn't find anything else to use as a substitute. The long-handled wooden spoon in the shop was burned, and even the 2 buckets and wooden bowls were borrowed from neighbors. Finally, when the breakfast street opened, the whole town became lively. Lin Jinxiu had almost finished her preparations. The buckets were filled with corn juice, and the wooden bowls were washed and placed in their spots. She patted her waist to check the wooden sign. Everything was ready.
Ninger.
I'm heading out. Lin Jinxiu called to Ninger. Okay. Ninger's voice came from inside the house. Lin Jinxiu picked up the bucket filled with corn juice and walked outside. The shop, marked by burned scars, had cooled down overnight, and without the heat, it looked even darker and more miserable. The corn stalk used to secure the door was still in place. It looked thin and insignificant, but it was sturdier than wood. Lin Jinxiu placed the bucket by the door, glanced around like a thief, and hurriedly pulled the corn stalk from the door, tucking it into her bag before opening the door. Well, if it isn't Miss Lei. As the door opened, sunlight flooded into the dark shop, but Lin Jinxiu didn't feel the warmth at all. A large shadow loomed over her as Cui Xiao, along with the group of bodyguards from a week ago, blocked her way. His chubby face smiled at her as he leaned in to look inside the shop. The folds on his neck stretched as he craned his neck, his small eyes scanning the shop, and his expression grew more mocking. Really not worth looking at. Cui Xiao smirked, signaling to the bodyguards beside him. 2 of them quickly stepped forward, bending down to lift the front and back of his robe, revealing a pair of fine, well-fitted boots. Cui Xiao stepped closer to Lin Jinxiu, forcing her to back away until she reached the backyard. Aunt Lee and Ninger were drawn outside by the commotion. When Ninger saw Cui Xiao, her face turned pale. She nervously bit her teeth and stood in front of Aunt Lee, spreading her arms to protect her grandmother. Cui Xiao, Lin Jinxiu stepped in front of Ninger. What brings you here so early? What brings me here? Cui Xiao crossed his arms and rummaged in his sleeves. Today is the 7th day. I'm here to collect the silver as agreed. It's still morning. I appreciate you making the trip, Cui Xiao, Lin Jinxiu said, giving a slight bow. Would this afternoon work for you? I personally brought 100 taels of silver to you, young Master Cui, said Ninger. He finally pulled out the IOU from his sleeve and unfolded it. You can leave, but you and that young girl should pack your things and come with me. You, young Master Cui, the contract clearly states that the money is due on the 7th day. This morning is the 7th day, and so is tonight. It's still within the terms of the contract to deliver the money tonight, Lin Jinxiu replied. Young Master Cui smirked sarcastically, then it's also within the contract for me to ask for the money this morning. Lin Jinxiu frowned. Young Master Cui was clearly playing word games because he was afraid they wouldn't gather enough silver by afternoon. The contract was in young Master Cui's hand, clearly stamped by the Cui family bank and signed by Lin Jinxiu herself, under the name Lei Feng.
Ha!
Lin Jinxiu laughed, her eyes sparkling. Young Master Cui, if you insist on this, then I can't help it. The debt that Lei Feng owes you has nothing to do with me, Lin Jinxiu. Her words left everyone stunned. Exactly. It's clearly written that the person who owes you money is Lei Feng. Ask the neighbors. Who doesn't know that my sister is named Lin Jinxiu? Ninger quickly realized that Lin Jinxiu had used a false name on the IOU. Young Master Cui was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Jinxiu to use a fake name. If this girl really was named Lin and not Lei, then the contract in his hand was completely invalid. He wouldn't get the person or even the 100 taels of silver. Well, this is impressive, young Master Cui said, his mouth twisted in anger, clapping for Lin Jinxiu's clever move. However, this wasn't the street. Young Master Cui didn't need to maintain a facade for the Cui family's reputation. The anger in his eyes seemed ready to pierce through Lin Jinxiu. With his mouth slightly open, he pointed at Lin Jinxiu. You dare to deceive me? Take her away. Lin Jinxiu quickly pulled out a corn stalk from behind her, brandishing it like a sword, blocking the way of the servants beside young Master Cui. As soon as she grabbed the corn stalk, the servants burst into laughter, some even holding their stomachs, nearly doubling over with laughter. Lin Jinxiu ignored their laughter. She just wished she had something to defend herself with. Although the corn stalk wouldn't do much damage, it could help delay things. One of the servants, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, approached her. Miss Lei, no, Miss Lin, if you can't fight, just give up. What's the point of holding a corn stalk? You might as well come back home with our young master. Come on, hit me here. The servant bent down, took off his hat, and leaned his head toward Lin Jinxiu. If that corn stalk doesn't break, I'll call you master. Lin Jinxiu quickly swung the corn stalk down, hitting the servant on the head. There was a dull thud, and he fainted without finishing his sentence. The corn stalk in Lin Jinxiu's hand remained intact, not even a scratch on it. Though Lin Jinxiu appeared calm, she was actually very anxious inside. The effectiveness of the corn stalk was completely unexpected. During her last fight with that little thief, it hadn't been this useful. Could it be that the corn stalk sensed the little thief wouldn't hurt her and adjusted its power accordingly? She needed to think of a way to lead these people out to the street, and her eyes began to dart around. It was easier said than done. The small courtyard was surrounded by 7 or 8 men, and behind them, Cui Xiao blocked the door like a mountain, perhaps even more effectively than a mountain. Lin Jinxiu's strike had completely silenced the servants' laughter. They clearly didn't expect her to be so fierce. A group of strong men stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance, stuck in a standoff with Lin Jinxiu and her corn stalk. Are you all useless? Attack together. Can't you handle 2 young girls and an old woman? Cui Xiao's voice rang out from behind. The servants hesitated, exchanging glances. The leader raised his fist and shouted as he charged at Lin Jinxiu, with a few others following him. Lin Jinxiu quickly stepped back, pushing Aunt Li and Ninger into the house. The narrow doorway was her advantage, and she managed to push back several of them. The remaining ones had no space to enter and were stuck outside.
Ah!
Suddenly, Ninger screamed from behind. Lin Jinxiu turned to see that one of the smaller servants had squeezed through the gap in the collapsed wall, grabbing Ninger's hands and lifting her onto his shoulder. Aunt Li was already seriously injured and was no match for the guards. She was easily held back with just one hand. "Let go of me." Lin Jinxiu turned and struck, but the guards quickly rushed in through the gap at the entrance, grabbing Lin Jinxiu with their hands and arms. "Let me go. You scoundrel. Let me go." Ninger kept screaming, but it was useless. Her little fists hitting the guard's back felt like nothing to him. Seeing the situation under control, Cui Xiao finally walked in slowly, surveying the scene around him. Ninger was fine. Lin Jinxiu was held down by 4 men. He doubted she could turn the tables now. As for his own guards, bruised and battered, they were useless, but at least they hadn't ruined his plans. "Miss Lin, why go through all this?" Knowing Lin Jinxiu's real name, Cui Xiao changed his tone and pinched her face. "Just come with me quietly. Why suffer like this?" Lin Jinxiu snorted coldly and did not respond. "Oh dear, this is troublesome," Cui Xiao said with a smug smile, his face twitching. He paced around the room, his gaze landing on the bed. Lele was wide-eyed, watching them. The earlier commotion had woken him up. After crying a bit, he was so scared that he stopped making noise. Now, seeing a fierce-looking stranger in front of him, he pouted and was about to cry again. But before he could, Cui Xiao picked him up, and the child surprisingly smiled in his arms. "Wow, what a cute child," Cui Xiao said, holding Lele, who was reaching out to play, and turned to face Lin Jinxiu. Seeing Lele in Cui Xiao's hands, Lin Jinxiu, who had been considering how to escape, shouted angrily, and the 4 men struggled to hold her down. "Put my child down." "Put him down? I can't bear to," Cui Xiao said with a fierce look in his eyes, leaning closer to Lin Jinxiu and placing the child in front of her. "Look closely. You won't see him for long." Lele saw his mother and reached out, wanting a hug, which made Lin Jinxiu's heart ache. "Cui, you are a monster." Lin Jinxiu knew exactly what he intended, her forehead throbbing with anger. "Children can always be born again," Cui Xiao said dismissively, lifting the child higher, "but the next one will belong to me. Let go." "I'm not." Lin Jinxiu struggled desperately, managing to break free from the 4 men holding her down. She reached out to Lele, while the 4 men lunged toward her as well. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. "The county magistrate has arrived," a booming voice suddenly echoed from outside. The 2 servants and Cui Xiao were distracted by the sound, while Lin Jinxiu's mind was solely focused on her child. Just before Lele hit the ground, she dove beneath him, using her body as a cushion. "What is the county magistrate doing here?" Cui Xiao thought something bad might happen and quickly headed outside to greet him. Outside, the county magistrate, dressed in official robes, walked into the dilapidated courtyard with a stern expression. His belly stretched the fabric of his robe, even more exaggerated than Lin Jinxiu's during her pregnancy. Several constables followed him, each holding a baton, and the leader even had a knife. Seeing that no one was there to greet him, the county magistrate frowned and signaled for a constable to speak. The constable exchanged glances with him, took a deep breath, and was about to call out when a loud crash came from the half-collapsed house, startling everyone back a step. The county magistrate focused his gaze and saw Cui Xiao fly out and land on the ground, followed by a furious young woman holding a child. "Stop her." The county magistrate quickly called for the constables as he noticed the woman was about to attack Cui Xiao. The 2 constables acted swiftly, stepping in between them just as Lin Jinxiu took her second step forward. Seeing the constables blocking her, Lin Jinxiu reluctantly pulled back her clenched fist and forced herself to calm down. Cui Xiao was stunned. He had never expected Lin Jinxiu would actually strike him. Upon seeing the county magistrate, he rolled and knelt on the ground, his once neat robe now dirty, with a clear footprint on his back. He crawled a few steps on the ground, crying and complaining to the magistrate, "Sir, you must stand up for me. This lowly person not only owes money, but also attacked me for no reason. You're talking nonsense." Lin Jinxiu shouted at Cui Xiao for twisting the truth in front of the magistrate. If you hadn't tried to hurt my child, why would I hit you? Sir. Look at this lowly person turning the truth upside down. Cui Xiao, who had been so arrogant before, now sounded as if Lin Jinxiu had harmed his family. Lin Jinxiu was so angry she couldn't speak, her eyes turning red. She had never seen such a shameless person, accusing others while being guilty himself. What kind of face did he have to say such things? The county magistrate looked at the crying Cui Xiao and then at the trembling Lin Jinxiu, and he understood what had happened here. He was well aware of Cui Xiao's usual behavior. Unfortunately, today he was here to handle serious matters. Be quiet, the county magistrate said impatiently.
Cui, stand up.
Cui Xiao was shocked that the magistrate was not speaking in his favor as before. He looked at him in disbelief. Sir, she hit me. Shut up. Stand up. The county magistrate shouted. Cui Xiao shrank back, completely confused about what had gone wrong. He slowly got up from the ground, not daring to brush off the dust from his clothes, and obediently stood to the side. What exactly happened here? The county magistrate's authoritative gaze swept over everyone present. He noticed Cui Xiao trying to speak and shot him a glare. Miss, please tell us. Lin Jinxiu was not like Cui Xiao. She did not exaggerate. She clearly explained everything that had happened and pointed out that the IOU was with Cui Xiao. The county magistrate signaled for the constable to take the IOU from Cui Xiao. The constable approached and, seeing Cui Xiao trembling, he took the IOU from his hand. Before he could pull it away, the constable glared at him and forcefully snatched the IOU, handing it to the county magistrate. The county magistrate glanced at Cui Xiao again, unfolded the IOU, and after a quick look, folded it and tucked it into his sleeve. Miss Lin, why did you sign this contract with a false name? I am alone and afraid of revenge, so I have been using this false name since I left the village, Lin Jinxiu replied, taking out her bag of silver. Even though I used a false name, I have no intention of defaulting on my debt. I have saved over 94 taels, and will gather the last few taels this afternoon to repay it all. Seeing that Lin Jinxiu's bag was heavy and the surroundings were bare, the county magistrate knew she was telling the truth. He nodded and looked at Cui Xiao. Cui Li, since this young lady can repay the money, why did you pressure her to pay it back this morning? Cui Xiao could not admit he was there to rob her. He stammered, unable to speak, and could only keep glancing at the county magistrate. Seeing that the county magistrate ignored him, Cui Li spoke up. How can she pay anything back? Her pancake shop was burned down. I don't believe she has enough silver left to repay. How do you know I can't repay? Lin Jinxiu retorted. You just assume that because my pancake shop was burned, I can't pay? Sir, this young master servant came to provoke us right after the fire, carrying still burning scraps of paper from far away. Not only can I repay the money, but I also suspect that Cui Xiao set the fire to prevent us from paying. Lin Jinxiu, don't slander me, Cui Xiao shouted, pointing at her. What makes you think I started the fire? I only suspect. I didn't say it was definitely you. Lin Jinxiu turned her head away from him. Sir, Lin Jinxiu is definitely trying to avoid paying. That's why she said this. Please see through her, Cui Xiao said to the magistrate. If I wanted to avoid paying, would I have saved over 90 taels of silver? Lin Jinxiu shot back angrily. Besides, Cui's residence is so far from my shop. How could your servant arrive right after the fire? Nonsense. That servant was nearby and came to check. I only found out after he returned. Does your servant dare to spread your intentions without your permission? Lin Jinxiu pointed at his servants. Do you dare? The servants exchanged glances, clearly afraid. Lin Jinxiu stared at Cui Xiao. So, Cui Xiao, I want to ask what your servant was sent here for? To see how much money you have saved. Nothing else. Cui Xiao nearly shouted, losing patience with the argument. Weren't you just saying you didn't know anything about it? Lin Jinxiu pressed, having found a flaw in his words. Why would you come at night to check on our savings? Isn't it better to check at night than during the day? Cui Xiao's face turned red with anger, his voice rising. There are too many people during the day. There wouldn't be a chance to. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had let something slip, and fell silent, gritting his teeth. So it really was you. Lin Jinxiu paused for a few seconds, looking incredulous, then turned to the magistrate. Sir, please see the truth. The magistrate stroked his chin and nodded. It seems the truth has come to light. I have always acted fairly and honestly, and I will ensure you receive justice. Chui Li, you assaulted an elderly woman in public, forcibly took a young girl, burned down a shop, and even attempted to harm a child. What punishment do you deserve? The magistrate glared at Chui Li with a stern face. Sir. Chui Xiao wanted to say more, but the county magistrate did not give him a chance. Considering your Chui family's contributions to the county, you can escape the death penalty, but you cannot avoid punishment. You will receive 100 strikes, to be carried out immediately. Sir,
Please spare me.
Chui Xiao saw the constable approaching and dropped to his knees. Sir, you must. Do you dare to defy me? 20 strikes. The county magistrate interrupted loudly. The constable acted immediately, delivering a sharp slap that echoed. Lin Jinxiu watched coldly as Chui Xiao was punished. This was what he deserved. Though she was kind, she was not foolish. As for Lin Jinxiu, when the county magistrate turned his attention to her, she bowed respectfully. Attacking another person should normally result in 20 strikes, the magistrate said, looking at Lin Jinxiu, but considering your weak health and that you acted out of concern for your child, I will not carry out the punishment this time. If you offend again, you will face consequences. Thank you, sir. Lin Jinxiu knelt down, her forehead touching the ground. Chui Xiao, on the side, had blood coming from his nose, and his already plump face was red and swollen, resembling a pig's head. Sir, he mumbled, pointing at the magistrate, you took money from my family and still hit me. Be careful, or I'll tell my father. At this, the magistrate's brows furrowed, and he stepped forward to deliver another slap. You little brat from the Chui family. Now you're slandering me. Get him. The constables swung their rods down with a whoosh, followed by Chui Xiao's cries of pain. Lin Jinxiu stood to the side, holding her child tightly, not looking at him. Lei, look at your mother. Lin Jinxiu said softly, feeling sorry for her child. After her argument with Chui Xiao, she noticed that her child seemed either scared or hurt, as he barely made a sound. She gently comforted Lei, her own eyes becoming wet. In that moment when Lei was suspended in the air, her heart seemed to stop, but now that he was in her arms, crying, she felt relieved. As long as he could make a sound, that was enough. Meanwhile, the 100 strikes were finally completed. 2 constables struggled to drag the sobbing Chui Xiao, who was too weak to move, and they had to add 2 more men to lift him and take him outside. Lin Jinxiu expressed her gratitude to the magistrate once more, but he simply waved his hand and left. She noticed a young scholar with a jade-like face appearing behind the magistrate. He wore a dark green robe and had delicate features. But when he raised his eyes, there was a strong sense of authority. The county magistrate stepped outside and said something to the scholar, nodding and bowing until the scholar nodded back, allowing others to leave. Earlier, when the county magistrate dealt with Master Chui, Lin Jinxiu noticed that he frequently glanced behind him, showing signs of caution. Was he watching that handsome scholar? Who is he? Lin Jinxiu looked at him with curiosity. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the scholar glanced over, his eyes filled with intrigue. He quickly scanned her waist, opened his plain folding fan, gave a meaningful smile, and then turned to leave with his hands behind his back. What does this mean? Lin Jinxiu couldn't tell. So, do I need to return this money? She murmured while looking at the money bag in her hand. Sister Lin. Ninger and Aunt Li had just bowed to the county magistrate at the door, not daring to breathe, and once he left, they rushed to Lin Jinxiu's side.
So,
Ninger noticed that Lin Jinxiu hadn't given the money to Master Chui and asked. Lin Jinxiu put the money away again. Let's wait for news. Little did she know, the wait would last 3 days. During this time, Lin Jinxiu and the others had managed to gather the remaining 6 taels of silver using corn juice, but they didn't dare spend it, fearing that Master Chui might come back to demand repayment. It wasn't until Lin Jinxiu passed by the government office with an empty corn juice bucket and was pulled by Aunt Lu to squeeze into the crowd that she saw the announcement outside the county office, which was about the investigation into the Chui family's gambling house. There were many debts at Master Chui's gambling house that were problematic, as the people there had forced others into debt through cheating. Therefore, the gambling house was shut down, and all debts were cancelled. Cancelled. Lin Jinxiu's eyes widened as she squeezed out of the crowd, not caring that her hair was messy from the crowd, and she ran back to the shop. Don't have to pay it back? Ninger suddenly stood up. The announcement says we don't have to return the money? Lin Jinxiu looked at Ninger's sparkling eyes and smiled, nodding. Really? Ninger couldn't believe it. Really, Lin Jinxiu confirmed with a smile. We really don't have to pay it back. Ninger's smile blossomed like a flower on her face, Grandma. We don't have to return the money. What made Ninger truly happy was that she and Lin Jinxiu would no longer have to go to the Chui residence to be servants. She was grateful to have regained her freedom and relieved that she hadn't dragged Lin Jinxiu into suffering with her. Grandma, I don't have to go to the Chui family anymore. Sister Lin doesn't have to go either. Ninger happily bounced around with Lele, while Aunt Li hurried after her, telling her not to jump and scare the child. Ninger's smile was mixed with tears. This time it was not just temporary but truly a look of relief after a disaster.
Sister Lin.
She certainly hadn't forgotten her beloved Sister Lin. After jumping a few times in place, she dashed straight toward Lin Jinxiu and said, Thank you, Sister Lin. Sister Lin had not only been through tough times with them, but had also saved her and her grandmother once again. Lin Jinxiu reached out to hug the girl, feeling a mix of emotions. These few days felt like a lifetime. This money, Lin Jinxiu said, taking out a small pouch containing over 100 taels of silver, is for renovating the shop. It will be enough to reopen, and there will still be plenty left over. Lin Jinxiu knew she couldn't stay lost in joy. She needed to look ahead. This large sum of money, which didn't need to be repaid, would become their capital to start anew. Just yesterday, she had been worried about how to cope if they became poor again after repaying the debt. Now, they had over 90 taels of silver. That was over 90 taels. It was money that Aunt Li and Ninger could never earn in their lifetime. Ninger's eyes sparkled with tears. Hearing Lin Jinxiu say this, she widened her eyes and asked, Reopen the shop? Sister, you're not leaving? She had thought that after helping them with this matter, Lin Jinxiu would leave, just like she had mentioned before about going to stay with a relative who had helped her. Before she could even express her wish to keep Sister Lin around, she was surprised to find that Lin Jinxiu hadn't considered leaving at all.
Huh?
Ninger's question left Lin Jinxiu momentarily confused. Lin Jinxiu hadn't really thought about leaving. Ninger's question made her realize this. Had she come to see this place as her home? After thinking it over, if this truly was her home, with a kind grandmother like Aunt Li and a quirky little sister like Ninger who depended on her, it seemed quite nice.
Yes.
I'm not leaving, Lin Jinxiu said after a brief moment of thought, making her decision. Now, she had nothing. Even if she found Zhang Lin's relatives, she would face many troubles. However, this pastry shop had gained a small reputation under her management, and with Aunt Li and Ninger's skills, Lin Jinxiu felt she had already taken the first step toward opening a shop. This is what I have been missing, the happiness of home that the original owner never felt. That's great. When Ninga heard that Lin Jinxiu wanted to stay, she became very happy, hugging Lin Jinxiu tightly, laughing and jumping, and even crying. I thought Sister Lin would leave us, she said while crying, and Lin Jinxiu couldn't tell if she was happy or sad. Lin Jinxiu exchanged a glance with Aunt Li, who looked at her with great affection. All right, don't cry. Lin Jinxiu gently patted Ninger's back, comforting her. Can you come with me today to find a carpenter to rebuild our shop? Okay. Ninger replied through her tears, still unwilling to let go of Lin Jinxiu's clothes. And we need to buy things for Lele. Lele has too few things. Ninger had already considered Lele as part of her family. All right, Lin Jinxiu agreed. After calming Ninger down, Lin Jinxiu walked over to Aunt Li, took her hand seriously and looked into her eyes. Aunt, Do you want me to continue living with you? Aunt Lee's left hand was in Lin Jinxiu's, and her right hand was holding Lele. How could she say anything but yes when faced with Lin Jinxiu's sincere gaze? Lin Jinxiu smiled. She certainly understood what Aunt Lee meant. Aunt, if you are willing, your embroidery daughter will be like your own granddaughter, Lin Jinxiu said. After spending 7 days finding 2 family members who truly cared for her in this world, Lin Jinxiu felt she had gained so much. Before leaving, they packed the important things from the house. Since the house was burned, even if the lock was still good, it no longer served its purpose. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't have much. A small bundle could hold everything. After they left the house, Lin Jinxiu booked 2 rooms at the nearest inn for Aunt Lee and Lele, then took Ning out to do what needed to be done. Once outside the inn, Lin Jinxiu asked around for the most famous carpenter in the county. After asking several people, she learned the name was Zhang Mao. Zhang Mao. That name sounded familiar. Lin Jinxiu pondered for a moment before realizing that Zhang Mao was the name written by Zhang Lin on that small piece of paper. So Zhang Lin's relative is a carpenter. What a coincidence. Sister Lin, do you know this person?
Ningya asked.
This person is a relative of the benefactor I came to the county to rely on, Lin Jinxiu said with a smile. What a coincidence. I will take this opportunity to visit him. After asking for directions, Lin Jinxiu and her companion headed straight to Zhang Mao's shop. Zhang Mao was a man in his 40s, short and very thin, but his arms were surprisingly strong. He had spent his life diligently working as a carpenter, looking a bit eccentric, neglecting food and avoiding women. He had lived in the county for nearly 20 years, relying on his craftsmanship. He was very particular about his work. The more expensive the piece, the more exquisite it was, making him popular among the wealthy families in the county. The 8 immortals chairs from the Cui family, the rosewood square table from the Shin family, and even the officials' table in the county magistrate's hall were all made by this skilled carpenter. When Lin Jinxiu and her companion entered Zhang Mao's shop, he was focused on his work, using a plane to create wood shavings as thin as paper that floated gently to the ground. Excuse me, is this Master Zhang Mao? Lin Jinxiu asked. The small, thin man sitting on a stool looked up at Lin Jinxiu. What is it? I'm busy right now. Please wait a moment. Not really, Lin Jinxiu replied. I was introduced by village head Zhang Lin from Beijing village. I also want to ask for your help with something, and we can discuss the price. Upon hearing that she was introduced by Zhang Lin, the thin man immediately set down his plane, stood up, brushed the wood shavings off his pants, and greeted Lin Jinxiu. Oh, I see. You must be Miss Lin Jinxiu. I received my brother Zhang Lin's letter a few days ago. Thank you for saving my poor nephew. Ning Er and Aunt Lee were very interested in Lin Jinxiu's past and listened quietly. It was just a small effort, Lin Jinxiu said, bowing slightly in return. It's nothing. How long have you been here, young lady? Zhang Mao looked around and wiped 3 stools with a cloth for Lin Jinxiu and her companions to sit on, as a shop was never short of stools. Once they were seated, he asked. Lin Jinxiu looked up at the sky. It's been a few days. It's a long story. With Lin Jinxiu's brief summary and occasional input from Ning Er, Zhang Mao was left astonished as he learned about the events that had taken place in the county, piecing together a complete story from the rumors he had heard. So you are the girl they call the heroine, the Lei Feng girl. Zhang Mao crossed his arms and nodded. I admire you. Truly admire you. No, not at all, Lin Jinxiu said, feeling a bit shy and shaking her hands. So, since the shop was burned down, you need to start building a new place, right? The carpenter, being a carpenter, understood Lin Jinxiu's request when he heard that the shop where she had been staying was destroyed. Lin Jinxiu nodded. That's right. We need to rebuild everything, from the house to the tables and chairs in the shop. Everyone says you make great furniture, so I came to see you. Zhang Mao was clearly very confident in his skills. When he heard that the neighbors praised his work, he smiled proudly. I've been a carpenter in this county for 20 years. No one can match my skills with wood. Miss Lin, your shop is in my hands now. Thank you so much. Lin Jinxiu quickly expressed her gratitude. The price is negotiable. so please don't hesitate. Zhang Mao waved his hand and shook his head. I won't hold back. I've wanted to try your amazing corn pancakes for a long time. If I can have some, my wish will be fulfilled. For Lin Jinxiu, this was an easy deal. She immediately agreed that as long as he could finish the furniture for their home and shop, she would treat him to those wonderful corn pancakes. Please wait a moment, Mississippi. You can take this little girl to stroll around the street while I quickly finish this stool, Zhang Mao said as he picked up his planer again. Lin Jinxiu agreed and signaled to Ninger, and the two of them walked out of Zhang Mao's shop together. Your friends are really impressive. Once they left the stranger, Ninger returned to her cheerful self. The conversation with Zhang Mao made her admire Lin Jinxiu even more. She wanted to know more about Lin Jinxiu's past but felt shy to ask, so she decided to remember this for later. Lin Jinxiu was thinking about what to buy, responding with a few mms to Ninger's words. Just then, her eyes caught sight of a jewelry stall by the roadside. On the stall was a wooden hairpin with a small, not very detailed carved rabbit on top. At first glance, Lin Jinxiu thought this hairpin would be perfect for Ninger, playful and innocent, yet charming. She walked up to the stall and talked to the vendor, haggling a little before buying the already very cheap hairpin. Ninger thought Lin Jinxiu bought it because she liked it, but to her surprise, Lin Jinxiu quickly placed the cute little rabbit in her hair. Sister Lin, is this for me? Ninger asked, reaching up to touch the lovely hairpin, her eyes starting to fill with tears. Lin Jinxiu nodded. It's for you. This was Ninger's first time receiving jewelry. She took the hairpin from her head, tightly holding it in her hands, trying to hold back tears. She simply said a heartfelt thank you and tucked the hairpin away in her clothes, not wanting to wear it. New blankets, pillows, clothes, ink, brushes, and account books. Under Lin Jinxiu's guidance, they bought almost everything, which left the simple Ninger increasingly shocked. Sister, is it really okay to buy such expensive things? Ninger asked, hugging the thick blanket Lin Jinxiu had chosen, wishing she could bury her whole face in it. Expensive? Lin Jinxiu didn't know how to respond. Perhaps for Ninger, these items were things she had never used in her life, but for Lin Jinxiu, their quality was not better than what she had used before. This is just what we need for living, Lin Jinxiu explained to Ninger. Once we have more money, I'll buy you many sets of clothes so you can change every day.
No. Ninger shook her head vigorously.
I only need 2 sets. No, 3 sets will be enough. Lin Jinxiu smiled. The little girl truly loved beauty. Lin Jinxiu and Ninger spent a long time shopping, buying only necessities for life, and even got new clothes for Aunt Li. With a big load of items, they returned to Zhang Mao's shop. They timed it perfectly. Just as Lin Jinxiu stepped into Zhang Mao's shop, he was calling over a few of his apprentices to discuss how to build Lin Jinxiu's pancake shop. Master Zhang, we're back, Lin Jinxiu greeted him. Zhang Mao's apprentices turned to look and were instantly captivated by Lin Jinxiu and Ninger. After buying new clothes and tidying up, both of them looked beautiful, and the apprentices, who were usually surrounded by wood shavings, suddenly saw 2 lovely girls, their eyes lighting up. Only Zhang Mao remained unaffected, still looking like a craftsman, as if Lin Jinxiu and Ninger's changes had no impact on him. Miss Lin, let's go, Zhang Mao said. Okay. Thank you, masters, Lin Jinxiu replied. Lin Jinxiu nodded. The 5 or 6 young men couldn't bear to see Lin Jinxiu and the other girls carrying so many things, so they rushed over to help them with their loads, being very attentive. Especially Ninger, who was surrounded by these young apprentices, answering their many questions, making her blush. So unrefined, Zhang Mao said, rolling his eyes at his apprentices while walking behind Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu understood. Young men always try to flirt with pretty girls. This has been true throughout history. I still remember what your shop looked like, Zhang Mao said. I used to go there often for pancakes, but I stopped when your sister closed the shop. Lin Jinxiu replied. What do you think we should do to rebuild it? Zhang Mao said, I plan to keep the shop looking the same, but have you considered moving to a different location? Lin Jinxiu shook her head. I don't plan to move for now. Once the shop is fully open and doing well, then I will think about it. Zhang Mao acknowledged her plans and didn't ask further. When you do decide to move, make sure to ask for my help. Definitely, Lin Jinxiu smiled. As they walked to the shop's location, Lin Jinxiu and Zhang Mao discussed the reconstruction and renovation. Since the original space was small, Lin Jinxiu hoped to use modern methods to improve storage, and her various design ideas almost made Zhang Mao think she was an expert in his field. Zhang Mao hadn't felt inspired about carpentry in a long time, but this exchange with Lin Jinxiu made him realize he could improve his skills further. Lin Jinxiu was pleased with Zhang Mao's level of understanding. He truly grasped her ideas and offered professional advice. It seemed there would be no issues with the shop's renovation. Thanks to Lin Jinxiu's suggestions, Zhang Mao gained new inspiration and insisted on not charging her for labor, only asking her to cover the costs of materials for the building and furniture. He also wanted her to share any future ideas with him. Lin Jinxiu couldn't argue with him and agreed. With Zhang Mao's help, the reconstruction of Sun's pancake shop went very smoothly. The mason and blacksmith were acquaintances of Zhang Mao, and the original earthen structure was completely torn down. Lin Jinxiu discussed with the mason about building a brick house in the backyard, along with a simple and easy-to-clean restroom. Lin Jinxiu used her newly bought paper and pen to draw her ideas into design plans for the craftsman to see. Because her drawings included many modern ideas, Zhang Mao and the bricklayer and blacksmith spent a long time discussing how to create them. Although Lin Jinxiu had never studied design, she had her own ideas about what her home should look like. She discarded the traditional ornate bed frames and decorations in favor of a simple floor bed and a chest of drawers, along with a never-before-seen simple dressing table, a copper mirror, and a liftable bedboard with support, creating a divided space underneath the bed. Lin Jinxiu summarized modern ideas simply. While her designs lacked the elegance and detail of wealthy households, they appealed to Aunt Li and Ning Er. The baby crib, toys that could spin above the bed, storage boxes on the table, and drawers made the craftsman look at Lin Jinxiu with increasing admiration, unaware that everything she invented was something she had seen before. Lin Jinxiu would never boast about inventing these ideas. She just smiled and said she had seen them during her travels with her parents in the distant Persian Empire. The craftsmen didn't know what the Persian Empire was, so they listened to her with a sense of awe, unable to argue, and accepted her words. After a busy day, Lin Jinxiu completed the design and planning for the entire shop, having drawn over 20 design plans, thanks to her decent art skills. Once she mastered how to draw cubes, it was easy to modify the shapes of things. As for most of the house and shop, Lin Jinxiu entrusted it entirely to the craftsmen. She understood that if she designed everything herself, it might offend the masters, and since these men were the best craftsmen in the county, she chose to trust them. Thank you for your help. Lin Jinxiu bowed to the craftsmen. I appreciate it, masters. The craftsmen, being straightforward, waved their hands in response to her politeness, indicating no thanks were needed, and went back to work. Lin Jinxiu gave the craftsman the money for purchasing materials and returned to the inn she had opened for Ning Er and Aunt Li. Ning Er and Aunt Li had never stayed in an inn before, and since entering the room, they'd been too nervous to move, sitting stiffly on the chairs. Especially Ning Er, whose eyes were wide with curiosity, yet she remained seated, trying hard to show she was a good girl. Lin Jinxiu was both amused and helpless as she told them that they had paid for this and could sleep freely. She then returned to her room, took a deep breath of fresh air, and lay down on the bed. Indeed, a good mattress is comfortable. The mattress beneath her was actually only 2 layers thick, which couldn't compare to a spring mattress at all. For Lin Jinxiu, who had slept on a hard board for a long time, this mattress felt as soft as heaven. Not to mention for Ninger and Aunt Li, who had lived in poverty all their lives. This was also the first time Lele experienced such a soft bed, and he clearly looked very comfortable, waving his short limbs and making meaningless sounds, happily entertaining himself next to his mother. Lin Jinxiu propped her face up with her hand and lay on her side, lazily stretching her fingers in front of Lele to tease him. She watched as he tried hard to reach up with his little hands to grab her fingers, and it was truly adorable. Lin Jinxiu felt she could play like this all day. Guest, would you like your meal brought upstairs? The voice of the inn attendant suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Jinxiu peeked out and called, "Please bring it to the next room. We are together." The attendant replied, and his footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Jinxiu stretched, got up, and moved her shoulders and back before standing. All the things she bought today were packed and placed in the shop, which was still just taking shape. Lin Jinxiu and the others hadn't carried anything, so they arrived at the inn feeling light and carefree. She knew Aunt Li and Ninger were definitely more accustomed to staying at home, but this stay at the inn was only temporary. In no more than 5 or 6 days, they would be able to move into their new home and reopen the pancake shop. Lin Jinxiu picked up Lele, opened the door, and walked next door, where Ninger and Aunt Li were staring wide-eyed at a table full of delicious food. Lin Jinxiu placed Lele on the bed and sat down to look at them. "Why aren't you eating?" "Lin's sister, you must have been a young lady from a wealthy family before, right?" Ninger remarked, seeing Lin Jinxiu so calm in front of a table of dishes she had never tasted before. "I feel like you've seen it all." Lin Jinxiu shook her head. "Of course not. Ninger, when you enter the imperial kitchen for the first time and don't scream, then you'll have grown up." "That's impossible,"
Ninger retorted.
"Even adults would definitely scream the first time they enter the imperial kitchen." That was true. Lin Jinxiu couldn't even guarantee she would remain as calm as she was now when she first walked into the imperial kitchen. Perhaps if she went to a wealthy family, she could maintain her composure, but the imperial kitchen, what kind of place is that? It is the emperor's domain, absolutely luxurious, and anyone would be amazed. Yes, I will," Lin Jinxiu reassured Ninger, pointing to the dishes on the table. "Grandma, Ninger, let's eat quickly, or it will get cold." The food at the inn was quite plentiful, although there was little meat. There was rice and various vegetables, which were bland but still edible. At least it was better than having porridge and leftover pancakes at home. Ninger clearly enjoyed the meal. After Lin Jinxiu encouraged her to take the first bite, the little girl couldn't stop, happily picking at everything until her cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster. "Slow down, Ninger," Aunt Li said, contrasting with Ninger's eagerness. Her slow pace made Lin Jinxiu a bit anxious, so she took the initiative to add several pieces of food to Aunt Li's bowl. The dishes were taken back from Ninger's plate, as Lin Jinxiu feared that if Aunt Li ate any slower, there would be nothing left. "It's so delicious." Ninger chewed on the vegetables quickly. "I've never had so many dishes before." "If it's good, eat more," Lin Jinxiu encouraged her. "Just take your time, don't choke." Ninger nodded vigorously, trying hard to slow down, still resembling a little hamster from a cartoon. "I wish we could eat like this every day,"
Ninger exclaimed.
"Of course we can," Lin Jinxiu replied confidently, as long as they didn't encounter trouble like with Cui Xiao again. Aunt Li quietly observed the 2 girls living with her. They gave her completely different feelings. Ninger seemed like a precious treasure that needed to be cherished, and everyone who met her wanted to preserve her innocence. In contrast, Jinxiu appeared more mature. The calm light in her eyes seemed capable of supporting a collapsing sky. Lin Jinxiu had never considered if the weight of the world was too heavy for her, but Aunt Li had often thought how nice it would be if Jinxiu were a young man. Lin Jinxiu was unaware of Aunt Li's thoughts. She treated Ninger like her own little sister, caring for, pampering, and comforting her, feeling no guilt in her actions. Aunt Li felt a bit worried. Ninger has reached the age where she can be introduced to potential partners. If no young man treats her better than Lin Jinxiu does, will Ninger have to remain lonely forever? Even if it's hard to find someone, she must seek a reliable man like Lin Jinxiu for her happiness. Lin Jinxiu's situation is a bit complicated. It's unclear where Lele's father has gone, and under what circumstances she could find a man to take care of her. Aunt Li seems like a concerned elder, worrying about both Ninger and Lin Jinxiu. The 2 young girls, however, are unaware of Aunt Li's far-reaching thoughts. Lin Jinxiu is focused on her career, while Ninger is preoccupied with her sister Lin. After a satisfying meal, Lin Jinxiu told the grandmother and grandson that she wanted to take a bath and needed hot water from the waiter. After giving her instructions, She took Lele back to her room to rest. This was Lin Jinxiu's first comfortable hot bath since her arrival in this world. The inn provided excellent service, offering not just hot water but also soap. Missing her shower gel and shampoo, Lin Jinxiu used the soap to wash her hair. Although it wasn't as effective as shampoo, it felt refreshing, and her hair seemed lighter. If only there was a hairdryer, Lin Jinxiu thought as she stepped out of the tub and dried herself with a clean cloth. After using that special fruit, her scars had disappeared, and while her skin wasn't perfect, it was much better than before. As the soft cloth glided over her skin, she felt the smoothness of a girl's skin. Lin Jinxiu sighed, recalling how she used to take pride in her skin before her journey. Now, she had no time to care for herself, and looking in the mirror, she felt dissatisfied. After all, people have always been visual creatures. Lin Jinxiu had already spent part of her money wisely, buying only the essentials for her home. This money was hard-earned, and she would never waste it. After 5 or 6 years of starting her business, Lin Jinxiu had become quite skilled at managing her finances. Just as she finished drying off, she heard Lele's cries. Knowing the child was hungry, she quickly put on her clothes and went to feed her. After Lele was satisfied, Lin Jinxiu gently closed her eyes and entered her special space. The space was always filled with the fragrant scent of earthy soil and the refreshing aroma of leaves. Lin Jinxiu really liked the scent. Every time she entered this space, surrounded by the atmosphere of blue skies, white clouds, green fields, and grass, she felt relaxed and as if she were being healed. She first harvested the corn and ground it into powder, then opened her information panel. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.2 1200/2000 Satisfaction 50 item bag 3 out of 10 corn stalks x7 eggs x11 corn flour x1. Although her satisfaction points had been increasing daily, the amount left was small. Perhaps after the shop opened, she would need to find a way to save some satisfaction points. She had been eyeing the Holy Spirit pot in the shop for a long time. It was a pity she couldn't get it. Suddenly, she remembered she had a rare chicken. It seemed she hadn't checked on it since the day she summoned it. However, thinking about that chicken reminded her of the fire, which made her feel uneasy. She turned toward the farm, hoping to see if the chicken had laid any eggs. Just as she looked back, her gaze caught a glimpse of a chicken strutting proudly in the untended field. With each step, it raised its legs high and held its head up, walking with a proud and graceful stride. When it spotted Lin Jinxiu, it paused for a moment, its bright eyes shining with a glimmer before it slowly turned and walked in another direction. How did this chicken get out? Lin Jinxiu quickly took a few small steps toward the chicken, but the rare chicken sensed the threat and flapped its wings to escape. Don't run. Get back to the coop. Lin Jinxiu knew catching a chicken was not easy, especially one that seemed to look down on her. She hurried after it, but the chicken was surprisingly agile, dodging left and right in an S-shaped path, flapping its little wings like airplane wings. Occasionally, it would leap into the air and land lightly, always managing to stay just out of reach of Lin Jinxiu's hands. In contrast, Lin Jinxiu appeared quite clumsy. The chicken was only half the height of her calf, and bending down to catch this nimble little creature was exhausting. But if she let it run wild outside, what if it ate the fruits from the trees one day? Thinking of this, Lin Jinxiu glanced at the fruit trees. There was nothing on them. She couldn't tell if nothing had grown or if the chicken had eaten it. One person and one chicken almost ran all over the farm, and Lin Jinxiu still couldn't catch that chicken.
Wow.
Lin Jinxiu gasped, leaning on her knees, feeling exhausted and squatting down. Why can a chicken run so fast? Those little short legs were moving so quickly they seemed to leave shadows. But upon closer inspection, the chicken was also panting heavily. When it noticed Lin Jinxiu staring at it, it spread its wings and made a clucking sound, as if celebrating its victory. Lin Jinxiu was really too tired to continue chasing, so she gave up the idea. No, don't spread your wings. I have a fear of heights. I can't look at that. Lin Jinxiu saw the black wings of the chicken with round white spots and immediately covered her eyes. Not sure if the chicken understood. It let out an angry squawk. When Lin Jinxiu opened her eyes, she saw a pair of wings flapping wildly in front of her, startling her into a scream. "Aw, you pesky chicken. What are you doing?" It seemed that Lin Jinxiu's fright made the chicken quite happy. She heard the clucking sound circling around her head, like surround sound, as the chicken began to circle her, trying to wave its wings in front of her face. With her eyes closed, Lin Jinxiu listened to the chicken's calls and waited for the right moment to predict its movements. She reached out and successfully grabbed the chicken's wing.
Cluck.
The chicken, which only wanted to scare Lin Jinxiu, realized it had gotten itself caught. It began kicking its little legs and twisting its neck, trying to peck at her. Unfortunately, since she had caught its wing, it wasn't easy for it to reach her. Gotcha! Lin Jinxiu thought of this comeback on the spot, panting as she pulled the chicken toward the farm, ignoring its struggles. "You're so feisty. I'll just call you Pippi. It's not right to keep calling you chicken all the time."
Cluck.
The chicken clearly didn't want to accept this name and protested. "Pippi," Lin Jinxiu called out.
Cluck.
It responded with an angry squawk. "Pippi chicken," Lin Jinxiu called as she walked toward the farm. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Although Lin Jinxiu didn't understand chicken language, she knew that the chicken was definitely complaining about her. After a hard struggle, Lin Jinxiu finally brought the flailing chicken back to the farm and placed it in the coop. The chicken finally calmed down and started pacing back and forth inside the coop. Lin Jinxiu was exhausted and leaned against the coop, asking the chicken, "Pippi, how did you manage to get out? The fence next to the coop is taller than you." Seeing that Lin Jinxiu was not going to change how she referred to it, Pippi reluctantly accepted the nickname. It turned its head to glance at Lin Jinxiu, then hopped a few steps over to the nest, spread its wings, and surprisingly jumped up onto the top of the nest, proudly looking down at Lin Jinxiu. Impressive! Lin Jinxiu didn't expect a chicken could be so agile. Pippi, flattered by the compliment, puffed up its chest, raising its soft yellow beak high in the air. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jinxiu noticed that Pippi had moved a bit closer to her, seeming less bothered about sharing the same space, even though it still didn't look directly at her. Of course, Lin Jinxiu had no idea what the chicken was thinking and didn't care to guess.
Yawn.
She stretched and squinted her eyes, looking around as if there was nothing to do. She waved goodbye to the chicken and disappeared into her space. She rolled around on her bed like a cat, stretching her body and burying her head in the soft pillow. It feels so good to lie down right after coming back. After the earlier battle with the chicken, Lin Jinxiu felt both tired and sleepy. However, the fresh scent of her recently washed body lingered, which was quite pleasant. Lin Jinxiu found it puzzling that her body felt fatigued and her muscles ached as if she had run 10 kilometers, yet she wasn't sweating at all. So, did exercising in her space affect the outside world? It seemed she could only run a couple of laps in her space each day and see if she would gradually get stronger. Next, I should just get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the shop to work with those uncles. Although those uncles were quite skilled, Lin Jinxiu still wanted to be there in person to learn as much as she could. She shifted a bit, pulled the blanket out from under her, covered Lele, and wrapped herself up too. Resting her head on her bent arm, she closed her eyes, and soon her breathing became steady. 5 minutes later, a child's soft voice suddenly made Lin Jinxiu jump up, grabbing the child and leaving the bed. "Oh no! I forgot to change the diaper." Lin Jinxiu and her 2 companions stayed at the inn for 5 days. During this time, Lin Jinxiu was busy checking the progress of the store's renovations and made corn pancakes and corn juice for the workers every day. The money from the pancakes covered the workers' wages, and they truly experienced the unique taste of Lin Jinxiu's pancakes. After each meal, they felt energized and ready to work. This enjoyable and refreshing work atmosphere made the craftsmen very comfortable, and the store's reconstruction progressed quickly. Over these days, they accumulated 500 satisfaction points, and it was clear they were about to reach level 3, which made Lin Jinxiu very happy. Finally, the day of completion arrived. Besides the house and furniture, The burnt walls of the pancake shop were also replaced. Lin Jinxiu, along with the owners of the two neighboring shops, decided to pay out of her own pocket to repair their walls, which had been blackened by the fire. Looking at the newly refreshed store, Lin Jinxiu smiled with joy. For 5 days, she had not let Aunt Li and Ninger see the shop, wanting to surprise them. "Miss Lin, to be honest, this is the best work I have done in over 20 years as a carpenter," Zhang Mao said, standing beside Lin Jinxiu. "With your skills, master, your future works will only get better," Lin Jinxiu sincerely praised. "You're too kind," Zhang Mao replied. Lin Jinxiu looked up at the new sign at the store entrance, where the words Lin's Pancakes were carved in white wood and shone in the sunlight. Renaming the pancake shop was something Aunt Li and Ninger insisted on. For them, Lin Jinxiu was not just their savior. When the sign for Sun's Pancakes disappeared in the fire, Aunt Li and Ninger completely said goodbye to the past. From then on, it was a new life. With the shop completed and no issues left, Lin Jinxiu arranged to treat Zhang Mao and the workers to a meal at the best restaurant in the county, Qinghe Tower, the next day. Zhang Mao accepted without hesitation and left with the craftsmen. After they packed up and left, Lin Jinxiu entered the shop alone with her newly bought cleaning supplies. She fetched a bucket of water from the backyard and began wiping down the tables inside the store. Compared to before the fire, the pancake shop had completely transformed. The large kitchen was moved to the backyard, connected to the back door of the shop, which created much more space inside for additional tables and chairs. Lin Jinxiu designed a wooden bar table for her shop, placed in the corner near the back door, with account books and ink on it. The tables and chairs in the shop were also designed by Lin Jinxiu. She replaced the usual long benches with communal tables and high stools like those in fast food restaurants. Against the wall, there were a few small tables for 4, lined up quietly. This calm area was created for those who prefer a quieter environment, but unfortunately, it lacked large windows facing the street, making it feel like something was missing. However, Lin Jinxiu was very satisfied. A cloth rolled and scrubbed in a bucket, making a crisp sound as it hit the table. The cloth wiped away a layer of wood dust, revealing a neat texture and shiny surface, making it look bright again. After cleaning the tables and chairs, sweeping the floor, and organizing the account books, ink, and money jar, Lin Jinxiu finished her basic tasks at the bar and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was long and narrow, extending all the way to the backyard door. The stove, pots, and sink were all new, and even the firewood was neatly stacked in the corner, cut by craftsmen. Stepping out of the kitchen, she reached the middle of the backyard, where a small well had been built with a stone platform, much more refined than before. Directly across from the kitchen were the rooms where Aunt Li and Ninger lived. The brick house had neatly arranged tiles, and the gray-white walls looked very nice. It was fully furnished, and all the furniture was new. Lin Jinxiu's own room was at the junction of the kitchen and their rooms, half the size of theirs, but it had many items needed for taking care of children. Lin Jinxiu unpacked the new bedding she had bought and neatly folded the new clothes into the dresser. Once all the rooms were cleaned and decorated, she was ready to bring Aunt Li and Ninger back from the inn. From today on, they could live in their new home. They will be so happy, she thought as she put the broom back in its place, rolling down her sleeves and stepping outside. The copper lock clanged against the door as Lin Jinxiu pulled out her key, tossed it in the air, and caught it with ease, walking lightly toward the inn. "Miss Lin, Aunt Lu from next door happened to come out to lock her door. Is the shop ready? When will you reopen?" "In a few days," Lin Jinxiu replied with a smile. "I'll treat you to a meal then." "Sounds good," Aunt Lu smiled back. Lin Jinxiu waved goodbye to them and went to the inn to pick up Ninger and Aunt Li. At the inn, Ninger and Aunt Li had already packed their bags. Both were very nervous, completely unaware of the progress of the home renovations. Ninger kept fiddling with her little bunny hairpin, which Lin Jinxiu had jokingly said would eventually shine bright from all her touching. "Grandma, what do you think our home will look like?" Ninger asked, sitting next to Aunt Li and teasing Lele with the bunny. "Will it look familiar to us?" Just then, the door opened, and Lin Jinxiu walked in with a big smile. "Let's go." Aunt Li and Ninger responded eagerly, carrying their essentials on their backs. Lin Jinxiu picked up little Lele, supporting him on her shoulder. Soon, the three of them walked down the street to the shop's entrance. Ninger and Aunt Li were astonished. The shop looked so new that they could hardly believe it was now their home. "I'm opening the door," Lin Jinxiu said as she took out the key and unlocked the shop's door. As the door swung open, the scene inside was fully revealed to the two. Unable to wait any longer, Ninger peeked out from behind Lin Jinxiu, stretching her neck to see inside. With a gasp, she burst out like a little bird, running around the shop with her arms wide open. "This is so beautiful. This one is beautiful too." Her big eyes eagerly took in the surroundings, dazzled by this brand new world. Seeing the long table in the middle and nearly 20 high stools, Ninger reached out to touch them, feeling their newness and reality. She had never seen such a table and stools before. The shop was bright because Lin Jinxiu had lit several oil lamps, pushing the dark night into the corners. Ninger was used to the pitch-black nights, and now, with the lights, it felt like stars had fallen into her home. Aunt Li's eyes had been moist since she entered. After so many years of hardship, she never imagined her home could look like this. Like Ninger, she touched everything, as if to confirm she wasn't dreaming. As Lin Jinxiu introduced each item in the shop to the grandmother and granddaughter, she blew out a few oil lamps in the corner. She had lit them all for the initial effect, but now that they had seen it, it was time to save some and turn off the extras. "This is the bar counter, where we collect payments," Lin Jinxiu pointed out to them. "I've placed the account book and the money jar here, so you can collect payments from this spot in the future." Although Lin Jinxiu explained this seriously, Ninger and Aunt Li were already distracted by a small ornament on the shelf behind the bar counter, and they could no longer hear what she was saying. The ornament was not a very delicate decoration. It was just 4 rough little clay figures. 3 of them were round, without limbs or mouths. The one in the middle had a kind and gentle smile, with a few wrinkles on its forehead. The one on the left had short braids, tilted its head, and looked adorable. The one on the right was slightly taller, with long hair tied loosely, and though it had a gentle expression, it gave off a smart and capable vibe. The last little clay figure was much shorter than the others, with big dark eyes and something in its mouth, clearly a baby still nursing. The 4 little clay figures leaned against each other, looking very warm under the flickering light of the oil lamp. They clearly represented Aunt Li, Ninger, Lin Jinxiu, and Lele. The 2 grandmothers looked at the figures, their eyes filled with tears. Lin Jinxiu carefully placed Lele into the crib, which had a thick blanket. She had already checked it with her fingers to ensure there were no sharp edges that could hurt the baby. She could also hear Ninger cheering from the next room, clearly enjoying the house. "That's good," she thought, glancing in the direction of Ninger's voice with a slight smile. After gathering her thoughts, Lin Jinxiu began to assess her current resources. She still had over 60 taels of silver, having used less than half. Rebuilding the shop with 3 rooms, along with the guest house expenses and food costs for the past few days, had only totaled over 30 taels, leaving her with more than 60 taels. This showed just how unreasonable Cui Xiao was when asking for money. It was good not to have to pay him back, but the 3 of them couldn't always rely on their past savings. So, after some consideration, Lin Jinxiu was thinking about how to expand the shop's business, rather than just sticking to being a simple pancake shop. She quietly calculated that with their current abilities, they could only offer simple breakfasts like pancakes and rice porridge. Moreover, their signature corn pancakes and corn juice were still limited in quantity. Lowering prices? That was out of the question. She would never lower prices in her lifetime. Since the buns are already being sold for 1 or 2 silver coins each, they must continue to sell at that price no matter what. Corn juice is relatively affordable, so there are options from low to high prices. With the carefully designed seating and other details in her shop, she believes that once it opens, it will definitely be successful. However, Ninger will be busy in the kitchen, and she will handle the checkout and preparation of ingredients. Aunt Li cannot do heavy work, so they will need at least 1 more person to serve dishes and take orders. Should she consider hiring someone? It would be best if it were a man, someone honest and obedient, easy to work with. Lin Jinxiu rested her chin on her hand, took a piece of paper, and quickly wrote a job advertisement. All right, this is it. I'll post it tomorrow. Enough thinking for now. It's time to sleep. Wait, before sleeping, I should check the space. Lin Jinxiu stood up to ensure that Lele was sleeping well, not hungry, with a changed diaper and covered with a small blanket. Everything looked good. Having been here for almost half a month, Lin Jinxiu felt she was becoming a more capable mother. After taking care of the child, Lin Jinxiu got into bed, took a deep breath, lay down, closed her eyes, and entered the space. Harvesting corn, buying seeds, and grinding them into flour went smoothly. Lin Jinxiu had done it many times. She quickly finished the tasks and checked her personal information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.2, 1700/2000, satisfaction level, 50 item bag, 3 out of 10 corn stalk x14, eggs x11, corn flour x1 with a daily income of 100. She was surprised to see her satisfaction level had reached 1700, almost to 2000. She wondered what new items she would get when she reached level 3. There were so few items in the space now. She had only seen one type of seed, let alone the unique items often mentioned in time travel novels. Speaking of unique items, Lin Jinxiu suddenly remembered the only item in the shop that she seemed to have forgotten about. What was the function of that item again? She quickly opened the shop. Holy Spirit Pot, a magical pot that can shorten crop production time and automatically produces 3 liters of water every day at midnight. Function: the water in the pot can be used to water crops and cook food. Satisfaction value: 300. This Holy Spirit pot is truly amazing, Lin Jinxiu thought to herself. If I could buy this pot, I could harvest corn several times a day. But when she looked at her remaining satisfaction value, there was a lonely 50 sitting there, and the daily earnings could barely cover the cost of corn seeds. It seems I need to collect some extra satisfaction points to get this Holy Spirit pot. What should I do? Lin Jinxiu focused on the 11 eggs she had. These 11 eggs should give me 110 points, but I still need over 100 more. Forget it, I won't think about it. I'll figure out how to earn more satisfaction points first before considering how to buy this pot. Before leaving the space, Lin Jinxiu took another look at the chicken. The chicken was rare to be sleepy, with its head tucked into one of the holes in the nest, sleeping soundly. Unfortunately, it was too plump to fit in completely, leaving its tail sticking out. Lin Jinxiu squinted and could see the chicken's rear getting caught in the nest. What a fat chicken! Lin Jinxiu chuckled softly, not wanting to disturb the chicken's sleep, and closed her eyes to leave the space. Tomorrow, she would treat the craftsman to a meal and prepare for the store opening, so it was better to rest early. The next day, Lin Jinxiu's pancake shop is opening again. Lin Jinxiu? That's the one who sells pancakes for 1 or 2 silver coins. As soon as the door of Lin's pancake shop opened, neighbors gathered around. All eyes were on Lin Jinxiu, who stood at the entrance with a mysterious smile, holding a bowl and a rolled-up piece of paper. Look at the store. Someone with sharp eyes peered past Lin Jinxiu to see the newly decorated shop, which looked completely different from anything they had seen before.
Wow.
A stir went through the crowd, as if they would rush in the moment Lin Jinxiu announced the opening. However, Lin Jinxiu did not shout open. Instead, Ninger brought out a table and set it up at the entrance, blocking the way into the shop. Are there no pancakes for sale today? The eager crowd felt quite disappointed. Lin Jinxiu stepped aside and used a brush to apply a transparent, sticky liquid from the bowl to the outside of the shop door. The paper in her hand shook as she unfolded it, revealing large characters written with a brush that were slightly crooked. Now hiring a server. Must have good appearance and be in good health. Salary negotiable. Interested candidates should write down their experience and strengths for the owner to decide. If you cannot read, you may speak to the owner. The bold strokes and splatters of ink made those who could read imagine a strong man shouting in the shop. After posting the notice, Lin Jinxiu clapped her hands and handed the used glue to Ninger, placing the ink, paper, and brush on the table in front of the door. She then moved a chair and sat down at the table, looking quite relaxed. Today, of course, was not a business day. Today was the recruitment event for Lin's bakery. Miss Lin's shop was hiring servers. This news spread throughout the county in just a few hours, and everyone rushed to join in the excitement. Even those not applying gathered around to offer their opinions. "What's your name?" Lin Jinxiu asked the first applicant. "Have you worked as a server before? What do you think your strengths are?" As a small business owner in the modern online world, Lin Jinxiu had more interview experience than many real HR professionals. Applicants kept coming in. From teenage girls to men in their 40s. Lin Jinxiu held her pen without stopping for the entire day. Most of the applicants had not received an education, so Lin Jinxiu had to write down their spoken information herself, which took all day. By evening, the papers around Lin Jinxiu were piled high, mostly her notes, with only a few literate individuals submitting resumes. Even as closing time approached, there were still people wanting to try their luck. Due to the overwhelming number of applicants, Lin Jinxiu had to turn away the last few who arrived, hurriedly wrapping up the day's recruitment. "Miss Lin," someone in the crowd called her name. "Yes." Lin Jinxiu turned to find the speaker. "When will the bakery open?" "Everyone is eagerly waiting for your corn cakes." Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu smiled brightly. "Once we hire a server, we'll tidy up for a day or two and then reopen. Please be patient. We'll be quick about it. Thank you all for your support." After bowing to thank everyone, Lin Jinxiu closed the shop door. She placed the thick stack of resumes on the counter, planning to review them one by one later that evening to find a suitable candidate. "Sister Lin, aren't we supposed to invite Uncle Zhang and the others for dinner?" Ninger's voice came from the back room. "Let me handle the preparations." "Okay, I'm heading out now." With Ninga helping at home, Lin Jinxiu felt at ease. She tidied up a bit, grabbed her purse, and set off towards Zhang Mao's restaurant. It is said that the food at Qinghe Tower is very professional. Those who have eaten there say it is just as good as the big restaurants in the provincial city, and it has received high praise, though the prices are a bit high, averaging 2 to 3 taels of silver per meal. Lin Jinxiu could still afford this meal. From Zhang Mao, she learned that only her 4 masters would be dining today, which eased her mind a bit. She might save quite a bit of money. Craftsmen are generally straightforward. Even when going out to eat, they don't bother to dress up, not even changing their clothes. On the contrary, Lin Jinxiu had dressed up a bit out of courtesy, which seemed to have the opposite effect. Now she felt that she looked quite different from the craftsmen around her, and it was a bit awkward. If only she had worn her usual clothes. It is indeed rare for 4 men and 1 woman to walk together on the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. When they arrived at Qinghe Tower, it was the busiest time. Lin Jinxiu arrived just in time. There was only 1 table left in the hall. The waiter carefully observed Lin Jinxiu, and seeing that she didn't look like someone who couldn't pay, he led the 5 of them to the last table and presented the menu. Their unusual group attracted the attention of many, and those dining there whispered and speculated about Lin Jinxiu's identity. "This is troublesome." Among the 5, 4 were rough men. Lin Jinxiu ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a pot of good wine. Perhaps Lin Jinxiu's polite and pleasant smile caught the waiter off guard. He stared for several seconds before snapping back to reality and hurriedly ran off. "Miss Lin, after hearing about the recent events, I truly admire you." "Oh no, not at all," Lin Jinxiu replied modestly. "You flatter me." "How difficult it was. Yet you have come through." Zhang Mao poured Lin Jinxiu a cup of warm wine. "You should not be modest. I must toast you." Hey, what are you doing?" The blacksmith snatched the cup back. "Miss Lin has to go home to care for the baby. How can she drink wine?" Zhang Mao then remembered that Lin Jinxiu had a child. "In that case, let the lady have tea instead of wine." The craftsman's kindness made Lin Jinxiu feel quite comfortable. She raised her teacup to toast with Zhang Mao, saying, "You flatter me, master." "Look at what you're saying." Zhang Mao laughed heartily. "Who else but you, Miss Lin, could survive under the pressure of Master Chui's debt collection? Who else could sell a pancake for a tael of silver like you?" Zhang Mao's loud voice drew everyone's attention. Now, everyone knew that Lin Jinxiu was the girl who sold pancakes for a tael of silver. Lin Jinxiu put down her teacup and shrank her neck. Thanks to Zhang Mao, she could feel everyone's eyes on her. Most of these people were wealthy and powerful in the county, and they were curious to meet a rare business-savvy girl like her. Their intense gazes made her feel overwhelmed. She wished the craftsmen would stop talking about her, but she couldn't bring herself to ask them to stop, given their genuine admiration. Masters. Her gentle and soft voice was barely heard over the loud voices of the craftsmen.
Excuse me.
A stranger's voice came from behind Lin Jinxiu. Sure enough, it attracted more attention. Lin Jinxiu rubbed her forehead and turned to face the newcomer with a polite smile. The man wore a light blue robe, and his hair was neatly styled. His delicate features were harmonious, but his clever fox-like eyes seemed a bit calculating, which contrasted with his refined demeanor.
I'm sorry.
We'll keep our voices down. Lin Jinxiu thought the young man was bothered by the noise and quickly apologized. Upon hearing her apology, the craftsmen fell silent, realizing they were in a large restaurant, not a small market, and felt a bit embarrassed. However, the man shook his head and pointed his folding fan toward Lin Jinxiu. I am here to find you. Mississippi. Lin Jinxiu blinked. She felt like she had heard that phrase before. May I ask what you need from me, sir? She stood up and bowed to him. A nearby waiter approached Lin Jinxiu and said, Miss Lin, this is our esteemed manager of Qinghe Tower, Manager Mo. Lin Jinxiu was surprised. Oh, it's Manager Mo. It's a pleasure to meet you. She wondered why Manager Mo wanted to see her. May I invite you to a private room for a chat? Mr. Mo cupped his hands in greeting and pointed to the private room upstairs. I have prepared tea and incense, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. Mississippi. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit awkward. She came to invite the craftsman for a meal, and it would be rude to follow the shopkeeper. As she considered how to politely decline, Zhang Mao spoke up. Miss, go ahead. Before Lin Jinxiu could think of a response, he downed another cup of warm wine and gestured for her to go without worrying about them. We'll stay here and eat. Just wait for you to come down. With Zhang Mao and the others saying that, Lin Jinxiu had no reason to refuse and agreed to Mr. Mo's request. Then please lead the way, Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo bowed to Lin Jinxiu and stepped aside to guide her. This way, Miss Lin. Lin Jinxiu nodded and followed Mr. Mo upstairs. The staircase was narrow and turned twice. Lin Jinxiu held onto the smooth railing, carefully making her way up step by step. The upstairs felt like a completely different world from downstairs. Compared to downstairs, it was much quieter here. The intricately carved doors divided the entire second floor into numerous small compartments, and only near the doors could one hear voices from within. These compartments offered a lot of privacy, with paper covering the windows, making it hard to see what was happening inside. Lin Jinxiu walked slowly, her keen hearing allowing her to pick up on the sounds coming from behind the doors. Little beauty, come drink with me again. Young master, I really can't drink anymore. This was someone enjoying playful banter with their servant. What does the master think of this idea? Very good, very good. Bring the silver notes. This was a business discussion. Brother, how does my line sound? The word send is not quite right. How about changing it to gift? This was a scholar composing poetry, likely a son from a wealthy family. The variety of human experiences was all behind these exquisite carved doors. Miss Lin, we have arrived. Among the many closed doors, one open carved door stood out. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from inside, and Mr. Mo stopped beside the elegant seating area, nodding to Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu was still listening to the scholar next door debate which word was more suitable for the poem, and she became a bit lost in thought. It wasn't until Mr. Mo called her again that she responded and stepped into the private room. Perhaps her moment of distraction displeased Mr. Mo, as Lin Jinxiu noticed his brow slightly furrowed. The room was elegant and quiet, with several plates of exquisite dishes on the table, along with a pot of good tea and a pot of warm wine. The shopkeeper, Mo, had prepared well to host Lin Jinxiu, making her curious about why he wanted to see her. Miss Lin, please sit. Mo gestured for Lin Jinxiu to feel at ease and took a seat opposite her. Lin Jinxiu was glad she had tidied up before meeting Zhang Mao and the others. At least now, sitting in this refined room, she didn't feel out of place. The dishes on the table were indeed exquisite, and the rich aroma wafted into Lin Jinxiu's nose, tempting her to pick up her chopsticks. "Miss Lin, what do you think of the dishes at our little shop?" Mo did not immediately bring up his main business, but started the conversation with the food. Earlier, Lin Jinxiu had already tasted the dishes at Qinghe Tower downstairs. The meat was rich and tender, the vegetables were fresh and light, and the flavors were perfectly balanced. Everything was well done, making it far superior to street-side eateries. It was no wonder it was the most famous restaurant in the county. The dishes at Qinghe Tower are truly exceptional. You won't find another like it in this county. Lin Jinxiu's praise was sincere, not just polite flattery. Mo's eyes narrowed with satisfaction, showing a proud expression. With so many talents gathered in the provincial capital, our Qinghe Tower can still stand out here in this small town. "You're too kind," she replied. "I have had the pleasure of tasting your sesame pancakes." Mo changed the subject to Lin Jinxiu. "Your skills are certainly impressive. Have you considered developing your talent in the provincial capital?" Lin Jinxiu realized he was indeed interested in her corn pancakes and decided to be cautious. She shook her head modestly. "I don't have such plans at the moment. But thank you for the compliment." "You are too humble," Mo said, picking up his chopsticks and encouraging Lin Jinxiu to eat. "Please don't be shy." Lin Jinxiu smiled politely. Although Mo was courteous and spoke well, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't quite pinpoint why. Sitting there felt awkward. She preferred the company of Zhang Mao and the others. Lin Jinxiu reassured herself. "Maybe it's just because I'm not familiar with him." She picked up a piece of green vegetable and tasted it carefully. The vegetable was very fresh. Its crisp texture indicated it was definitely picked today. After cooking, it still retained its refreshing flavor, and Lin Jinxiu silently praised it. She also noticed an irresistible aroma coming from the vegetables, which was quite tempting. This scent was like food, yet not quite food. With this fragrance, the dish seemed more than just a simple stir-fried vegetable. It felt like a delicacy. Perhaps it was a secret recipe from Qinghe Tower. Lin Jinxiu was curious, but didn't ask much. "How do you find this dish, miss?"
asked Manager Montag.
How should I say it? Lin Jinxiu swallowed the vegetables, but the aroma lingered in her mouth and nose. "I haven't had such delicious vegetables in a long time." However, Manager Mo also tasted a piece of vegetable and frowned. "Compared to your pancakes, it feels like something is missing." "Missing what?" Lin Jinxiu pretended to be curious, knowing full well. "The moment I ate your pancake, it felt like a refreshing breeze shot from my stomach to the top of my head." Manager Mo gestured from his stomach to his head. "This cool feeling truly energized me. From sunrise to sunset, I felt full of energy all day." Lin Jinxiu couldn't relate to that feeling. Since the moment her pancakes were made, they were either for others to taste or for sale, and she had never even had a bite of her own corn pancake. It was quite a pity. Not knowing how to respond, Lin Jinxiu lowered her head to drink tea to change the subject. "Miss Lin, I must toast to you." Manager Mo poured a cup of warm wine for Lin Jinxiu. "Just for your unparalleled skill." Lin Jinxiu truly felt unworthy of such praise. At this point, she was just a transporter of goods from her space, and it was the magical crops there that led to her current success. If Manager Mo praised her business acumen, she could feel a bit proud, but when it came to cooking skills, she really didn't feel deserving. "Manager Mo, please don't say that." Lin Jinxiu waved her hands, feeling flustered. "As for cooking skills, I only know a little. I can only manage simple breakfast items like pancakes, which can't compare to yours. I really can't accept this toast. Besides, I have a baby at home who needs to be fed, so I can't drink. Miss Lin, just consider it a favor for me." Manager Mo raised his cup almost to Lin Jinxiu's face. Thinking of her baby, Lin Jinxiu was determined not to drink that cup of wine. As for the face of Manager Mo, it is the least valuable thing here. Lin Jinxiu pretended to care, but in her heart, she felt disdain. "What is this talk about face? Isn't this just a common saying among middle-aged men trying to persuade others to drink? She didn't know what Manager Mo wanted or if his annoying way of persuading her was just his personality. Lin Jinxiu felt that Manager Mo definitely had some ulterior motive, either for her or her abilities. Manager, if you have something to say, just say it, Lin Jinxiu said, dropping her polite smile and looking calmly at Manager Mo. I doubt you just want to get to know me. There must be something else you want to discuss. Indeed, a woman with a narrow view. Manager Mo thought to himself with a cold snort. A real man should know how to fight for success. The trivial matters at home can't compare to a big business. Lin Jinxiu, who had a rare business mind, still prioritized her children. No wonder she could only run a pancake shop until now. Manager Mo realized he shouldn't think too highly of her. After all his efforts to get closer, she didn't care at all. How foolish could a small pancake shop owner be to reject the goodwill of the best restaurant manager in the county? What a waste of time and effort. But since Lin Jinxiu said to be straightforward, he decided not to beat around the bush. A woman like her, if offered a decent salary, would likely work for him her whole life to take care of her children, which would be much easier than dealing with a pure businessman. Miss, I have a request, Manager Mo said, his polite demeanor lessened, and he put the wine back on the table. I hope you won't continue running your own shop.
Huh?
Lin Jinxiu was taken aback by his boldness and felt quite displeased. Running your own shop has no future. Come work at Qinghe Tower. Manager Mo finally revealed his intention. I will offer you a salary that will satisfy you. So, this manager wanted her to work for Qinghe Tower? Lin Jinxiu smiled. Manager Mo, I doubt you can afford my salary. I sell all 5 pancakes I make each day, and anything less than 5 taels of silver is a loss for me. 5 taels a day is an outrageous price for a cook. Not even in the provincial capital could one reach that rate. If Manager Mo could take the hint and back off, that would be best. As long as you are willing to make those corn pancakes only at Qinghe Tower, I will consider giving you a daily salary of 5 taels of silver. Manager Mo hesitated for a moment and said, Plus, with the money earned from the Sun family's pancake shop, you won't lose anything in terms of benefits. You can also attract more customers with the reputation of my Qinghe Tower.
I hope you will think about it.
5 taels a day is quite ambitious for Manager Mo to get her corn pancakes. His analysis of the benefits is also quite reasonable. In the end, Lin Jinxiu would just be changing her workplace and would have a better working environment. However, the word consider in his statement felt to Lin Jinxiu like a trap to get her to sign a flawed contract. If she signed the agreement, wouldn't he be the one to decide her salary? Sorry, manager, but I have a prior commitment, so I can't work at your restaurant. If you want to collaborate with me in the future, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lin Jinxiu weighed her options and declined the manager's offer. At this point, Lin Jinxiu could clearly see the displeasure on Manager Mo's face. If you have no intention of working at Qinghe Tower, I hope you can sell me the pancake recipe. I am willing to pay 3,000 taels for it. Manager Mo changed his offer when he realized Lin Jinxiu was not interested in working for him. 3,000 taels is enough to support a family for 3 generations in this county. It's a huge amount, not just for ordinary families, but for Lin Jinxiu as well. However, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but I have already promised Aunt Lee to open a shop together, so I must be a person of my word. Moreover, this recipe is my lifeline, so I hope you understand. Lin Jinxiu thought to herself, rolling her eyes. To offer 3,000 taels for just a pancake recipe, wouldn't he make even more than that by reselling it? She didn't want to be taken advantage of. Seeing Lin Jinxiu repeatedly refuse him, Manager Mo didn't want to persuade her any longer and casually showed a mocking expression. Since you are unwilling, I will take it as my mistake. Farewell, and let me treat you and the craftsman to a meal. Lin Jinxiu placed the silver on the table in front of him. Business is business. Just because the deal fell through doesn't mean I will take advantage of you. I can afford a meal, so thank you for that. After leaving the silver, Lin Jinxiu quickly walked away, eager to leave this uncomfortable place. When Lin Jinxiu closed the carved door, her calm expression revealed some annoyance. Manager Mo really thinks too highly of himself. He spoke politely, but his eyes told a different story. That commanding request made her feel quite irritated. Maybe others would be intimidated by Manager Mo's power and wealth, but she wouldn't be. No matter how fierce these merchants are, as long as she doesn't need anything from them, there's no need to flatter or respect them.
Really?
Lifting her skirt, Lin Jinxiu hurried down the stairs, slipping on the last step and landing heavily on the ground, making a loud noise that caught many people's attention. "Miss Lin, what's wrong?" Zhang Mao asked, noticing Lin Jinxiu smiling as she came up but frowning as she rushed down. He quickly showed concern. Nothing. Lin Jinxiu replied, lightly stomping her foot and adjusting her dress as she sat back at the table. "I just missed a step. My foot hurts a bit." "Masters, please continue eating." The rest of the meal felt tasteless to Lin Jinxiu. Her conversation with Manager Mo completely ruined her appetite, and she just wanted to leave this place, losing interest in the delicious food. After finally managing to send Zhang Mao and the others away with a forced smile, Lin Jinxiu returned home, feeling exhausted from the meal and eager to lie down and rest. "Sister, didn't you enjoy the meal today? Did Uncle Zhang and the others upset you?" Ninger asked, noticing Lin Jinxiu's poor mood while wiping the tables in the shop. "It's nothing with the masters. It's that Manager Mo from Qinghe Tower who really annoyed me," Lin Jinxiu said as she plopped down in a chair, accepting a glass of water from Ninger.
Tanks, Ninger.
She briefly shared her conversation with Manager Mo. Unlike Lin Jinxiu's firm disagreement, Ninger expressed a different opinion. "Sister Lin, if you agreed to work at Qinghe Tower, wouldn't that bring you some reputation and money? Plus, working with that boss could lead to better opportunities. Maybe one day, you could even work in the provincial city." Lin Jinxiu reached out to pat Ninger on the head. "Silly girl, you don't understand. If I agree to work for him, he would always have power over me. I wouldn't be able to be my own boss and would be restricted everywhere."
But
Ninger clearly did not have the same desire to take charge as Lin Jinxiu. In her heart, Mr. Mo was a well-known figure in the county, and working with him would surely bring benefits. Lin Jinxiu yawned widely and said, "Ninger, your sister doesn't want to be a cook under someone else, even if it's as a second in command. I want to be the boss, you understand? I'm so tired. I'm going to lie down and still need to look at resumes."
get to bed early.
After saying that, Lin Jinxiu returned to her room. Although she wanted to sleep, her work was not finished. She had at least 100 resumes to go through, one by one. Did I say something wrong? Ninger thought weakly as she watched Lin Jinxiu leave. Li Daniu, 23 years old, worked as a waiter for a year but was fired for breaking a bowl. The marked paper was set aside. Zheng Wan, 12 years old, has 2 older brothers and 1 sister. She has only done housework at home and thinks she should earn money for the family now that she is an adult. Another marked paper was set aside. Wang Jieyue, oh, this name sounds nice. 43 years old, has 5 people to support. He used to farm but can no longer do heavy work due to health reasons, so he can only do lighter jobs. Is being a waiter easy? After reviewing many resumes, Lin Jinxiu still hadn't found a suitable candidate. The oil lamp's light was still a bit dim for her, and after looking at less than half, she felt a bit dizzy. She stood up to stretch her neck and walked over to Lele's crib to play with him, using the toys hanging from it. With this crib, Lele's safety was much more assured. Besides changing diapers and feeding, Lin Jinxiu no longer needed to hold Lele in her arms to soothe him, which made things much easier. Earlier, Lin Jinxiu had already fed Lele. The little guy, now full, was very energetic, stretching his short little arms as if wanting to grab something. Lin Jinxiu placed a little tiger plush toy that Aunt Li made yesterday next to Lele, and he seemed to really like it, hugging and kissing it.
"Oh no, you can't eat that."
Lin Jinxiu gently pulled the little tiger's ear from Lele's mouth. The little guy hadn't grown teeth yet, but was always eager to try new things with his mouth. Although he was adorable, Lin Jinxiu worried he might eat something unclean and get an upset stomach. After playing with the cute little one for a while, Lin Jinxiu took a break and returned to the table to compare resumes, thinking about which candidate would be suitable. Finally, after finishing the last half, she picked out a few people she was somewhat satisfied with and decided to think it over. Well, I can't be too picky, or I won't find anyone at all. She sighed. Finding good people is important. A man's voice came from behind her just as she finished speaking.
Whoa.
Lin Jinxiu jumped in surprise, cursing as she quickly grabbed a cornstalk from her bag and pointed it behind her. When she saw who it was, she rolled her eyes and relaxed her stance with the cornstalk. What are you doing here? Stay away from my son. The man was the same one who had come a few days ago to trick her into giving him food. Now, this tall man in dark clothing was leaning next to Lele's crib, playing with the toys and making the little one giggle. I think he really likes me, the man said, his mask hanging loosely around his neck, revealing a handsome face with a gentle smile as he looked at the baby. Lin Jinxiu crossed her arms and thought about how strange the world was, then asked, "What do you want today?" "I just wanted to chat. I'm not a beggar who comes to ask for food every day," the man replied, looking a bit helpless. "You want to chat? Come here." Lin Jinxiu beckoned him with her finger. The man looked confused. "What's up? Come here," Lin Jinxiu ordered. With an innocent look, the man walked over to her, but as soon as he reached her, she said, "Stand still. Raise your hands." He instinctively raised his hands, but to his surprise, Lin Jinxiu reached out and started patting him down. Hey, he exclaimed in shock, turning slightly to the side and whispering dramatically, "That's inappropriate. You can't do that." Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes at his reaction. After searching him thoroughly, she found a long dagger, several throwing darts, and a bottle of unknown medicine, along with a familiar corn stalk hidden behind him. After checking him again to ensure he had no other weapons, she finally let him go.
All right.
A pile of things was thrown onto the table with a clatter. Lin Jinxiu remained calm and said, "Now we can have a good chat. What are you doing?" Following Lin Jinxiu's gaze, the man unexpectedly backed up to the corner, crossing his arms with a terrified expression as if he had encountered a rude person. "Oh no, I've been wronged. My reputation. Miss, you need to take responsibility for this." Wow, what a waste of that handsome face. Seeing how silly the man was acting, Lin Jinxiu sighed and said, "Stop pretending and come over here." When the man saw Lin Jinxiu's exasperation, he laughed, completely shedding his earlier shyness. He walked over without hesitation and sat down in the chair across from her. "I haven't been here for just a few days, and so much has changed." The man leaned against the table, resting his chin on his hand. "I almost didn't recognize you. I only found you thanks to the neighbors." "That's a long story." Lin Jinxiu didn't want to explain and changed the subject. "But can you explain why you have one of my corn stalks?" "I took it last time." The man pointed toward the backyard. "That corn stalk really hurts when you hit someone with it. I thought you didn't want it anymore since you threw it away, so I took it. Turns out it's quite useful." Lin Jinxiu glanced at the dozen corn stalks in her space. She remembered throwing one on the ground but hadn't paid attention afterward. When she later noticed it was missing, she thought she had put it away. Maybe it was because she had too many things in her hands and lost track of the quantity. Speaking of hurting, Lin Jinxiu recalled the servant she had knocked out with one hit. "Didn't you have no reaction when I hit you with it last time?" The man shook his head. "No way. My arm was bruised for days. If I hadn't been strong, it could have broken. I was actually going to ask where you got that corn stalk." "Strong?" Lin Jinxiu caught the key word. So this man knew martial arts, which is why he could endure the pain without getting too hurt. Is there really martial arts in this world? She suddenly became interested. "I can't tell you." Lin Jinxiu refused to explain where the corn stalk came from. "Maybe it hurts more because I'm stronger now." After the transformation from the fruit in her space, Lin Jinxiu clearly noticed her strength was different from before. Things that once seemed heavy to her now felt light as a feather, making it easy for her to move things around. "Wow, with your small frame, you have a lot of strength?" The man seemed unimpressed. "Then let's have a competition," Lin Jinxiu said, placing her hand on the table and spreading her fingers. The man didn't understand the gesture. Lin Jinxiu showed him how to position his hand and then took hold of it. This is called arm wrestling. When I say go, I will push this way, and you push that way. Let's see who is stronger. The man's attention was completely distracted from her gesture. Her soft, warm hand brushing against his calloused palm made him feel a bit guilty. Was it inappropriate to touch a girl's hand like this? Before he could pull away, Lin Jinxiu shouted, 3, 2, 1, go. The sudden force surprised the man. He looked at Lin Jinxiu's rolled-up sleeves. Her arms, though slender, showed surprising muscle. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have lost in that moment.
You.
The man looked at Lin Jinxiu in disbelief as a sly smile appeared on her delicate face, her eyes sparkling. Despite being thin, she was quite pretty. Don't underestimate a mother's strength, Lin Jinxiu said, completely forgetting she was only 15, even referring to herself as a woman. Their hands were locked in place. The man used all his strength, but couldn't push Lin Jinxiu's arm down, making him feel like all his training was for nothing. Lin Jinxiu wasn't having an easy time either. The man's strength was indeed impressive. While she could hold her ground, she didn't have enough energy to defeat him. You're really strong, the man admitted with a smile. But don't blame me for getting serious. Serious? Before Lin Jinxiu could react, the man suddenly unleashed a powerful presence, and in just 2 seconds, he pressed her hand down onto the table.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Lin Jinxiu felt pain as her elbow was bent awkwardly when he pushed her down. Seriously, using his strength against a little girl in an arm wrestling match? How shameless. Lin Jinxiu glared at him. The man laughed triumphantly. Looks like I'm still stronger. Lin Jinxiu rubbed her elbow and said, yes, you really have thick skin. She thought the man would at least blush, but to her surprise, he took her comment proudly and happily accepted it. That's true. People have said I have thick skin since I was young, especially my older brother. It's a miracle your brother is still alive and hasn't been driven crazy by you. Lin Jinxiu's arms still felt a bit numb. Unexpectedly, the man's expression turned a bit sad at her words. My brother has already passed away. But it wasn't because of me. He was killed by bandits. Lin Jinxiu was taken aback and quickly apologized.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
A hint of sadness flickered in the man's eyes. Do you have any other family? Lin Jinxiu tried to change the subject. He shook his head again. This made Lin Jinxiu feel even more sorry.
I see. I'm really sorry.
The man shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Our family was poor when we were young. Our mother passed away early due to illness. Lin Jinxiu listened silently as he continued. My father remarried last year, but the new wife had bad intentions. She made us work all day and didn't feed us. My father is also a fool. He forgot about our mother so quickly. As he spoke, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. After my father's new wife had a son, my brother and I never had a good day again, until one day, I made a mistake. What mistake? Lin Jinxiu found his story somewhat familiar. Did this man's childhood experience resemble her own? My brother was injured by bandits, and I went to my stepmother for money to help him. She refused, so I had to steal money from the house to save him. But the man clenched his fist and hit the table hard. My brother didn't make it. I was also kicked out by my father and taken in by a small sect in the martial world, where I learned martial arts. So you've been in the martial world all these years? Lin Jinxiu asked. If you weren't staying with the sect, why did you become a bandit? The man shook his head, not wanting to answer that question. It's too complicated. I could talk for days and still not finish. Just know that I was framed and forced into this life of being a bandit. That's really unfortunate. Lin Jinxiu felt some sympathy for him. At least I have Lele with me, but he has been fighting alone against a group of people for a long time. It's not easy for him to have survived until now. She thought to herself and reached out to touch the man's head. Halfway there, she realized what she was doing and quickly pulled back her hand, her ears turning red. This action left the man stunned, and it took him a few seconds to respond. Hey, were you trying to touch my head? Cough, cough. Lin Jinxiu quickly defended herself. No, no. You look like you wanted to pet a dog. The man was quite frustrated. Lin Jinxiu smiled. You were talking about yourself, and it sounded a lot like a little dog waiting for someone to comfort it.
Impossible.
If I were a dog, I'd be a fierce large breed. Okay? The man pointed at himself. So, you don't mind being called a dog, right? Lin Jinxiu tried to hold back her laughter.
Hey.
The man rolled his eyes, knowing this woman wouldn't say anything nice. His gesture was surprisingly more skilled than last time, even more mocking than Lin Jinxiu's. Lin Jinxiu noticed this and gave him a thumbs up. That eye roll was impressive. Your eyes almost rolled to the back of your head. I can't do that. Of course, I practiced it secretly. The man raised an eyebrow. Lin Jinxiu was shocked. Why would you practice that? Nothing much, I just thought it was interesting. The man changed the subject. I heard you're hiring when I came in? Lin Jinxiu pointed to the stack of resumes behind her. Yeah, we need more staff in the shop and want to hire a waiter. What do you think of me? The man asked, pointing at himself. You? Lin Jinxiu shrank back a bit, looking him up and down. What would a thief like you do as a waiter? The man placed his hands down on the table and suddenly sat up straight. I've been wandering outside for too long and just want a place to settle down and retire. Go on, I believe you. Lin Jinxiu looked skeptical. The man sighed. Let's put it this way. I think you're a good person, so I want to come work with you. Keep making things up. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes. The man was at a loss and awkwardly looked up at her, saying, all right, it's not just because I want to retire, but I can't stop thinking about that egg you gave me last time. You still say you're not here to get free food. Lin Jinxiu found this reason somewhat believable. Have you ever worked as a waiter?
No.
Have you ever carried a tray?
You can teach me.
Have you done the math? I can learn. You can't do anything, yet you want to be a waiter. Lin Jinxiu looked down on him. Give me a few reasons why I should hire you. The man tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, I am healthy. All right, he can work. I have no family, so I can work all day. Okay, he can do overtime. Lin Jinxiu nodded. But what kind of overtime is there at a breakfast shop? I can read and write very well. All right, having another person who can write will help her with the workload. Lin Jinxiu nodded. I also know martial arts. Okay, he is skilled in martial arts and could serve as a security guard. Lin Jinxiu nodded. I am good looking. All right, he does have a decent appearance and could attract customers. Lin Jinxiu paused.
Huh.
Lin Jinxiu said, who says they are good looking? The man blinked at her. Am I not good looking? Lin Jinxiu stared at his slightly slim face. She wanted to say he wasn't good looking but didn't want to be dishonest, so she held back. All right, you're good looking. Lin Jinxiu couldn't argue with him. And I know your secret. The man smiled when he saw Lin Jinxiu couldn't say he wasn't good looking. Someone like me is safer to have around, right? This last reason was a strong point, making it hard for Lin Jinxiu to refuse him. He was right. Lin Jinxiu had always felt uneasy about him knowing her secret. She worried he might share it. Since he brought it up himself, Lin Jinxiu decided to let him stay close. Okay, you can be the waiter at the shop. Lin Jinxiu agreed. What about the salary? The boss can decide, the man said sweetly. As he spoke, the boss called out. I have one request. Since I'm used to sleeping outdoors, can you find me a place to sleep in the shop? If he had asked 5 days ago, Lin Jinxiu might have been able to build him a room, but now it seemed a bit late. Lin Jinxiu squinted and thought for a while. If you don't mind sleeping in the shop, that's fine. We don't have extra rooms, but I can provide bedding.
Good.
The man nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that after spending an entire day writing her resume, Lin Jinxiu wouldn't use any of it? She neatly stacked the papers on the table and was about to say something when a knock at the door caught her and the man's attention. They exchanged glances, and the man quickly jumped up to the beam with a clean and decisive movement, making Lin Jinxiu almost want to applaud. Lin's sister, are you awake? Came Ninger's voice from outside the door. Lin Jinxiu hurriedly swept the weapons she had gathered into a drawer, placed the resume back on the table, and sat down with a pen in hand. Ninger, I'm awake. What's up? Hearing that Lin Jinxiu was awake, Ninger shyly walked into the room, nervously tugging at the hem of her nightgown as she stood in front of Lin Jinxiu. Noticing Ninger hesitating to speak, Lin Jinxiu put down her pen and approached to pat her head. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" Ninger shook her head. "Lin sister, I'm sorry."
Huh?
Lin Jinxiu was a bit confused. Why was Ninger apologizing to her? Did she break the vase that Lin Jinxiu had arranged in the shop? Ninger shouldn't have said that today. Ninger had been troubled all evening about Lin Jinxiu's silent departure. Considering it was time to apologize, she said, "Ninger understands now. Sister is very strong-willed and doesn't want to be beneath others. I shouldn't have suggested that sister work at Qinghe Tower. Please don't be angry, Lin sister, I didn't mean to." So that was it. Lin Jinxiu felt relieved. She thought the girl was facing some difficult situation. No trouble was the best news. "Oh, silly girl, I'm fine. I just wanted to lie down and rest for a bit." "Don't think too much," Lin Jinxiu said, pinching her cheek. She glanced up and noticed the man hidden in the shadows, then quickly looked back down to avoid drawing Ninger's attention. On the beam, the man, feeling a bit shy about looking at Ninger in her nightgown, shifted his gaze and unexpectedly made eye contact with Lele in the crib. Lele, curious about the man squatting on the beam, reached out his little hands as if wanting a hug. The man made a funny face at the little one, causing the child to laugh. Lele's laughter caught the attention of Lin Jinxiu and Ninger. Ninger asked in confusion, "Why is Lele so happy?" She then walked over to the crib. Lin Jinxiu looked at Lele and knew that the man was causing trouble. When Ninger was distracted by Lele, she glanced up and glared at him. The man quickly turned his head to the other side of the beam, pretending nothing had happened. Ninger was also drawn to Lele's gaze and looked up. Lin Jinxiu felt her heart race. Before she could stop her, Ninger said, "There's nothing up there. What is Lele looking at?" "Maybe Lele is looking at this," Lin Jinxiu said, looking up too. There was nothing on the beam, not even a mouse. She reached out to play with a toy hanging from the crib, and Lele giggled. Seeing Lele laugh made Ninger smile brightly. "Lele is just too cute." Lin Jinxiu looked around but couldn't find where the man had gone, responding to Ninger's comment absent-mindedly. "Then, Sister Lin, I'm going back to sleep," Ninger said, noticing Lin Jinxiu was still busy with work. She felt a bit shy about interrupting too much and headed for the door. "Sister, you should go to bed early too." Lin Jinxiu smiled and replied, "Okay, go sleep, be good." Before leaving, Ninger made a playful face at Lin Jinxiu, causing her to smile. This girl was truly an angel. Once Ninger's footsteps faded, Lin Jinxiu quickly began searching for the man.
"Hey,"
she called softly, "You can come out now." Knock, knock, knock. There was a tapping sound from under the table beside her. She crouched down to look and saw the man curled up under the table, looking quite uncomfortable. "Are you leaving?" he asked. "Yes," Lin Jinxiu replied, trying to keep her eyes from showing too much. There were so many places to hide in the room, yet he chose to hide under the table, a spot that felt very suggestive to her. "Come out quickly. I feel like I'm sneaking around and might get caught." Hearing this, the man laughed. "We've only met twice. If we were really sneaking around, we would both be foolish."
"How can you say that?"
Lin Jinxiu shot him a look. "You came in without knocking in the middle of the night. What's the difference between you and a thief?" "I haven't done anything to you," the man raised his hands in defense. "How can you call me a thief? Besides, I was just sneaking into a widow's house." A green cornstalk was suddenly placed across his neck. "Say that again." "I was wrong." The man quickly apologized. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes and held out paper and a pen in front of his face. "Fill out a resume. I need to explain to Ninger and the others tomorrow." The man let out a sound and dipped his pen in ink, filling out another resume while comparing it to the others. Once he finished writing, Lin Jinxiu took the paper, glanced at it quickly, and noticed that his handwriting was indeed beautiful, much better than her own. "Are you going to work at Qinghe Tower?" the man suddenly asked. Lin Jinxiu looked up from the resume, glanced at him, and then back at the paper. "Manager Mo invited me, but I declined." "Why did you refuse?" The man asked curiously. It's much more comfortable being my own boss. I don't like being managed, Lin Jinxiu said as she put away his resume. All right, come by tomorrow around lunchtime with your luggage, and remember to change your clothes. In the afternoon, I'll take you to get your bedding and other things. Lin Jinxiu waved him off. Hurry up and go. I need to sleep. See you tomorrow. The man didn't argue with her, stood up, opened the drawer, and put his dagger and darts back on him. Do you still have the wooden token I gave you? Yes, Lin Jinxiu said while packing her things, not looking up. I didn't throw it away. That's good, the man replied. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Lin Jinxiu smiled. You make it sound like a love token. The man joked back, a love token shouldn't be given to a widow. He quickly dodged a pillow that flew toward him. Lin Jinxiu picked up the pillow and tossed it back onto the bed, looking at the man. He had his back to her but turned his head to speak, the moonlight outside casting a beautiful glow on his profile. By the way, I forgot something, Lin Jinxiu called out as the man stepped onto the windowsill. He turned back. What is it? What's your name? Lin Jinxiu thought it was a bit funny that they had talked for so long and even settled on a job without asking each other's names. And what's yours? The man replied with a smile. Lin Jinxiu. Lin from the forest, and Jinxiu means beautiful embroidery, she explained.
Hua Yi think.
Hua for heart, Yi for virtue, and Qing for blue sky, he said. Lin Jinxiu gave a thumbs up. Nice name.
Thank you.
The man pushed off and disappeared into the night sky, leaving behind a faint echo. You too. After he left, Lin Jinxiu stared at the moonlight outside, shrugged, smiled softly, and closed the window to rest. The next day. Sister, did you finish looking at all those resumes yesterday? Ninger exclaimed, noticing the two prominent dark circles under Lin Jinxiu's eyes. Lin Jinxiu certainly didn't read all the resumes. She didn't need to. The dark circles under her eyes were simply from lack of sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of that man, Hua Yanqing, breaking her plates and bowls, accompanied by the sound of a kick that shattered the sign at the door. Only the god of dreams would know how he managed that. So, Lin Jinxiu stayed awake for most of the night because the sound of things breaking in her dreams and the feeling of heartbreak were just too terrifying. Why was she so worried? Lin Jinxiu didn't understand. I don't even know when I fell asleep, Lin Jinxiu yawned and rubbed her eyes. After I finished reading, I was so tired that I just lay down. You're working hard, sister. Ninger poured a bowl of porridge for Lin Jinxiu. Drink some porridge. So, have you chosen someone? Ninger was very curious about the new waiter. Is it a man or a woman? Are they young? Lin Jinxiu glanced at Ninger with her curious expression and swallowed the last spoonful of porridge. It's a handsome guy. A charming young man. To make sure Ninger understood, Lin Jinxiu deliberately changed her wording. Then she took out the resume that Hua Yanqing had written yesterday to show Ninger. However, Ninger couldn't recognize many characters and simply exclaimed, Wow, this writing is so beautiful. Much better than mine, Lin Jinxiu thought to herself. In the future, whenever there was something to write, she could just hand it over to that man and enjoy her free time. I'm going out for a bit to tell this young man he can start working, Lin Jinxiu told Ninger. When he comes to the shop, everyone can get to know each other. If we work well together for a couple of days, we can open for business. Okay.
Ninger nodded obediently.
After finishing her meal, Lin Jinxiu washed the bowls with Ninger and noticed how quickly Ninger had become familiar with the kitchen's layout. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit impressed. Although she had organized everything herself, it would probably take her a few days to get used to it again. It could only be explained by talent. With a few coins in her pocket, Lin Jinxiu left the shop. The excuse of notifying Hua Yanqing was just for show to cover up the fact that she had spoken with him yesterday. In reality, Lin Jinxiu didn't know where Hua Yanqing was. She was just waiting in the shop. During this time, she decided to stroll around the street, and if she found any tasty snacks, she could bring some back. How much are these mung bean cakes?
Boss, please get me some candied hawthorn.
The woman's shopping nature was brought out by the bustling market. Lin Jinxiu wandered around, eating and shopping like a train, buying not only candied hawthorn for Ninger, but also a black chicken for Aunt Lee to make soup for her health. Just as she turned to head home, someone called out to her. With half a red bean bun in her mouth, Lin Jinxiu tilted her head to see who was calling her, and to her surprise, it was the old doctor who had offered her a large sum for a prescription. "Miss, do you have a moment?" The old doctor asked respectfully. "Could you come to my clinic for a chat?" Lately, it seemed she kept hearing the same thing. Lin Jinxiu struggled to swallow the bun in her mouth, nodded to show she was free, and followed the old doctor into his clinic. The clinic was empty, filled only with the scent of herbs. Lin Jinxiu quickly finished her red bean bun to avoid the sweet taste mixing with the medicinal smell, then she sniffed the air. Amid the herbal scent, there was a hint of corn fragrance. As Lin Jinxiu recognized it, the corn smell became stronger until the old doctor led her to the counter. Lin Jinxiu looked down and saw that the counter was covered with the same herbs she had given the old doctor last time. It seemed some were missing, and the remaining herbs were piled separately. Even the corn flour she had added was shaken out into a pile. "Excuse me, doctor, is there a problem with this medicine?" Lin Jinxiu asked. "I came to ask you because I can't figure it out," the old doctor said, stroking his beard, slightly embarrassed. "After practicing medicine for 40 years, I can't identify the magical ingredient you added. Please enlighten me." Lin Jinxiu said, squinting her eyes. "Doctor, I think if you sniff it, you'll know what it is." The old doctor lightly slapped the counter. "Miss, don't fool me. Where in today's world is there corn that smells this good and can heal?" The missing half-dose of medicine was something the old doctor had brewed and tasted. He didn't expect that just this small bowl of herbal soup would give him energy all morning, allowing him to attend to several patients without feeling tired. He knew that the fragrant corn powder was definitely something special. Even the Tianshan snow lotus couldn't compare to its effects. In the days when Lin Jinxiu was still competing with Cui Xiao, the old doctor searched the entire county and even went to the provincial city to buy corn flour from every store, but he couldn't achieve the same results. Feeling helpless, he hesitated for a moment and decided to swallow his pride to ask Lin Jinxiu for help. As luck would have it, he ran into her on the street before he even reached her shop, saving him the trouble of visiting her. Lin Jinxiu knew she would eventually have to face this issue, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Without having prepared her response, her mind raced, and she finally spoke with a conflicted expression. "Doctor, it's actually like this." Lin Jinxiu repeated her explanation about the corn. "This is indeed corn, but the seeds are rare ones I got from my parents during a trip to the Persian Empire when I was young. I can only grow a few plants for reuse." This excuse, which she had used before, worked its magic again, leaving the old doctor stunned and unable to doubt it. Indeed, explaining such a supernatural phenomenon required a sense of awe. Lin Jinxiu's face was serious and righteous, but inside, she was worried about any flaws in her story. It seemed she would need to write a solid explanation later to avoid contradictions. "So, what you're saying is that the recipe just adds this magical corn to the herbs." The old doctor finally understood the truth. He realized he wasn't wrong, just lacking knowledge about such a miraculous item in the world. "Exactly," Lin Jinxiu nodded. "This corn flour can at most strengthen the body and enhance the effects of the medicine, but its impact is quite noticeable." When the old doctor heard this, he realized that the corn flour Lin Jinxiu mentioned was exactly what every doctor dreams of. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on time for healing, so hearing that something could speed up the process was great news for anyone. "Miss, I have a request," the old doctor said, cupping his hands in respect. "Please go ahead, doctor," Lin Jinxiu replied. "I know this corn is very precious to you, and you need it for your business. However, if I ever encounter a serious case that requires urgent treatment, I hope you can part with some of this corn flour and sell it to me," the old doctor requested. "That's fine." Lin Jinxiu agreed, without thinking. Helping to heal people was on a completely different level than selling pancakes. If her corn flour could save lives, then making a few less pancakes was nothing. After saying goodbye to the old doctor, Lin Jinxiu carried a bunch of food home and unexpectedly ran into Huai Yanqing on the way. "Good morning, shopkeeper." Huai Yanqing greeted her with a wave. At that moment, Huai Yanqing was not in his night outfit but wearing a blue outfit with short sleeves and long pants and sturdy cloth boots. He looked very capable without the heavy feel of a long robe. His long hair was partly tied up, keeping it out of his way while looking stylish. "Wow, looking quite handsome," Lin Jinxiu said without holding back her praise, her eyes lighting up. Huai Yanqing chuckled in response to her compliment. When Lin Jinxiu reached him, he turned to walk alongside her. He was clearly going to report to Lin Jinxiu, carrying a small backpack with his belongings. Although small, it felt heavy and made a clinking sound as he walked. Lin Jinxiu could guess it contained something serious. "I have to ask, are you bringing all those tools to work or to rob a place?" Lin Jinxiu whispered, pointing at the backpack. Huai Yanqing lowered his voice too. "Shopkeeper, it's not that I want to carry them. I just can't get rid of them." "Why not?" Lin Jinxiu asked, puzzled. Huai Yanqing looked helpless. "If I throw them away, I won't be able to buy a second set."
"All right."
Lin Jinxiu had no response. Poverty had a way of making life difficult for everyone. "Just make sure that Mrs. Li and Ninger don't see those things," Lin Jinxiu warned him. "They don't know your true identity." Huai Yanqing nodded repeatedly. "You seem quite tired, shopkeeper." He noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Lin Jinxiu wearily looked at him. "You know, after you left yesterday, every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing you breaking my plates and bowls. It went on all night." Huai Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. "Shopkeeper, I haven't even entered yet and you're already suspecting me like this? I'm a martial artist. If I were to drop plates and bowls, I might as well bow to my master and apologize." He reached out to grab the food that Lin Jinxiu was holding, but she was feeling dizzy and didn't notice. She casually let him help carry it. "That's not what I want to suspect." Lin Jinxiu thought back to the loud noise that lasted all night. "It seems like the Duke of Zhou wants me to doubt you. He doesn't seem to like you." "Well, I don't really like the Duke of Zhou that the shopkeeper knows either," Huai Yanqing said with a smile, his eyes squinting. Lin Jinxiu slapped his arm. "Stop laughing." "I'm not," Huai Yanqing replied, still smiling. "By the way, don't talk too much when we get to the shop," Lin Jinxiu reminded him. "Just pretend you came for the job yesterday." Huai Yanqing nodded to show he understood. "Yesterday, I made a bet with the shopkeeper and won at arm wrestling, so he agreed to let me work," Huai Yanqing said with a serious face, standing tall with his hands behind his back like a righteous person.
"Huh?"
Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu felt like she could strangle Huai Yanqing. "Didn't we agree on how to explain things? Why is he making up stories?" Winning an arm wrestling match is a terrible excuse. "Ignore his nonsense," Lin Jinxiu said, trying to save face in front of the confused onlookers. He was crying and complaining yesterday, saying if he couldn't find a job, he would have to sleep by the river. "That's why I decided to take him in."
"Come on.
"Let's hurt each other." Huai Yanqing looked at Lin Jinxiu sideways, and she returned the gaze. Ninger quietly leaned close to Aunt Li's ear and whispered, "Grandma, does this brother know my sister?" They seem pretty close. But she had been with her sister these days and hadn't noticed any interaction with this person. Aunt Li felt the same way, but didn't want to say anything uncertain, so she just shook her head and nodded. Ahem. Lin Jinxiu cleared her throat, sensing something was off. "In any case, this person will be our waiter from now on. We'll help him get familiar with the place and work over the next few days." While Lin Jinxiu explained, Huai Yanqing behaved well, standing still with his hands behind his back, smiling at Ninger with a hint of an experienced demeanor. "He will live in the shop," Lin Jinxiu added, "but there's no room for him, so he can just sleep at the table." As she said this, Lin Jinxiu patted the large table. "You can sleep here. It's quite spacious." "Okay," Huai Yanqing agreed with a smile. "How can you sleep in the shop?" Mrs. Li, upon hearing that Lin Jinxi wanted Huai Yanqing to sleep on the table, quickly waved her hand, saying, "Jinxi, even though we have a small shop, we can't mistreat him. Sleeping on the table isn't right. He could catch a cold." Seeing that Mrs. Li genuinely cared for him, Huai Yanqing quickly explained, "You don't need to worry, ma'am. I've been training in martial arts since I was young, and am used to sleeping outdoors. Having a roof over my head is already great for me. Lin Jinxi looked at Mrs. Li with concern and said, Grandma, I don't want him to sleep on the table either, but which would be better? Him sleeping on the floor in your room or in mine?
Well,
Mrs. Li couldn't think of a better solution. Hua Yanqing, being a young man from another family, really shouldn't sleep under the same roof as either of them. Ma'am, I can sleep in the shop. The shopkeeper has agreed to provide me with bedding, and as a waiter, I'm already very satisfied, Hua Yanqing said, helping Lin Jinxi. He blinked and smiled at Mrs. Li. His young and energetic face reminded Mrs. Li of her son when he was young. Okay. After some persuasion from the two, Mrs. Li finally stopped worrying about where Hua Yanqing would sleep and only reminded Lin Jinxi to buy the thickest mattress and pillows to ensure he sleeps comfortably. Lin Jinxi nodded earnestly and made an okay gesture with her hand. Although the other three didn't understand her gesture, they could see her nodding. Ninger checked the time and realized it was almost time for Mrs. Li to take her medicine. She greeted Lin Jinxi and helped her grandmother to the back room to rest, leaving Hua Yanqing and Lin Jinxi standing in the shop, creating an awkward silence. Shopkeeper. Hua Yanqing's voice broke the silence as he woke Lin Jinxi from her thoughts. What should we do next? First, let's go buy your bedding, then I'll teach you how to be a waiter. How does that sound? Lin Jinxi suggested. But wait a moment, I need to hide this first. Saying this, Lin Jinxi picked up the bag of items Hua Yanqing had brought and headed to her room. Hey! Hua Yanqing saw his belongings being taken away and quickly followed her, reaching out to stop her. What will I use if you take those away? You can use corn stalks. One in each hand and one in your mouth, like a three-sword style. Isn't that impressive? Until Hua Yanqing followed her into the room, Lin Jinxiu did not turn to look at him. Where should I hide this? Hua Yanqing stood at the door watching Lin Jinxiu bend over, opening drawer after drawer, trying to find the safest place. He imagined himself hitting someone with 3 corn stalks. You don't need to hide it so deep. Lin Jinxiu lifted the bedboard and awkwardly stuffed the bag into the farthest corner under the bed. Hua Yanqing turned his head away, unable to watch any longer. After a while, I'll need to take it out to polish and maintain it.
Clang.
Lin Jinxiu didn't expect her sleeve to get caught, pulling the bedboard down, which hit her hand.
Ouch.
Lin Jinxiu yelped in pain. Are you okay? Hua Yanqing tilted his head to look at her, seeming concerned.
I'm fine.
Lin Jinxiu gasped, shaking her fingers in annoyance as she freed her sleeve, frowning while rubbing her knuckles, but still peeking to check on Lele. Why aren't you crying? Hua Yanqing asked. Lin Jinxiu felt confused. Cry? Why would I cry? Aren't girls usually very delicate? Hua Yanqing was puzzled. Most girls I've seen cry from the slightest injury. One girl cried for an entire afternoon just from a cut on her finger. Hearing Hua Yanqing's description, Lin Jinxiu shivered at the thought. Maybe those are the soft and delicate girls you men like. I actually don't like that type. Hua Yanqing shook his head. Maybe because I practice martial arts a lot, I find such girls troublesome. That's why you're still not married. Lin Jinxiu teased him, without thinking. Come on, let's go buy you a mattress. Hua Yanqing was unhappy with her remark. Hey, what do you mean I can't get married? I just don't want to yet. Otherwise, with my qualities, I wouldn't have trouble finding a wife. What qualities do you have? Lin Jinxiu asked. Look at my martial arts skills and how handsome I am. Now that her hand didn't hurt anymore, Lin Jinxiu stretched her fingers and led Hua Yanqing out of the shop towards the market. But you're poor. As she spoke, she tossed 2 small silver coins in her hand. See, you still need me to pay for your mattress. Hua Yanqing replied, fine, you're right. Lin Jinxiu walked towards the market with Hua Yanqing, attracting a lot of attention along the way. On one hand, Lin Jinxiu was already quite famous in the county, and on the other hand, the handsome young man beside her was unfamiliar to everyone. Their close relationship led people to wonder if he was the father of her child. Lin Jinxiu was used to being watched whenever she went out and didn't notice that the crowd's gaze was shifting between her and Hua Yanqing. Hua Yanqing, however, understood the curious looks but didn't mind them and showed no reaction. "Auntie, I'd like another set of the bedding I bought last time," Lin Jinxiu said while haggling with the vendor. Taking the opportunity, some onlookers gathered the courage to ask Hua Yanqing, "Young man, what is your relationship with Miss Lin?" Everyone in the county knew that Miss Lin was quite fierce, and they were afraid of being scolded if they asked the wrong question. This young man seemed polite, so they thought it would be safe to ask him. "I'm her new shop assistant," Hua Yanqing replied with a smile. "We're opening the store in a few days, and I hope the locals will come by."
Oh.
The crowd suddenly understood. He was just the new assistant. It seemed they had overthought the situation. That makes sense. Miss Lin is alone with her child in the county. Perhaps her husband has. It must be tough for her. Raising a child alone makes it hard to remarry, and even if she does, there's no guarantee her new family will treat the child well. After all, who wants to raise someone else's child? Hua Yanqing listened to their comments and looked at Lin Jinxiu. He wasn't sure if she heard them, but someone like her probably wouldn't care about the gossip. Lin Jinxiu definitely heard the teasing about her relationship with Hua Yanqing and felt a chill run down her spine. Setting aside whether she wanted to find a new father for Lele, she certainly wouldn't choose Hua Yanqing. They had only met twice, and their relationship was merely that of employer and employee. "Here you go." As she spoke, a large bundle of soft bedding was tossed onto Hua Yanqing, who caught it effortlessly. "Let's go." Hua Yanqing followed her, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Shopkeeper, why are you bringing your child to the county alone? Where is the child's father?" Lin Jinxiu glanced at him. "What does it matter to you?" A clear refusal to answer. "All right then." Hua Yanqing shrugged. He was just curious. If Lin Jinxiu didn't want to share, he wouldn't push her. Lin Jinxiu was actually just pretending to be fierce to hide her own confusion. The original owner's experience about how the child came to be was very vague. She really wanted to know whose child it was. She was eager to find out which man had taken advantage of the young girl and then left without any responsibility. "After we return to the shop, I'll give you a few tasks. If you complete them, you won't be lost when we open." The situation with the child was too complicated, so Lin Jinxiu decided to focus on helping Hua Yanqing get familiar with the work. For someone like Hua Yanqing, who had spent time in the streets, he probably hadn't been to a restaurant many times. He was the kind of person who had never seen a pig run, let alone eaten pork. How could she train him? "Okay." Hua Yanqing agreed readily. Lin Jinxiu thought all the way and finally came up with a series of training methods for him. "Are you ready for special training?" Lin Jinxiu turned around with a mischievous smile as she stepped into the shop, making Hua Yanqing shrink his neck a bit. What special training could there be for a waiter? Hua Yanqing laughed. "You'll understand once you experience it," Lin Jinxiu said as she walked to the bar and took out a notebook. "First, go put your things down on the table in my room." Hua Yanqing acknowledged and went to put his things away. Lin Jinxiu prepared the first training item, grinning to herself. First, Lin Jinxiu said, holding a stack of paper and pacing back and forth as a waiter, "You need to have an excellent memory. You must remember the customer's orders as quickly as possible." She glanced at Ninger and Antli, who she had invited to be guest judges, and handed the paper to Hua Yanqing. "Starting from the first sheet, you have 30 seconds to memorize each one. After 30 seconds, you must serve the dishes in the correct order." Hua Yanqing sat up straight and took the papers, only to find them filled with tiny writing. Table 7, 1 sesame cake and 2 cups of corn juice. Table 4, 1 corn pancake and 3 cups of corn juice.
And so on.
Hua Yanqing estimated that there were at least hundreds of words on each page. He had to memorize them all in 30 seconds, and the order couldn't be mixed up. "Boss, isn't this a bit too much?" Hua Yanqing pointed at the content on the paper.
This
is the total number of tables in the shop." Lin Jinxiu pointed at the tables in the shop. "Our place is not too bad. We only have a few types of food. If it were another restaurant, memorizing the menu would tire you out." Before Hua Yanqing could respond, Lin Jinxiu slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Okay, 3, 2, 1, go."
Hey.
After Lin Jinxiu gave the command, Hua Yanqing had no time to protest and had to focus on the paper in his hand. He had 30 seconds to memorize dozens of short phrases that were only slightly different. Even if he wrote down each phrase, he had to pay attention to the order. Hua Yanqing frowned tightly. Time's up. When Lin Jinxiu called time, Hua Yanqing was still confused. This first attempt ended with the wrong dishes, which upset the customers. Ning Er, playing the role of a customer, puffed out her cheeks and pouted, standing with her hands on her hips like an angry ant, trying to mimic the harsh words she had heard from older women, showing her dissatisfaction with Hua Yanqing in the fiercest way she could manage. Other customers won't be as cute as Ning Er, Lin Jinxiu reminded him. And Ning Er, promise me you won't learn to argue like those ants, okay? Let's try again. Hua Yanqing didn't expect that a simple serving job would challenge him so much. He felt unwilling and wanted to take on the second attempt. Lin Jinxiu handed him a second paper, and the timer started. Hua Yanqing's frown deepened as he worked hard to memorize the content. As Hua Yanqing focused, Lin Jinxiu suddenly remembered her own internship experiences and felt a strong connection to his struggle.
Wrong.
The order is incorrect. Table 8's customers left in a huff. Table 6 and Table 10 are swapped. Hua Yanqing tried again and again, improving each time. Lin Jinxiu was pleased to see his progress. She thought he was already doing well, but Hua Yanqing disagreed and continued to try. As the sky darkened, the oil lamps in the shop were lit, and even Aunt Li couldn't fight off her sleepiness and went to rest, while Hua Yanqing kept trying. Lin Jinxiu was very patient. She admired the young man's determination not to give up. After what felt like a long time, when Hua Yanqing finally got all the content on the last paper right, Lin Jinxiu and Ning Er couldn't help but stand up and applaud, celebrating his hard-earned success. After a long wait, the moment had finally come. Ning Er yawned and said goodnight to the two before heading off to sleep. Lin Jinxiu smiled at the exhausted Hua Yanqing slumped in the chair. So, being a waiter isn't easy, right? Hua Yanqing had never experienced such tiring work before. He nodded, showing clear signs of fatigue on his face. Yeah, I used to think it was simple. There is no easy job in this world. Lin Jinxiu handed him a cup of tea. If you want to do something well, you must endure the most tedious parts of it. Congratulations, you've already passed the dullest part of this small job. Get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Boss. Just as Lin Jinxiu turned to get him some bedding, Hua Yanqing's voice came from behind. Have you ever been a waiter? Who would want a female waiter like me, raising a child alone? Lin Jinxiu replied. You've never been a waiter, so how do you know so much about this job? With your expertise, I would believe you if you said you had done it for 10 years. That's a talent, Lin Jinxiu smiled. I can grasp the essence of such things after just one look. I don't believe it, Hua Yanqing said. If you really had such a talent, someone would have noticed you long ago. How could you end up working hard alone? Lin Jinxiu turned around and looked at him seriously, falling behind? I think marrying into a wealthy family and being a pampered lady is what falling behind means. If you have the ability to be a boss, why choose to be a subordinate? I really admire you, Hua Yanqing raised an eyebrow. Even as a man, I only want to be a second in command, helping others succeed. Lin Jinxiu smiled. If you can excel as a second in command, you would be much better than some mediocre bosses. Is that so? Hua Yanqing lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Jinxiu returned to the house, brought the bedding she had prepared for him, and after setting it up, signaled that he could rest. Thank you, boss. Hua Yanqing enjoyed being taken care of by Lin Jinxiu. He didn't even think about helping her. Fortunately, Lin Jinxiu was not one to hold grudges. After receiving Hua Yanqing's thanks, she just smiled and walked toward the backyard. Be careful not to fall under the table. Of course not. Hua Yanqing rolled onto the table and wrapped himself in the blanket. Good night, boss.
Good night.
Lin Jinxiu didn't turn back, her figure disappearing behind the curtain of the backyard door. When Lin Jinxiu returned indoors, she didn't lie down to rest immediately. Instead, she took out her pen and ink and sat at the table to write and draw. She wanted to regain her habit of keeping a diary and record her daily activities. Today was the first day of her diary, and it was filled with thoughts about Hua Yanqing, which made Lin Jinxiu chuckle. It was funny that her training as a waitress led to this name taking up the first page of her diary. Oh well, it was done, so she decided to check her space. She had forgotten to use corn flour these past few days and hadn't earned enough satisfaction points, so she thought it would be nice to see Pai Pai. If she didn't have to open the shop tomorrow, she would cook the corn flour for the people in the shop. Having made this decision, Lin Jinxiu entered her space and checked her information panel to see how many satisfaction points she needed to level up. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.2, 1700/2000, satisfaction points, 70 item bag, 3 out of 10 corn stalk x14, eggs x11, corn flour x1. She was surprised to see her satisfaction points had reached 70, as she didn't remember receiving a system notification. Perhaps it was from the eggs at Zhang Lin's place or the prescriptions from the old doctor. It didn't matter who it was from. What mattered was that she had earned points. However, her current points were still not enough to buy a corn seed. Lin Jinxiu looked at the corn flour she had and went to the farm to see what Pai Pai was doing. To her surprise, before she reached the farm, she saw Pai Pai the chicken had somehow escaped from the coop and was happily running around in the unplowed field. Since the chicken always managed to hop out on its own, Lin Jinxiu decided not to put it back in the coop. Seeing it so carefree made her feel at ease. She just greeted it and left the space, preparing the training content for Hua Yanqing before lying down to sleep. Another day closer to reopening the shop. The next day, Lin Jinxiu woke up early. Besides being awakened by Leilei's hungry cries, she wanted to make some corn pancakes and corn porridge for everyone while they were still asleep, as a treat and to prepare for replanting corn. After feeding Leilei and getting him back to sleep, she walked into the kitchen and unexpectedly ran into Ninger, who was tidying up. "Good morning, Sister Lin." Ninger was clearly in a good mood. This little girl was quite diligent, waking up so early every day to clean. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit ashamed. "Let's make breakfast together," Lin Jinxiu said, pulling out the corn flour she had. As soon as Ninger saw that Sister Lin was preparing corn dishes today, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been craving the taste of corn pancakes for a long time. Except for the day Lin Jinxiu experimented with pancakes, all the others made were for selling to others. It had been a while since she had eaten corn pancakes herself. "What's wrong? Do you want to eat?" Seeing that Ninger was about to drool, Lin Jinxiu rolled up her sleeves, took out a large bowl, and poured in the new flour she had bought a few days ago. She mixed it with corn flour and started kneading the dough. Ninger mixed the remaining corn flour into the dough, added water to make corn paste, and boiled a few bowls of it. She also poured the new oil into the newly made iron pot. Lin Jinxiu and Ninger worked together perfectly. While the dough was resting, Ninger finished making the corn paste. Next, they would cook the corn cakes, and then it would be time to eat. The hot oil mixed with the rich aroma of corn spread through the kitchen. The smell was truly tempting and never got old. Finally, the pancakes were ready, with 4 pancakes and a large bowl of corn paste, which should be enough to feed the 4 of them. Lin Jinxiu and the others were fine, but no one knew how much Hua Yanqing could eat. After all, he was a 20-year-old young man, in the prime of his life. Ninger purposely made a few extra pancakes, worried that he might not be full. As the meal was almost ready, Lin Jinxiu left the kitchen and walked toward the shop. If Ninger brought out breakfast while Hua Yanqing was still sleeping, the little girl would surely feel shy. Lifting the curtain between the kitchen and the shop, Lin Jinxiu peeked in and found that Hua Yanqing was already awake. His bedding was neatly rolled up, and he was stretching his body in a spacious area of the shop, doing some morning exercises. Lin Jinxiu's arrival caught his attention. Just as he finished his exercises, he exhaled deeply and smiled at Lin Jinxiu. "It seems you are ready to face today's challenges." Lin Jinxiu leaned against the doorframe. "I'm ready to tackle breakfast today," Hua Yanqing replied. He had caught the delicious aroma from the kitchen while Lin Jinxiu and Ninger were cooking. The smell of corn was so rich that it almost distracted him from his exercises. "What are we having for breakfast?" Seeing Hua Yanqing pat his stomach, Lin Jinxiu smiled. Whether it's tasty or not is another matter, but I guarantee it will fill you up.
Meal time.
As Lin Jinxiu's voice fell, Ninger came out carrying a large bowl of corn porridge and placed it on a small table for 4 by the wall. Good morning, Brother Huai. Good morning, Ninger. Hua Yanqing tossed his bedding behind the bar, cleared the biggest table in the shop, and stretched his arms and legs, ready to help them in the kitchen. However, there was only 1 plate left, and Lin Jinxiu didn't want to bother him with things she could do herself. She just asked him to sit at the table and rest, so he could be well fed for today's training. Seeing Lin Jinxiu swiftly carrying the plate of pancakes without even looking, as if it were as light as a feather, he shrugged and returned to the table. Just then, Ninger also brought out Aunt Li, and the 4 of them gathered around the table, looking at the pancakes and corn porridge. Hua Yanqing widened his eyes in curiosity, staring at the golden pancakes and corn porridge as if he had found a treasure. Is this really edible? He asked Lin Jinxiu, who was sitting next to him. What do you think? Lin Jinxiu replied calmly. Ninger, sitting across from Hua Yanqing, giggled and served him a bowl of corn porridge, then handed him a golden corn pancake.
Try it.
Sister Lin's cooking. Thank you. Hua Yanqing had heard rumors about Lin Jinxiu's pancakes costing a couple of silver coins each, but when it was actually in front of him, he felt a bit shy. Especially with the 2 girls watching him intently, he felt a little uncomfortable. The last time Aunt Li had shared a meal with a man was when Ninger's father was still at home, and now another young man was interacting with her granddaughters, making Aunt Li's eyes crinkle with happiness. Hua Yanqing stared at the corn pancake in his hand. It looked delicious and smelled wonderful. Finally, he overcame the gaze of Lin Jinxiu and Ninger and took a small bite of the pancake. As soon as he did, Hua Yanqing was shocked. Not only was the corn pancake delicious, but as he swallowed, a cool sensation rose from his stomach, shooting straight to his brain, making his slightly sleepy eyes snap wide open. This is... After the previous surprise with the egg, Hua Yanqing once again felt Lin Jinxiu's magical touch. Is it good?
Ninger asked excitedly.
Isn't Sister's pancake especially tasty? Lin Jinxiu was sipping corn porridge with a spoon, feeling grateful that she made pancakes instead of tofu. Otherwise, she might have choked when Ninger asked her a question. Hua Yanqing nodded vigorously. He had already stuffed a second pancake into his mouth, unable to speak, and could only use his head to show Ninger how he felt. Seeing that Hua Yanqing really liked Lin Jinxiu's pancakes made Ninger happier than Lin Jinxiu herself. Her big eyes sparkled with joy as she sat on the chair, swinging her legs, completely unaware that she accidentally kicked Hua Yanqing a few times. While eating the pancakes, Hua Yanqing watched Ninger, who was beaming with happiness, and couldn't help but smile before he started to eat quickly. It turned out that the extra pancakes Ninger made were indeed needed. Hua Yanqing's appetite was much larger than Lin Jinxiu and the others. Although the regular pancakes weren't as tasty as the corn pancakes, they were still easy to eat with the corn porridge. Moreover, Ninger's family's pancakes had been famous in the county for a long time, and they definitely didn't taste bad, just a bit ordinary. Soon, the 4 of them were full. Lin Jinxiu slumped in her chair, squinting her eyes in satisfaction and letting out a small burp, looking quite lazy. I'm full, Ninger said, patting her round belly and smiling happily. Sister's pancakes are really delicious. Hua Yanqing stood up to gather the bowls and plates, but before he could pick them up, Aunt Li, who was sitting on the side, snatched them away. Hey, Auntie. Hua Yanqing couldn't stop her in time. No need, no need. Just rest well. Soon, Sister Jinxiu will teach you something, Aunt Li said cheerfully. They won't let me do heavy work, so this is all I can help with. You just relax. Aunt Li insisted on taking over the dishwashing duty, even though she had an injury. After so many years of work, she couldn't just sit idle. Grandma, I'll help you. Ninger jumped up to assist. Only Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing were left in the shop. My sister is so cute, Lin Jinxiu said, looking toward the kitchen with a smile. Hua Yanqing found it amusing that a 15 or 16-year-old girl like Lin Jinxiu could smile so kindly. She really is cute. Lin Jinxiu stood up and tossed a white cloth to Hua Yanqing. From now on, wiping the table is your job. I won't compete with you for your main duties. Hua Yanqing immediately realized that Lin Jinxiu just wanted to take a break. With a helpless smile, he took the damp white cloth and wiped the table clean, then followed her behind the bar. Boss, what is today's training? Lin Jinxiu pulled out a stack of papers from behind the bar and handed them to him. Today we have a quiz.
Here, a pen.
The quiz was simple yet complex, filled with questions about how to handle various unusual customers. There were no standard answers, but once Lin Jinxiu reviewed the completed quiz, she would understand what kind of person Hua Yanqing really was. Just start writing, she said. Since she created the questions, she had a good idea of how long it would take. While waiting, she wanted to go into her space to plant the corn seeds she had just gathered from the meal, as they needed 24 hours to grow. Hua Yanqing focused on answering the questions, while Lin Jinxiu leaned on the bar, daydreaming. In her mind, she had already traveled to another space, landing next to the familiar shopping mall. Okay, buy seeds. Plant them. This was second nature to Lin Jinxiu, and she quickly finished the task. She just needed 200 more satisfaction points to level up to level 3. In 2 days, she would find out what new things the third-level space would offer her. If she could directly obtain the Holy Spirit Pot, that would be amazing. However, if she wanted to save up for the Holy Spirit Pot, Lin Jinxiu calculated that she would probably have to trade all her eggs to get it. Although it seemed worth it, depleting her savings for an item didn't feel right. She decided to wait until she reached level 3. With her mind set on how to acquire a Holy Spirit Pot, Lin Jinxiu didn't want to linger in her space and raise suspicions, so she quickly returned, blinking her eyes to shake off the daze. Boss, you still look very tired. As soon as she returned, she was startled by Hua Yanqing's puzzled face. If he hadn't moved quickly, she would have bumped her forehead against his nose. Why are you so close? Lin Jinxiu gasped for breath, trying to calm down, feeling her heart racing and pounding in her throat. Hua Yanqing looked innocent, crossing his arms as he watched her. I called you after you finished the quiz, but you didn't respond. I just wanted to see what was wrong. If you're tired, you should go rest. Staying in this space has indeed taken a bit longer than expected. Lin Jinxiu smiled awkwardly, saying, It's fine, I was just daydreaming earlier. I'm awake now. Looking down, she saw that Hua Yanqing had completed all the questions she had given him, neatly arranged in front of her. His elegant handwriting made Lin Jinxiu feel a bit embarrassed compared to her own messy script. Your handwriting really looks like a girl's, Lin Jinxiu teased. It doesn't match your appearance at all. You're one to talk, Hua Yanqing replied, pointing at Lin Jinxiu's writing. Look at what you wrote. It's all over the place. I've seen men with better handwriting than yours. I call this a great eagle spreading its wings with ease. My writing perfectly reflects my personality, Lin Jinxiu said proudly, secretly thinking about practicing her handwriting later, while still defending her style. And your neat handwriting just looks too delicate. Hua Yanqing shrugged, not wanting to argue further. After enough banter, Lin Jinxiu focused on the questions Hua Yanqing had answered. All the questions involved various quirky customers and how to handle them. For the first few, where customers were being difficult or trying to leave without paying, Hua Yanqing's answers were quite reasonable, suggesting a mix of persuasion and reporting to the authorities. However, the later questions took a different turn. For issues like customers who got sick from bad food or those who tried to cheat the system, Hua Yanqing's approach was straightforward. Just throw them out and tell them to report it if they had the guts. Indeed, people from the martial world are different, very bold and straightforward. Lin Jinxiu liked that. As she read, she couldn't help but smile, imagining Hua Yanqing tossing out troublesome customers one by one. It was quite amusing.
What are you laughing at?
Hua Yanqing asked, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Did I pass this test? You passed, you passed. You did it in one go, very impressive. Just handle things like this in the future. I have faith in you, Lin Jinxiu said as she tidied up her things and put them in the drawer. The next task should be easier for you. Let's try carrying some plates. How hard could carrying plates be? Hua Yanqing casually sat down beside her. With the sound of porcelain clinking, Lin Jinxiu walked out carrying a stack of plates. Sometimes there are really a lot of people in the store, and you might not even have a place to step. What would you do then? Lin Jinxiu stood at the kitchen door and asked Hua Yanqing. Hua Yanqing reached out to take the plate Lin Jinxiu had brought out. Which table? Table 5, Lin Jinxiu pointed to the table in the corner. With a soft thud, before Lin Jinxiu could react, a plate landed on table 5, making a gentle sound as if it was placed there by hand. Silence for 3 seconds. Are you really that skilled? Lin Jinxiu suddenly turned to Hua Yanqing. What about the others? Hud, hud, hud. With a few more soft sounds, Hua Yanqing shook his hands, and with a buzz, the plate flew out, landing on the table Lin Jinxiu had pointed to, spinning a few times in a very impressive manner. Lin Jinxiu turned to look at Hua Yanqing, who seemed to be surrounded by an invisible aura, making the air around him ripple. What's wrong? With his inner strength surrounding him, Hua Yanqing looked serious, which intrigued Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu gave him a thumbs up. I think you're amazing. Do you mind using this method to serve dishes all the time? Won't it reveal your identity? Hua Yanqing shook his head. Not at all. There are many people in the martial world, and those like me from small sects blend into society after leaving their schools. It's not a problem. That's good. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Can you make it even more impressive? Like this. As she spoke, Lin Jinxiu began to walk gracefully between the tables, arms outstretched, one hand holding several imaginary plates, while the other pretended to grab a plate from the left, twirling elegantly and mimicking the motion of throwing the plate. She was trying to imitate the movements of roller skating waiters, but she couldn't be as graceful without skates. However, her simple movements were enough for Hua Yanqing to understand. He picked up several plates, paused for a moment, and then performed a starting gesture. Unlike Lin Jinxiu's movements, Hua Yanqing's actions as he moved between the tables clearly showed his martial arts skills. His movements were more fluid and graceful, especially when he spun, leaving behind some afterimages due to his inner strength, making him look quite impressive in his short outfit and flowing hair.
Great.
Lin Jinxiu clapped for him. When the shop opens, just keep using the style, smile more, and feel free to express yourself. But gathering inner strength requires focus, and I can't promise I can smile. Hua Yanqing picked up the plates he had thrown and placed them in front of Lin Jinxiu. So, shopkeeper, is there any other training? That's it really. You can start working when the shop opens. Lin Jinxiu patted Hua Yanqing's shoulder enthusiastically. I have so many ideas right now, my creativity is flowing. The shopkeeper has to get to work. Saying this, Lin Jinxiu dashed behind the bar and placed the ink, paper, and brushes she had bought recently on the large table in the shop. Without sitting down, she spread out the paper and began to write and draw. Ignored, Hua Yanqing watched Lin Jinxiu with curiosity about her excitement. However, this poor man had no idea that Lin Jinxiu had already included him in her plans and wouldn't stop until she had fully utilized his value. What could Hua Yanqing offer as a waiter in Lin Jinxiu's shop? First, he was handsome. Second, his martial arts skills could be used for performances. Although it might seem like a waste, as Hua Yanqing had just shown, the performance didn't need to be flashy. Simple inner strength was enough to ensure the plates didn't break. Lin Jinxiu had already gained some recognition, and she needed a way to attract more customers even after her corn pancakes were quickly sold out. She wanted people to come in for a snack or even just to sit and have a drink. This way, even though they sold breakfast, their sales wouldn't be limited to breakfast hours. Customers could come at any time. With only corn and eggs available on the current menu, Lin Jinxiu couldn't do much, so she needed to focus on service and events to attract customers, similar to modern-made cafes. Were people really focused on the food? No, they were mostly there for the maids. At least at this stage, Lin Jinxiu could guarantee that her corn pancakes and corn juice were high-quality dishes, and that was enough. Do you need help? Hua Yanqing asked Lin Jinxiu. No need, Lin Jinxiu replied without looking back, continuing to draw on the poster. Just get ready to show your face.
Huh.
Hua Yanqing felt like he was being sold. The grand opening, originally scheduled for tomorrow, was postponed by a day due to Lin Jinxiu's corn not being ready. Anyone passing by Lin's pancake shop could hear the sounds of activity inside. However, in the evening, several large promotional posters suddenly appeared at Sun's pancake shop. These posters were actually handmade flyers by Lin Jinxiu on soft paper, clearly stating that the shop would open tomorrow morning. They also featured cute drawings to inform those who couldn't read that there would be delicious pancakes available, and they would be even more exquisite and beautiful. Look, there's a line of small text below. Someone with sharp eyes noticed. If you choose to dine in, you can see the waitstaff perform. The literate person recognized the words. Everyone was filled with curiosity and confusion. Waitstaff? Would the servers in this shop sing and dance to entertain the customers? Look. Another person noticed more information. Tomorrow, Lin's pancake stand has a special offer.
Egg.
Pudding? What is pudding? It looks like it's a dish made with eggs, someone nearby guessed. And just like the corn pancakes, there are only 5 available. If Lin's pancakes are so amazing, then her other dishes, like this egg pudding, must be very tasty too. That can't be bad. At that moment, Lin Jinxiu was hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on the chatter outside. She was crouched down with Ninger and Huai Yanqing, all 3 pressing against the door, trying to catch every word. The egg special was suggested by Huai Yanqing, and since it had left a lasting impression on him, bringing it out would definitely have a great effect. Lin Jinxiu wasn't sure how she was convinced by Huai Yanqing, but just offering 5 made her feel like her heart was bleeding. Finally deciding to offer 5 eggs, Lin Jinxiu kept shouting about her satisfaction while comforting herself with a Holy Spirit pot, leaving Huai Yanqing and Ninger puzzled since they couldn't understand what she was talking about. Look, those 5 egg puddings tomorrow are free.
What?
Free? Are you sure? When the crowd heard that the limited egg puddings were free, they erupted like a disturbed beehive. Could Lin's shop actually offer something for free? My egg. Lin Jinxiu took a red egg from her bag and held it close, feeling sad. Huai Yanqing and Ninger both pressed their fingers to their lips. Shoo. Be quiet. They need to hear the sounds outside. Lin Jinxiu quickly stopped talking. Are you coming tomorrow? Why ask such nonsense? Of course, I'm coming. 5 eggs. But there are only 5. Isn't there still a chance? I need to go rest. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Inside the door, Lin Jinxiu, leaning against it, heard familiar footsteps from a herd of cattle on the African savanna. The sounds faded away slowly around the corner. Huai Yanqing and Ninger finally relaxed and began to speak. Boss, where did you learn this idea? Huai Yanqing asked Lin Jinxiu, stroking his chin. Sister Lin, will there be a lot of people in the shop tomorrow? Ninger worriedly asked. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up in the kitchen. Lin Jinxiu still held her egg, as if she had lost her spirit. My egg. Boss, this is for the future of the shop. You won't lose out, Huai Yanqing said. He had listened to Lin Jinxiu lament about her egg all afternoon. Although he was the one who started it, she had agreed. That's right, Sister Lin. Ninger supported Huai Yanqing this time. It's just 5 eggs. Maybe we can earn a lot of money. Lin Jinxiu gently patted Ninger on the head. This was something she really couldn't explain to Ninger because she was just a poor shopkeeper. Do we need to prepare anything in advance for tomorrow? Huai Yanqing asked. After all, he had never worked as a waiter, especially not for a new shop opening. Everything needed to be ready. Ninger counted on her fingers. Tomorrow morning, we need to wake up early to make pancakes, clean the shop, and memorize the words Sister wrote, so everyone knows how to use the seating. We also need to manage the customers, making sure takeout customers line up and dine-in customers stay seated. Huai Yanqing felt overwhelmed. Being a waiter isn't easy, Lin Jinxiu repeated. Tomorrow, besides Aunt Li, we all need to wake up early. Ninger and I will quickly prepare the food in the kitchen, and you will handle the cleaning and setup in the shop. Okay, Huai Yanqing nodded. Tomorrow will be a very tiring day, Lin Jinxiu could sense. Let's do our best. I went to the kitchen to check the things we need for tomorrow to avoid any problems. Ninger and Huai Yan nodded in agreement. Lin Jinxiu quickly finished checking all the ingredients and firewood, even cleaning the 2 pots of flowers she bought for decoration. Before she knew it, it was time to reopen the shop, and Lin Jinxiu sighed. But thinking back, she had only been in this world for less than a month. Yet, it felt like she had been here for many years, probably because so much had happened. Good night. The lights in the shop dimmed, and the lights in the next room also went out. Everyone fell asleep, waiting for the challenges of the next day. Lin Jinxiu knew she couldn't be lazy. She had to work hard to be worthy of the trust from those around her and to honor the effort she put into surviving. Ning Er, are you ready? The next morning was the day to open the shop. After the posters from yesterday, everyone knew that the shop selling pancakes for 1 or 2 silver coins was reopening. However, this time, the shop's name changed to Lin Ji, truly reflecting Lin Jinxiu's name. I'm ready. Ning Er rolled up her sleeves and tied her hair, giving her face a little slap to shake off the sleepiness. Be gentle. The sound from Ning Er was like Lin Jinxiu, who had just learned skincare, patting lotion on her face, completely unaware it was too hard. Look, you've made it red. Ning Er's face was really soft. A gentle pinch left clear marks, let alone her own hard pats. It doesn't hurt. Ning Er couldn't see her face, and after Lin Jinxiu mentioned it, she giggled and rubbed her cheek against Lin Jinxiu's. The smooth, warm touch might have made Lin Jinxiu's heart flutter if she were a young man. Lin Jinxiu pinched her cheek again, enjoying it.
Ning Er playfully dodged Lin Jinxiu's hand.
Sister, let's start preparing. Lin Jinxiu agreed, and they both got to work. Their time working together had made these 2 girls cooperate seamlessly, achieving more with less effort. Seeing Lin Jinxiu mixing the dough with corn flour, Ning Er noticed the hot oil was starting to bubble. They switched places, with Ning Er taking a larger bowl to make regular pancakes, while Lin Jinxiu set up another stove to cook hot rice porridge. She really wanted to continue making corn juice or corn porridge with her own corn. Unfortunately, her supply of corn was not enough, so she could only make regular rice porridge. As the rice porridge cooked, she placed a steamer on top and set 5 bowls of eggs that she had prepared earlier inside, covering it with a lid to steam the eggs while the porridge simmered. While Ningyo pressed the dough with all her strength, Lin Jinxiu flattened her corn cakes and put them in the pan. Just a few minutes later, the signature Lin's corn cakes were ready, with a crispy surface, and she set them aside to drain the oil. I'll do it, said Lin Jinxiu, noticing that Ningyo was sweating from pressing such a large amount of dough. To prevent sweat from dripping into the bowl, Lin Jinxiu took over for Ningyo, who went to find a soft cloth to wipe her forehead and then focused on the steamed eggs and rice porridge. The steamed eggs were quick to prepare, but the rice porridge needed a bit more time. Ningyo took the steamed egg custard out, blowing on it to cool, and placed it in a safe spot, covering it with a pot lid to keep warm. Let's make the cakes, Lin Jinxiu said, as the dough was ready. The 2 of them began to make regular corn cakes. After making about 30 cakes, Hua Yanqing pulled back the curtain leading to the kitchen and said, "Boss, it's time. We can open the shop now." "Okay." Lin Jinxiu replied, leaving the kitchen tasks to Ningyo while she went out with Hua Yanqing. "Wow," she exclaimed as she stepped outside and saw the clean, spotless shop. Lin Jinxiu gave Hua Yanqing a thumbs up, earning a bright smile in return. With Hua Yanqing's help, they opened the shop door, and to their surprise, there were people everywhere outside. Dressed in simple clothes or fine garments, everyone had expressions of hope and curiosity. As soon as they saw Lin Jinxiu, someone in the crowd led the cheer, and everyone suddenly erupted in applause. This cheer was not just because her shop was reopening and Lin's corn cakes were back in view. It was also because, after a long struggle, Lin Jinxiu had truly stood up against the powerful Cui Xiao with the strength of herself and the other women, reclaiming her place and starting her own business. With Cui Xiao captured and the gambling house investigated, people's attention was no longer on the county magistrate but on Lin Jinxiu, the girl who stood alone without any background. The rumors around town had already spread, but Lin Jinxiu had been busy rebuilding her pancake shop and hadn't paid attention to what people were saying about her. If she had stopped on the street to listen to the conversations of the local women, she would have known what kind of reputation she had in the county. Lin Jinxiu, was a bit confused by the cheers. Was her pancake so delicious that she could become a star? She turned to Hua Yanqing, who nodded toward the crowd, reminding her to speak and giving her a thumbs up for encouragement. With Hua Yanqing's support, Lin Jinxiu took a deep breath and stepped in front of the crowd, raising her hands to signal for silence. As the crowd quieted down, Lin Jinxiu clasped her hands together in greeting and said, "Thank you all for coming to Lin's shop today. The corn pancakes you want are back in stock. We have a special event today, so listen closely." She cleared her throat and pulled out some papers from her sleeve. These papers have the table numbers for the shop. After buying something, customers can take a seat, and I will randomly draw 5 lucky customers from these numbers to receive a special egg pudding from Lin's. But before the cheers could start, Lin Jinxiu winked at the crowd. To be fair, gentlemen and ladies, each person can only bring one guest to the shop. Miss Lin. Someone in the crowd raised their hand to ask, "Do we have to buy something to enter the egg pudding draw?" Lin Jinxiu nodded, "Yes, but the pancakes are only 5 coins each, very affordable." If someone couldn't spare 5 coins and wanted something for free, they would surely be laughed at. The person withdrew their hand and began searching their pockets for coins. "All right, no more talking. Lin's Pancakes is open," Lin Jinxiu shouted as she walked toward the shop. Hearing the commotion behind her, she quickly ran to avoid being trampled by the crowd. Hua Yanqing finally witnessed the effectiveness of Lin Jinxiu's training as the shop quickly filled up. With only himself to manage, it was quite a challenge to remember everyone's orders. Luckily, he had practiced, and even though it was just for a day, he had gained some experience. Lin Jinxiu hid behind the counter, waiting for someone to call for the bill while keeping an eye on Hua Yanqing's work. Unexpectedly, Hua Yanqing faced this frightening situation without any panic. He kept smiling, taking orders, and working well with Ninger in the kitchen. The restaurant was crowded, but Hua Yanqing moved skillfully through the crowd as if no one was there. Even when several people thought he would bump into someone, he managed to slip past them. His agility and the accuracy of his service drew gasps of admiration from the diners. Today's pancakes looked great, whether for dining in or takeout. The dine-in pancakes were neatly cut into several pieces and stacked by Ninger, decorated with a small green leaf. Next to them were little piles of sugar, salt, and homemade spicy sauce for customers to choose from based on their tastes. The takeout pancakes were wrapped in a cylindrical paper package. If someone wanted to take them home, they could simply seal the package, and it was also convenient for eating on the spot. Seeing the pancakes receive such positive feedback, Lin Jinxiu was pleased with her packaging idea. However, no matter which table she served, she had to remind everyone that the green leaf was just for decoration, to prevent any unaware customers from eating it. Once every table's orders were served, Lin Jinxiu knew it was time for the lucky draw. Holding the slips of paper, she walked to the center of the restaurant and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. The restaurant gradually quieted down, and all eyes were on Lin Jinxiu. "Now we will draw today's lucky customer," she announced, blindfolding herself with a ribbon and extending her hand toward Hua Yanqing. He stepped forward to take the slips of paper, shuffling them in front of everyone for a while before placing them in front of Lin Jinxiu. With her vision blocked, Lin Jinxiu felt around and picked out 5 slips, while Hua Yanqing collected the remaining ones. Confirming that the 5 slips were randomly selected, Lin Jinxiu removed the blindfold and read the contents aloud. Table 5, Seat 3. As she read, Hua Yanqing and Ninger had already brought out 5 plates of egg custard. The custard had been turned out from bowls and placed perfectly in the center of the plates. The custard was incredibly bouncy, and the process of transferring it from the bowl to the plate didn't disturb it at all. It sat quietly in the center of the plate, swaying gently, looking very tempting. Especially when Hua Yanqing was serving the dish, he deliberately shook the egg custard, almost causing the 2 green leaves on top to fall off. The lucky person at Table 5, Seat 3, turned out to be Peng. When he heard his seat number, his small eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been bothering the chef at home for quite some time, eagerly waiting for Lin Jinxiu to open her restaurant. He had woken up early and rushed over to buy corn pancakes, not expecting to be lucky enough to get the freshly made egg custard from Lin Jinxiu. It was truly a stroke of luck. The wobbly egg custard was placed in front of him, and envious glances surrounded Peng. He didn't mind, picked up the spoon from his plate, and took a big scoop of the bouncy egg custard into his mouth. Countless eyes followed the spoon as it slowly rose until the custard entered Peng's mouth. He remained silent while everyone watched him. After a moment, Peng slowly raised his head, and a smile appeared on his usually stern face. "Eating such an egg, I have no regrets in this life," he declared. It was another dish that could rival the corn pancake. Seeing Peng enjoying his meal, Lin Jinxiu smiled and announced the second lucky person's seat. This was an ordinary middle-aged man, with a face that would easily be forgotten in a crowd. He was trembling with excitement, never expecting such an honor to come to him. After all, he had only bought a 5-cent pancake, which made him feel both lucky and a bit ashamed. Ning Er brought him the delicious egg custard and smiled sweetly at him, making the middle-aged man feel as if he were in heaven. However, before he could take a bite, a servant-like person stopped him. "Hey, our young master wants to buy that egg pudding from you. Are you selling it?" Though it was a question, his expression was commanding. The middle-aged man's face seemed to fall from heaven to hell. He certainly didn't want to give up this treat. He hesitated, trying to tuck it away, but at the servant's threatening him, he nervously let go, almost on the verge of tears. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The servant reached out to take the egg pudding, but found he couldn't reach it. Unable to reach? The servant looked back and saw Huai Yanqing standing behind him, grabbing his collar and lifting him up as he walked toward the door.
"Hey."
Lin Jinxiu shook her head with a smile. "I really understand that you want to help your master, but there are more than just your master sitting in this shop. If you want to help, you should consider the opinions of the other masters as well." Upon hearing this, the young man who wanted to confront Lin Jinxiu sat back down angrily. Being stared at by several unfriendly eyes was uncomfortable, especially from Peng. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised that someone stood up for him in the shop. He quickly scooped a spoonful of the egg custard into his mouth, afraid it would be taken away by someone else. This man was not like Peng, who lived surrounded by delicious food. He was a true commoner. The jealousy from those around him had completely surpassed that towards Peng. However, with the delicious food in front of him, even the piercing stares didn't bother him. He hurriedly swallowed the spoonful, feeling nervous, and it went down with a gulp. "What does it taste like?" people around him asked. Feeling the pressure of so many eyes on him, the middle-aged man became even more anxious. "I swallowed too fast to taste it. What a waste." "Oh no." The crowd was upset, thinking that the egg pudding was wasted on the middle-aged man. If it were in their hands, they could have given hundreds or thousands of words of praise. Under the angry gazes, the middle-aged man struggled to steady his small spoon, trembling as he took a second bite, savoring the flavor carefully. The smooth egg custard melted in his mouth, with the richness of the egg yolk balanced by the lightness of the egg white, creating a wonderful harmony. It felt like an entire autumn was poured onto his tongue, filling him with a sense of satisfaction wrapped in the bounty of the harvest.
"Is it good?"
Lin Jinxiu asked this time. "Yes, it's good," he said, struggling to find the right words. Unfortunately, he couldn't articulate his thoughts beautifully, so he simply said it's good. "That's enough," Lin Jinxiu replied, not expecting any grand praises. For a humble farmer, those 2 words represented all his admiration. "Lin, Miss Lin." Just as Lin Jinxiu was about to turn and leave, the middle-aged man called out to her. Lin Jinxiu turned her head. "Is there something I can help you with?" "This egg pudding." The middle-aged man struggled to remember the full name of the dish. "Pudding," Lin Jinxiu reminded him. "Pudding, yes, pudding." He smiled widely. "Miss, I have a wife and son at home. I want them to try it too." The middle-aged man spoke hesitantly, not daring to look up at Lin Jinxiu. "Sure," Lin Jinxiu replied without hesitation. "I'll save a spot for you. Go ahead." "Really?" The man stood up in surprise. Thank you, Miss Lin." He bowed repeatedly in gratitude and hurried out of the shop, rushing home. Lin Jinxiu watched the light in his eyes and felt a wave of emotions. This honest man must have a gentle wife and lovely children at home. She shrugged and picked up the plate of egg pudding that had only been nibbled on, handing it to Huai Yanqing, signaling him to keep it until the man returned. Huai Yanqing sighed and floated away like a shadow. Before long, the man returned, supporting a small, pregnant woman with his left hand and holding a lively little boy with pigtails in his right hand. "Sorry to trouble you, miss," the woman said softly, slightly bending her knees to Lin Jinxiu. As she guessed, the man's wife was a delicate beauty. Helping the woman into the shop, Huai Yanqing brought out the warmed egg pudding and placed it in front of her. "Please enjoy." The woman thanked him, her gentle eyes looking at the pudding as if it were a rare treasure. "Mom, I want to eat egg pudding," the little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, tugged at his mother's sleeve, his sweet voice echoing in the shop. "Okay, you can have some." The woman lovingly looked at her child, scooping a little with a small spoon to feed him. The chubby boy chewed and smiled. "It's really good. Much better than what Dad cooks." Laughter erupted around them. The middle-aged man's face turned slightly red. "What are you saying, you little rascal? Can what your dad makes compare to Mrs. Egg Pudding?" The child covered his head and shouted with his eyes closed, "When the little sister is born, I want to eat Mom's cooking." The laughter grew louder. "Is Dad the one who cooks at home?" someone asked the little boy with a smile. "Dad says it's especially hard for Mom to carry the little sister. Dad is afraid Mom will get tired, so he cooks. But I want to eat Mom's cooking." The more the child spoke, the redder the middle-aged man's face became, but he couldn't say a word under his wife's soft laughter. That Baozhu really loves his wife. Lin Jinxiu smiled from a distance, watching the family daydreaming. She wondered if Lele would grow up to be as cute as that child. It would be great if she could find Lele's father, she thought. Although she had no problem raising a child alone, a father's love was also important.
But
Forget it. A man who bullies a little girl and runs away is probably not a good person anyway. Even if she found him, it wouldn't be useful. She might just end up frustrated, so it was better to think about how to provide Lele with the fatherly love he was missing. "What's wrong? Are you jealous, shopkeeper?" Huai Yanqing teased as he appeared behind her. "Jealous? Not at all." Lin Jinxiu shot him a look. "I was just thinking if Lele would be bullied for not having a dad when he grows up." "So, where's your husband?" Huai Yanqing asked. "Who knows? Let's just pretend he doesn't exist," Lin Jinxiu replied, feeling embarrassed to admit she was an unwed mother. Seeing the conversation shifting toward her personal life, she quickly changed the subject, kicking the ball back to Huai Yanqing. "What about you? Are you looking to get married? Should I help you find someone?" Surprisingly, Huai Yanqing didn't joke this time and simply shook his head. "No, I'm looking for someone. When I find her, I'll marry her." "Oh, so you have someone in mind," Lin Jinxiu smiled. "Remember to invite me to the wedding. When I find her, maybe the wedding will be held at your shop." Huai Yanqing grinned. "That's a nice thought." Lin Jinxiu leaned against the bar. "You should earn your own money to build a house. My shop won't be for you." After breakfast time, the customers and farmers left, making the shop much quieter. Lin Jinxiu quickly wrote down the money she had just received for meals, thinking about checking her space later. With the eggs she sent out today, her satisfaction level would likely increase significantly. She hoped to level up and get some good items. It felt like playing a management game. Lin Jinxiu chuckled at herself. Finally finishing the morning's accounts, she looked around to see everyone busy and no one paying attention to her. She slipped into her space to check on things. The corn she planted in the field yesterday hadn't grown much yet. It was only half her height, swaying its green stalks and leaves, shining in the sunlight. It seemed she would have to wait until evening for it to grow well, so there was no rush. Lin Jinxiu opened the store and checked her personal information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.2, 1950/2000, satisfaction level, 220 inventory, 2 out of 10 corn stock x15, eggs x6 1950? Lin Jinxiu felt a bit anxious looking at her satisfaction level. She just needed 50 more experience points to reach level 3, but she had to wait until tomorrow. Lin Jinxiu stroked her chin, thinking. She still had plenty of satisfaction points left, and tomorrow's cornmeal would be enough. Should she buy a couple of corn seeds? After all, she could earn them back in a day, and also increase her satisfaction points. As for the points for the Holy Spirit pot, it seemed she didn't have enough, so she would save up slowly. With that in mind, Lin Jinxiu went to the store and bought 2 corn seeds, instantly reducing her satisfaction points to a very low level. This was the first time she had 2 corn seeds at once. Holding the 2 small, round seeds in her hand, Lin Jinxiu felt a bit sentimental. There should be more in the future. This was a good start. She stuffed the corn seeds into her backpack, ready to wait for today's corn to mature. The first day of opening the store ended quietly. From morning to night, everything went smoothly except for a bit of tiredness. Dinner was made by Aunt Lee. To treat everyone, she specially went to the market to buy vegetables and fish, busying herself in the kitchen. I'm so tired. Ninger, sitting to Lin Jinxiu's left, rested her chin on her hands, her eyes almost closing. She had been in the kitchen all day, steaming in the heat, completely sweaty, with her hair sticking to her face. No matter how she tried to push it aside, it wouldn't budge. I really want to take a shower. Hua Yanqing had been on his feet since morning, even using his internal energy all day. Although he only needed it to maintain his movement, he couldn't withstand such a long time, and now he felt drained and weak. Since closing the store, he had been sitting to Lin Jinxiu's right, as if he hadn't had water in ages. He had almost finished an entire pot of tea. Eat first, then shower, and after that, sleep, Lin Jinxiu said without looking up. Since she didn't know how to use an abacus, Lin Jinxiu did the calculations by hand, the pencil scratching on the paper. And you, don't drink so much water, or you won't have room for dinner. I'm so hungry. Ninger called out to the kitchen, Grandma. When will dinner be ready?
I'm starving.
Aunt Lee's voice came from the kitchen along with the delicious smell of food. Just a little longer. It will be ready soon. Okay. Ninger was really hungry, puffing her cheeks as she played with her fingers. Is Brother Huai hungry? Hua Yanqing shook his head. Brother Huai is so amazing, not hungry after a whole day of work. Ninger looked at him. If I could do martial arts, would I not get hungry easily? Hua Yanqing completely didn't understand how martial arts and hunger were related. Instead, Lin Jinxiu chimed in. That has nothing to do with martial arts. If you fill your stomach with water, you won't be hungry either. This was true, and Hua Yanqing agreed with Lin Jinxiu. He placed the nearly empty teapot in front of Ninger with a gesture inviting her to pour. Ninger took the pot and poured herself a cup of tea. I thought people who practice martial arts didn't need to eat, like the storyteller said, eating but eggs.
Buffed.
As soon as Ninger said this, Hua Yanqing spat out the water in his mouth and started coughing. Lin Jinxiu laughed so hard she couldn't write anymore, collapsing onto the table, shaking with laughter.
Ah?
Is something wrong? Ninger was completely unaware she had said something wrong. It's by Gudan, a type of fasting pill. Lin Jinxiu finally managed to sit up, tears of laughter in her eyes. She couldn't hide her smile as she corrected Ninger's mispronunciation and wrote the words for her to see, not but eggs. Oh, I see.
Ninger nodded seriously.
She had been curious why people who practice martial arts could eat but eggs and not need to eat, but it turned out to be something different. Seeing Hua Yanqing still coughing, Lin Jinxiu patted his back and poured him another cup of water. Are you okay? Hua Yanqing took the water and drank it all, finally stopping his cough, tears still in his eyes. I'm fine. Dinner is ready. Just then, Aunt Lee came out with a feast of dishes and placed them on the table where they usually ate. When she looked up, she noticed Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing had a bit of tear streaks on their faces. What happened to you two? Did you have a fight? Why are you crying? No, we were laughing, Lin Jinxiu explained. Coughing? It came out from coughing. Hua Yanqing added his explanation. As Aunt Lee went back to the kitchen to bring out the remaining dishes, Lin Jinxiu and the others exchanged glances, and with a loud thud, all three jumped to the table to see what Aunt Lee had cooked. Braised pork. Ninger's eyes sparkled, and she was almost drooling into the plate. The braised pork on the plate was not the rich red color Lin Jinxiu remembered. Instead, it looked slightly dark. Although it didn't look appealing, the sweet aroma was hard to ignore. Aunt Lee served rice to the group and noticed the three of them leaning in to look at the dishes, feeling a bit shy. Auntie's cooking isn't great, just make do with it. Grandma, isn't braised pork something we eat only during the New Year? Hua Yanqing asked, pointing at the pork. Just a few days ago, he had called Aunt Lee Auntie, but after hearing Lin Jinxiu and Ninger call her grandma all the time, he got used to it and called her that once too. To his surprise, Aunt Lee was very happy to hear it and joined in. Aunt Lee wiped her hands and explained, Yanqing, Jinxiu, you don't know. But since Ninger's dad left, Grandma and Ninger haven't celebrated the New Year. Today is the opening, and Grandma is happy, so let's pretend it's the New Year. Long live Grandma. Ninger cheered happily, excited about the braised pork. Aunt Lee gently tapped her on the head. What do you mean long live? You can't say that. Only the emperor can be called long live. Understand? Got it, he. The little girl didn't care about the emperor. As long as Grandma was happy, everything was good. Before long, most of the dishes on the table were gone, devoured by the three tired young people. Except for Aunt Lee's plate, which was piled high, there was only one piece of braised pork left, and not a single vegetable remained.
Hey.
Ninger stretched her chopsticks and blocked Hua Yanqing's reach for the last piece of pork. Hua Yanqing smirked, flicked his chopsticks, and the remaining piece of meat surprisingly spun around, landing in front of Lin Jinxiu. Oh, then I won't be polite, Lin Jinxiu said as she reached for it with her chopsticks. Not a chance. Hua Yanqing quickly maneuvered his chopsticks to block hers. Ninger giggled and joined the battle, using one chopstick in each hand to take turns. Unfortunately, Hua Yanqing was not only skilled but also had quick fingers that surpassed their expectations. His chopsticks danced in his hands, and the braised pork seemed to have a mind of its own, following his movements around the plate obediently. You're pretty good. Lin Jinxiu was captivated by his chopstick skills.
Ninger, go.
We can't let him get the meat. Now it was 4 chopsticks against 2, and Aunt Lee shifted a bit to give Ninger some space to play, laughing uncontrollably. Indeed, Lin Jinxiu and Ninger fought with Hua Yanqing for a long time, but couldn't get the meat back. They could only watch as he found an opportunity to scoop it into his bowl. Wow, you're really impressive, Lin Jinxiu panted, dropping her chopsticks. I can't do it anymore. I give up. Hua Yanqing smiled. Next time, I will definitely beat you, brother. Ninger shouted, holding a chopstick. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Hua Yanqing flicked her chopsticks, almost making her drop them. Otherwise, she could have won. All right then. Hua Yanqing picked up a piece of braised meat, watching as Ninger's eyes followed it up and down, clearly amused. I now declare the winner is. He deliberately stretched out the words and didn't eat the meat, making Ninger pout.
Ninger.
With that, he placed the meat into Ninger's bowl.
Ha.
Ninger's pout immediately disappeared, and her eyes sparkled. Hua Yanqing set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his belly with satisfaction, sighing, I'm full. Ninger jumped up happily. Thank you, brother. She stuffed the braised meat into her mouth, her eyes squinting with joy, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Aunt Lee watched the 3 of them play with chopsticks, a warm smile never leaving her face. Ninger's face was healthier and more vibrant than before, her personality more lively, and most importantly, her sweet smile had returned. Sister Xiu also seemed to have gained a little weight. Compared to when Aunt Lee first met her, she smiled more, and the harshness in her eyes had faded, as if this gentle side was her true nature. As for Yanqing, although Aunt Lee had only known this young man for 3 days, he was not only handsome and skilled but also sweet-tongued, clever, caring, and well-educated, with beautiful handwriting. Moreover, he quickly bonded with her 2 granddaughters and helped a lot in the shop, making her like him more and more. She truly felt that she must have accumulated a lot of good karma in her earlier years to meet such lovely children in her later life. Aunt Lee silently prayed for their well-being, thinking about when she could go to the temple to ask for a protective charm for the 3 of them. After cleaning the dishes and the table, Ning'e and Hua Yanqing went to rest early. Lin Jinxiu finished organizing the last few accounts and returned to her room, fed Lele, and entered the space. While eating earlier, the corn had ripened, but she didn't have time to pick it. She ground the ripe corn into cornmeal and stored it, planting 2 corn seeds. Seeing the little green sprouts, Lin Jinxiu smiled slightly.
Good night.
She gently touched the growing corn sprouts and went to sleep in her space. The next day, without the free gift event, there were fewer people in Lin Jinxiu's shop, but the golden corn pancakes still attracted many customers. After selling her 3rd pancake, a notification sounded in her space.
Ding.
Congratulations, player Lin Jinxiu has reached level 3. Chive seeds are unlocked in the shop. Reward, 150 satisfaction points. New items? Lin Jinxiu was immediately interested when she heard about the new seeds. However, she still had to settle her accounts, so she would handle the space matters later that night. Holding back her curiosity, Lin Jinxiu finally made it to the evening. After everyone finished cleaning up and went to bed, she eagerly entered her space to check the new items after leveling up. Player information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.3, 2050/5000, satisfaction points, 270 item bag, 2 out of 10 corn stalks x16, eggs x6. Wow, the satisfaction points were being used up quickly. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit overwhelmed seeing the 5,000 points needed for the next level. However, she had worked hard to gather her 270 points, even though 150 were given by the space. She wondered if she could consider buying a pot or something. After collecting the 2 grown corn stalks from the field, Lin Jinxiu knew she needed at least 400 satisfaction points to buy a pot. After all, she had to keep her shop running, and she needed to buy at least 1 corn every day. With 270 satisfaction points, if she bought 1 seed today, she would have 170 left. Now, with 2 corn stalks, she could earn 200 satisfaction points tomorrow, bringing her total to 370. If she harvested another corn tomorrow and spent 100 on a seed, she would be left with 270 points. That meant she only needed 30 more points to afford the Holy Spirit pot. Plus, she had 6 eggs on hand, so if she felt generous one day, she could make an egg dish for Hua Yanqing and the others. That's great. Lin Jinxiu pumped her fist in excitement, thrilled to get her first magical item from the space. Now, she would check the newly unlocked chive seeds in her space. Lin Jinxiu opened the store and noticed a new product under the corn seeds. Chive seeds. Level 1 crop, unlocked at space level 3, can yield a bunch of chives. Growth time, 24 hours feature, can be harvested every 12 hours purchase, 100 satisfaction points per seed. This grows in 24 hours but can be harvested twice. That's a good deal. Lin Jinxiu raised her eyebrows. This seems much more cost-effective than corn, and at least it won't just cover the cost of its own seeds like corn does. If she had chives, she could introduce a new breakfast item, chive pockets. However, these seeds are quite expensive, so it's better to focus on getting the Holy Spirit pot first. While she was thinking, she heard a clucking sound and Pai Pai Chicken appeared behind her, stretching its neck to look at her. Oh, Pai Pai, are you here to celebrate my level up to 3? Lin Jinxiu smiled at the chicken. The 8 treasure chicken didn't respond, slowly turning its head and then walking away with a strut. So proud, Lin Jinxiu chuckled. After the 3rd day of business ended, Lin Jinxiu found an excuse to go to the restroom and quickly made her way to the outhouse. Once the door was closed, she entered the space. That morning, Lin Jinxiu took out 3 eggs to feed Aunt Li, Ning'e, and Hua Yanqing. Her eagerness raised Hua Yanqing's suspicion, so Lin Jinxiu pretended to take back the egg she gave him. Hua Yanqing immediately quieted down, not asking any more questions, and ate from the bowl without letting Lin Jinxiu see, turning his back to her. Lin Jinxiu didn't have time to pay attention to him. The 5 corn pancakes sold out quickly as expected in the morning, and in the afternoon, Lin Jinxiu made corn juice with another corn, attracting a large number of customers, and the corn juice sold out quickly as well. Just like that, the planned 230 points were successfully credited, and she was just one step away from getting that pot. So Lin Jinxiu squinted her eyes and enjoyed herself all day. Even Hua Yanqing's teasing didn't annoy her. She waved him off, sending the puzzled young man away. Holy Spirit Pot, Holy Spirit Pot, she chanted as she eagerly opened the store and navigated to the Holy Spirit Pot page. To help Lin Jinxiu remember, the system displayed the details of the Holy Spirit Pot again. Holy Spirit Pot, a magical pot that can shorten crop production time, automatically producing 3 liters of water every day at midnight. Function: the water in the pot can be used to water crops and cook food. Satisfaction level: 300. Looking at the purchase button that finally lit up below, Lin Jinxiu's fingers itched with excitement. She moved her arms and fingers, preparing to click the button with a stylish gesture.
Cluck.
Suddenly, a black chicken flew right in front of her face, blocking the shopping interface.
Hey.
Lin Jinxiu pushed the chicken aside. Pippi, you're blocking my purchase. Pippi the chicken didn't care. It paused in front of the screen, as if observing something. Moments later, its soft yellow beak pecked the purchase button. Spirit Pot. Purchased. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. Lin Jinxiu was stunned, not even realizing that the button she had prepared for so long was snatched away.
Huh.
This chicken can press buttons in the space. Lin Jinxiu picked up the chicken and held it in front of her face. Oh no! The chicken has broken the dimensional barrier. At that moment, Lin Jinxiu felt like the chicken was the player, and she was just an NPC in the space responsible for making money. What exactly are you? Lin Jinxiu asked Pippi the chicken. Pippi tilted its head to look at Lin Jinxiu, let out a cluck, and then flapped its wings to escape from her hands, messing up her hair in the process. Forget it. Lin Jinxiu brushed her hair back. She would think about what the chicken was later. After all, it couldn't escape in this space. Since the spirit pot was already bought, she decided to study it. A red pot, glowing and hovering above the counter where Lin Jinxiu opened the menu, swayed and spun. Its shape and appearance were fully revealed to Lin Jinxiu. It looked more like a magic lamp that could summon a genie than just a pot. The spirit pot was brick red, adorned with golden patterns, looking quite exquisite. Lin Jinxiu couldn't tell what material the pot was made of. It seemed too hard to be porcelain, yet too soft to be metal, with a layer of colorful glaze. The spout was about 10 centimeters long, curving harmoniously, while the opening was quite small. The lid matched the pot's color, flat with a handle on top. The handle was as wide as half the pot, featuring ergonomic non-slip patterns, looking quite remarkable. As Lin Jinxiu reached for the pot, the surrounding glow slowly faded away. She opened the pot and found it was filled with water. The water looked clear and colorless, but when she tilted the pot slightly, it occasionally shimmered with a beautiful silver light. Lin Jinxiu couldn't understand why it reflected light like shiny sequins. Perhaps that's just how space items work, she thought with a shrug. After buying the Holy Spirit Pot, Lin Jinxiu checked her personal information. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.3, 2280/5000, Satisfaction, 100 Inventory, 3/10 Corn Stock X18, Egg X3. Holy Spirit Pot. She used her remaining 100 satisfaction points to buy corn seeds, leaving her broke again. I never thought I would spend all my money on a pot. Lin Jinxiu joked about herself. Even though she only had 100 left, she still needed to buy the corn seeds. After planting the seeds, Lin Jinxiu took the Holy Spirit Pot from her bag and poured a little water at the base of the corn. Is this how it works? She wasn't sure, but since it was a pot, it must be for watering. As soon as the water from the pot touched the corn's roots, it quickly seeped into the soil, and a bright silver light shot up from the corn's tip. Soon, the corn began to sprout visibly, growing taller until it reached her neck before gradually stopping. The 24-hour countdown on the cornstalk showed only 4 hours left. Lin Jinxiu looked up at the suddenly tall corn in amazement. Is it really this powerful? She exclaimed, quickly checking if the water in her pot was running out. There was still plenty of water left, but a line of golden text appeared on the pot. 2500/3000. Lin Jinxiu guessed it was the water usage. It seemed that 500 points could water one corn plant, and with the corn growing in 4 hours, she could harvest at least 3 batches a day. Wouldn't that be great? In the morning, 5 corn pancakes, in the afternoon, a bucket of corn juice, and in the evening, she could make corn porridge for herself. She wouldn't have to worry about gaining satisfaction points for upgrades. Moreover, the pot indicated that the water could not only shorten crop growth time, but also cook food. She planned to try drinking the water soon. Without further ado, Lin Jinxiu quickly stepped out of the space, opened her eyes wide, and jumped off the bed. She found 2 cups and a teapot, filling them with regular water and the water from the Holy Spirit pot for careful observation. The regular water was clear and transparent, reflecting the light of the oil lamp, with the lamp's image shimmering on the surface. It was just ordinary water. In contrast, the water from the Holy Spirit pot glowed with a silver light when not illuminated, and its shine intensified under the lamp. It felt cooler to the touch than regular water, almost like it had just come out of the fridge. This cup of water caused the number on the Holy Spirit pot to drop from 2500 to 2407. Was this number a measure of water usage? Lin Jinxiu nodded and drank the cup of divine water in one go. The icy sensation traveled down her throat into her stomach, as if she had swallowed a puff of cold air. However, the refreshing feeling was like a life-giving elixir after fatigue. After drinking it, Lin Jinxiu's excitement from acquiring the Holy Spirit pot calmed down. Could this water also have the ability to suppress emotions and enhance focus?
Ding.
Congratulations! Player Lin Jinxiu has gained 50 satisfaction points, the system announced. 50 points for 1 cup was quite valuable. I wonder if mixing this water with regular tea would have any effect? Lin Jinxiu decided to try it the next day. The next day was the best day Lin Jinxiu had since binding with Yun Chong Ranch. In the morning, she harvested a batch of corn pancakes, and by noon, she planted the second batch, which also matured by late afternoon. Launching corn pancakes in the morning and corn juice in the afternoon made Lin Jinxiu a fortune. Aside from the shiny silver in reality, the system notifications of satisfaction points echoed in her ears all day. Though a bit noisy, it was all money. Who would complain about money being loud? Unfortunately, by the time the third batch was ready, the shop had already closed for dinner, and making more would just be a waste. So, Lin Jinxiu decided to limit herself to making 2 batches of corn products each day. As for the Holy Spirit pot, through her experiments, she discovered that adding this water to tea yielded a small amount of satisfaction points for each cup, but once it reached 100 points, it no longer increased. It seemed that the water in the pot could only earn a maximum of 100 points per day when used elsewhere. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped to get rich overnight. However, the water in the Holy Spirit pot automatically produces itself at midnight without being used up. This means that the tea brewed from this pot is actually made from the extra 100 points that can be saved each day. For the shop, as long as there are enough ingredients, everything is fine. But for Lin Jinxiu, she not only needs to keep track of the shop's overall accounts but also calculate her own satisfaction points daily, which is quite exhausting. After 3 days of business, Lin Jinxiu's points kept increasing, and she even managed to buy chive seeds. She planted the chive seeds, thinking about introducing new food items in the shop. Lin Ji's breakfast is truly tastier than others, even though there are fewer items, making it harder to get. Still, many people line up to buy it. However, not everyone is happy for Lin Jinxiu. For example, the candy shop next door has seen its sales drop sharply since Lin Ji's pancake shop opened. Stop smoking, dear. We need to think of a way. Aunt Lu slapped the cigarette out of Lu Erzwang's hand. Seeing their business getting worse, if they don't come up with a solution soon, they might have to close the shop. What can I do? Lu Erzwang shouted in frustration. With no business, and Aunt Lu not allowing him to smoke, life is becoming unbearable. The neighbor's business is good, because their wife is clever. Look at you. All you do is embarrass me. How can you say I'm embarrassing? Aunt Lu was also angry, rolling up her sleeves and placing her hands on her hips. Who makes the candy at home? Who keeps the fire going every day? Who manages the accounts? You just sit there managing the accounts while taking money to gamble. How much have you lost gambling? And you still dare to say that to me? Lu Erzwang felt defeated and picked up the cigarette to smoke again. All right, you're right. Think of a solution. Aunt Lu was anxious. The situation at home was uncomfortable for anyone. Their son, Lu Xingjin, should be getting married soon, but they haven't even prepared the bride price. After pacing around for a while, Aunt Lu sighed heavily. That Lin girl is skilled and knows how to run a business. We can't compete with her. If it really comes to it, we should work with Lin Jinxiu and benefit from her success. We need to prepare the bride price for Xingjin. Work with them? Lu Erzwang jumped up at this suggestion. You may not care about your reputation, but we men still do. Why should I follow others when I have no business left? Do I still care about my face? Lu Erzwang exclaimed. Your face is important, but is it more important than your son's bride price? Aunt Lu scolded, pointing at him. The couple argued back and forth until the door opened, and a strong young man walked in. Dad, Mom, he greeted. Lu Erzwang and Aunt Lu immediately stopped arguing, staring at their son in surprise, speechless for a moment. Seeing their silence, the young man looked puzzled. Dad, Mom? Oh, son, you finally came back. Aunt Lu quickly forgot about the argument and rushed over to him, taking the bag off his shoulder and holding his face to inspect him. Let me see. You look tanned and thinner. How have you been? Did you face any difficulties? Mom, what are you doing? The young man said, feeling a bit helpless, but letting her continue. Lu Erzwang approached as well. Xingjin, you're back from your training? Yes, Dad. Lu Xingjin's face was still in his mother's hands, but he managed to glance sideways at his father. Son, I have good news. The marriage arrangement with Miss Chen is all set, Aunt Lu said with a proud smile, eager to share the happy news. Lu Xingjin's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true, Aunt Lu said, patting his head. Once I save enough for the bride price, you can marry that girl. That's great, Lu Xingjin replied happily. Aunt Lu looked at her son with joy. Lu Xingjin was known as a handsome young man in the county, strong and sturdy, and after 6 months of training, he had gained skills that promised a bright future. Plus, their family owned a shop, and many families would be eager to arrange marriages for their daughters. Aunt Lu and Lu Erzwang were very pleased with the match they had arranged for Lu Xingjin. The girl, Chen Ling, was the youngest daughter of the biggest mill owner in the county. If they became in-laws, they wouldn't have to worry about business supplies in the future. Moreover, Chen Ling was known for her beauty and kindness, exactly the type of girl Lu Xingjin liked. Mom, how much more do we need to save for the bride price? Lu Xingjin asked, looking up.
Well,
Aunt Lu hesitated at the question. Before Lu Xingjin returned home, she and Lu Erzwang were worried about this matter. Now that her son is asking, she feels stuck between saying something and saying nothing. Seeing her mother's expression, Lu Xingjin knew something must have happened and asked, Is there a problem with the family business? Lu Erzwang sighed deeply and explained the current situation at home to Lu Xingjin. After listening, Lu Xingjin fell silent. Who was Lin Jinxiu? How could she achieve this in just a few days? There can't be any issues, right? Lu Xingjin pondered quietly. Well, that's not the case, Aunt Lu said. In the first 2 days of her opening, sales were poor, but I did try her pancakes, and they were really delicious. Hearing this, Lu Erzwang almost jumped up. You old woman, when did you buy pancakes? They cost 1 or 2 silver each. What a waste. Get lost. Aunt Lu scolded her husband. That Miss Lin sent them to me. Leave this matter to me, Lu Xingjin said after thinking for a moment. I'll come up with a way to win back the business. Son, it all depends on you, Lu Erzwang replied. I trust the skills you learned. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, Lu Xingjin assured them. I'll step out for a bit. What are you going out for at this late hour? Aunt Lu asked. I made plans with Mingzi and the others to have a drink tonight, Lu Xingjin said as he headed outside. Then I'll leave the door open for you. Come back early. Aunt Lu called after him. Finally able to see his friends, Lu Xingjin felt great and walked briskly to the street corner. Upon reaching the corner, Lu Xingjin looked around and realized that the people he had come to meet were nowhere to be found. He raised his voice slightly and shouted, Mingzi,
Tiniu.
where are you? Come out, what are you doing? At his call, two young men of similar age emerged from the surroundings. Hey, Jinzi, long time no see. The two clearly were Lu Xingjin's drinking buddies. After not seeing each other for days, the three young men embraced and greeted each other warmly. Seeing Lu Xingjin smiling widely, Mingzi asked, have you been having fun these past 6 months? Absolutely. Living it up, Lu Xingjin replied, giving a thumbs up. Don't forget to thank us for helping you come up with stories, Tina scoffed from the side. Going out to learn skills, a famous chef in the capital?
You really said that.
Lu Xingjin quickly pressed a finger to his lips. Sure.
Can you keep it down a bit?
Tianyo quickly shrank his neck and covered his mouth. You're having so much fun outside. You have to treat us to drinks today. Mingzi took the chance to urge him. I knew you guys were just waiting for me to buy drinks. Fine. Today it's on me. Lu Xingjin put one arm around Mingzi and the other around Tianyo, and the three of them laughed as they walked toward the tavern. Boss, the usual. Lu Xingjin waved to the tavern owner to order drinks and food. How have you all been lately? We're doing great, Mingzi and Tianyo replied. Every day, we just do some chores at home and eat and drink. How did it go with the favor I asked you to help me with? Lu Xingjin asked. What favor? The two looked confused. Lu Xingjin was speechless. About Ling Ling. Oh. The two finally remembered. In that moment, Lu Xingjin wanted to strangle his two brothers. He had secretly liked Ling Ling for a long time and had hinted countless times to his parents about proposing. He had also asked his brothers to keep an eye out for anyone pursuing Ling Ling. Now that his parents were ready, why were his brothers so unreliable? Jinzi, you might have a rival, Mingzi whispered to Lu Xingjin. Who? Although the engagement was settled, nothing was certain until the bride price was paid. Hearing Mingzi say this made Lu Xingjin's heart skip a beat, and he lowered his voice to ask. Mingzi said, there's a new waiter at the bakery next to your house. He's incredibly handsome, and many girls go to see him, including your Ling Ling.
What?
He actually had a rival, and at Lin Jin Xiu's bakery. I'm not lying to you. Mingzi swore with 3 fingers raised. Lu Xingjin quickly asked, have you seen him? No, we haven't seen him. The handsome guy is something we heard from Ling Ling. Mingzi said, and Tianyo chimed in. They say he knows martial arts and can move like a bird. Jinzi, you definitely can't compete with that. This was bad. If Ling Ling liked that waiter, her father might propose before he even saved enough for the bride price. With how much that Chen family spoiled their daughter, how could they not listen to her? Not to mention, his own family status would be overshadowed. With the mill owner's help, Lin Jin Xiu's bakery would be hard to compete with. I really want to see what kind of person could attract girls more than our Jinzi. Mingzi and Tianyo continued to talk about the man stealing Ling Ling's attention. Just then, the drinks and food arrived. Mingzi and Tiniu started pouring drinks and clinking glasses, but Lu Xingjin remained still, not reacting at all. Jinzi, what's wrong? Are you going to drink? Mingzi asked Lu Xingjin, whose face had darkened. Yeah, Jinzi, what's going on? Tiniu also found it strange. Drink? What's there to drink? Lu Xingjin frowned tightly and pushed away the drink in front of him. I might lose my wife, and the business at home is failing. What's the point of drinking? What's wrong with Jinzi? Mingzi nearly dropped the drink bowl when Lu Xingjin pushed it away, quickly using his other hand to steady it. Jinzi, what's going on? Are you having trouble at home? Tinio asked, noticing Lu Xingjin's bad mood. Mingzi also realized, Jinzi, just tell us what's wrong. We're here for you. Lu Xingjin briefly explained his family's situation. What a coincidence. Mingzi was shocked. That waiter shop is also taking your business? Lu Xingjin nodded. That can't happen. Mingzi patted Lu Xingjin on the shoulder. We'll handle this for you. What will you do? Lu Xingjin glanced at him. We'll help you find a solution. Mingzi winked at Lu Xingjin. Lu Xingjin asked, what do you have in mind? We can do this. This. Mingzi leaned in and started suggesting ideas to Lu Xingjin. Will that really work? Lu Xingjin was skeptical. Mingzi gave a thumbs up. Trust us. If her business is affected, that waiter will lose customers too. It'll definitely work. Seeing his friends so enthusiastic, Lu Xingjin believed them. All right, then I'm counting on you guys. The next day, Lu Xingjin and the others stood at the corner of the street, looking sneaky. Can you really do this? Lu Xingjin thought about it all night and still felt their plan might not work. But Mingzi and the others were determined, and he felt he had no choice. Trust me, Mingzi said confidently, patting Tinyu's shoulder. Just leave it to us.
But.
No buts, we'll be back soon. Mingzi was determined, pulling Tinyu along and leaving Lu Xingjin behind the wall. Let's go get revenge for Jinzi.
Yeah, stick to the plan.
Before entering, Mingzi reminded Tinyu, remember, we're only upset because the food here is bad. Don't give us away. Don't worry. Tinyu nodded earnestly. Mingzi and Tinyu walked into Lin Jinxiu's shop, taking deep breaths to relax and appear like ordinary customers. Mingzi, there are really a lot of people in the shop. They waited for a moment before finding an empty table to sit down. Tinyu leaned in closer to Mingzi and whispered in his ear. Mingzi nodded but didn't speak. The shop was indeed busy and quite nice. However, since they were helping a friend, they couldn't praise it too much. To shift his focus, Mingzi started looking around for the little waiter that Lingling mentioned. Just then, Hua Yanqing appeared from nowhere, standing in front of them with 2 cups of water on a tray. May I take your order? He had noticed the 2 men when they entered, looking nervous and glancing around, like thieves planning their next move. The appearance of Lu Xingjin's target was a bit too sudden, catching them off guard. They looked up at Hua Yanqing, who was indeed handsome and charming, which explained why young girls liked him.
Excuse me.
Seeing that they were silent, Hua Yanqing asked again. We'd like 2 bowls of plain porridge and 2 corn pancakes, Mingzi ordered. Sorry, we are out of corn pancakes, Hua Yanqing replied in a serious tone. Mingzi slapped the table. We came specifically for your corn pancakes that cost 1 or 2 silver coins. As soon as he finished speaking, a person at the next table turned around. Hey, we've been waiting since early morning and couldn't get any pancakes. You're too late.
No con pancakes?
You can try this instead. Another person pointed to a dish on their table. Mingzi stretched his neck to look and saw a dumpling-like item with a green filling that looked delicious. What is this? He asked. This is the shop's new chive box, Hua Yanqing answered. Would you like to try it? Mingzi hesitated, but the friendly locals chimed in. Don't underestimate the owner. Even though the corn pancakes are gone, this chive box is really tasty. And it's cheap. Yes, yes. Eating one every day is heavenly. You'd be missing out if you don't try it. And there are 10 available every day. The person next to him added, the boss's wife promised to work hard to increase the quantity. The chive pockets were praised as if they were out of this world.
This.
Mingzi was swayed by the people around him. Then, I'll have a chive pocket. And some plain porridge too. Okay, do you want anything else? Hua Yanqing asked. No, that's all. The 2 replied, waving their hands. Hua Yanqing said okay, and went to prepare their order. This young man is surprisingly polite, Tinyu whispered. Of course, how could he be rude when he's in business? Mingzi thought to himself about how foolish his friend was. Hey, look. He seemed to notice something and suddenly pointed in a direction. Tinyu quickly looked over and saw that Lu Xingjin's crush, Lingling, was actually sitting in the shop. She was wearing a brand new embroidered dress and had hairpins in her hair, looking very pretty. Her gaze was fixed on Hua Yanqing, and she blushed when he served her food, unable to look up at him. However, Hua Yanqing seemed not to notice her at all, and just politely placed the food down and left. I can't help but feel that this is one-sided for Lingling. The 2 of them looked at Lingling with a bit of disappointment, and Mingzi made the final conclusion. Yeah, the 2 nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a few light sounds came from the table in front of them, startling everyone. They quickly shifted their gaze back and saw that the 2 bowls of porridge and chive pockets they ordered were neatly placed on the table. But wasn't Hua Yanqing just in the kitchen? They looked towards the kitchen and saw Hua Yanqing holding a plate, turning around in the center of the shop. 2 plates slipped from his hands, flying towards the outer and inner tables, and nothing spilled. Even the condiments next to the sesame cakes remained separate, as the plates gently landed on the target tables, completing the service. The shop erupted in applause and cheers. Tai Nyo couldn't help but clap twice, but Mingzi slapped his hand down on the table, leaving a red mark. Tai Nyo quickly rubbed his hand and hid it behind his back. "All right, get ready. Now it's time for the main event." Mingzi lowered his voice again. "Let's eat." What they planned was to eat in the shop and, halfway through, throw the food on the ground, angrily claiming it was bad and demanding compensation from the shop. If there was a chance, it would be great to slam the pancake plate on that server's face. With all this commotion, word would spread and affect the reputation of Lin Jinxiu's pancake shop, which could help bring back some customers to his family's candy store. But it's easier said than done. The way that server served the dishes showed he was not only skilled but might even be a martial artist. Mingzi and Tiniu were sweating nervously. They might not even have time to slam the plate on the server's face before they got pinned down themselves. Forget it. Mingzi gritted his teeth. Since it was his idea, and he promised his brother, he had to follow through. They both started eating the chive pockets and drinking porridge, but as soon as they took the first bite, they were stunned. These chive pockets looked like deep-fried dumplings, but what on earth were they? Forget about the outer layer, which was incredibly crispy. The sound of it breaking felt like it was echoing in their hearts. The chives inside were flavorful and juicy, instantly washing away their morning fatigue. They felt so energized that running all day would be no problem. Mingzi and Tiniu exchanged glances, and both took a sip of porridge. That porridge. It was steaming hot, yet there seemed to be a refreshing coolness that flowed into their bodies, filling them with comfort. The aroma of the rice was delightful, perfectly complementing the rich flavor of the chive pockets. It was truly a treat. Not just Mingzi, Tiniu was so focused he almost buried his head in the bowl. They ate faster and faster, and Tiniu nearly choked, grabbing the tea beside him to drink. A sip of hot tea felt surprisingly cool in his mouth. It instantly cleared his mind, as if he had just breathed in the fresh air by a river after the rain. Excited, Tiniu urged his brother to try the amazing tea too. After they finished drinking, smiles spread across their faces, like they had been refreshed inside and out. However, just as they were sitting there feeling like they were bursting with joy, Mingzi suddenly woke up. What were they supposed to be doing today? But when he looked down, he realized they had already finished all the porridge and chive pockets. Not a crumb was left. Not even a drop of soup.
This.
It felt like waking from a dream. How could they cause any trouble now? Everything was eaten cleanly, and if they still acted tough and said it wasn't good, it would be like telling everyone they were getting a free meal. "Excuse me, gentlemen." Just as Mingzi and the others were hesitating about whether to speak up, a gentle and smiling voice caught their attention. Turning around, they saw the owner's wife standing behind them, her clear eyes fixed on them. "Is there something you need, ma'am?" Mingzi pretended to be clueless. Lin Jinxiu squinted at them. Earlier, Hua Yanqing had lightly walked over to her, told her their table number, and then left. After a moment of thought, Lin Jinxiu sensed there was something off about this table, but when she looked up, they were all happily eating. She thought she might be overthinking it. However, seeing one person finish and just sit there blankly, while another looked troubled, made her sure something was wrong. "Is this new dish to your liking?" Lin Jinxiu asked with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Dressed in a light green silk dress, she had an elegant figure. Her voice was soft yet firm, slightly low, and it sent shivers down the spines of the 2 men. It's good." Tinia blushed visibly under her gaze and praised the dish, without thinking.
"Hey."
Mingzi couldn't even stop him in time. With Tinia's words, their plan to cause trouble was completely crushed. They had intended to confront her, but praising the food was not part of the plan. Now they were afraid Lu Xingjin would laugh at them.
We.
Mingzi, as if encouraging himself, suddenly stood up to face Lin Jinxiu, raising a plate as if to throw it on the ground. But just as he started to say we, he saw the waiter standing at the kitchen door, holding a plate and smiling down at him. Oh no, that was not a friendly smile. Huai Yanqing only showed a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. The coldness in his narrow eyes seemed to freeze Mingzi's blood, instantly deflating his confidence. He had no doubt that if he dared to drop that plate or speak disrespectfully to the owner's wife, the next moment, the plate in Huai Yanqing's hand would be aimed right at his face.
We.
Mingzi's facial muscles twitched a bit as he gently placed the plate back on the table.
We.
We'll come back next time. Really? Thank you for your support. Lin Jinxiu noticed that his gaze kept darting behind her, which meant Huai Yanqing was standing there. It seemed like they were just two small-time troublemakers. You're welcome to visit again. As they left the shop looking defeated, Lin Jinxiu deliberately took a napkin and waved it at them from the door. This scene was spotted by Lu Xingjin, who was hiding around the corner, and it made him very angry. Hee hee, I think that shop owner is interested in me, Tina said to Mingzi as they walked. Shut up. Mingzi didn't want to admit he had such an embarrassing friend. Sure enough, as they turned the corner, they faced Lu Xingjin, whose face was dark with anger. What's going on? Lu Xingjin asked. Mingzi immediately pointed at Tina and started to complain. Tina, looking confused, pointed at himself and said, Huh? Lu Xingjin almost lost his temper, but managed to calm down. Wait, you said you would help me find a job at the shop, and instead, you just had a meal and flirted with the owner? Mingzi quickly shook his head and explained, Jinzi, you misunderstood us. Who would dare to flirt with that owner? You don't know how fierce that waitress is. Fierce? Lu Xingjin asked back. That waitress is really skilled. She's like a martial artist. Mingzi exaggerated, describing Huai Yanqing as an extraordinary fighter, leaving Lu Xingjin unsure of how to deal with Mingzi. All right, really, you can't do anything right. Lu Xingjin rolled his eyes. This situation was a bit tricky. Lin Jinxiu had a good business mind, and that waitress was quite capable. It wouldn't be easy to handle. But he still needed to take revenge, not just for Ling Ling, but also for his own business. I'll think of a way myself. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Xingjin's face. Mingzi was startled by his expression. What are you going to do?
You don't need to know that.
Lu Xingjin turned and walked away. Do you know those 3 people from today? On Lin Jinxiu's side, it was closing time, and the 4 of them were sitting together for dinner. Lin Jinxiu shared what happened in the shop today, which surprised Ninger. I don't know. Lin Jinxiu shook her head in response to Huai Yanqing's question. It's probably someone with bad intentions looking to cause trouble. Ninger, hearing Lin Jinxiu say she was standing near those thugs, became very worried. Sister, if you encounter such people again, make sure to stay far away. What if they hurt you? Don't worry. Huai Yanqing, with a mouthful of vegetables, spoke a bit unclearly. As long as I'm here, no one can harm the shopkeeper. This definitely won't be the only time. Lin Jinxiu boldly guessed. We should be more cautious during this time. Within 3 days at the latest, the person trying to harm us will definitely take further action. Okay. The others agreed. After dinner, Ning'e and Aunt Li went to rest, while Lin Jinxiu and Huai Yanqing sat in the shop discussing preparations for the next day. Shopkeeper, have you recently made any enemies? Huai Yanqing's cup kept spinning between his fingers, making a scratching sound on the table. Lin Jinxiu's gaze was fixed on the spinning cup, her brows furrowed. I've been focused on my business lately. I haven't made enemies. Aside from ordering supplies, I haven't spoken to anyone else except to ask, how much for your table? Then you really are someone who easily attracts resentment, Huai Yanqing remarked, knowing that Lin Jinxiu hadn't done anything questionable recently. Lin Jinxiu shot him a glance. How could someone running a successful business not attract some jealousy? I just remembered, Lin Jinxiu suddenly said. Before the shop opened, Mo Xianglin from Qinghe Tower approached me, asking me to work there and buy my recipes, but I turned him down. Is that considered making an enemy? Hua Yanqing questioned. His gaze seemed quite hostile. Lin Jinxiu replied seriously. Hua Yanqing stroked his chin, deep in thought. That doesn't seem like Mo Xianglin. He wouldn't use such lowly tactics. I think so too. Lin Jinxiu followed Hua Yanqing's line of thought. So, that means the troublemaker today could be from the surrounding area. Lin Jinxiu extended her hand and drew a large circle around her head. Anyone affected by our business could be a suspect. Hua Yanqing nodded. Lin Jinxiu's guess seemed quite plausible, but if that were the case, several nearby shops would be suspects, making it difficult to narrow it down. Boss, do you need me to go check things out? Hua Yanqing asked. Lin Jinxiu shook her head, looking Hua Yanqing up and down with a mysterious expression. No need. The person seeking revenge might be after you. After me? Hua Yanqing's expression suddenly turned serious. I always covered my face when I went out. If someone is looking for me, it must be a powerful official. Impossible. Not true. Lin Jinxiu shook her finger, denying his statement. Did you not notice that more and more pretty girls have been visiting during the day?
Huh?
Hua Yanqing had never noticed. Those girls are all interested in you. If we find out who they are, we might discover who is behind this. Just because Hua Yanqing didn't notice didn't mean Lin Jinxiu didn't see. In recent days, many girls had been sitting in the shop, their eyes following Hua Yanqing, but he remained completely oblivious, keeping them in suspense. Now Hua Yanqing understood Lin Jinxiu's point and nodded in realization. Should I pay attention tomorrow? You're quite narcissistic. Hua Yanqing had been saying he was handsome for a while, and Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes at him. Let me keep an eye on things. If you respond to those girls, they might come to propose the next day.
All right.
Hua Yanqing nodded. Lin Jinxiu didn't expect the revenge to come so quickly. The next morning, business had just started, and the first wave of customers had just finished paying when suddenly, a group of people in black clothes and masks rushed in from all directions, heading straight for Lin Jinxiu's shop. This scene startled many passers-by.
Ningya.
Take the customers to the back. Lin Jinxiu saw that things were not right, quickly pulling out a cornstalk and shouting, Hua Yanqing,
Come out.
we have a situation. These masked individuals clearly intended to cause trouble, but there were still many customers inside, and she couldn't let them get hurt. Hua Yanqing tossed a plate aside and rushed over, grabbing the cornstalk from Lin Jinxiu's hands. With a swift motion, he blocked the clubs of several masked individuals trying to enter the shop. Boss, hide, Hua Yanqing said. Be careful, Lin Jinxiu replied. Lin Jinxiu knew that as someone without martial arts skills, she was just a burden right now. She responded but did not hide. Instead, she quickly moved a few tables near the door to the corners and pushed the long table in the middle aside to avoid blocking Hua Yanqing's movements. After doing all this, Lin Jinxiu lifted her skirt and hurried to the kitchen curtain to help Ninger calm the frightened guests. Can Brother Hua handle this alone? Ninger was very worried about Hua Yanqing's safety. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. I don't know, but we can only get in the way out here. Ninger, you run fast. Go out the back door, remember to lock it, and hurry to report to the authorities. I'll find a chance to help Brother Hua. Okay. Ninger quickly slipped out the back door and ran off. Lin Jinxiu escorted the guests to the backyard and found a few small stools for them to rest on. Shopkeeper, what happened? Someone asked. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. I don't know, but everyone must stay calm. Safety is the priority. Shopkeeper Lin, you must ensure our safety. An elderly woman grasped Lin Jinxiu's hand. Lin Jinxiu worried about Hua Yanqing and kept glancing back at the door. Don't worry, they should be after the shop. As long as you stay here, you will be safe. The crowd relaxed slightly, but suddenly a loud crash came from the front, startling everyone and causing a few timid girls to let out small screams. Grandma, Lin Jinxiu called to Aunt Li. I'm leaving this to you. I need to go check. Shopkeeper Lin, you can't go. Someone blocked her. It's too dangerous outside. You would just be putting yourself in harm's way. My waiter is still out there. Lin Jinxiu pushed past the person. I can't leave him alone out there. Just as the crowd was about to persuade her, Lin Jinxiu dashed into the kitchen, and no one could stop her. Aunt Li took over Lin Jinxiu's role, trying to calm the guests. Everyone, don't worry. Our shopkeeper is clever and skilled. They will be fine. Even as she said this, she couldn't help but glance anxiously at the door from time to time. Lin Jinxiu did not leave the kitchen but stayed by the door, watching the situation inside the shop. She thought that if he couldn't hold on any longer, she would go help. For now, he still had strength, and her involvement would only slow him down. After Lin Jinxiu hid, Huai Yanqing, no longer needing to protect anyone, fought back against the masked men with full force. He clearly used the cornstalk as a staff, turning it into a handy weapon in the hands of an expert. Each strike had an effect, and he managed to hold his own against a group of thugs armed with clubs. These thugs were tough because they weren't there to fight him directly. They were there to vandalize the store. Huai Yanqing had to ensure his own safety while also protecting the store from significant damage. He had to be alert and aware of everything around him to keep those people away from the store entrance. He dodged a club by leaning back, blocked from the sides, and with a quick move, he caused the thugs' clubs to tangle and get thrown aside. May I ask who you are working for? Huai Yanqing struck one thug in the abdomen and then used the momentum to hit him on the chin, knocking him down and causing a few others to trip over him. However, no one answered him. Seeing they had no chance to damage the store, they turned their attention to Huai Yanqing. This person was skilled. If they couldn't subdue him, they wouldn't be able to reach the store. Don't worry, brothers, he's alone. The masked men stepped back to avoid Huai Yanqing's sweeping attack, exchanged glances, and a few of them discarded their clubs, pulling out 2 iron whips from their waists. People from the underworld? Huai Yanqing frowned. These iron whips were not something a simple cornstalk could block. Glancing to his right, he saw Lin Jinxiu at the kitchen door and signaled to her. Seeing him intercept one whip with his cornstalk, which wrapped around it, she noticed the other whip was coming down fast towards him. Huai Yanqing jumped, lightly stepping on the edge of a table, and performed a backflip to dodge the first whip, reaching out his hand to Lin Jinxiu. What did he need? Lin Jinxiu's mind raced. One cornstalk was holding one whip, but the other whip was still attacking. He needed another tool to block it. Without hesitation, Lin Jinxiu pulled out a second cornstalk from her bag and threw it to him. Huai Yanqing caught it and quickly used the 2 sticks to tangle the 2 whips together. With the whips taken away, the masked men quickly retreated, allowing others to step forward. Seeing Huai Yanqing was now unarmed, Lin Jinxiu threw another cornstalk to him. Several sticks came down from above. Huai Yanqing dropped the 2 cornstalks tangled with the iron whip and caught a new one, swiping it upward along the path of the masked attacker's sticks. With a few cracking sounds, he broke several of their sticks. The masked attackers, now holding broken sticks, stepped back in shock, their faces mostly covered but their surprised eyes visible. What is this person holding? It's so hard, and there are so many of them. Their attacks couldn't break Huai Yanqing's defense. The masked people exchanged glances, and 4 of them threw down their weapons and charged at his limbs. The fight suddenly turned from martial arts to a street brawl. Huai Yanqing clearly had never faced this before, so he had to retreat. He accidentally got his left ankle grabbed and almost fell. This pull made Huai Yanqing lose his balance, and someone hit him in the chest with a stick, causing him great pain. Get lost! Huai Yanqing shouted. Using his grabbed ankle as a pivot, he performed a spinning kick that hit the attacker in the face. His ankle hurt a bit, but he knocked the person out. Before he could continue fighting, he heard Lin Jinxiu exclaim and the sound of metal being struck. Turning around, he saw Lin Jinxiu squatting on the ground, using a pot to block an attack from a stick. He wondered how she managed to lift such a large pot from the stove. Huai Yanqing jumped up, took 2 steps on the wall, and came down with a kick that took down the attacker targeting Lin Jinxiu. I'm sorry. Lin Jinxiu apologized to Huai Yanqing. She had intended to help, but when she saw him get hit, she panicked and stepped out to attract attention, which only made things worse. If she hadn't grabbed the pot as a shield earlier, she might have been knocked down right away. Are you okay? I'm fine, Huai Yanqing said with a grimace. It just hurts a bit. This fighting style is too rough for me. Do you need help? Lin Jinxiu asked urgently. What can you do? Hua Yanqing started to refuse, but then remembered she was stronger than most. Wait, I forgot you're a woman with strength, like an ox. What did you say? Even in this urgent situation, Lin Jinxiu wanted to hit him. Hua Yanqing was still defending against the masked attackers with the cornstalk in his hand. Grab a stick and follow my lead. Lin Jinxiu dropped the pot and picked up a cornstalk. Eyes, neck, nose, Hua Yanqing instructed her. What? Lin Jinxiu didn't understand. Hua Yanqing grabbed Lin Jinxiu's arm and said, aim for the weak spot. Lin Jinxiu felt light, as if she had just ridden a roller coaster for 2 seconds, and suddenly, Hua Yanqing had moved her to a different position. The tall man didn't have broad shoulders, but when he stood in front of Lin Jinxiu, he gave her a strong sense of safety, allowing her time to stand up and gather her thoughts and actions. I'll remember the weak spot, Lin Jinxiu said from behind Hua Yanqing. Hua Yanqing stepped on the cornstalk that had been thrown on the ground to prevent the opponent from taking it back. He then struck the wrist of the person in front of him, making their weapon fall. However, just as he turned slightly, a cornstalk suddenly shot out from behind him, hitting the throat of the person who had just lost their weapon. The blow was severe, and the person made 2 soft gasping sounds before clutching their neck and falling to the ground in pain. You're quite perceptive, Hua Yanqing praised. Don't forget who I am, Lin Jinxiu replied. The cornstalk had been thrust by her, and if it weren't for the height difference, it could have hit the eyes. You said it. I'm a woman stronger than an ox. Oh no, Hua Yanqing thought to himself, realizing that Lin Jinxiu had taken note of that comment. Standing behind Hua Yanqing, Lin Jinxiu followed his lead, and together they were much more effective than Hua Yanqing alone. The masked men, who had struggled to break through Hua Yanqing's defenses, were now being pushed back even further with Lin Jinxiu's incredible strength.
Charge.
Suddenly, a booming command came from outside, and chaos erupted behind the masked men. Cries, roars, and the sounds of clubs hitting flesh filled the air. Both Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing were momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening. As they watched the wall of masked men begin to crumble, they reached the door and discovered that a group of several constables was engaged in a fierce struggle with the masked men. These masked men were fierce, but could they compare to the constables who fought bandits outside the city every day? In no time, the masked men were crying out for help, supporting each other as they turned to flee, moving as quickly as slippery fish, and the constables couldn't catch up. The last one to escape even knocked over the constable who tried to grab him, rolling away and disappearing. A bunch of scoundrels, the leading constable shouted, pointing at their retreating figures. The constable had thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving him a heroic appearance. His hands were calloused, showing signs of years of handling weapons, and he even had a few small scars on his face that looked like they had healed. Lin Jinxiu recognized him. She had seen him last time standing next to the county magistrate, catching Cui Xiao. Thank you for helping my shop, Lin Jinxiu said to the constables, still catching her breath. The leading constable waved his hand dismissively. Just a small effort. He clearly recognized Lin Jinxiu and looked at her with a hint of friendliness. Big Sister Lin. Brother Huai. Are you okay? Ninger emerged from behind the group of constables, running up to Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing, spinning around to check if they were hurt. Lin Jinxiu was fine, but Hua Yanqing had taken a hit, though it wasn't noticeable. We're fine, Hua Yanqing said, ruffling Ninger's hair. Did you two stop those people? The constable asked. Mainly him, Lin Jinxiu pointed to Hua Yanqing. I just helped finish them off. The constables were a bit shocked. There had been at least 10 men in black, and although they didn't understand what Lin Jinxiu meant by finishing off, they guessed she was saying she hadn't helped much, implying that this man had single-handedly held off those skilled masked attackers. The leading constable looked at Hua Yanqing with a meaningful gaze, then turned to the still nervous Ninger and said cheerfully, "All right, little girl, since you're all fine, why don't you take us inside to sit?" Seeing that her brother and sister seemed unharmed, Ninger felt relieved. She quickly turned to the constables and bowed, saying, "Come in and sit down." Hua Yanqing went inside to put the tables and furniture back in place and informed the guests who had hidden in the kitchen that the situation outside was resolved, inviting them back to their original seats. Lin Jinxiu and Ninger welcomed the group of constables into the shop. When the other customers saw the constables arriving, they quickly cleared the largest table for them. Once all the customers were seated, Lin Jinxiu stood at the bar and bowed to everyone in the shop, apologizing. I apologize for the trouble caused today. On behalf of the shop, I am sorry for any unpleasantness. To show my regret, all expenses today will be on the house, as my treat. When Lin Jinxiu spoke, the customers who had just been frightened cheered up and assured her that it was okay, since their lives were not in danger, and they even got a free meal. The last time I came here, this place was still bare, said the leading officer, looking around the shop in amazement. In just a few days, it has become so elegant. You are truly impressive, young lady. Ninger busily filled the officer's table with items from the shop, while Lin Jinxiu sat down to chat with them. If it weren't for your help, I might not have been able to open the shop, Lin Jinxiu said with a smile as she poured tea for him. I've been busy with the shop lately, and today is a perfect chance for me to thank you properly. The officer raised his cup to toast with Lin Jinxiu. Oh, don't call me sir. My name is Zhao Kong. Just call me Zhao Go if you don't mind. Okay, Zhao Go, Lin Jinxiu replied, following his lead. Actually, it was a coincidence that we came here, Zhao Kong said. A few of us were already on our way to the shop when we saw that young girl rushing by. We didn't expect to run into trouble, so we hurried over. Lin Jinxiu caught the key point in his words. So, Zhao Ge, you were planning to eat here? Zhao Kong nodded. Yes, we just happened to switch shifts today. Everyone has been praising the food here, so we decided to come. Lin Jinxiu smiled and said, Then I must treat you all well. The officers were generous and waved for Lin Jinxiu to start preparing. Just before she entered the kitchen, Hua Yanqing suddenly nudged Lin Jinxiu. Shopkeeper, you take care of these officers. What's wrong? Lin Jinxiu noticed he seemed a bit nervous. These officers have been chasing me for nearly 2 months. If they recognize me, it won't be good for you either, Hua Yanqing said, shrinking his shoulders as he slipped into the kitchen. At that moment, Lin Jinxiu overheard the chatting officers say, I wonder where that wind thief has escaped to. She stifled a laugh. After greeting Ninger, Lin Jinxiu excused herself to her room under the pretense of getting ingredients. She entered her space and began harvesting the chives and corn she had planted earlier that afternoon. Good thing I planted an extra corn plant yesterday, Lin Jinxiu said, holding the freshly ground corn flour in her hand. Who knew I would need it today? With the new corn and the chives, Lin Jinxiu personally cooked some corn pancakes and chive pockets for the officers. Hui Yanqing had long disappeared, hiding somewhere, which was quite disappointing. All right, Lin Jinxiu smiled as she served tea and water to them. Brother Zhao, everyone, please try this. The officers eagerly divided the food on the table, and surprisingly, nothing was left. After just a few bites, Zhao Kong exclaimed, Miss, your cooking is simply amazing. The nearby officers chimed in, giving Lin Jinxiu thumbs up, making her a bit shy. I'm glad you all like it, she said, standing by with a teapot to refill their cups. I don't have many skills. I just get by with this little talent. What do you mean you don't have skills? Zhao Kong disagreed, giving her shoulder a light pat and addressing the other officers. Brothers, let me introduce you to the girl who stood her ground against young Master Cui in front of the county magistrate and won. All the officers turned their attention to Lin Jinxiu, with 2 of them echoing Zhao Kang's words. They had been present that day with the magistrate and remembered how Lin Jinxiu had fiercely defended herself while holding a child. However, since their boss hadn't spoken yet, they hesitated to acknowledge her too openly, fearing it might seem like they were trying to get close to the boss's wife. That day, Miss Lin looked just like a protective hen. One of them described. Lin Jinxiu nearly choked on her drink. Hey, what nonsense are you saying? Zhao Khan quickly interrupted upon hearing his subordinate's description. What hen? I think you look more like a hen. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. My men are just rough guys who spend their days fighting and don't have much education. They speak without thinking, so please bear with them. Lin Jinxiu shook her head, indicating it was fine. She actually found it quite fitting. After all, she had just had an unpleasant physical encounter with young Master Chui's servant, leaving her clothes disheveled and hair messy, not much different from the chaos around. Do you know why Miss Lin had a conflict with young Master Chui? Zhao Kong, feeling confident in his position and knowledge, boasted in front of his men. You all heard about that girl Lei Feng who stood up for an elderly woman and a young girl on the street, right? The officers nodded. That Lei Feng is Miss Lin's alias. She got involved with young Master Chui because of her heroic actions. Zhao Kong finally revealed the truth after building suspense. The group of constables only knew that Lin Jinxiu was good at business and could speak well, but they were surprised to find out she also had a kind heart. They applauded and cheered for her. Lin Jinxiu had never been surrounded by a group of men cheering for her before, especially for a decision she now thought was impulsive. She shrank her neck, unsure of what to do, her face turning bright red. Seeing Lin Jinxiu so embarrassed, Zhao Kong quickly quieted his brothers and said to her, Miss Lin, we all admire you. If you were a man, the government would have already hired you as a constable. It's a pity you're a woman. Lin Jinxiu thanked him, but inside, she felt a mix of emotions. She knew that in this era, men were valued more than women, and it was already difficult for her to connect with these men. Still, hearing such words made her uncomfortable. Don't feel regret, Miss Lin. Zhao Kong seemed to notice her disappointment and quickly comforted her. You are a rare heroine among women. Even if you can't be a constable, you can run your shop well. We will definitely come to eat at your place often.
Boss.
One of the constables chimed in. Let's have our meals here from now on. There was a chorus of agreement around, with a few still munching on their food, looking at Zhao Kong with hopeful eyes. As the team leader, Zhao Kong felt uneasy under their eager gazes. That's fine. But bring your own money. Don't expect me to treat you. Disappointed voices filled the air. You bunch of little rascals. Zhao Kong chuckled in frustration, and the constables quickly lowered their heads, pretending nothing had happened. Boss, how long do you think we'll have to work on this wind thief case? One of the constables changed the subject. Wind thief? Lin Jinxiu perked up at the mention of something that interested her and quickly turned her attention to them. Zhao Kong hesitated about whether to share the case details with Lin Jinxiu, but when he turned to see her bright eyes fixed on him, it seemed she was eager for him to speak. It looked like Miss Lin was very interested in the wind thief. Zhao Kong thought to himself, Miss Lin, do you know about the wind thief in the county? Zhao Kong asked instead of answering his subordinate. Lin Jinxiu shook her head, pretending to be clueless. I've heard the name. The storyteller mentioned it, but I didn't listen closely. What do you think this thief is like, Miss Lin? Zhao Kong continued to ask. Lin Jinxiu raised her eyes in thought, trying to ignore her impression of Huai Yanqing and instead focusing on the rumors she had heard. They say this wind thief is 7 feet tall, looks like Panin, and only robs the rich to help the poor. That's about it. Upon hearing this rumor, Zhao Kong recognized it as the version spread by the local girls. Lin Jinxiu understood this as well. The wind thief is indeed skilled. We've been trying to catch him for half a month and haven't even seen him. It's quite embarrassing. What has this wind thief done to give you such a headache, Zhao Ge? Lin Jinxiu asked curiously. Zhao Kong shook his head. Actually, the wind thief hasn't done anything too terrible. Aside from the silver he stole, he returned everything else. Even the silver was found in the pockets of beggars or under the stones in front of poor families. This is truly robbing the rich to help the poor, Lin Jinxiu thought in surprise. However, she did not support such actions. Even if he stole from the wealthy to give to the poor, he was still a thief. But he often sneaks into the homes of the wealthy and officials to steal, so we must catch him. Unfortunately, we haven't succeeded yet, and sometimes we even get provoked. Lin Jinxiu imagined Huai Yanqing dressed in dark clothes, dancing on a rooftop just out of reach of the constables. It was so typical of him. There was no doubt it was him. Actually, we constables don't hate him. After all, he only steals from the notorious wealthy families in the county. The Chui family has been robbed by him several times, losing quite a bit of silver. The ones who hate him are people like the Chui family, Zhao Kong sighed. Even our county magistrate was robbed of a jade seal, which was returned the next day, but it had a pig's head drawn on it. Can you imagine how angry our magistrate was? Lin Jinxiu couldn't help but laugh. This thief is indeed interesting. Zhao Kong seemed to get lost in memories. Once, I fought him in the magistrate's office for 300 rounds, and he let me go, or I wouldn't have made it back alive. It shows he doesn't want to kill. What happened there? Lin Jinxiu looked at Zhao Kong with curiosity. If he hadn't held back, I would have lost my head when my sword struck him, but I only got a shoulder injury. Zhao Kang's voice got quieter as he said, if he weren't a thief and I weren't an officer, I really wish I could fight him again. He fought against more than 10 of us, and we couldn't catch him. He even got away. Zhao Kong seemed to be deep in thought, won against so many and still escaped. The more he spoke, the tighter his brows furrowed. What about the waiter in your shop? Zhao Kong changed the subject. He just got hit and I told him to rest, Lin Jinxiu replied, unsure why Zhao Kong suddenly mentioned him. He had just been talking about fighting off so many people. Could it be? The wind thief fought against many officers alone, and Hua Yanqing could take on many masked men by himself. It's rare to find someone with such skills in this small county. Is Zhao Kong starting to suspect that Hua Yanqing is the wind thief? Lin Jinxiu thought this was bad. Hua Yanqing wanted nothing more than to stay away from those officers, but Zhao Kong had directly thought of him. Does Brother Zhao need him for something? Nothing serious. Zhao Kong shook his head. I just noticed his impressive skills earlier and wanted to ask him about martial arts. Okay, I'll go find him. Lin Jinxiu thought that directly refusing might raise Zhao Kang's suspicions, so after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. After searching for a while and not finding Hua Yanqing, she opened her room door and discovered he was in her room playing with Lele, laughing happily. What are you doing in my room? Lin Jinxiu asked. Hua Yanqing was still fiddling with the toys hanging from the crib, turning to look at Lin Jinxiu. I came to play with Lele. Is there something you need? Zhao Kong wants to see you, Lin Jinxiu pointed behind her.
Huh?
This news startled Hua Yanqing. What does he want with me? He said you showed impressive skills earlier and wanted to meet you. Maybe he wants to discuss martial arts, Lin Jinxiu said flatly. He also talked to me about the wind thief. Is he starting to suspect me? Hua Yanqing asked. I don't know, but it's very possible, Lin Jinxiu replied honestly. Since Zhao Kong wanted to see him, Lin Jinxiu couldn't help him hide anymore. He would have to find a way to conceal himself. Can I not go? Hua Yanqing asked without hesitation. No, Lin Jinxiu decided firmly. Hua Yanqing's brows twitched several times as he swallowed and blinked, standing there conflicted for a while before finally deciding. All right, I'll go meet him. Lin Jinxiu made a fist with her right hand and cheered him on, saying, I believe in you. Hua Yanqing looked exhausted and walked outside with a defeated expression. Lin Jinxiu followed him, ready to support him if needed, prepared to help him cover up any lies. When they returned to the shop, Hua Yanqing put on his usual welcoming smile for the customers, saying, Brother Zhao, you were looking for me. As soon as Zhao Kong saw Hua Yanqing approach, his sharp eyes scanned him like a hawk. This went on for a while, and just when Lin Jinxiu thought they might start fighting, Zhao Kong finally spoke. Wow. It's surprising. You're so young, and your skills are even beyond my understanding. That's rare, almost on par with that windy bandit. What? This statement caught the attention of the nearby officers. Boss, are you serious? One of the officers asked. Zhao Kong nodded confidently, but kept staring into Hua Yanqing's eyes. He truly couldn't see through Hua Yanqing's skills, just as he couldn't with the windy bandit. Because they were actually the same person. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit anxious. Boss, didn't you say that in this county, only the windy bandit is stronger than you? Are you really serious? The officer pressed on. TSK. Zhao Kong turned to scold him. I'm not the best in the world. Just because the windy bandit is stronger than me doesn't mean others can't be too. Ask again and I'll punish you. The officers looked at Hua Yanqing with admiration and stepped back. Wow, another person with skills even greater than the boss. No wonder he could take on 10 masked men by himself. Zhao Kong glared at his subordinates before turning his attention back to Hua Yanqing. What's your name? Hua Yanqing. Which school did you come from? Hua Yanqing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. A minor school. Not worth mentioning. Zhao Kong squinted, puzzled. They say people in the martial world value their schools highly. Is there a conflict with your school? Hua Yanqing replied expressionlessly, I left my school to make a living in the county, but I was harmed by traitors within. Unfortunately, my master only trusts those traitors and has tarnished my name. It's best not to speak of such a school. Oh, Zhao Kong said, pretending to understand. That's truly unfortunate. A school is like family, and being wronged by them is like losing a father. Hua Yanqing lowered his head in silence. So, you came directly to the county after leaving your school? Zhao Kong asked again. Hua Yanqing said expressionlessly, I arrived in Qingxi County 7 days ago with no money. It was the owner who helped me, so I stayed to work as a waiter to pay off my meal. Lin Jinxiu stood behind Hua Yanqing, supporting him with a smile, but inwardly she was skeptical, thinking he sounded convincing. I see. Zhao Kong nodded, acknowledging this. Is your training mainly focused on lightness skills? Yes, Hua Yanqing replied. Oh no, Zhao Kong really suspects Hua Yanqing might be the wind thief. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit anxious. Hua Yanqing, you need to keep your story straight and not give yourself away. Still worried, Hua Yanqing spoke up. Brother Zhao, are you suspecting that I am the wind thief? Zhao Kong pondered if he had been too direct. Why do you say that? I'm just a simple waiter, with only a bit of skill. Yet you seem very interested in me, and earlier you compared my skills to the wind thief. Does that mean you think I resemble this person you're trying to catch? Lin Jinxiu thought Hua Yanqing was quite clever, taking the initiative to deflect suspicion. Cough, cough. I can't let my expression give away the truth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinxiu turned to pour water for other customers to hide her expression. Zhao Kong was clearly caught off guard by Hua Yanqing's question and had to speak honestly. Ah, yes. Smart. Since you just arrived in this county, have you heard of the wind thief? I've only heard the name, Hua Yanqing replied with a puzzled look. Is this person very dangerous? Not exactly, Zhao Kong said, downing a cup of tea. But since he is a thief, he must be caught. Lin Jinxiu turned to sneak a glance and noticed that Zhao Kong emphasized the words just arrived in the county, indicating he still had doubts about Hua Yanqing. I see, Hua Yanqing said innocently, as if realizing something. He must be caught, of course. Brother Zhao should search carefully. I wonder if the thief has any special marks? I meet many people every day and can help you keep an eye out. Zhao Kong thought for a moment. Since Hua Yanqing was a waiter and Lin Jinxiu's shop was busy, perhaps the thief would come in for a meal. He rubbed his chin, contemplating marks. He has an injury that hasn't healed, that's all. Do you know where the thief is injured? Hua Yanqing asked again. On his side, Zhao Kong answered. Lin Jinxiu remembered that when she first met Hua Yanqing, he indeed had an injury at his waist, and it was because of this injury that he tricked her into giving him her egg. However, according to Hua Yanqing himself, the injury had healed completely, leaving no mark. All right, Hua Yanqing nodded. If there is an injury at the waist, it would affect walking. I will be more careful. At this point, Hua Yanqing suddenly thought of something. By the way, Zhao Ge, if that thief has an injury at his waist and I have none, doesn't that prove I'm not that thief? Zhao Kong considered this logic. True. To reassure you, I am willing to let you check my injury to clear my name. This way, I can help keep watch, and you can feel more at ease, Hua Yanqing said sincerely. Okay, Zhao Kong agreed to this plan and stood up. Then today, to clear your name, I will take a look. Seeing you so honest, you are definitely not that notorious thief.
Wow.
Lin Jinxiu was shocked. Hua Yanqing was actually waiting here. However, can we change locations? Changing clothes in this hall is a bit inappropriate, Hua Yanqing suggested. You're right. Zhao Kong thought it was indeed the case. So, he had everyone stay in their seats while he and Hua Yanqing headed to the backyard. Lin Jinxiu led the two to the backyard and stood aside to watch. Shopkeeper, could you please step aside while I change? Hua Yanqing seemed a bit shy. I'm here to witness. First, to prove you are not lying. Second, to show that Zhao Guo is fair. And third, to ensure I haven't invited a notorious thief as a helper. What a valid reason. Besides, I'm not shy, so why should you be? Lin Jinxiu justified her presence firmly. Hearing this, Zhao Kong agreed to let the shopkeeper stand by and watch. Taking advantage of Zhao Kang's distraction, Lin Jinxiu mouthed to Hua Yanqing, "You've changed in front of me before." She added, "And you were the one who initiated it." Lin Jinxiu was referring to when Hua Yanqing showed her his injury, but somehow her words felt off. Hua Yanqing shot her a glare. Zhao Kong noticed Hua Yanqing glaring at Lin Jinxiu and then saw her sneaking a laugh, looking as if she understood something. It seemed the shopkeeper and this little helper were quite close. Hua Yanqing reached to untie his belt, removing his outer garment to reveal his strong, well-defined muscles. Zhao Kong noticed a few faint old scars on him, likely from practicing martial arts. The bruise on his chest was probably the injury Lin Jinxiu mentioned. He remembered that he had once struck the waist of the wind thief, but there were no marks on Hua Yanqing's waist, so he nodded, confirming that he was not the wind thief. Lin Jinxiu, who knew the truth, wore a subtle smile that was quite meaningful. "I knew my brother would never lie," Zhao Kong said, cupping his fists in respect to Hua Yanqing. "I apologize for the misunderstanding." "It's fine," Hua Yanqing replied as he put his clothes back on. "If I were a liar, someone as noble-hearted as the shopkeeper wouldn't employ me." Lin Jinxiu was surprised that he turned the attention to her. Seeing Hua Yanqing's smug expression, she realized he was also implying she was a liar. "That's true," Zhao Kong agreed. "A heroine like Miss Lin would never associate with a deceitful person." "I trust you." "Oh, Hua Yanqing." Lin Jinxiu was behind Zhao Kong, making exaggerated gestures as if she wanted to take down Hua Yanqing, but he smiled politely, secretly amused. With their identities confirmed, both relaxed. Once Hua Yanqing was dressed, they put their arms around each other's shoulders and headed back to the shop. After walking a short distance, Zhao Kong suddenly changed the subject. "Brother, I have a favor to ask." Lin Jinxiu knew that using the term brother meant he had a request for Hua Yanqing, perhaps to recruit him. "I see you have impressive skills. Would you be interested in becoming a constable?" It was clear he wanted to recruit him. Working for the government was certainly more promising than being a waiter, and Zhao Kong believed Lin Jinxiu understood that. Although he didn't know how she found such a skilled waiter, perhaps it was her heroic nature that attracted him. Lin Jinxiu couldn't help but laugh. If Hua Yanqing worked for the government as a constable, it would be amusing to catch the wind thief together. Wouldn't that be like a thief catching himself? Hua Yanqing turned back to look at Lin Jinxiu and shook his head. "The shopkeeper has treated me well. Unless there are special circumstances, I wish to stay by her side as her waiter." Lin Jinxiu found this quite touching. If she didn't know he was just making it up, she might have been moved. "Is that so?" Zhao Kong didn't really think he could recruit anyone. He believed Lin's skills and value were clear to Hua Yanqing as well. "I was being rude. Please don't take offense, shopkeeper." Lin Jinxiu waved her hand. "Zhao Guo is eager to find talent. I understand." Once the conversation started, the atmosphere in the shop became much friendlier. Lin Jinxiu watched in amusement as Hua Yanqing, the notorious thief, advised the constables on how to catch him. She wanted to laugh but held it in, feeling quite uncomfortable. After a long time in the shop, the constables, having eaten and drunk their fill, prepared to leave. Lin Jinxiu and Zhao Kong wrestled over the payment for a while, and in the end, she had to pretend to be angry to stop him from paying. Before Zhao Kong left, he turned around and seriously cupped his fists towards Lin Jinxiu, saying, "Miss Lin, if you encounter any difficulties, come to the government office to find me. If I can help, I will do my best."
"Okay, show ye."
"Thank you." Lin Jinxiu quickly returned the gesture. Before long, Hua Yanqing returned after seeing off the constables. Lin Jinxiu smiled and approached him, whispering, "Hey, thief, how does it feel to be close to the constables?" Are you nervous? Huai Yanqing rolled his eyes at her. Thanks to the shopkeeper's cleverness. Otherwise you and I would both be in jail right now. Exactly. Shouldn't you thank me? Lin Jinxiu went back to the bar to sort the accounts. Thank you for your great kindness, shopkeeper. I will never forget it. Huai Yanqing bowed and cupped his fists, but his gratitude felt insincere.
Ugh.
Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes at him. Hey, does it still hurt? Huai Yanqing didn't catch on, what? Lin Jinxiu pointed at his chest. I'll go out and buy you some ointment. Huai Yanqing glanced at his chest. There was still a faint dull pain, but it wasn't serious. How about the shopkeeper makes me a bowl of egg custard to heal me? Huai Yanqing tried to get something from her. Lin Jinxiu flatly refused. Not a chance. 1 bottle of ointment is all you're getting. But I got hurt for you. You clearly made a mistake yourself. Then you can help me apply it. Get lost. At this moment, in the Chui residence,
Gui Shao, Gui Shao.
the shouting broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Chui Li lay on a soft couch that had been moved into the yard, groaning softly. 2 worried-looking girls were attending to him, one of whom had a noticeable handprint on her face. Lu Shengjin squatted nearby, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought, until he finally looked up at the sound of the shouting. 2 men in black rushed in with a shout and knelt down in front of Chui Li, one of them almost falling over due to lack of control. You too, Chui Li said reluctantly, turning to look at them with narrowed eyes, his tone full of disdain. Did you mess up again? The 2 men lay on the ground, panting heavily, exchanging glances, but too afraid to speak. Seeing Chui Li's impatience growing, one of them finally stammered, "The waiter in the shop is really skilled, and on the way, we were ambushed by over 10 officers. We really couldn't handle it." Chui Li remained silent for a while, leaving the 2 men trembling with their heads down, the courtyard so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Useless. The expected roar followed, along with the sound of breaking dishes. The fruits on the edge of the couch were knocked to the ground, and a glass lamp shattered into pieces, almost hitting Lu Shengjin's face, making him roll away in fright, but still getting covered in debris. Chui Li leaned on the couch, stretching his leg to reach his shoes, finally managing to hook one with his toes after a struggle. The heel of the shoe was completely underfoot, the delicate cloud pattern crumpled. Without caring whether his shoes were on properly, Chui Li stumbled forward and slapped one of the men in black across the face, causing a loud sound and a slight swelling on his cheek. The man winced in pain, but didn't try to dodge. I worked hard, huh? I brought those bandits to help. And you can't even handle a shop. Chui Li's face twisted in anger. Another slap followed, and as he moved, he felt a pain from his own injuries, causing him to hiss in frustration. He then punched the man in black in the face. One punch after another, each hitting hard, the man bled from his nose and his eyes began to swell. Chui Li finally felt relieved and stopped, allowing a trembling servant to wipe the blood from his hands. Chui Li stood still, taking deep breaths, while 2 servants approached to fix his shoes and clothes, making him look less like a madman. What was that waiter's background? Chui Li asked, regaining his calm after venting. No one spoke. Speak up, I'm asking you. Chui Li glared at the other man in black. The person stared blankly at his colleague, who had collapsed nearby. After a moment, he realized that Chui Li was asking him, and quickly replied before Chui Li could act. No, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere. Appeared out of nowhere?
Gui Li was surprised.
He hadn't expected Lin Jinxiu to attract such a remarkable person, someone who could stand against so many skilled bandits by himself. And, the man in black added, "What?"
Gui Li asked.
And those officers sat in Lin Jinxiu's shop for a long time after driving us away. When the waiter escorted them out, it looked like they were already on friendly terms with Zhao Kong. Chui Li frowned, sensing that things were not simple. He hadn't heard that Zhao Kong had any brothers. Did that mean Lin Jinxiu's shop had become popular enough to be on friendly terms with those annoying officers? What was going on with the county magistrate helping her? Did Lin Jinxiu have someone backing her? It didn't seem like it. I'll go find my brother, Chui Li thought for a moment and decided to seek help from his older brother. As he turned to leave, Lu Xingjin hurried after him and asked, Chui Xiao? Are we still going to smash Lin Jinxiu's shop? Not now, Chui Li replied, not wanting to talk much. But Chui Xiao, what about the promise you made me? Lu Xingjin said with a flattering expression.
Who cares about you?
Chui Li turned back and narrowed his eyes in threat. I agreed to deal with Lin Jinxiu because I have a grudge against her. As for you, I have no interest in your affairs. If you know what's good for you, just leave. Lu Xingjin never expected the situation to turn out like this. His brother was causing trouble, so he thought of Chui Li. After all the times he had helped Chui Li, he thought he would surely lend a hand. But now, halfway through, Chui Li was backing out? With this outcome, Lu Xingjin felt stuck, unsure whether to move forward or retreat. After a moment of hesitation, he was thrown out of the Chui residence with a loud "get out." Chui Li limped through the Chui residence, and all the servants avoided him. Those who couldn't escape leaned against the walls to greet him, trying their best to minimize their presence. Chui Li was not in the mood to notice them. He stormed into his brother's courtyard, and upon seeing his brother, he rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. Brother,
you have to help me.
Chui Li's older brother, Chui Da, is a thin middle-aged man who looks over 10 years older than Chui Li. His dark skin and small mustache create a sharp contrast with Chui Li's round face and large ears. When Chui Da heard it was Chui Li, he sighed deeply and frowned, saying, Why are you here instead of resting in your own yard? Brother, you have to help me. Chui Li pleaded, grabbing Chui Da's sleeve and almost pulling him down. Lin Jinxiu's influence is growing. They are getting involved with the local officials, and if this continues, I won't be able to get my revenge. Get up. What kind of behavior is this? Chui Da said, unsure if this person was really his brother. How can you even mention your revenge? If it weren't for our father, you'd still be in jail. I'm still a son. Of course, he would protect me. Chui Li replied. Chui Da pointed at his head, saying, Do you realize how much reputation the Chui family has lost because of you? Even after being grounded, you still can't behave. Are you trying to drive our father to his limits? Brother, didn't father punish me already? Chui Li said, no longer crying and brushing off the dust from his clothes. My backside still hurts. Chui Da waved a scroll at him. You just don't learn. I've told you many times to handle things properly and not leave any evidence. Okay, I understand, Chui Li said, trying to change the subject. So what about Lin Jinxiu? Chui Da was too tired to engage. What can she do? She's just a vendor. I have an important business deal to handle, so don't make things worse. Brother. Chui Li saw that Chui Da didn't want to help and blocked his path. I can only rely on you now. Rely on what? Chui Da glared at him. Is this all you can do? You're fighting with a girl. You'd be better off reading more books. Seeing that Chui Da was determined not to help, Chui Li returned to his yard feeling defeated. When Lu Xingjin returned home, he was covered in dirt, and it was late at night. The night was dark, and the sound of cicadas in the vegetable garden was quite annoying. Lu Xingjin looked at the elegant building next door, and then at his own simple yard. He kicked a piece of charcoal, intending to send it over the wall, but instead, it left a black mark on his own white wall. Darn it! Lu Xingjin cursed quietly and looked up to see that his home was lit. At this hour, his parents should be asleep. Was something wrong? Feeling uneasy, Lu Xingjin grabbed a firewood stick by the door, raised it cautiously, and suddenly opened the front door. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw his parents' surprised faces. Xingjin, what are you doing?
Put down that stick.
Lu Erzwang scolded him. Xingjin, we have a guest. Quickly put that down, Aunt Lu said with a smile. Lu Xingjin lowered the stick, still unsure, and looked at the person his parents called a guest. The man wore a light blue robe and held a folding fan, smiling with fox-like eyes. It was Mo Xianglin, the owner of Qinghe Tower. You are. Lu Xingjin recognized him. You are Mo, the owner of Qinghe Tower? That's right, Mo Xianglin said, slightly bowing. What are you doing at my house in the middle of the night? Lu Xingjin frowned, feeling hostile towards Mo Xianglin's late-night visit. Mo Xianglin didn't mind Lu Xingjin's attitude and continued to smile. I heard that you lost business to the neighbors and are struggling? This felt like a stab in the back to Lu Xingjin. He paused, then laughed in frustration. Mo, you can leave now. You're not welcome here. Mo Xianglin ignored Lu Xingjin's dismissal and slowly stated his purpose. I came to help you solve this problem. Help us? Lu Xingjin looked doubtful. We aren't related. Why would you help us? As he closed his fan, a hint of disdain appeared in Mo Xianglin's eyes. I want to help you because I have a grudge against that Lin owner next door, but don't think I'm being kind-hearted. Lu Xingjin could accept this reason. So, what do you propose? A glimmer of light sparkled in Mo Xianglin's fox-like eyes. Let me explain it to you in detail.
Ding.
Congratulations, player Lin Jinxiu has reached level 4. The home-cooked recipe shop is unlocked, and you receive 200 satisfaction points. Having the Holy Spirit pot was indeed comfortable. While tidying up the shop in the afternoon, Lin Jinxiu heard this system notification. Every day, she earned 100 satisfaction points from the Holy Spirit pot, allowing her to afford many seeds to expand her farmland. However, since the breakfast shop's demand hadn't reached that level yet, Lin Jinxiu kept saving her satisfaction points. While cleaning the kitchen, Lin Jinxiu secretly took out the Holy Spirit pot and poured the remaining water into a special water jar. A few days ago, she discovered that if the water in the pot ran out, it would refill to 3 liters at midnight. If there was still water left, it would still refill to 3 liters, which felt a bit unfair. So, she found a jar to collect the leftover water each day, and without realizing it, she had gathered quite a bit. Even if she only got 100 points daily, the remaining water still had its own effects. If she collected more in the future, it might even be more comfortable for bathing than regular water. Lin Jinxiu thought indulgently. After carefully sealing the lid, Lin Jinxiu returned to her room, first soothing Lei to sleep, then lay down on her bed to check the recipe book given by the space. She opened her information panel. Player Lin Jinxiu LV.4, 5180/10,000, satisfaction, 800 inventory, 3 out of 10 corn stalks x30, eggs x3, Holy Spirit pot as expected. The satisfaction points needed for the next level had increased, but the rate of gaining satisfaction points was quite good, so it wasn't a big deal. Lin Jinxiu didn't mind the large amount of satisfaction points needed for her next upgrade. Instead, she opened the shop interface to see what was available after reaching level 4. A new recipe section lit up in the shop interface. Lin Jinxiu opened it and saw a new recipe she had just obtained. Home cooking recipe. Teaches players how to make home-cooked meals, can only be used by oneself. Satisfaction. 5,000. Lin Jinxiu fell into thought as she looked at the 3 zeros after the price. Just when she felt a bit financially comfortable, something came along that could instantly empty her pockets. And it was something she had to buy. All right then, Lin Jinxiu resigned herself. Perhaps the next time she felt financially comfortable, even more expensive items would appear to shock her, keeping her forever in a state of poverty. Thankfully, she was only running a simple breakfast shop now. If she were running a restaurant, she might be crying out for help in the space. Once I level up more, there will be times when I have plenty of money. Lin Jinxiu comforted herself as she bought 2 corn seeds and 1 chive seed, planted them, watered them a bit, and then went to sleep. Shopkeeper. The next day, business continued as usual. Lin Jinxiu sat behind the bar, writing and crafting, while stringing the copper coins she had received into neat rows for easier exchange at the bank later. Is there a problem? Lin Jinxiu looked up at Huai Yanqing, who was resting his chin on the bar. She didn't stop her work with the coins. With her slender fingers, she tied an uneven knot with the thin string. Don't be lazy, or I'll deduct your pay. Huai Yanqing chuckled. You haven't told me how much my pay is yet. You won't lose out. Lin Jinxiu glanced at him. She was an honest person. It was impossible for her not to pay wages. An honest boss wouldn't admit that she had actually forgotten how much to pay Huai Yanqing. Boss, don't you think there are fewer customers today? After chatting for a bit, Hua Yanqing finally revealed the reason he had come to the bar. It's only noon. And look, I'm already free. Lin Jinxiu paused her work. She had been busy collecting money and had only noticed that half the tables were empty after Hua Yanqing pointed it out. It seemed there were fewer people than before. Could it be that her corn pancakes were no longer popular? That couldn't be true. What's going on? Lin Jinxiu frowned and asked Hua Yanqing. Hua Yanqing turned to look toward the door. Maybe there's something happening outside. Is there anything unusual out there? Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu realized Hua Yanqing had noticed something off. There are a lot of people outside. Hua Yanqing pointed with his thumb toward the door. Lin Jinxiu stood up and looked in the direction he indicated. She saw a crowd gathering, nearly blocking their shop's entrance. I just went outside, and it seems like the shop next door has some new products, and a bunch of people are lining up to buy them. Next door? Looking at where the crowd was facing, it seemed to be Aunt Lu's candy shop, which had lost quite a bit of business to her in the past few days. Lin Jinxiu suddenly felt a bit guilty. Although business is competitive, they were still neighbors who had helped each other before. It looked like they had found a way to counter the food Lin Jinxiu had introduced, and were trying to win back some customers. But seeing that they had new products and attracted many customers, Lin Jinxiu felt quite happy. I'll go take a look. She put down the coins and walked toward the door, with Hua Yanqing following her closely. Before reaching the store entrance, Lin Jinxiu heard a bustling crowd, mixed with familiar shouts from vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. She didn't go outside right away, because there were too many people. Her fingers brushed against a dent on the door left by masked individuals from the day before. Lin Jinxiu stood on her tiptoes to peek at the situation next door. Just like the first couple of days when her corn pancakes were launched, there were many people gathered outside the candy bun shop. Since the candy buns were unlimited and cheap, many customers left with 5, 10, or even more buns in their arms. Are they really launching a new product? Hua Yanqing's voice came from above her. With his height, he could see clearly without needing to stand on tiptoes. Even the martial arts tournament isn't this crazy. Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu proudly replied, actually, when we first introduced the corn pancakes, it was similar. It felt a bit like a pyramid scheme. However, Hua Yanqing's comment made Lin Jinxiu feel a bit puzzled. Ninger had mentioned that the candy bun shop had been around for several years. Although it wasn't very popular, it supported Aunt Lu's family comfortably. Lu Erzwang, the owner, not only had the skills to earn a living but also had a capable wife and a promising son. The reopening of Lin's pancake shop disrupted their little business, and Lin Jinxiu understood the sense of crisis it caused them. However, her success in a few days relied on the unique ingredients from her special space. Recently, there hadn't been any news about the elderly couple launching a new product. So, why had the candy buns suddenly become so popular? It seemed they had put in a lot of effort to regain their business. But could a small shop that had been the same size for years really create something that surpassed her special ingredients in just a few days? Lin Jinxiu fell into deep thought. Shopkeeper, do you smell something? Hua Yanqing asked as Lin Jinxiu was still pondering. She took a deep sniff, but nearly choked. There were too many people in front of her. The smell of sweat, feet, and candy buns, mixed with the unique warmth of the crowd, almost overwhelmed her. Are you okay? Hua Yanqing asked.
I'm fine.
Lin Jinxiu had always disliked crowded places and was trying hard to suppress her nausea while trying to identify any strange smells.
Do you smell anything?
Lin Jinxiu leaned against the door and took a couple of steps forward, then sniffed again. After a while, she finally caught a hint of a pleasant scent among all the mixed odors. Are you talking about a sweet smell? Lin Jinxiu carefully pulled her foot back. Hua Yanqing responded with a sound, a little, it's subtle, not a strong scent. Lin Jinxiu sniffed again. Hua Yanqing was right. After noticing this sweet smell, it seemed to get stronger. Strangely, the scent made her feel an urge to buy a candy bag. Indeed, Lin Jinxiu replied to Hua Yanqing. The scent felt somewhat familiar. Lin Jinxiu thought hard about where she had smelled it before. She was close to figuring it out but couldn't quite express it, which was frustrating. I'm going to buy one, Lin Jinxiu decided, eager to check it out. She reached into her pocket for money, but found she didn't have any coins, so she said, "Wait, I'll go get some money."
Are you sure you want to eat that?
Hua Yanqing disapproved, looking quite displeased with one eyebrow raised higher than the other. "You won't die from one candy bag. Look, everyone else is buying them happily." After some jingling, Lin Jinxiu grabbed a small pouch of coins and headed out, trying to squeeze through the crowd. "Keep an eye on the counter for me, so no one takes my money."
Okay.
Hua Yanqing gave up watching the neighboring candy shop and returned to her post. Watching Lin Jinxiu quickly leave with her pouch, she bent slightly and disappeared into the crowd. "Let's wait for the shopkeeper to bring back the candy bag and see what it is." At the candy shop entrance, Lin Jinxiu found it hard to navigate. The crowd was too dense, and she had to bend down and push through people. Unlike Lin Jinxiu, Aunt Lu and the others weren't forming a line. Everyone was just reaching out to grab candy bags at random. After hearing the exact price of the candy bag in the crowd, Lin Jinxiu realized it was quite cheap compared to her pancakes, selling for around 100 coins. For a sugar bun, it might seem quite expensive, but with Lin Jinxiu beside her selling a pancake for 1 or 2 coins, everyone thinks that 100 coins is really a good deal. It's true that comparing people can be frustrating. Lin Jinxiu was squeezed in the crowd like a small boat on a river without paddles, swaying back and forth, struggling to keep her balance. Not wanting to stay in such a crowd for another second, she pushed her way forward. After much effort, she finally reached the front, but her hair and clothes were a mess. She straightened her clothes and hair, then stretched out her hand to give 100 coins, saying, "Auntie, please give me a sugar bun." When Aunt Lu saw it was Lin Jinxiu, her welcoming smile instantly vanished. Her quick movements became hesitant, as if she didn't really want to sell to her. Lin Jinxiu found it strange. Had she upset her somehow? She repeated her request for a sugar bun. Aunt Lu spoke, "Miss Lin." At that moment, Lu Erzwang shot a fierce glare at Aunt Lu, and only then did she stop talking and hand the sugar bun to Lin Jinxiu. Her movements were shaky and not at all cheerful. Feeling frustrated by the crowd, Lin Jinxiu didn't think about it further. After thanking Aunt Lu, she hurried back to her shop. "Honestly, just to get a sugar bun, I feel like I lost half my life." Lin Jinxiu grumbled to herself, holding the paper-wrapped bun. It was ridiculous. Not only had her hairpin been lost in the crowd, but her skirt had also been stepped on multiple times, all for a sugar bun that wasn't worth it. She was originally just curious about what was special about the sugar bun, but Aunt Lu and Lu Erzwang's reactions were definitely unusual. There was something off about this sugar bun, but what exactly was the problem? The bun in her hand looked no different from the ones she had eaten before, with a soft skin and a sweet filling covered in sugary crumbs. It seemed like an ordinary sugar bun, but the aroma it gave off was truly tempting. How could they make a sugar bun that smelled so good? Did they use a different kind of sugar, or... Holding the sugar bun, Lin Jinxiu pondered as she walked toward her shop. "Are you okay?" As soon as she stepped into the shop and hadn't even looked up, she heard Hua Yanqing's concerned voice. This caring tone wasn't directed at Lin Jinxiu. She looked up and saw a middle-aged man sitting on a stool, hunched over and looking very uncomfortable. There was a puddle of vomit on the floor, and a sour smell filled the shop, causing several people to cover their mouths and noses and step back. Hua Yanqing squatted nearby, stepping back slightly to avoid the mess, and handed a cup of water to the man, asking with concern. Lin Jinxiu hurried over to the bar and placed a bag of candy down, but when she turned around, the bag rolled onto the floor and she didn't notice, focused on her customer. The man was a regular at the shop, coming almost every afternoon for a cup of corn juice, sometimes bringing a small dish to enjoy with it. Today, for some reason, he suddenly vomited after just a couple of sips. It's okay, the man said, clearly feeling unwell, his face pale. He took the tea from Hua Yanqing and drank 2 cups before calming down. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Jinxiu approached and handed him a clean towel to wipe his mouth. The man took the towel to clean his lips and shook his head, saying, "I was fine earlier. I don't know why I suddenly vomited. Maybe I ate something bad. Next time, please be careful with what you eat," Lin Jinxiu said gently, patting his back. "Thank you for your concern. I will be careful," the man replied, wiping his mouth and drinking a few more cups of water, looking a bit embarrassed at the mess on the floor. About this. I'll take care of it. You should go home and rest. Your health is the most important," Hua Yanqing urged him to go home. However, he felt a bit troubled facing the mess, standing there for a while not knowing how to handle it. "Just sprinkle some dirt over it. Once the dirt absorbs the liquid, you can sweep it away." Lin Jinxiu noticed he was unsure and offered advice. "I'll go find some tools." She passed through the kitchen and found the necessary tools in the backyard, glancing at the bar out of habit. "Hey, where's the candy bag? Did you check around?" Hua Yanqing took the tools from her and went to deal with the mess. Lin Jinxiu felt frustrated that the candy bag she had just bought had disappeared. She searched around for a long time but couldn't find it, wondering who might have taken it. Oh, really, the money didn't disappear, so it seems this person had a bit of conscience? Never mind, it was just a candy bag. She could buy another one later. Since she couldn't find the candy bag, Lin Jinxiu decided to focus on the task at hand and deal with the food situation later. "Did you find it?" Hua Yanqing asked, holding a broom and sweeping the mess outside. Lin Jinxiu shook her head and sat back at the bar, playing with a coin. "No, maybe someone took it. Really, you have to touch even a candy bag." Hua Yanqing shook his head and went back to work. "Who knows?" Lin Jinxiu shrugged. The whole day, business at Lin Jinxiu's pancake shop was not good. Only corn pancakes, corn juice, and chive pockets were sold. The regular pancakes hardly had any buyers, and dozens were wasted. In contrast, the candy bag shop next door had customers until sunset, and they couldn't keep up with the demand. This made Lin Jinxiu understand how the neighboring shop felt a few days ago, and she felt a bit self-deprecating. What method did they use to make their candy bags so appealing? What was the secret behind the aroma of the candy bags? Lin Jinxiu couldn't figure it out. Finally, when the sun set and the crowd outside the candy bag shop began to thin, Lin Jinxiu approached Aunt Lu's shop again, hoping to buy a candy bag. "Aunt, are all the candy bags sold out today?" Lin Jinxiu waved to Aunt Lu, who was cleaning up, her eyes smiling warmly. Seeing Lin Jinxiu at her shop again, Aunt Lu slowed her cleaning a bit, her lips twitching before she replied, "They're all sold out." "That's too bad." Lin Jinxiu leaned on the table in front of her, resting her chin on her hands. "I bought a candy bag this morning, but someone took it before I could eat it." Lin Jinxiu had just mentioned not getting to eat it, and to her surprise, Aunt Lu's expression relaxed a little. With wide eyes, she looked around and noticed Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin were not there. She rolled up her sleeves and leaned closer to Lin Jinxiu's ear. "Miss Lin, listen to Aunt Lu. You must not eat that candy bag." "What?" Lin Jinxiu's expression turned serious at Aunt Lu's warning. "I can't tell you more." Aunt Lu glanced around as if watching for someone. "Don't come back to buy candy bags. If you want one, I'll bring it to you." After saying this, she hurriedly pushed Lin Jinxiu's shoulder, urging her to leave. "Okay, Lin Jinxiu hadn't finished agreeing before Aunt Lu pushed her out of the shop. Could it be that they added something bad to their candy bags? "Sister, did you get the candy bag?" Back at the shop, Aunt Lu was finishing the meal, while Hua Yanqing and Ninger were setting the table for dinner. Lin Jinxiu is back, and all three pairs of eyes are looking at the door. Ninger looked around but didn't see Lin Jinxiu carrying anything. Didn't her sister just say she was going to buy some candy? They're sold out. Lin Jinxiu already had a plan in mind, but she didn't want Ninger, who couldn't keep secrets, to know about it. Seeing that there would be no candy, Ninger pouted and returned to the table. "I wanted to try the new candy from Uncle Lu's." Okay, I'll go buy it for you early tomorrow," Lin Jinxiu comforted her. "Just hold on today and eat at home." Fortunately, Ninger wasn't picky. She just had a sweet tooth and longed for the candy from the neighbor. Hua Yanqing had been silent because Lin Jinxiu had been signaling him since she entered, as if she wanted to discuss something. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Jinxiu waved to Hua Yanqing to come into her room. "What's wrong, shopkeeper?" Hua Yanqing asked as he walked in and closed the door behind him. He saw Lin Jinxiu sitting at the table and gestured for him to take a seat. Confused, Hua Yanqing sat down across from her. Are you planning to dismiss me already? You've only worked a few days, and I'm already dismissing you? Lin Jinxiu scoffed. I have something important to discuss. Go ahead, Hua Yanqing said, looking around and pouring himself some water from a teapot on the table. Lin Jinxiu recounted what Aunt Lu had told her today. Good thing that candy was taken by someone else, Hua Yanqing said, tapping his cup thoughtfully. It seems there really is a problem. So, what do you think? Lin Jinxiu frowned, looking troubled. I really want to know the truth, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. What's wrong with that? Hua Yanqing asked. We just settled here in the county, and it's only been a few days. If we go looking for trouble with the neighbors, it could draw attention, Lin Jinxiu explained. She wasn't part of the local authority, and even though she had a reputation, not everything she said would be listened to. Hua Yanqing suggested, why not tell Brother Zhao? You've gotten close enough to call him Brother Zhao, Lin Jinxiu teased. No way. If the authorities find out about this, Aunt Lu might be questioned by her husband. Aunt Lu kindly shared the information with Lin Jinxiu, but saying it directly could feel like betraying her. Hua Yanqing thought for a moment and agreed that this approach wouldn't work. After thinking it over, this matter can only be investigated privately. So, I need you to help me with something, Lin Jinxiu said seriously. Hearing it was about his own business, Hua Yanqing immediately became interested, raising an eyebrow and leaning closer to Lin Jinxiu. What is it, shopkeeper? Aunt Lu is unwilling to sell me the candy bags. I need you to go next door and find out what's going on, Lin Jinxiu whispered. Hua Yanqing immediately refused without hesitation, saying with righteous indignation, no way, I've retired from that life. You can't force me to steal. Lin Jinxiu thought it was quite ridiculous that this escaped thief could be so self-righteous. Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu didn't argue but gave him a look that clearly said, are you kidding me? Hua Yanqing felt uneasy under Lin Jinxiu's gaze and quickly gave in. All right, I'll go, okay? It was just to check on the candy shop's secret. How could it be difficult for someone with a reputation as a thief? Good, Lin Jinxiu said, picking up a cloth bag from the ground and placing it on the table, the sound of metal clinking inside. Hua Yanqing looked closely and recognized the familiar throwing darts and short knife, his own weapons from when he visited the shop. He didn't expect the shopkeeper to be so prepared, just waiting for his agreement. Are we going now? Hua Yanqing asked, looking at the items in his hands. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Let's get this done before anything changes.
All right.
Hua Yanqing nodded and turned to leave. Lin Jinxiu wasn't worried. He had often mingled with wealthy families and officials when he was a thief, and he hadn't been caught. He even had his own rumors. If he couldn't check next door without leaving a trace, it would be a blow to his reputation. After a little while, Hua Yanqing returned, shaking his head at Lin Jinxiu. It wasn't a good time to go. Everyone was asleep. They didn't have any leftover candy bags, and even the ingredients were locked up. It seems they won't be opening it anytime soon. Just to make a candy bag, they locked up all the ingredients? What's going on? Lin Jinxiu couldn't understand. There were too many confusing things lately, making her dizzy. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now, Lin Jinxiu said, giving up. At least we now know for sure that there's something wrong with the candy shop. The next few days of business will likely be disrupted, so we should come up with a plan. Without understanding what tricks the other party is playing, Lin Jinxiu couldn't make a proper decision and could only take things one step at a time. Hua Yanqing nodded, preparing to go back and rest. Be ready, Lin Jinxiu reminded Hua Yanqing. You might need to go out again later, so I won't put away your equipment. If you need anything, just take it from here. Okay, Hua Yanqing replied. Next, it seemed they would face a serious battle, Lin Jinxiu thought. Lin Jinxiu felt very regretful, extremely regretful. She had prayed all day yesterday for nothing to go wrong, but it turned out to be a strong jinx. Today, just as business was picking up, someone stormed into her shop, ready to argue. They didn't buy anything but made a loud noise at the bar, almost crying on the floor. Originally, people outside were just waiting in line at the candy store, but when they saw the commotion in Lin Jinxiu's shop, many of them came in to watch. Unfortunately, they didn't see what they expected. Lin Jinxiu stood tall and unafraid, feeling confident. Her righteous expression made many believe that the newcomers were definitely looking for trouble. "This customer," the loud woman shouted at her, her voice so sharp that it made Lin Jinxiu's head spin. She had to cover one ear with her hand to feel a bit better. She tried hard to raise her voice above the sharp accusations. She shouted until her throat hurt, struggling to understand where the woman got her strength to shout so loudly. "Customer, if you need help, please let me know. But saying my products are faulty is just slander." Slander? Lin Jinxiu's words angered the group in front of her. The woman who had shouted the loudest immediately jumped up, spitting as she spoke. If Lin Jinxiu hadn't moved quickly, the woman's flailing arms would have hit her face. "I drank your corn juice and got sick. Is that slander? I think you're a scammer. Pay up." Soon, a chorus of voices around her shouted for compensation. Lin Jinxiu knew they were only there for the money, and she certainly couldn't give in. Not to mention that compromising was not Lin Jinxiu's style. If she did, it would only confirm that there was something wrong with her products. "This customer." Lin Jinxiu clasped her hands and said, "I have been running the shop for a long time, selling the same corn juice every day. I believe you have tried my corn juice more than once. If there was a problem with it, why did you only notice it recently? Who knows if you added something to your product just because your sales are good?" The woman did not listen to Lin Jinxiu's explanation. "People like you would do anything for profit." Before Lin Jinxiu could respond, someone in the crowd shouted, "Miss Lin, the person ate your food and felt unwell. We believe your product is fine. Just give her some money, and everyone will be happy." After all, Lin Jinxiu had made quite a bit of money in the county recently, so she could afford to compensate. Hearing this, Lin Jinxiu laughed in anger. Why should she pay just because she had money? It was clear they were trying to take advantage of her wealth, proving that envy of the rich has always existed. "Everyone, we can't say it like that." Lin Jinxiu shifted her focus from the troublemaker to everyone in the shop, especially those who had been shouting. "I, Lin Jinxiu, run my business based on honesty. My prices are clear, and the quantities are posted for all to see." She looked directly at the woman causing trouble and said, "Ma'am, I've been selling my corn juice for at least a week now. Why would I ruin my good product and damage my reputation? You call me a dishonest seller, but dishonest sellers aren't foolish." "I don't care," the woman insisted, unwilling to reason with Lin Jinxiu. She felt wronged and demanded compensation. Stubbornly, she sat down on the ground, using the classic tactic of making a scene. She cried and pounded her legs, acting as if Lin Jinxiu had harmed her entire family. The woman's companions also began to wail dramatically, creating a scene. Lin Jinxiu was determined not to be taken advantage of. While they were crying, she raised her voice. "If you think I, Lin Jinxiu, am being unfair, let's report this to the authorities. We can all go to the magistrate and let him decide." The crowd gasped. If it were another business, they would have just paid them off to resolve the issue quickly. Who would want to waste time reporting this to the authorities? Lin Jinxiu is very straightforward. She immediately decided to report to the authorities without considering a more diplomatic solution. It seems that she values her reputation and integrity more than anything else, even if it means losing a day's earnings. For someone like her, whose business relies on a good name, losing that reputation would be a significant blow. Among the crowd, only a few understood this reasoning. Most people thought Lin Jinxiu was foolish for making such a big deal out of something that could be resolved with money. As she remained firm, those who were crying felt embarrassed and unsure of what to do, eventually standing up and looking lost. "Fellow villagers, let's go to the government office with her." The leading woman seemed determined, rallying her companions. "I want to see what tricks this dishonest merchant can pull." Lin Jinxiu scoffed. "Hua Yanking, come with me. Ninger, keep an eye on the shop." The two she called responded and quickly got to work. "Please go ahead." Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanking stood at the shop entrance, guiding the customers seeking money outside. Seeing them, the crowd felt a bit intimidated but eventually straightened up and followed the woman out. Onlookers, excited about the idea of reporting to the authorities, gathered around, eager to join in. This caused the line outside the candy shop to disperse. After all, a court case was far more entertaining than buying candy. Soon, everyone had left the candy shop and gathered in front of Lin Jinxiu's store.
Ugh.
Watching the crowd leave, Lu Xingjin gritted his teeth. Does Lin Jinxiu have a grudge against us? Why can she always steal our customers? Aunt Lu looked at Lin Jinxiu with a hint of worry, opening her mouth but saying nothing. I'll go check it out. Lu Erzwang dropped what he was doing and hurried to catch up with Lin Jinxiu and her group heading to the government office.
Dad, slow down.
Lu Xingjin, seeing Lu Erzwang run out, quickly dropped his things to follow. Aunt Lu, noticing the men of her family rushing out, could only sigh and return to the empty shop, unsure of what to do, and stomped her foot in frustration before going back inside. Lin Jinxiu and her group confidently walked towards the government office. The two defendants appeared calm and relaxed, occasionally whispering to each other along the way. In contrast, those who were filing the complaint seemed a bit anxious, unsure if it was due to Lin Jinxiu's imposing presence or something else. Shopkeeper, Hua Yanqing called softly. What is it? Lin Jinxiu asked. Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin are following us, Hua Yanqing replied, having just glanced back and made eye contact with Lu Xingjin, who was mingling in the crowd. For some reason, Lu Xingjin's gaze held a hint of resentment. Upon reflection, they didn't seem to have any past conflicts, nor had they ever spoken. Could it be true, as the shopkeeper suggested, that he was interested in a girl that Lin Jinxiu had caught his attention? What a childish reason. Thinking this, Hua Yanqing squinted and smiled at Lu Xingjin, which Lu Xingjin interpreted as a challenge. Just a few seconds of eye contact made Lu Xingjin's face turn red with anger. They're following us. Lin Jinxiu pondered. Is Aunt Lu here? Hua Yanqing replied, I haven't seen Aunt Lu. All right. Lin Jinxiu nodded. The large group arrived at the government office, leaving the young constables at the entrance stunned. If Lin Jinxiu hadn't picked up the drumstick to report, they might have thought this crowd was there to cause trouble. Lin Jinxiu extended the drumstick behind her, as she was a defendant and not a complainant, so she shouldn't be the one to strike the drum. However, no one stepped forward to take it. When she turned around, she found that the group of people who had been crying in her shop were now retreating. The woman looked around and realized she had been pushed to the front, with several large men shrinking back behind her, resembling a hen protecting her chicks. How embarrassing for all of you! The woman, with no other choice, took the drumstick from Lin Jinxiu's hand. As the drum sounded, the orderly constables in uniforms rushed out from the back room. Each held a tall staff, lined up on either side of the hall. Lin Jinxiu curiously leaned forward to look. This seemed to be a classic scene straight out of a movie, and she felt a bit excited. Authority! The bottom of the staff struck the ground rhythmically, creating a chaotic yet powerful beat that resonated even before entering the courtroom. Seeing it in person was indeed impressive, Lin Jinxiu thought. Following the constables into the courtroom, the onlookers were kept outside. Lin Jinxiu raised her eyes to look at the plaque that read upright and honest. The writing is truly beautiful, but I wonder where it came from. Before I could think much about it, the county magistrate walked out from the back room with heavy steps. He struggled to fit his large belly into the chair, nearly tipping over the table in front of him. To Lin Jinxiu's surprise, not only did the magistrate come out, but the scholar she had only seen once also strolled out gracefully. He had a pair of smiling eyes that scanned Lin Jinxiu but did not sit down, instead lightly waving a folding fan while standing to the side, looking quite relaxed. Everyone knelt to pay their respects to the magistrate, and although Lin Jinxiu was not used to such customs, she followed suit. Get up, the magistrate said lazily, and everyone slowly stood up. When Lin Jinxiu stood, she noticed that Hua Yanqing seemed to have hardly moved. You didn't bow? Lin Jinxiu asked him quietly. In the world of rivers and lakes, it's not necessary to kneel completely, Hua Yanqing explained softly. All right, Lin Jinxiu shrugged. Who is beating the drum? The magistrate glanced at the scholar and struck the table with a wooden stick, silencing the buzzing conversation below. Seeing the men around her hesitant and anxious, a woman stepped forward and said to the magistrate, Sir, it is us commoners who are beating the drum. Why are you beating the drum? The magistrate squinted, his expression flat, looking quite tired. We drank corn juice at Lin Jinxiu's shop yesterday, and after returning home, we all had terrible stomach pains and diarrhea. We suspect there is something wrong with her corn juice. When we went back to confront her today, she insisted that her product was fine and refused to compensate us, even suggesting we report her. The woman pointed at Lin Jinxiu. The magistrate followed her finger and looked at Lin Jinxiu. So it's Miss Lin. Miss Lin, what is the situation with the corn juice in your shop? The magistrate asked. Sir, the recipe for the corn juice in my shop has not changed since we opened. If there was an issue with my corn juice, why didn't anyone have stomach pains during the first few days of business? Lin Jinxiu defended herself. The magistrate nodded. So you are saying these people do not have stomach pains and are trying to deceive you? As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Lin Jinxiu. Those who had come to cause trouble stared at her, and some were even prepared to kneel and claim they were wronged. I believe these villagers are not lying, Lin Jinxiu said.
Oh.
This sounds contradictory to Lin Jinxiu's defense. The county magistrate raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Lin Jinxiu glanced at the crowd gathered outside the government office. I believe the villagers are indeed experiencing stomach pain, but whether it's due to my family's corn juice is still up for debate. Perhaps the magistrate should ask the villagers if they ate anything else? Upon hearing this, the magistrate found it reasonable, and those who had complained began to ponder. If Lin Jinxiu's product was fine, then the issue must lie with something else they consumed. It would just mean switching to a different vendor for compensation. Villagers, besides Lin's corn juice, what else did you eat yesterday? The magistrate asked them. This question was simple yet complicated. The villagers took several minutes to think before one person weakly raised their hand. I was busy yesterday and didn't eat much, but I remember. I bought a candy bag next door before going to Lin's shop. Another person added, I only had the meal my wife made. If I ate anything outside, besides Lin's corn juice, it was just the candy bag, which was really delicious. As they spoke, the others chimed in, saying they had all bought a candy bag before drinking the corn juice. It seemed the candy bag might indeed be the problem. Lin Jinxiu exchanged glances with Huai Yanqing. Since all of you ate the candy bag, the magistrate nodded, striking the table, bring in the candy bag shop owner. The constable at the door shouted, bring in the candy bag shop owner. Hidden in the crowd, Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin felt a chill. What was happening that required them to be brought in? The father and son exchanged glances, but the constable insisted they must go, so Lu Erzwang followed him to the front. Seeing Lu Erzwang looking confused, the magistrate said, since the candy bag shop owner is here, I will ask, is it Lin's corn juice that has a problem, or is it the candy bag from the shop? Upon hearing that the candy bag might be the issue, Lu Erzwang quickly stammered to the magistrate, Sir, you can't wrong me. It's all her. It's her shop's products that are the problem.
Huh.
Lin Jinxiu narrowed her eyes. She hadn't claimed that the candy bag shop was definitely at fault. She had merely made a hypothetical guess. Why was Lu Erzwang so quick to insist she was the one with the problem? Lu Erzwang indeed had something to hide, which is why he wanted to distance himself. Lin Jinxiu, why do you have to involve us in the problems of your own shop? Lu Erzwang said angrily, pointing at Lin Jinxiu. Since you opened, our neighbors have had no peace. Now we're even in court because of you. Do you want us to suffer just to feel happy? That was quite an extreme statement. Lin Jinxiu bowed to the county magistrate. Sir, I didn't say there was a problem with the candy shop. It was the locals who mentioned they had issues after eating the candy. Please see the truth. Upon hearing this, the magistrate realized it was more than just a few locals with stomach problems and became serious. Lin Jinxiu, Lu Erzwang, I allow you both to defend yourselves. Hearing the magistrate, those who complained stepped back to watch, leaving only the two shop owners and their employees standing tense in front. Sir, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the candy in my shop. Lu Erzwang repeated his earlier claim. Then I would like to ask the owner, Lin Jinxiu replied. Everyone knows how your business is doing. Why did your new product sell so well in just one morning?
Hey, how dare you say that?
Lu Erzwang shot back at Lin Jinxiu. Your corn is the same. Once someone tries it, they get hooked. There's definitely something strange about it. Lin Jinxiu firmly disagreed. Sir, you shouldn't speak carelessly. My products use rare ingredients from other places, which is why they are limited in supply. On the other hand, your candy is addictive and not limited at all. Since you suspect I added something to my corn, I can certainly suspect you added something to your candy. Ridiculous. Lu Erzwang was furious. I've been making candy for nearly 20 years. How could I just add anything to it? You've been average for 20 years and suddenly your sales skyrocketed. Anyone would be suspicious, Lin Jinxiu replied, giving him a glance. You're just jealous of our good business. Lu Erzwang shouted at Lin Jinxiu. With a few loud knocks, the magistrate called for silence. Since both of you have different claims, here's what we'll do. Bring in the next person. At the magistrate's command, several officers stepped forward. Take those who claim to have stomach pain for investigation. As for you two shop owners, the magistrate thought for a moment. Come back tomorrow with your candy and corn juice. Court dismissed. After the county magistrate finished speaking, he slammed the wooden block and left the courtroom. Lin Jinxiu was surprised by the magistrate's actions. He was going to take a whole night before making a decision that would give the wrongdoers a chance to act.
Sir.
Lin Jinxiu wanted to say something, but the magistrate had already slipped out of his chair and moved to the back room. Lin Jinxiu was astonished to see the crowd disperse without anyone questioning the magistrate's actions.
Dad, what's going on?
Lu Xingjin asked quietly as he walked against the crowd with Lu Erzwang. Shopkeeper, let's head back for now, Hua Yanqing called out to Lin Jinxiu, who was still standing still. Don't you think there's something wrong? Lin Jinxiu asked Hua Yanqing.
Well.
Hua Yanqing crossed his arms and watched the magistrate's back as he went to the back room. What is going on?
Didn't they say court would be held tomorrow?
Lu Xingjin's angry voice came from behind, making Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing turn around. It turned out that a few people who wanted compensation had blocked Lu Xingjin and Lu Erzwang's path. Before they could say anything, Lu Xingjin shouted at them, scaring them into silence. The crowd parted, allowing Lu Xingjin and Lu Erzwang to pass. Seeing Lin Jinxiu still standing there, they tried to approach her. Lin Jinxiu cleverly clasped her hands and bowed, saying, Fellow villagers, please don't rush. Court will be held tomorrow, and the magistrate will surely give everyone an explanation. Upon hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to look at each other for a moment before leaving the courthouse, disappointed that they hadn't received any money. Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing began to leave as well. At the courthouse entrance, they ran into a young constable who had eaten at their restaurant before. The young constable smiled brightly. Miss Lin, I believe your restaurant is definitely fine since we've eaten there. Thank you, Lin Jinxiu said with a smile. Do you know what important matter the magistrate had this afternoon? Hua Yanqing asked him. The young constable looked around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice. The magistrate is going to join the head constable to deal with bandits this afternoon. You all happen to be here at a bad time. Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing suddenly understood. So it was about dealing with bandits. No wonder the magistrate was in such a hurry, even postponing the case. They realized they had misunderstood him. Now that they understood the situation, Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing bid farewell to the young constable and headed back to the restaurant. Hua Yanqing. Lin Jinxiu pondered and asked, What do you think they will do tonight? Maybe they will exchange their candy bags back to the original ones tonight, Hua Yanqing replied. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Exactly. So while they are still open, I need to find a way to buy a candy bag from their shop. Should I sneak one for you? Hua Yanqing asked. Come on, didn't you refuse to do that last night? Why are you so eager to steal a candy bag now? Lin Jinxiu scoffed. I was just trying to make it easier for you, Hua Yanqing defended himself. Forget it. Lin Jinxiu waved her hand. If Aunt Lu won't sell to me, I can just ask someone else to help me buy it. Look at how Lu Xingjin is staring at you. It's like he wants to eat you. Hua Yanqing agreed with her and dropped the idea. When they returned to the shop, There were no customers because of the events today. It seemed unlikely they would have any until things settled down. However, someone was waiting for Lin Jinxiu.
Hey, doctor?
Lin Jinxiu was surprised to see the old doctor and quickly approached him. What brings you here? I wanted to buy some corn flour from you, the old doctor said quietly, glancing around. This afternoon, I need to deliver some medicine to my old friends. They have been sick for years, and although their conditions are stable, the root cause hasn't been treated. I'd like to try your corn flour. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxiu thought about how the corn from this afternoon wouldn't be used, and agreed to help him. Hey, why are there so few customers in your shop? The old doctor asked curiously. That's unusual. Lin Jinxiu sighed and explained the situation to him. The old doctor sighed as well. My dear, sometimes you just have to accept bad luck. Don't worry, things will get better. If your corn doesn't sell in the next few days, you can sell all the corn flour to me. Lin Jinxiu smiled. The old doctor was really trying to find ways to buy her corn flour. Okay, just let me know in advance, and I'll prepare some for you. Lin Jinxiu thought about how she had enough points in her space and considered planting 2 more corn plants for him.
Great.
The old doctor's eyes lit up at the thought of having new corn flour. Now let me get you some corn flour. Please wait a moment. Lin Jinxiu turned and went to her room to collect corn. Meanwhile, over at Lu Xingjin's side. Oh no! What are we going to do now? Aunt Lu anxiously slapped her thigh. Although she knew from their words that Lin Jinxiu had not betrayed her, hearing that they would go to court tomorrow made her panic. She paced back and forth in the shop, saying, I told you not to use that harmful stuff. Now look, the shop might be lost. What harmful stuff? Lu Erzwang shouted. Isn't it just that eating too much can cause diarrhea? Many herbal medicines can cause diarrhea if taken in excess. Mom, please calm down. Lu Xingjin was annoyed by his mother's pacing. If Manager Mo has been using it, why hasn't anything happened? Manager Mo, yes, Manager Mo. Aunt Lu heard her son mention him. Son, go ask Manager Mo what we should do about this. Upon hearing this, Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin realized they could indeed ask Manager Mo. He provided the secret recipe, and if something went wrong, he couldn't escape responsibility either. With Aunt Lu's reminder, Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin quickly grabbed a few items and slipped out the back door, avoiding acquaintances as they headed straight for Qinghe Tower. Waiter! Lu Xingjin called to the waiter at Qinghe Tower. We need to see the boss. We have important matters to discuss. The waiter looked at their appearance and waved them off. Our manager is busy. Not just anyone can see him. You two should go back. Hey, that's not fair. Lu Xingjin felt insulted by the waiter's obvious disdain. Anger rose within him. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't waste time arguing with the waiter. He needed to see Manager Mo quickly. Seeing that the waiter wouldn't budge, Lu Xingjin pushed past him and called out for Manager Mo as he entered the shop.
Hey,
what are you doing? The waiter, realizing Lu Xingjin was not going to listen, quickly called for a few people to throw him out. Seeing that they were trying to force him out, Lu Xingjin quickly covered his head and dodged, shouting for Manager Mo while weaving through the tables in the hall. The customers scattered, and the staff chased Lu Xingjin like they were catching a mouse. After a frantic chase, they finally managed to pin him to the ground. Look at you! The waiter, panting from the chase, said, How dare a mere commoner cause trouble in my Qinghe Tower? I really have something to discuss with Manager Mo. Lu Xingjin struggled against the grip of several hands, unable to move. With no other option, he lowered his voice and said to the waiter, I came to talk to Manager Mo about the secret recipe. The secret recipe. As soon as he mentioned the secret recipe, the waiter quickly covered his mouth and said, What are you talking about? He then dragged Lu Xingjin to the back room. There are so many customers outside, and you have no sense of discretion. The waiter was worried that someone might overhear the mention of the secret recipe. Did the manager really give you the secret recipe? Lu Xingjin looked around and noticed his father wasn't there, probably blocked outside. Of course he did. I came to find the manager just for the secret recipe. Something has gone wrong. Hearing that something was wrong with the secret recipe, The waiter realized the seriousness of the situation and took Lu Xingjin to find Manager Mo. At that moment, Manager Mo was sitting in a private room on the second floor with several dishes on the table. However, he and the person across from him had not touched any food, instead sipping tea and discussing business matters. Just as they were reaching a crucial point in their conversation, there was a knock at the door.
Come in.
Manager Mo set down his teacup, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a small amount of food on his plate. The door to the private room opened, and a head peeked in. Seeing it was the waiter, Manager Mo asked what was the matter. The waiter looked at the person across from Manager Mo and, noticing it was the eldest son of the Chui family, Chuida, felt relieved. Manager, someone is looking for you. They said there's a problem with the secret recipe.
What?
Manager Mo and Chuida said in unison what happened. The waiter pushed Lu Xingjin inside. Seeing Manager Mo was indeed there, Lu Xingjin didn't care about the person sitting across from him and sat down next to Manager Mo. Manager Mo, there's a big problem. This is... Chuida clearly didn't recognize Lu Xingjin. He looked like an ordinary commoner, nothing special. Manager Mo explained to Chuida, a few days ago, I sold the secret recipe to him.
Cuide understood.
This is Chuida, the eldest son of the Chui family. Manager Mo introduced Lu Xingjin to the person across from him. He's one of us, so just speak freely. Upon hearing Chuida's name, Lu Xingjin felt a bit stunned and suddenly realized that his action of sitting down was quite abrupt. However, since he was already seated, getting up would be awkward. Seeing that Chuida didn't seem to mind, he decided to get to the point. Manager, the secret recipe you gave me was supposed to be undiscoverable, right? Lu Xingjin asked Manager Mo. Yes. Manager Mo replied, confused. But why do people who ate my family's special sugar packets get stomach aches after drinking corn juice at Lin Jinxiu's place? Lu Xingjin asked, pointing outside. Those people have come to find us. What? Both Manager Mo and Chuida said in unison. Manager Mo was shocked that the special recipe had met a rival, while Chuida was surprised that the rival was Lin Jinxiu. Chuida remembered Lin Jinxiu. His foolish younger brother talked about her all the time, and he was almost tired of hearing it. He thought a small breakfast shop owner wouldn't cause much trouble, but he didn't expect her food to react with the special recipe. Mo, who exactly is Lin Jinxiu?
Cuide asked.
You must know about the past between Lin Jinxiu and your brother, Manager Mo said to Chuida. The things she sells are truly amazing. Just one corn pancake can energize a person. Mo Xianglin said with resentment. My younger brother tried to buy her recipe but was refused, so he gave the special recipe to her neighbor to test her. I didn't expect it would lead to this. It's about 1 or 2 silver coins for a pancake, right? As soon as pancakes were mentioned, Chuida knew who it was. Manager Mo nodded and added, I once bought Lin Jinxiu's pancakes to study them, but I found nothing. They smell and taste like nothing I have ever seen before. Chuida had only heard of corn pancakes and had never tasted them. Now that Manager Mo praised her pancakes so highly, he became curious. She claims to use ingredients from other places, Lu Xingjin said anxiously. Oh, managers, what should we do now? If it goes to court tomorrow and proves the sugar packets are faulty, you might get involved too. He was almost banging his thigh in frustration. Why were these two managers only thinking about Lin Jinxiu? Manager Mo then realized something was wrong and leaned forward to look at Lu Xingjin. Has it really gone to court? Under their intense gazes, Lu Xingjin, who had been sitting up straight, slowly slumped down. Those people drank Lin Jinxiu's corn juice and think it's the cause of their problems, so they are asking her for compensation. And then,
Cuide presto.
I didn't expect Lin Jinxiu to refuse to settle the matter with money and take it to court. I don't even know what she told the county magistrate, but somehow it all came back to me. Lu Xingjin's last words were barely audible. Both Manager Mo and Chuida felt quite annoyed upon hearing this. The situation had escalated to this point, and if they didn't take action, it would not just be a simple matter of using the candy shop as a shield. Normally, most people would just want to settle the issue with money, but Lin Jinxiu went through a lot of trouble to involve the authorities. What is she trying to achieve? Manager Mo said. unable to drink his tea. He slammed his cup on the table, spilling tea all over the tablecloth. Chueda sighed deeply and said, Lin Jinxiu is indeed a strong-willed woman, as seen from my brother's situation. It seems she has connections. Connections? Manager Mo asked, puzzled. Connections? Lu Xingjin wondered if Lin Jinxiu was just a small business owner. My brother's gambling house was shut down due to his own wrongdoing, Chueda explained. But we both know what kind of person the county magistrate is. Even after taking bribes, he still punished my brother in front of Lin Jinxiu. Who is he trying to impress? Seeing that the two were silent, Chueda added, he is definitely putting on a show for someone above him. This revelation was quite shocking for Lu Xingjin, who realized for the first time that the county magistrate had accepted bribes. Manager Mo was more concerned about what to do about Lin Jinxiu. However, if Lin Jinxiu has connections, she wouldn't need to report this to the authorities. Manager Mo thought the situation was more complicated. If she felt wronged, she could just mention it to the county magistrate and have him handle it quietly. Why make such a big fuss? I don't see the county magistrate being very supportive of her. Lu Xingjin hesitated to speak. He said he wouldn't hear the case until tomorrow, and it doesn't seem like he wants to get involved. Now it was Chueda who was confused about the situation.
Could it be?
Manager Mo boldly speculated that Lin Jinxiu's connections only allow her to have the county magistrate handle the case fairly? So that means... Chueda understood his point. If Lin Jinxiu has issues herself, the county magistrate would have to investigate her, right? Lu Xingjin suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with determination. He understood what the two bosses meant. Seeing that Lu Xingjin had reacted, Manager Mo was quite satisfied. He took a small paper bag from under the table and handed it to Lu Xingjin, saying, You are in luck. I was just discussing this business with Brother Chui. Take it and handle it. Lu Xingjin received the paper bag and glanced inside, realizing it was the medicine that Manager Mo had sold to him. He frowned and handed the bag back, saying, Manager Mo, I really can't do this. The waiter beside Lin Jinxiu is quite skilled. If I go, I might get caught, and if I fail, it would be disastrous. Manager Mo had indeed heard that Lin Jinxiu had hired a martial artist as a waiter. He also heard that this waiter had single-handedly driven away more than 10 people trying to cause trouble at the shop, and had even connected with the local constables. It was unclear what kind of charm Lin Jinxiu had that made such a capable person willing to work for a breakfast shop. Do you know anything about this waiter?
Cuide asked Lu Xingjin.
Lu Xingjin shook his head. The neighbors say they haven't seen him before. I heard through the grapevine that he seems to have just arrived in town and went straight to work at Lin Jinxiu's shop. Manager Mo snorted. He might be that little girl's admirer. But Lin Jinxiu has a child, and this man seems to be well off. Would he choose to be with a widow who has a child? Lu Xingjin questioned. Although he hoped that Hua Yanqing was indeed Lin Jinxiu's admirer, that would mean he couldn't compete for his beloved Lingling right under Lin Jinxiu's nose. Manager Mo took a sip of tea and pointed to the door of the private room. Lin Jinxiu may be a widow, but she is smart, articulate, and attractive, with her own business. As long as he doesn't marry her, it's fine to have some fun. I've seen many such cases in my shop.
That.
Chueda suddenly remembered that his brother had mentioned wanting Lin Jinxiu to marry him as a concubine, but in reality, he wanted her to serve the Chui family. I'll find the right person, Chueda said. Look for someone skilled. They may not be able to defeat that waiter, but they can still create some distractions. Then I will trouble you, my friend, Manager Mo said, bowing to Chueda. Chueda waved his hand and took the small bag of powder from Lu Xingjin. You and I are in the same boat. If this gets out, neither of us will have a good outcome. Lu Xingjin watched as they made their plans and pointed to himself, asking, What about me? You go back and do this. The shopkeeper Mo had already thought about how Lu Xingjin should act, reminding him to avoid any mistakes. On Lin Jinxiu's side, due to this incident, Lin Jinxiu decided to temporarily close the shop for a few days and would think about reopening after resolving the issue. What was the problem with this candy bag? When the old doctor left with the corn flour, Lin Jinxiu asked him to buy 2 candy bags from next door, which he brought back. Now that the shop was empty, they didn't have to worry about anyone taking them, so they all gathered around the table to investigate. Ninger stared intently at the candy bags on the table, sniffing. "Sister, this candy bag smells so good. If you hadn't said there was a problem, I might have already grabbed one to eat." Lin Jinxiu completely understood what Ninger meant. Just like the last time she had peeked at the door, the aroma had tempted her to buy one. It was truly enticing. "Shopkeeper, please." When he went to the kitchen to brew tea, Lin Jinxiu asked him to bring a knife and a plate, wanting to open the candy bag to see if she could find any clues. "Thanks." Lin Jinxiu took the knife from Huai Yanqing's hand, placed the 2 candy bags on the plate, and cut one open. The knife was very sharp, and the soft outer skin of the candy bag was silently separated, with the filling flowing out from the middle. Since it had just come out of the pot, the filling was still steaming when it flowed out. "Ninger, you're going to drool." Lin Jinxiu pushed the intact candy bag aside and used the tip of the knife to poke at the filling. The light yellow, transparent filling, mixed with some unmelted bits, spread out on the plate. Once it left the closed environment, it quickly cooled down and stuck together in a gooey mass. It's no wonder Ninger was so tempted. Regardless of their family situation, how many delicious treats could one find in this small county? The little girl had never smelled such a fragrant scent before, so it was normal for her to be attracted to it. Lin Jinxiu was different. She had tasted various delicacies in her past life, so this candy bag was just like a delicious cake from a roadside stall to her. "By the way, you don't seem interested in this filling," Lin Jinxiu asked Huai Yanqing. Logically, as a homeless thief in dire straits, he should have spent any spare money on weapons and not had much chance to enjoy good food. However, Lin Jinxiu was surprised that Huai Yanqing showed no reaction to the enticing aroma. According to Huai Yanqing, he completely avoids sweets, but Lin Jinxiu doesn't believe him. He looks so happy eating the corn cakes he made, which definitely have sugar in them. "It looks just like a regular sugar packet," Lin Jinxiu said as she poked at the sugar-filled packet, scraping the semi-solid sugar onto her knife. "But it smells much sweeter than the outer layer. The sugar must be mixed in." Huai Yanqing picked up the intact sugar packet, sniffing the outer layer and then the flowing sugar in the plate, reaching a conclusion. Lin Jinxiu seemed to have an idea and brought out a bowl of corn juice she had just made, pouring a spoonful over the sugar. However, the moment the corn juice touched the sugar, it started to fizz and bubble, resembling a strong chemical reaction. Everyone jumped back, fearing the splashes might hit them. After a while, the reaction calmed down, and the corn juice looked normal. But the sugar inside the packet seemed thinner, pushed to the edge of the plate, and not mixing at all. If such a reaction happened in the stomach, it would surely cause pain. "Sister, what's happening?" Ninger asked, holding on to Aunt Li's arm while staring at the plate. The sugar was still bubbling, making her hesitant to get close. Lin Jinxiu couldn't explain it. Wasn't she just conducting a chemistry experiment? How could the reaction be so intense? Her corn juice seemed to reject the sugar, unwilling to mix and even trying to push it away. Could it be that her corn juice was rejecting this ingredient, causing nausea and diarrhea? She recalled how eating the small red fruit from her space made her body purge impurities. Since this corn also came from her space, it made sense that her corn juice would react to harmful components. "There's definitely something wrong with the sugar," Lin Jinxiu said. "If we can't find evidence, we can't do much about it," Huai Yanqing said, pushing the mixture of corn juice and sugar aside. "We can be sure our corn juice is fine, but others might not believe us." Lin Jinxiu nodded. Indeed, the problem lay right there. After thinking for a while, Lin Jinxiu picked up the sweet corn juice and walked towards the kitchen, planning to pour it out and wash the bowl. "Everyone has left, and tomorrow I need to make the corn juice early to take to the office." After tidying up, Huai Yanqing was already sitting at the table in his outfit, and the bed next to him was also made. "Keep an eye on things tonight," Lin Jinxiu said since he was still awake. "If someone tries to cause trouble, catch them if you can." Speaking of corn, Huai Yanqing did not respond to Lin Jinxiu's words. "Shopkeeper, I've always been curious." Lin Jinxiu didn't understand what he meant. Curious about what? There's no place to grow corn in the shop, and I never see you leave the store. Where do your corn, your chives, and that glowing water come from? Hua Yanqing's intense gaze made Lin Jinxiu feel uneasy. Lin Jinxiu was at a loss for words. This question hit a sensitive spot for her. I actually have a supply channel, but you just don't know the people. Lin Jinxiu pretended to be clueless. You're not fooling me. Hua Yanqing shook his head. I know exactly who you interact with every day. This was bad. Lin Jinxiu frowned. Where do the things really come from? Hua Yanqing squinted at her. Who exactly are you? Lin Jinxiu had never seen the cold light in Hua Yanqing's eyes before. It felt as if one wrong word could lead to trouble. You're not from the office, investigating smuggling cases, are you? Lin Jinxiu joked. Hua Yanqing did not answer. The atmosphere became tense. Lin Jinxiu didn't dare to move. She knew Hua Yanqing was like a leopard ready to pounce. If she made any wrong move, she might become his prey. After a moment of silence, Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes and sighed, starting to look for a chair. Oh, really? How did you discover the secret I was trying so hard to hide? Her helpless expression completely surprised Hua Yanqing, and she could see his tense arm muscles relax a bit. If he could see that, maybe the outfit she bought for him was a bit small. Lin Jinxiu moved a chair in front of him and looked serious. You young people really like to dig for the truth. Lin Jinxiu spoke up, looking quite serious. Since you've discovered my secret, I'll tell you to protect this mortal body. Hua Yanqing remained silent. Actually, I am a newly appointed food deity from the heavenly realm, here to gain experience, Lin Jinxiu said with a straight face, starting her performance. Huh. Hua Yanqing looked confused. The owner of this body passed away, which is why I appeared in her place and inherited some of her memories. Hua Yanqing was stunned. If you don't believe me, I can prove it, Lin Jinxiu said, raising her hand and reaching into the air as if pulling something from a pocket. She brought out the top of a corn stalk, took out half of it, and then put it back. I have over 20 of these corn stalks. If you want to use one, I can lend it to you. Wait. Hua Yanqing was not just surprised by Lin Jinxiu's secret. His entire worldview felt shattered after all these years. What's wrong? Lin Jinxiu asked, noticing Hua Yanqing covering half of his face with one hand, knowing he needed time to process what he had heard. Lin Jinxiu patiently waited for Hua Yanqing to recover. After a while, he finally spoke. Is what you said true? It's all made up, Lin Jinxiu replied. Hua Yanqing. Seeing Hua Yanqing frown, ready to get upset, Lin Jinxiu added, but it's somewhat true. She stood up, looked at Hua Yanqing, smiled, and patted his handsome face. You know, our relationship is just companionship, not deep understanding. Hua Yanqing certainly didn't think a few days would be enough for Lin Jinxiu to fully trust him. You couldn't help but ask me because you find it strange and a bit unethical that I add ingredients to food while also putting things in myself, right? Hua Yanqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. I eat what I add myself. Lin Jinxiu tilted her head, looking innocent. If it were something bad, would I eat it? I'm not foolish. To be honest, I haven't known you long, but I ask you to help because I find you interesting, Lin Jinxiu said, circling around the table she had set up. And you do look quite nice, very pleasant to the eye. You, a girl, saying that isn't shy at all, Hua Yanqing laughed. Lin Jinxiu moved closer, her eyes sparkling. There's one thing I haven't lied about. This body does not belong to me. Last time you saved me, I was very grateful. But if you don't want to know more now, it's fine to leave. However, if you go, no one else can give you the benefits you're experiencing right now. Lin Jinxiu's gaze was serious. I know you're not a bad person, Hua Yanqing. I have a good sense of people. As Lin Jinxiu spoke, she walked towards her room without looking back at Hua Yanqing. I know you won't harm me, but... She stopped and said, if you want to use me, you need some leverage. After all, I'm not a devil. With that, Lin Jinxiu disappeared into the backyard, leaving Hua Yanqing alone at the table, deep in thought. Hua Yanqing understood that Lin Jinxiu was speaking the truth, except for the part about her being a newly recognized food god. She spoke harshly but turned her back to him. a foolish yet wavering action. After Lin Jinxiu returned to her room, she slumped against the door, breathing heavily for a long time before recovering. Huai Yanqing's aura was truly intimidating, and she was relieved to have held her ground and put on a perfect front. She wondered if her final act of real men never look back at explosions had shocked Huai Yanqing greatly. One reason Lin Jinxiu could share her most dangerous secret with Huai Yanqing was that she didn't believe he was just a simple thief. Although he described his background as very tragic, Lin Jinxiu found many inconsistencies upon reflection. These inconsistencies were not in what he said, but in his actions and demeanor, which did not resemble that of a typical person from the underworld. While he certainly understood the lives of ordinary citizens and their choices, and lived a rough life, there was always something different about him. In her past life, Lin Jinxiu had received a good education and training in etiquette from a young age. Though she didn't consider herself refined compared to ancient standards, she was sure that Huai Yanqing's charm and grace could not have been developed by someone from the underworld. Others might not notice, but she was a modern person. She had watched many historical dramas and read numerous history books. If Huai Yanqing didn't want to tell the truth and just wanted to take her secrets for free, that was impossible. If he wanted to know her secret, he would have to exchange it for a bigger secret. Though she was still a bit afraid of him silencing her, she believed Huai Yanqing was a smart person. The smart person knows that killing her would be a waste of effort, and it would be a loss for him. Huai Yanqing. I never thought I would end up scheming against my own people. Lin Jinxiu said as she picked up the little one, Lei, from the crib, who was constantly grabbing her attention. It would be great if Huai Yanqing and I were truly on the same side. Baby, don't you think? Under Lin Jinxiu's careful care, Lei was growing chubbier and had completely outgrown her previous thin appearance. She was soft and adorable, with big, shiny eyes that rolled around, occasionally breaking into a toothless smile. Lin Jinxiu felt that Lei seemed to be growing a bit too fast, wondering if it was influenced by the things in their space. Previously, with so many things occupying her time, Lin Jinxiu hadn't paid much attention to Lei's growth, but now that she suddenly noticed, she felt a bit worried. However, seeing the child lively and healthy, with her little arms gradually becoming plumper, Lin Jinxiu could only half believe that everything was fine. After all, the things in their space wouldn't harm anyone. She just worried that too much nutrition might affect the child's development. As a single woman who had never been in a relationship until the age of 25, Lin Jinxiu was very grateful for Aunt Li's help in taking care of the child. Little darling, grow up quickly. Lin Jinxiu gently touched the child's little nose, her face full of affection. Innocent Lei, lying in her mother's arms, felt happy today because she didn't have to sleep in her crib but could sleep with her mom instead, waving her little hands to touch her mother's face. Such a little rascal. Lin Jinxiu gently pinched Lei's tiny hand. While Lin Jinxiu and her child enjoyed a harmonious moment, Huai Yanqing was wide awake, unable to sleep. He realized he had underestimated Lin Jinxiu. A stranger, someone he had only met twice, actually dared to trust him and even let him live under the same roof, making him feel foolish. He never expected this. While he was curious about her secrets, she was also curious about him and had taken action just like he did. The choice was now in his hands. What should he do next? Should he stay by her side and slowly get to know her, or should he leave? Really? Huai Yanqing turned over, resting his arm under his head. That woman hadn't given him a real choice. If he wanted to know her secrets, gain benefits from her, or even use her abilities, staying by her side was his only option. If he became her friend, her value would be unimaginable. If he became her enemy, she would definitely be the first one he would have to deal with. If I kill her? No, that would be a big mistake. It's better to use some kind of drug to make her useful to me. It's impossible to just give up on the connection I've worked hard to build. I convinced myself that I can express my feelings to Lin Jinxiu tomorrow. But once my mind cleared, I couldn't sleep for most of the night. With my eyes closed, I still couldn't fall asleep. The more I lay there, the more uncomfortable I felt, so I decided to sit up and meditate. I could see a misty energy surrounding me, vibrating and distorting in the night air, making my figure hard to see. It felt like a vortex was forming around me, trying to draw in the spiritual energy from the surroundings. My long hair and the edges of my clothes moved without wind. After a while of meditating, my mind felt clear, and it seemed like I was releasing negative energy. My inner strength circulated within me, and after a full cycle through my meridians, it began to extend outward like mist. However, during this process, I suddenly felt a blockage. A blockage? I opened my eyes wide. There were other people in the shop. In the kitchen. I quietly got off the table and landed softly in the center of the backyard. It was likely a thief, but at this critical moment, it's more concerning if someone is trying to cause harm rather than just steal. I quickly lifted the kitchen curtain. Indeed, there was someone in the kitchen, standing by the tall cabinet of stored ingredients, doing something unknown. Just as I lunged at him, he seemed to anticipate my move and threw 2 small balls from his sleeve onto the ground. With a loud bang, smoke filled the air around us. I pushed my hands forward, using my inner strength to clear the smoke. However, the person had already vanished. I couldn't stop him in time. It seemed he was aware of my martial arts background and had prepared smoke bombs to escape, not to fight. Seeing the door to the backyard open, I rushed over and pushed it. The hinges had been oiled by Lin Jinxiu, making no sound at all. In hindsight, it not only helped me but also gave the intruder an opportunity. Lin Jinxiu and Ninger are in the backyard. I stepped outside, but the empty backyard was deserted, with no footprints or signs of anyone. Aunt Lee and Ninger's room were both locked tight. I went to check, and everything was secure, untouched. Listening closely by the door, I could hear 2 steady breaths, mixed with Ninger mumbling about how delicious something was, so there didn't seem to be any problem. However, the light in Lin Jinxiu's room was surprisingly on, and when I gently knocked on the door, there was no response. Knowing Lin Jinxiu's character, if she were awake, she would definitely open the door. Worried something might be wrong, Hua Yanqing reached for the window and found it was indeed unlocked. He had entered Lin Jinxiu's room this way before. Why doesn't this person have the habit of locking the window? Furrowing his brow, Hua Yanqing pushed himself up and jumped inside. When he looked closely, he saw Lin Jinxiu sleeping soundly in bed, holding Lele, with drool coming out of her mouth. She hadn't changed her clothes, and the blanket only covered Lele, so it seemed she had just forgotten to put out the oil lamp. Hua Yanqing sighed in relief and turned to look around her room, quietly rummaging through her things. He opened every hiding spot to check if someone was hiding in Lin Jinxiu's room. Lin Jinxiu was dreaming she was on a snowy mountain, where every step sank into knee-deep snow, making her shiver as she searched for warmth. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her, an avalanche. She slipped and rolled down the slope with the snow. She woke up. Lin Jinxiu opened her eyes and realized she wasn't covered by a blanket, thinking it was no wonder she dreamed of being on a snowy mountain. She wiped her mouth and was about to pull the blanket around her when she was distracted by the noise of rummaging. Thinking a thief had entered, Lin Jinxiu sat up abruptly and saw it was Hua Yanqing going through her things. "What are you doing?" Lin Jinxiu asked, confused. Hua Yanqing didn't stop searching. He turned his head to glare at her and said, "Why didn't you lock the window?" Lin Jinxiu couldn't remember if she had locked it. Looking back, she saw the window was open, probably because Hua Yanqing had opened it when he came in. "What's wrong?" Hua Yanqing continued opening cabinet doors, saying, "Why are there so many cabinets here?" These were specially made by Lin Jinxiu for extra storage, so of course, there were many cabinets. What was Hua Yanqing looking for? Before he finished speaking, when one cabinet door opened, 2 hands suddenly reached out, pushing Hua Yanqing back, while the person quickly jumped toward Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu gasped and hugged Lele, moving aside. The person used the height of the bed to leap out the window and disappeared in a flash. Lin Jinxiu, still shaken, took a few seconds to react. She quickly stood up, placed Lele in the crib, and shut the window tightly with a bang. Turning around, she looked at Hua Yanqing, who was still sitting on the floor. "Are you okay?" Hua Yanqing was not okay. After being pushed down, his head hit the corner of the cabinet hard, and he felt a bit dizzy. When he raised his hand to touch his head, he found it was covered in blood. It took him a while to regain his clarity. Lin Jinxiu rushed over, saw the blood on his hand, and realized he was hurt. She looked around and noticed some blood on the cabinet corner, likely from his head. Her heart tightened. "Let me see." Lin Jinxiu squatted beside Huai Yanqing and turned his head to examine the injury. "Where is it?" Huai Yanqing raised his hand to touch the injured area. Lin Jinxiu gently moved his hair aside and saw a bleeding wound. "Wait a moment." Lin Jinxiu found 2 clean white cloths from the cabinet and carefully wiped away the blood around the wound to check its condition. Fortunately, the wound was small and not serious, just a bump that looked painful. "Promise me to lock the window next time." Huai Yanqing said weakly. "For a moment, I thought you were hurt." "I'm sorry," Lin Jinxiu apologized while treating his head injury. "All right, just press it for a while, and it will heal in a few days. Just avoid water." This was the second time Huai Yanqing had been injured at Lin Jinxiu's place. Although neither injury was serious, she still felt guilty. "Are you feeling dizzy?" Lin Jinxiu asked him. The wound was minor, but she worried he might have a concussion, which would be hard to treat in this time. Huai Yanqing stared blankly for a few seconds, blinked, and then replied, "I felt a bit dizzy earlier, but it's better now." "Sit for a while longer," Lin Jinxiu said, noticing he was a bit slow to respond. She was concerned he might be seriously affected and urged him to rest more. "Shopkeeper." Huai Yanqing took the white cloth from Lin Jinxiu and pressed it against his wound. "Why have I had 2 accidents in just a few days since coming to the store?" Lin Jinxiu didn't know how to answer that, so she just apologized again. "It's fine," Huai Yanqing said as his dizziness gradually faded, though the injured area still hurt. "Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, could you check the kitchen?" "What's wrong with the kitchen?" Lin Jinxiu signaled him to let go. The wound had stopped bleeding, with only a little blood seeping out. Now, they just had to wait for it to heal on its own. Huai Yanqing stood up with Lin Jinxiu's support. He shook his head, feeling pain but otherwise fine, then brushed off his clothes and pulled her outside. "That person went to the kitchen to tamper with things. He ran to the backyard when I caught him." Lin Jinxiu found it strange. Since he was already in the backyard, why didn't he just run away? "Why come into my room?" "His skills aren't as good as mine," Huai Yanqing replied, his step still a bit unsteady. "That's the only reason I can think of. He wanted to find a place to hide until I left. And since my window was open, he came in?" Lin Jinxiu looked at Huai Yanqing, worried he might stumble while walking. Huai Yanqing nodded slowly. "She wasn't afraid of being discovered by you because you're a woman and can't fight him. Did he really not expect you to jump right into my room without any warning?" Lin Jinxiu marveled that Huai Yanqing's lack of manners had actually saved her. Once he steadied himself, Huai Yanqing released Lin Jinxiu's arm. "If it were someone else, something might have happened by now."
Huh?
Lin Jinxiu squinted at him. "I'm used to searching your room," Huai Yanqing said without a hint of embarrassment. "I just need to remember where your desk is next time."
How could you say that?
Lin Jinxiu thought angrily, considering his injury, but she changed the subject. "What was that person doing in the kitchen?" Huai Yanqing replied, "I suspect he has already finished tampering with things. I can't tell, so you should check." Lin Jinxiu nodded. The kitchen looked the same as it had in the afternoon. Lin Jinxiu opened each ingredient to inspect, finding nothing unusual, until she opened the jar containing the holy water, where she noticed some dark red powder floating on the surface. She didn't know what it was. Lin Jinxiu found a spoon and a small bowl to scoop out the powder. She leaned in to smell it and recognized the scent from the sugar packet, realizing this must be what the person had tampered with. Since he had put the drug in the water, it meant the drug was water-soluble. Unfortunately, it had encountered the holy water, a magical substance which had expelled it, turning it into waste. Lin Jinxiu took a sip of the water from the jar. It tasted just like usual, with no effects. "This powder isn't soluble in water. Why put it in the water?" Huai Yanqing asked, stirring the powder with a spoon. Lin Jinxiu filled a bowl with some ordinary well water. She watched as the powder quickly dissolved, disappearing completely in just a few moments. They just used the wrong water. Lin Jinxiu showed Huai Yanqing the water in the jar. My water is very proud and doesn't allow strange things to mix with it. Huai Yanqing leaned in to look and realized that the jar contained silvery water. He understood immediately. Is this the water you use for corn juice? Not entirely, as I don't have much left, Lin Jinxiu replied, but it's enough. It turned out that the corn juice reacted with a sugar packet because of this water, and Huai Yanqing finally understood. Their opponent had tried hard to trick them, but it was useless. He wondered what kind of expressions they would see in court tomorrow. After washing the bowl that contained the medicine, Lin Jinxiu set it aside. Although Huai Yanqing said he was fine, Lin Jinxiu insisted on helping him back to his sleeping place, reminding him to be careful not to press on his injury while sleeping. It's nothing. I've had worse injuries before, Huai Yanqing smiled, assuring her he was okay. Just because you've had worse before doesn't mean it's okay now, Lin Jinxiu said seriously. I don't want to see anyone hurt, understand? Huai Yanqing didn't know how to respond, so he let her guide him back to bed. Thank you. After covering him with a blanket, Lin Jinxiu looked down and said, Thank you for saving me again. After all, if I want to use you, you need to be alive, right? Huai Yanqing propped his head up with his hand, striking a pose like a male version of Yang Guifei. Lin Jinxiu chuckled. You remember that well. Huai Yanqing laughed and urged her to go rest, reminding her to lock the window. Lin Jinxiu replied and said good night before heading to the backyard. Shopkeeper. Halfway there, Lin Jinxiu was called back by Huai Yanqing. What is it? Lin Jinxiu turned around. She saw Huai Yanqing had turned over, facing away from her as if he were asleep, but his voice was clear. From today on, I'm sticking with you. Lin Jinxiu was stunned for a moment, realizing Huai Yanqing was making a commitment. After standing there for a while, a relieved smile appeared on Lin Jinxiu's face. Are you saying I'm part of a gang? Then please take care of me. Huai Yanqing listened as Lin Jinxiu's footsteps slowly faded away, closing his eyes. What is a gang? The next day. Shopkeeper. The neighbors have already left. If you don't hurry, you'll be embarrassed. Huai Yanqing's voice came from outside the door. I know. Lin Jinxiu was pouring corn juice into a bucket. Do you think I don't need time to fill it? The kitchen curtain was pulled back, and Huai Yanqing watched Lin Jinxiu finish sealing the bucket of corn juice, even bringing a bowl along. You really prepared everything. If I don't bring a bowl, someone will try to drink straight from the bucket, Lin Jinxiu said as she handed the filled bucket to him. Carry this. Huai Yanqing naturally took it and walked outside with Lin Jinxiu. Ninger, Aunt Li, I'm leaving Lele in your care. We should be back soon, Lin Jinxiu said before stepping out. Okay, the two replied. After Lin Jinxiu and Huai Yanqing left, Ninger quietly asked Aunt Li, Grandma, don't you think that the brother and sister seem to be getting along better all of a sudden? Aunt Li just watched their figures disappear and said nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Jinxiu and Huai Yanqing took a shortcut, squeezing through a small path to arrive at the courthouse before Lu Xingjin and the others. They even greeted the guard at the door. It was early morning, and a slight breeze made it a bit chilly. Even the young guard shivered. However, Lin Jinxiu and Huai Yanqing stood firm in the cold, chatting happily at the entrance, despite coming to prove their innocence in a lawsuit. Oh, right. Lin Jinxiu suddenly remembered the bucket in Huai Yanqing's hand and quickly poured some corn juice for the guard. Here, have some to warm up. As soon as the two young guards saw it was corn juice from Lin Jinxiu's family, they couldn't resist. One of them still had some sense. Miss Lin, isn't this evidence for your case? Is it really okay for us to drink it? Lin Jinxiu was quick and handed them 2 bowls. It's just something we sell at the shop. There's a whole bucket here. You two can't finish it all. Since Lin Jinxiu said so, the 2 young guards didn't hold back and drank it eagerly. That was great. After finishing the corn juice, one guard returned the bowl to Lin Jinxiu, and their faces seemed to light up. They felt warmer and said, if only we could have Miss Lin's corn juice every morning. If you really like it, ask your colleagues if they want some, and I can bring it to you. But it's only free today, Lin Jinxiu said with a smile. As she was speaking, a large group of people approached from a distance, including Lu Xingjin and his friends, as well as neighbors from yesterday's court case, along with many onlookers. Lin Jinxiu quickly hid the used bowls and spoons. The two young constables also immediately put away their smiles, pretending nothing had happened. "Good morning, Miss Lin," Lu Xingjin said, holding a basket clearly filled with candy from his home. "Good morning," Lin Jinxiu replied with a blank expression. "After the court case today, will you sell your shop to me?" Lu Xingjin whispered in her ear. Lin Jinxiu pushed Lu Xingjin's face away with two fingers and coldly laughed. "Let's wait until I lose first." Lu Xingjin gave a chilling smile as he brushed past Lin Jinxiu and bumped into Huai Yanqing forcefully, saying, "Move aside." To his surprise, Huai Yanqing didn't budge. Lu Xingjin looked up and met Huai Yanqing's icy gaze. Huai Yanqing wasn't a fierce person, as long as no one bothered him. Lu Xingjin never expected Huai Yanqing to have such a strong presence. He was so taken aback that he couldn't speak. He swallowed hard and fled, muttering, "You all wait for me." Huai Yanqing continued to watch Lu Xingjin's back, feeling a chill run up his spine. "All right," Lin Jinxiu said, tugging at Huai Yanqing's sleeve. "It's not worth getting angry over someone like him." Huai Yanqing finally shifted his gaze back. "Is that little brat worth my anger?" Hearing Huai Yanqing's words, Lu Xingjin turned around to curse, but Huai Yanqing ignored him, leaving Lu Xingjin frustrated. "You scared a lot of people." Lin Jinxiu noticed the whispers among the crowd, many of whom looked at Huai Yanqing with apprehension, feeling quite helpless. Huai Yanqing didn't care. "Miss Lin, we meet again," came a voice from behind a folding fan, revealing a pair of sly eyes peering through a narrow slit, with a hint of coldness shining from them. "Manager Mo, I hope you're well," Lin Jinxiu replied calmly. "Hee, you won't see me for long," Manager Mo said with a light laugh.
What?
Lin Jinxiu watched as Manager Mo brushed past her, puzzled by his words. "What is he doing here?" Lin Jinxiu murmured. "What's wrong?" Huai Yanqing noticed her previously calm expression had turned serious. "It's nothing, I'm just curious," Lin Jinxiu said. "What does this have to do with Manager Mo? Why is he here?" "Maybe he just came to take a look," Huai Yanqing guessed. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. "I don't think he would be that interested. But never mind, I won't think too much about it. The important matters come first." "I'm going now," Lin Jinxiu said as she took the bucket from Huai Yanqing and walked toward the government office. "Manager, please don't spill it," Huai Yanqing called out, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout after her. Lin Jinxiu turned around and said, "Are you going to say something even more unlucky?" "Manager," Huai Yanqing shouted again, "if you spill it, the shop will be mine." Lin Jinxiu waved her fist at him. "What are you doing here waiting for me?" Huai Yanqing grinned, looking silly. "Just wait." Lin Jinxiu found it hard to deal with his playful attitude. "I'll wait," Huai Yanqing replied. "When I come out, I'll write a contract for 30 years and make you sign it." Huai Yanqing's eyebrows jumped, and he raised his hand to shout, "Don't come out, really." Huai Yanqing didn't want her to, but she insisted on doing the opposite. "I was just joking, but now I really want to write it." "I was wrong." Huai Yanqing quickly apologized. "Manager, you must come back safely. I still want to eat your egg custard. You should just change your name to the Egg Trickster," Lin Jinxiu said, looking down on him as she waved her hand. "Let's go." Before Huai Yanqing could respond, Lin Jinxiu carried the bucket of corn juice and walked into the government office without looking back, leaving him with a determined silhouette. Court is now in session. The bailiff's loud voice echoed through the government office, followed by a deep, powerful majesty. "Bring in Lin Jinxiu, Lu Erzwang." Hearing her name, Lin Jinxiu straightened her clothes, held the bucket of corn juice with one hand, and walked into the office confidently, smiling. "Miss Lin, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider letting you go," Lu Xingjin whispered as he walked beside her. "You seem quite confident." Lin Jinxiu glanced at him, showing her disdain. The county magistrate still sat behind the desk, looking plump, while the elegant scholar waved his fan and smiled as he observed the proceedings. Everything seemed the same as yesterday. This humble woman, Lin Jinxiu, greets you, my lord. This commoner, Lu Xingjin, greets you, my lord. Kneeling down to show respect, Lin Jinxiu did not enjoy it. She frowned slightly and did not fully touch her forehead to the ground. When the county magistrate told her to stand up, she got up and discreetly patted her hands inside her wide sleeves to clean them. The county magistrate squinted his eyes, looking quite tired, likely due to the effort spent on the bandit hunt yesterday. After all, with his condition, he might even struggle to catch his breath after a short run. Can the two shopkeepers bring the evidence related to the case? The two stepped forward simultaneously, placing their buckets and baskets on the ground in front of the magistrate before returning to their original positions. Lin Jinxiu gently sniffed and realized that the sugar packets brought by Lu Xingjin had indeed been swapped. They lacked the fragrant aroma she had noticed a few days ago. She quietly turned her head to glance at Lu Xingjin. "Gentlemen," the county magistrate said, placing the food they brought in front of him and nodding. "Do you have anything to say?" Lu Xingjin stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect to the county magistrate again. "I assure you that my sugar packets are completely fine." "On what basis do you make that guarantee?" the magistrate asked. "Everyone in my neighborhood knows that I recently went to learn from the famous chef, Mr. Pei, in the capital," Lu Xingjin replied seriously. "The technique for these sugar packets is a recipe passed down to me by Mr. Pei." Learning from a famous chef in the capital? Lin Jinxiu had only heard from neighbors that Lu Xingjin had just returned from his studies. She didn't expect him to have trained under a renowned master. However, judging by his demeanor, he might just be making it up, especially since there were no certificates to prove it. "You learned to cook from a famous chef in the capital?" Lin Jinxiu asked him. Lu Xingjin, dropping his earlier demeanor, replied earnestly, "Indeed." "So, the sugar packets you made follow a recipe from the capital?" Lin Jinxiu inquired. "Exactly," Lu Xingjin confirmed. Lin Jinxiu found it strange. If you trained under a famous chef, why not develop your career in the capital instead of returning to this small county? "Miss Lin, while I was learning I still thought of my parents and our family business. Why shouldn't I come back?" Lu Xingjin frowned. Lin Jinxiu pretended to be confused, watching Lu Xingjin closely, making him feel uneasy until he finally showed a look of realization. "If I were learning in the capital, I would definitely find a way to bring my parents there. But you chose to return to this small place despite the capital's prosperity. It seems Lu Xingjin has a high sense of duty. I admire that."
Huh?
Lu Xingjin was taken aback. He hadn't thought about how to respond to this situation. However, Lin Jinxiu's question caught everyone's attention. Yes, Lu Xingjin has become a well-known master in the capital. Why can't he bring his parents to the capital or at least to the state city? "Why are you back? Did you really go to learn a trade?" "I, of course, went to learn a trade," Lu Xingjin quickly explained as he heard the crowd's discussions. "If I didn't go to learn, what was I doing out a few days ago?" The crowd buzzed, almost drowning out Lu Xingjin's words. Silence. The county magistrate struck the table, quieting the crowd. "Lu Xingjin, words alone are not enough. Do you have any witnesses?" The magistrate stroked his small mustache. Hearing the magistrate's question, Lu Xingjin's face turned red, and he struggled to find words. He kept glancing back at the crowd, as if searching for someone. The magistrate repeated with a stern face, "Lu Xingjin, do you have any witnesses?" I have," Lu Xingjin said, but his confidence was lacking. Seeing he wasn't clear, the magistrate slammed the table. "Speak the truth." "I can testify." Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the crowd. Someone really was willing to testify. Lin Jinxiu turned to look. Manager Mo entered gracefully, holding a fan, moving silently. As he passed Lu Xingjin, he shot him a helpless glance, thinking to himself that he was foolish. "Manager Montag?" He closed his fan with a snap and bowed. "Greetings, sir." "Manager Mo, can you guarantee this? Is it true or not?" The magistrate looked down at the two with a stern tone. "I can guarantee it," Manager Mo replied. Moreover, Mr. Pei is someone I recommended. At this, the crowd erupted in surprise. What skill does Lu Xingjin have that would make Manager Mo recommend a teacher for him? Do you two have regular contact? The magistrate also felt something was off. Lu Xingjin was just a small shopkeeper at the market, but Manager Mo was a significant figure, the owner of the biggest tavern in town, rumored to have its main branch in the provincial or capital city. How did he get involved with Lu Xingjin? Lin Jinxiu stared at them intently. She hadn't expected Manager Mo to be connected to this matter. Thinking carefully, why would Manager Mo help Lu Xingjin testify against her? Given his status, it didn't seem worth it. Lin Jinxiu pondered deeply. As soon as Manager Mo finished his greeting and stood up to step beside Lin Jinxiu, she suddenly understood. A faint, pleasant fragrance emanated from him. This scent enlightened Lin Jinxiu. She recalled why the aroma in the sugar bags felt so familiar. She had smelled it at Qinghe Tower too. No, that's not right. Manager Mo wasn't here to help Lu Xingjin. Perhaps Lu Xingjin was actually a pawn of Manager Mo. From the beginning, it seemed that Manager Mo was the one trying to get to her. This is bad. Manager Mo's intelligence is far beyond Lu Xingjin's. Lin Jinxiu gritted her teeth, thinking that if she could get out today, she would definitely write a 30-year contract to sell herself to Huai Yanqing, that jinx. Lu and I met at a tavern, Lu Xingjin said, glancing at Mo Xianglin. At that time, my brothers and I were drinking there. Lu brother remembers clearly. I was there to restock. Manager Mo continued Lu Xingjin's story. I met them at the tavern and we had a great conversation, so we kept in touch. The two of them played off each other, making it sound very convincing. By chance, I recommended Lu brother to my teacher, the famous chef Mr. Pei, Manager Mo said, looking at Lu Xingjin. That glance was filled with mutual admiration, as if they truly were from the same school. I was learning outside, but my heart was with my parents at home. Once I finished my training, I wanted to return and help them with their business, so they could enjoy family life, Lu Xingjin said, looking pained. Who would have thought that Lin Jinxiu would come out of nowhere and ruin our Lu family's business? That's why I had to improve the sugar bag recipe, and only then did the business pick up. He then turned the blame onto Lin Jinxiu. I worked hard to run my shop, but this Miss Lin, unhappy with my success, bribed a few people to drag my Lu family into this mess. Lu Xingjin looked intensely at the county magistrate, as if everything he said was true. This is clearly personal revenge. I ask you to see the truth.
What?
Lin Jinxiu couldn't believe it. They said everything. Lu Xingjin pointed at Lin Jinxiu. They were bribed by you to come and accuse us. Before he finished speaking, those who had complained yesterday knelt down, crying that it was Lin Jinxiu who gave them money to report to the authorities and that they had nothing to do with it themselves. Lin Jinxiu silently watched them, but none of those people dared to look her in the eye. They all knelt with their heads buried deep in their arms. I did not bribe anyone, Lin Jinxiu said as she bowed to the county magistrate. This is slander. Since they claim I bribed people, I can just as easily say they bribed these individuals. After all, Manager Mo is wealthy. Who in this county can compare? It's truly a case of the thief calling out the thief. Lin Jinxiu was indeed angry, but she needed to calm down. Staying calm while arguing would prevent others from using her words against her. Lin Jinxiu, will you not admit it? Lu Xun questioned her. Lin Jinxiu approached the kneeling individuals. Lift your heads. They did not dare to look up. Weren't you the ones who said you took my money? Lin Jinxiu asked, looking at their bowed heads. Why are you afraid to look at me? Feeling guilty? Clearly, these people did not have the same confidence as Lu Xun and Manager Mo. They all dared only to stay on the ground, and after Lin Jinxiu shouted, they didn't even dare to speak. Seeing their inaction, Lu Xun cursed them in his mind for being spineless. But the testimony had to continue, so he discreetly kicked the person kneeling next to him. Feeling Lu Xun's nudge, the already nervous person trembled even more. Scared to the point of tears, he finally lifted his head and stammered. Why yes, it was Boss Lin who told us to accuse Boss Lu. Lin Jinxiu noticed his tearful face and understood that Lu Sheng's side must have been scheming. If you are testifying, why do you look so scared? Are you feeling guilty? Before the kneeling man could respond, Manager Mo spoke up first. Miss, speaking so fiercely, it's no wonder everyone is afraid. Lin Jinxiu scoffed. If you have nothing to hide, what is there to fear? Manager Mo waved his fan slowly and said, It's just that we fear people like Miss Lin.
You.
Enough, enough. The county magistrate slammed his gavel, and both stopped arguing immediately. Looking coldly at those trembling on the ground, the magistrate said sternly, You people down there, is what you said the truth? At this point, no one was willing to lift their heads to testify. Some were so frightened they had wet their pants, and a foul smell spread through the courtroom. Behave yourselves in court. Take these people away. The magistrate had run out of patience with them and ordered the constables to take them away. Afterward, he nervously glanced at the judge standing beside him. Seeing no reaction, he let out a sigh of relief and continued with the case. The witnesses were taken away, leaving only Lin Jinxiu and a few others in the hall. Lu Xingjin, you accuse Lin Jinxiu of having problems with her corn. Do you have any other evidence? Your Honor, please allow me to report first, came the voice of Manager Mo. Seeing that the county magistrate agreed, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and unfolded it. Some time ago, I had an unpleasant transaction with Miss Lin. Lin Jinxiu squinted, curious about what trick Manager Mo would play next. My apprentice's candy bag is just a simple snack in the capital, but Miss Lin's baked cakes are truly one of a kind. Manager Mo looked at Lin Jinxiu with a meaningful expression. Even someone like me, who has seen many delicacies, has never encountered anything like it. So, I sincerely invited Miss Lin to discuss it, offering 3,000 taels of silver for her secret recipe, but she refused. At this, the crowd gasped. 3,000 taels of silver was enough for a family to live in wealth for 3 generations. How could she refuse? Miss Lin, I have investigated. As a resident of Beigang Village, you have only your parents and a stepsister, and your living conditions are quite average. At this point, Manager Mo paused, noticing Lin Jinxiu's fists slowly clenching before continuing. May I ask, if your recipe comes from a legitimate source, why would you refuse such a win-win deal? Refusing a business deal is my choice. Does Manager Mo think I must sell this recipe to you? Lin Jinxiu retorted. Manager Mo smiled. I only learned after my investigation that your family members have a poor opinion of you, claiming you engage in dishonest activities and cause trouble in the village. Looking back, it seems your refusal is a blessing for me. As he said this, Manager Mo did not look at the county magistrate, but instead observed the crowd behind him. Dishonest activities? Lin Jinxiu laughed in anger. Manager Mo, you've investigated so thoroughly, but have you looked into the character of that mother and daughter? Lin Jinxiu turned to the county magistrate. Your Honor, my stepmother and stepsister have never allowed me a good day at home, always making things difficult for me. I had no choice but to leave home and fend for myself. Just as Mo Xianglin was about to interrupt, Lin Jinxiu did not give him the chance. The village chief of Beigang can vouch for me. Moreover, since I arrived in Qingxi County, everyone has seen what I have said and done. She paused for a moment before continuing. The villagers know whether I am someone who steals or tricks others. The words of my mother and me are simply slander. I speak the truth, and I ask you to see clearly, sir. As soon as Lin Jinxiu said this, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Yes, Lin girl stood up for Aunt Li right away, not afraid of that young man Chui coming after her. How could such a brave woman harm others? An old man shook his head and said, Lin girl must be a good person. Since Lin girl came to the county, she has done many good deeds. Last time my child broke a plate in her shop, Lin girl not only didn't scold him, but also played games with him. Since Lin Jinxiu arrived in Qingxi County, she has been helping others, and even her business has clear prices, always considering her customers. It really didn't seem right. The balance in the hearts of the crowd began to tilt slightly. Young lady, you haven't left Beijing village for 16 years, and you only came here in a carriage. Where did your secret recipe come from? Manager Mo pressed on. As if feeling it wasn't enough, Manager Mo threw out another heavy question for Lin Jinxiu. Sir, I have investigated, and since Lin Jinxiu came to the county, she has never bought corn or similar ingredients. Where do her corn pancakes and corn juice come from? This question truly stumped Lin Jinxiu, and the room fell silent. Even the birds in the trees outside could be heard. This was in court, and she couldn't show her supernatural abilities like she did with Huai Yanqing, as that would cause a huge stir. Seeing Lin Jinxiu silent, Lu Xingjin laughed. Can't say anything now, can you? Your corn must have issues. It might be some slow-acting poison. It feels good at first, but too much could cause problems. Now Lin Jinxiu was cornered and had nothing to say.
Well,
the county magistrate turned to look at the handsome scholar, but he just smiled and waved his fan, showing no interest in participating. The magistrate had to knock on the wooden table and asked nervously, Lin Jinxiu, do you have anything to say? Just as Lin Jinxiu furrowed her brow, thinking about how to explain, a voice interrupted her thoughts.
Sir.
Before Lin Jinxiu could speak, Zhao Kong, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to face the magistrate. Zhao Kong?
What do you want?
The county magistrate put down the wooden tablet in his hand and wiped away a cold sweat. My lord, you know who I am, Zhao Kong said, kneeling on one knee before the magistrate, maintaining a respectful yet firm tone. I am willing to vouch for Miss Lin. She is definitely not someone who would steal or cheat. I often bring my friends to eat at her shop. After eating there for so long, we not only feel fine, but our energy and spirits have improved. Lin Jinxiu looked at Zhao Kong. Brother Zhao. Zhao Kong glanced back at her. Surely many people in the county have experienced the wonders of her food. How could such a remarkable thing be problematic? As for Miss Lin's secret recipe, Zhao Kong boldly speculated. She once told me that she obtained it through a special opportunity and cannot easily share it. After saying this, Zhao Kong looked at Lin Jinxiu, asking Miss Lin, am I speaking the truth? Lin Jinxiu quickly agreed, responding to the magistrate. What Brother Zhao said is correct. This recipe was taught to me by an extraordinary person and truly cannot be disclosed. If it weren't for the public setting, Lin Jinxiu would have wanted to hug Zhao Kong and thank him. It was such courage and generosity for him to stand up for her. Lu Xingjin and Manager Mo were genuinely surprised that Zhao Kong would testify for Lin Jinxiu. Manager Mo listened and understood the explanation about the recipe's origin, but the ingredients were still unclear. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Xingjin suddenly pointed at Zhao Kong and questioned, Oh, Zhao the constable, you and Lin Jinxiu are not related, yet you rushed to testify for her. What is the nature of your relationship? Manager Mo was about to speak but held back, realizing Lu Xingjin was shifting the focus. You're talking nonsense. Lin Jinxiu interrupted Lu Xingjin directly. Lu Xingjin, you cannot make baseless assumptions, the magistrate said, slapping the wooden tablet. Although the magistrate stopped Lu Xingjin's nonsense, the crowd behind them couldn't contain themselves after hearing this.
What?
So Zhao Kong and Lin Jinxiu are involved. Looking like a good person, but secretly so vile, associating with a widow. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. If this gets to his wife's ears. Zhao Kong knelt on one knee, and these words pierced his heart like needles. Brother Zhao. Lin Jinxiu truly felt guilty. Zhao Kong stood up for her, yet these people made wild assumptions. It's clear that in any era, there are always gossipers who pass on rumors. If Zhao Kong hadn't come forward to support her, they wouldn't have tarnished his name like this. Are you saying that Lin Jinxiu's corn juice is a slow-acting poison? Zhao Kang's voice drew everyone's attention again.
So, what if it is?
Before Manager Mo could stop him, Lu Xingjin confidently replied. Suddenly, Zhao Kong stood up and walked briskly to the bucket of corn juice Lin Jinxiu brought. Brother Zhao, don't be impulsive. Lin Jinxiu thought he was going to force the corn juice into Lu Xingjin's mouth. If this corn juice is poisonous, drinking so much at once should cause some issue, right? Zhao Kong lifted the bucket from the ground. If I'm fine, doesn't that mean the corn juice is also safe? As he spoke, he took a bowl from the wooden bucket and raised it as if he were drinking wine, pouring the corn juice into himself. Lin Jinxiu knew the corn juice was good for him, but drinking so much at once wouldn't feel comfortable. She wanted to stop him but was held back by Manager Mo. Miss Lin, this Zhao constable is proving your innocence. You can't let him drink for nothing. Lin Jinxiu glared at him, helplessly watching Zhao Kong force the corn juice down.
Ah!
Lu Xingjin completely underestimated Zhao Kong. This situation was not what he wanted to see. Manager Mo also gritted his teeth in frustration. Zhao Kong was risking everything to prove Lin Jinxiu's innocence. Although Lu Xingjin had started the rumors, it wouldn't harm the county magistrate's case. After some time, Zhao Kong threw the wooden bucket to the ground and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Looking at Lu and Mo, he smiled. How about that? This smile made Lu Xingjin feel uneasy. Good. Zhao Constable truly has great composure. Manager Mo clapped his hands. Miss Lin, seeing you so worried, are you afraid that Zhao Darren will upset his stomach? Lu Xingjin seized the opportunity to provoke her, noticing her concern. Lin Jinxiu looked at Lu Xingjin as if he were foolish. This bucket of corn juice definitely weighs over 4 pounds. I imagine Brother Lu's stomach is like a pig's. You could drink it all at once and still feel fine. Lu Xingjin was very angry after hearing this. Was Lin Jinxiu implying that he was foolish? Zhao Kong straightened his back and returned to his original position, saying, Sir, I will stand here. If anything unusual happens, I will report to you immediately. The county magistrate nodded. Good. Zhao Kong was indeed honest, perhaps a bit too much.
Good.
The county magistrate felt relieved when he saw Zhao Kong slightly ease the atmosphere in the hall. He glanced at the scholarly young man before continuing. Since Captain Zhao is willing to testify for Miss Lin, we will wait for an hour. Does anyone have anything else to say? Miss Lin, why are you not mentioning the source of your ingredients? Manager Mo stepped forward. Each ingredient was obtained from a special place, and Lin Jinxiu couldn't come up with an excuse. Miss Lin caused a big stir on her first day in the county, and now she has presented an unknown secret recipe, creating chaos in the market. Lin Jinxiu crossed her arms and looked at Manager Mo. If you have something to say, just say it. Manager Mo glanced at her. Sir, you know that the fine rice produced in Qingxi County is crucial for our military supplies. Now that the war situation is urgent, the state of Zhou has sent spies to Qingxi County multiple times to target this precious grain. The county magistrate nodded. Manager Mo was right. As a subject of yen, I cannot tolerate anyone having ill intentions towards our grain. As he spoke, Manager Mo's gaze fell on Lin Jinxiu. Miss Lin has never left Beijing village since childhood, and now claims to have learned from a mysterious person whose identity cannot be revealed. What do you mean? Lin Jinxiu frowned, thinking that Manager Mo was up to something again. The quality of your corn is unlike anything in our county, and I have not heard of any carts from the state city coming to our county recently. Could it be suspected that Miss Lin's corn was smuggled from the state of Zhou into Qingxi County? Manager Mo continued, casting a doubtful look at Lin Jinxiu. Perhaps the state of Zhou is using your corn to test the waters, preparing to strike a fatal blow to our yen at a critical moment.
What?
Lin Jinxiu couldn't help but exclaim, her expression quite animated. Manager Mo, you must have evidence to make such claims. I am merely speculating. If you can clarify the source of your corn, it would show that I am just overly concerned, Manager Mo said with a smile. The shopkeeper Mo is really skilled at placing blame. Just a moment ago, he was just a petty shopkeeper, and now he's accusing me of treason. I, Lin Jinxiu, have never left Beijing village in over 10 years. Suddenly getting this strange material is hard to explain. If what Mo says is true, I might really have to take the blame. After all, I know that in such serious matters, it's better to wrongly punish 1,000 than to let one person go free. When the county magistrate heard Mo's words, his brows began to furrow. But Lin Jinxiu's expression didn't seem to show that she understood what was happening. He turned to look at the scholar, who was fanning himself. Although his eyes were fixed on Lin Jinxiu, his expression remained calm and indifferent. Lin Jinxiu, what do you have to say? The county magistrate's tone became much more serious. This accusation of treason is not something that can be easily solved with a prison sentence. If it's true, it could lead to execution. This is not just about the safety of the Yen Kingdom, but also concerns the lives and careers of the county magistrate and the scholar. Lin Jinxiu realized the focus had shifted to her. Sir, before I defend myself, could you please tell me one thing? Lin Jinxiu asked.
Speak.
What is refined rice? Lin Jinxiu raised her head and asked, her big eyes filled with confusion. The county magistrate was completely caught off guard by her question and was momentarily speechless. What is refined rice? Even a 3-year-old in Qingxi County could answer that. You were born in Beijing Village, yet you don't know what refined rice is? Before the magistrate could respond, Mo let out a cold snort. Don't play dumb. Lin Jinxiu shrugged, but I really don't know. Most people in the county eat coarse grains like corn, refined rice. Could it be referring to rice? Sir, look at how this Miss Lin is still arguing at this point. She must be connected to the neighboring country. Please see through this. Seeing Mo act so righteous, Lin Jinxiu realized the situation was getting worse. If she wanted to clear herself of the treason charge, she had to explain all her doubts. If she said nothing, the only option would be prison. But if she spoke, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Lin Jinxiu felt trapped. Miss Lin. The county magistrate, aware of the seriousness of the situation, slammed the gavel and looked directly into Lin Jinxiu's eyes. Most suspicions are reasonable. Shouldn't you explain? Where did this amazing material come from? Lin Jinxiu gritted her teeth and remained silent. What should we do next? Should we act like last time, or... After waiting for a long time, the county magistrate still did not hear the answer he wanted. Miss Lin, if you cannot answer, I will have to detain you on suspicion of treason. As he spoke, he was about to strike the gavel. Sir, wait. Lin Jinxiu exclaimed. However, the gavel did not heed her words and came crashing down toward the table. It's too late. Dr. Run is here, shouted a constable at the door. The gavel was finally interrupted, and the county magistrate paused his action in surprise. Bring in Dr. Run. Lin Jinxiu's heart raced. She finally had a moment to breathe, and the tension in her chest eased, preventing it from breaking. The courtroom fell silent. Ha ha ha, Lin Jinxiu, you have no chance to turn things around now. Lu Xingjin laughed, clutching his stomach. I bet someone had a problem and came to see Dr. Run, and it got exposed. I heard that Dr. Ren is a famous physician from the capital, and his family served the late emperor. He came back to his hometown, and if you run into him, there's no way to hide your secrets. Lu Xingjin. The county magistrate struck the gavel again. No noise in the courtroom. Lin Jinxiu ignored Lu Xingjin and turned to look at the door. Make way. Please, everyone, step aside. An elderly voice called from the crowd. Before long, Lin Jinxiu's eyes widened. Doctor, what are you doing here? A small, bearded old man squeezed through the crowd, using all his strength to pull one leg out, stumbling forward a few steps before steadying himself. Oh, finally made it. It was the old doctor who had sold her corn flour. This was the first time Lin Jinxiu heard his name. The old doctor adjusted his hat and ignored Lin Jinxiu, helping a few elderly people out of the crowd. Most of those elders were dressed in fine clothes, clearly from wealthy families. Father? The county magistrate looked at one elderly man with white hair and accidentally exclaimed, How come you're standing here? The county magistrate's father was completely different from him, thin and spirited, with a long white beard. He had an air of wisdom about him. You haven't returned home for days, and I can't even take care of myself? The old man glared. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Is this the father of the county magistrate? Yes, it said he was an official in the province when he was young and has returned home to retire. The elder looked at the county magistrate with a serious expression. Aren't you going to sit down? This is not proper behavior in court. Hearing this, the county magistrate, who had just stood up, sat back down. Someone, please give the elders a seat. No need, sir, replied the leading elder, bowing with a few others. I am Ren Liang. Honored to meet you.
Dr. Ren, please rise.
The county magistrate clearly respected Dr. Ren. Ren Liang then looked at Lin Jinxiu and gave her a reassuring glance. I am Ren Liang, here specifically to testify for Miss Lin.
What?
Lu Xingjin was taken aback. On what charge will you accuse Miss Lin? Ren Liang glared at Lu Xingjin and asked instead of explaining further. Treason, the county magistrate answered honestly under his father's intense gaze. Sir, if you imprison Miss Lin for treason, it could harm many people in this county, including your father. Ren Liang bowed his head. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate realized the seriousness of Dr. Ren's words. Why is that? Ren Liang replied, Miss Lin's cornflower is not harmful. It is used to heal. The crowd began to murmur. Previously, manager Mo and Lu Xingjin had confidently claimed that Lin Jinxiu's corn juice was definitely poisonous and that she could be guilty of treason. People were starting to believe them, but now Dr. Ren's words completely overturned their claims. I have dealt with Miss Lin a few times, Ren Liang continued. She once told me that her corn comes from the distant Persian Empire. The Persian Empire? No one had heard of this country, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. I have also witnessed Miss Lin revive a dying old woman, and I asked her for the recipe to this healing remedy. Dr. Ren's title as a famous physician in the capital was quite impressive, and no one spoke while he talked. Miss Lin gave me a recipe to study myself, but unfortunately, I am not knowledgeable enough and had to ask her to understand the secrets of this remedy. Dr. Ren actually claimed he lacked knowledge and needed to consult Lin Jinxiu to grasp the mystery of medicine. After listening to Miss Lin, I used her cornflower as a medicinal ingredient, which increased the effectiveness of the remedy several times. Several times. What does that mean? Just for a cold, it usually takes 10 days to 2 weeks to recover with medicine. If the effectiveness is increased several times, wouldn't it mean recovery in just a day or two? Sir, these people, including your father, are all my patients, Ren Liang said. The county magistrate nodded. He knew about his father's illness. He had caught a cold in his youth, and in his old age, his legs were always in pain. In recent years, he could hardly stand.
Could it be?
It was the medicine made with Miss Lin's cornflower that helped me stand again, the county magistrate's father continued. I came here not only to prove Miss Lin's worth, but also to express my gratitude. The other elders also shared their ailments, saying that it was Miss Lin's cornflower that cured them, and they thanked her.
No.
Lin Jinxiu was surprised by the situation and felt a bit touched. As the elders bowed to her, she hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, It's the doctor's skill that is remarkable. I only provided a bit of medicine. Ren Liang stroked his goat beard, saying, Miss Lin, please don't be modest. You alone have this corn, which you could have sold for a lot of money, yet you chose to sell it to help others. You have a kind heart. 50 taels is still considered a low price? Truly, he is a famous doctor. Lin Jinxiu's face turned red from their praise. If Miss Lin were a spy from an enemy country, why would she provide this good medicine to me? Ren Liang asked. Manager Mo and Lu Xingjin exchanged glances. The situation was not developing as they had planned. Manager Mo, the medicine was indeed given, right? Lu Xingjin whispered to Manager Mo. Be quiet. You never know who might be listening. Manager Mo scolded him quietly and then nodded. So, that means the corn juice Zhao Kong drank is definitely suspicious?
Yes.
Good thing I kept a backup plan, Lu Xingjin thought with a smirk. When the effects of the medicine hit Zhao Kong, I want to see who will speak up for you, Lin Jinxiu. But they waited a long time. An hour had passed, and Zhao Kong still looked normal. In fact, his bright eyes seemed even more energetic. Dr. Ren, could you please check on Captain Zhao? The county magistrate suggested, noticing that Manager Mo and the others were watching Zhao Kong closely. Upon hearing someone needed a checkup, Dr. Ren asked, Does Captain Zhao have any symptoms? Looking at Zhao Kang's healthy appearance, he didn't think there was anything to investigate. Just check, please, the county magistrate insisted. Curious, Dr. Ren approached Zhao Kong to examine him. Ren Liang, not knowing about Zhao Kang's earlier actions and standing with Lin Jinxiu, was the perfect person to conduct the examination. Lu Xingjin stared at Zhao Kong, and his confident demeanor made Lin Jinxiu smile slightly. Soon, Lu Xingjin would likely be disappointed. Before long, Dr. Ren returned. Sir, Captain Zhao is full of energy, very healthy.
What?
That's impossible, Lu Xingjin exclaimed, without thinking. Shopkeeper Mo sighed quietly, without stopping him. What's wrong? The county magistrate glanced at him. Do you think Captain Zhao will definitely have a stomachache or other symptoms? No, I didn't mean that. Lu Xingjin realized he had misspoken and pulled back. The county magistrate snorted coldly. Since Captain Zhao is fine, and Dr. Ren is willing to testify for Miss Lin, then Miss Lin's corn juice is indeed not a problem. Lin Jinxiu sighed in relief.
But
the county magistrate changed his tone. We still haven't found what caused the stomachache, and the source of Miss Lin's corn is unclear. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Lin Jinxiu felt a chill in her heart. Sir, I truly do not know what caused the stomachache, and as for my corn, I cannot reveal certain secrets. Even though someone vouches for you, as long as you remain silent, I have the right to doubt you. The county magistrate said, This is a serious matter for the Yen Kingdom, so please understand. Guards, take the young lady to rest. She can go home after proving her innocence. Though she was not imprisoned, this decision was undoubtedly a form of house arrest. Seeing that the proof still led to this outcome, Zhao Kong could only step forward and say, Miss, please. Lin Jinxiu nodded at him and turned to bow to the old doctor. Thank you for coming to testify for me. I will definitely visit to express my gratitude once I am free. The old doctor smiled. I believe you can prove your innocence. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Lin Jinxiu replied. Lin Jinxiu followed Zhao Kong to the back of the courthouse, constantly thinking about how to navigate this situation without revealing too much. Miss Lin, I'm sorry, Zhao Kong suddenly said. Zhao Ge, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Why are you apologizing? Lin Jinxiu asked, confused. Zhao Kong turned to look at her, his eyes filled with guilt. I tried my best, but I couldn't help you, Miss Lin. It's really... Zhao Ge, Lin Jinxiu said, pulling his sleeve. I can keep my head thanks to your help, she said with a light smile. I should be the one thanking you. Zhao Kong smiled wryly. Zhao Kong. The county magistrate's voice rang out. Bring Miss Lin over. Lin Jinxiu put away her smile and followed Zhao Kong to the room where the county magistrate was located. This was originally the office of the magistrate, but now the handsome scholar was sitting at the center of the table, while the magistrate stood beside him, looking flattering. The handsome scholar said, Miss Lin, upon seeing Lin Jinxiu, and gestured to the chair opposite him. Please sit. Lin Jinxiu politely replied, Thank you, sir, and took a seat. The scholar complimented her, saying, You carry yourself with such confidence. You must be an honest person. Just moments ago, she had almost been accused of treason, and Lin Jinxiu was prepared for imprisonment and interrogation. To her surprise, she was not taken to prison but instead met this handsome scholar. Although Lin Jinxiu appeared calm on the outside, she felt quite puzzled inside. It was strange that he praised her as an honest person. However, she could tell he was sincere in his compliment, as the admiration in his eyes was clear. You flatter me, sir, Lin Jinxiu said with a bow. Please leave us, the scholar signaled to the magistrate and Zhao Kong. Of course, sir. We will take our leave, the magistrate replied eagerly, clasping his hands together and hunching his shoulders, quickly ushering Zhao Kong out. Lin Jinxiu was curious about why the handsome scholar wanted to speak with her alone and remained seated. Once the door to the office was closed, the scholar spoke. Miss Lin, you should be able to tell that I am not from this county. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Your demeanor is quite remarkable. You must be from the prefecture or the province. Correct, the scholar replied. I am Qin Xiao, the governor of Yongzhou, and this Qingxi County falls under my jurisdiction. Lin Jinxiu was amazed by his identity, but maintained her politeness, saying, "That's a nice name." "Thank you." Qin Xiao smiled. "From your expression, it seems you already knew I was the governor?" Lin Jinxiu nodded, and then shook her head. "I just guessed that a moment ago."
Oh.
Qin Xiao asked. "By observing the magistrate's attitude towards you, I could infer a few things," Lin Jinxiu said, stroking her chin. Qin Xiao smiled. "You truly are quite perceptive. Do you know why I asked you to come here? Perhaps you want to know where I got this corn, to confirm that I am not a spy from an enemy country?" Lin Jinxiu replied. "Spy?" Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. "Agent." Lin Jinxiu corrected herself. "What you said is only half right." Qin Xiao understood what Lin Jinxiu meant. "Actually, I called you here for another reason." Lin Jinxiu sat up straight. "Please go ahead. Do you know the importance of Qingxi County in our Yan Kingdom?" Qin Xiao did not answer directly, but asked Lin Jinxiu another question. Lin Jinxiu thought for a moment and shook her head. "Although this county is prosperous, I do not know." Prosperity level? Qin Xiao realized he didn't understand the terms Lin Jinxiu was using and guessed she was talking about the county's population. "Our Yongzhou is a major grain-producing region," Qin Xiao explained. "Qingxi County has a special type of rice that can yield 2 heads per plant. It produces twice the amount of grain compared to other crops and is very filling, so it is often offered as tribute and used as military supplies." Lin Jinxiu nodded, knowing the importance of military supplies. Soldiers need to be well-fed to fight well, but she didn't expect this county was a source of military food. Since Qingxi County is located on the edge of our Yan Kingdom, close to the Zhou Kingdom's Qingzhou, Zhou has attempted to invade Yongzhou several times just for this special rice. Lin Jinxiu understood that wars were fought over food. Unfortunately, this rice is very delicate and can only grow in the climate near Qingxi County, so it cannot be transplanted elsewhere. Qin Xiao sighed. "That's why our Yongzhou has a strong military, to prevent invasions from Zhou." No wonder even a small county could be accused of treason. Lin Jinxiu now completely understood. "It seems Miss Lin truly knows about this matter," Qin Xiao said. "Huh." Lin Jinxiu, who was quietly remembering the information, became curious at his remark. "Earlier, you said you didn't know what special rice was, and I was suspicious, because even a 3-year-old in the county knows about it." Qin Xiao's gaze towards Lin Jinxiu softened slightly. "This common knowledge seems to confuse you, which indicates you are not lying," Qin Xiao said. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. "I truly am not lying. If I had known about this, I would have cleared my name long ago and wouldn't be left speechless." Her response was sincere. She hadn't realized that Qin Xiao was testing her honesty. It seemed the governor had considerable experience, far surpassing her own. "You are indeed an interesting person." Qin Xiao listened to Lin Jinxiu and chuckled softly. "You are quite interesting, my lord," Lin Jinxiu said with a smile. "Even though I am suspected of treason, you are willing to sit here and talk with me. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly harm you?" "You won't," Qin Xiao replied. "Why not?" Lin Jinxiu asked. Qin Xiao was right. She wouldn't, because she wasn't a spy at all. "I believe you won't, so you won't," Qin Xiao said confidently. Lin Jinxiu noticed that Qin Xiao didn't want to explain his reasoning, so she smiled and changed the subject. After going in circles for a while, they finally got to the main point. "Miss Lin, to be honest, I have high hopes for you." This unexpected compliment made Lin Jinxiu feel a bit uneasy. "My lord, please speak plainly. You're making me a bit nervous." "Qingxi County is a vital area for our grain supply," Qin Xiao said seriously. "Although the people are only experiencing stomach pains, it indicates that someone has tampered with the food here. Now, on behalf of the government, I am entrusting you to solve this case within 3 days. If you succeed, it will prove your innocence and set you free," Qin Xiao stated. Lin Jinxiu was taken aback and almost fell off her chair. "My lord, you can't joke like this. You have no choice," Qin Xiao said sternly. "If you fail to complete this task, the government will officially imprison you for treason." Now Lin Jinxiu understood why Qin Xiao had entrusted her with this task. It wasn't just because he thought she was capable. This case had aspects that could completely control her and eliminate any chance of her betraying the government. Plus, it would reveal her true abilities. How clever. Could I have 2 more days? Lin Jinxiu tried to negotiate. After all, I've never solved a case before. Not possible, Qin Shuyao refused. 3 days is enough time for the opponent to prepare.
All right.
In the end, Lin Jinxiu agreed to Qin Shuyao's request. But, my lord, you need to consider this carefully. I am not a professional investigator, and one misstep could ruin this case. Qin Shuyao nodded. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. Good, Lin Jinxiu replied. 3 days felt very tight. Lin Jinxiu furrowed her brow and began to analyze the situation. Miss Lin, have you thought of any special methods? Qin Shuyao asked. Sir, do you think that if I leave the government office now, it will show everyone that I have proven my identity, or will those with guilty consciences suspect that I have made a deal with the officials? Lin Jinxiu asked Qin Shuyao, not mentioning Master Mo's name until she finds evidence. What do you mean, miss? Lin Jinxiu replied, I hope you can issue a notice in the next few days stating that I am being held in the government office on suspicion of treason. At least it should make people believe that I cannot leave. Understood, Qin Shuyao nodded. Knowing Lin Jinxiu already had a plan. It seems you know who the mastermind is? Qin Shuyao guessed. I won't say anything without clear evidence, Lin Jinxiu said, looking at Qin Shuyao. You can continue with your work, and if I need your help, I will ask. Qin Shuyao nodded. All right, Zhao Kong. At your service, Zhao Kong said as he entered the room. What are your orders, sir? For the next 3 days, help Miss Lin with whatever she needs, as long as it doesn't break any rules, Qin Shuyao instructed, pointing to Lin Jinxiu. Zhao Kong bowed, yes. Take her to the other courtyard. If you need anything in the coming days, just ask Zhao Kong, Qin Shuyao added, then turned back to Lin Jinxiu. Lin Jinxiu thought that Qin Shuyao was indeed thorough. With Zhao Kang's help, things would definitely go more smoothly. She quickly made 2 okay gestures and nodded confidently, no problem. Zhao Kong was puzzled. Although Lin Jinxiu had come with a suspicion of treason, in such a short time, she seemed to be getting along very well with the governor. She didn't look like someone under house arrest at all. Miss Lin. On the way to the other courtyard, Lin Jinxiu was deep in thought about how to expose Master Mo when Zhao Kong called her 3 times before she noticed him.
Xiaoye.
What's wrong? Lin Jinxiu asked, seeing Zhao Kang's troubled expression and guessing what he wanted to ask. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Zhao Ge. The governor knows I am not a spy. Really? Zhao Kong was unsure how she managed that. The governor, while appearing kind, was actually quite formidable. Lin Jinxiu truly was an extraordinary person. Although I have a very difficult task ahead, at least it gives me a chance, Lin Jinxiu sighed. I will need a small favor from you, Zhao Ge. Zhao Kong nodded. Just tell me what you need. Hua Yanqing sat on a stone in front of the government office, bored, tossing small stones into the lake. He watched people come and go, waiting for Lin Jinxiu to appear, but she didn't come out. What was taking so long? Was something wrong? Before he could think further, Lu Xingjin, wearing a smug smile, walked out of the office with manager Mo from Qinghe Tower. How did these two end up together? Hua Yanqing was puzzled and looked at them for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingjin caught his gaze. He had intended to go home directly, but turned to face Hua Yanqing, looking down at him without saying a word. What's the matter? Hua Yanqing didn't look up, still fiddling with a small stone in his fingers. Stop waiting, Lu Xingjin sneered. Your manager will never come out again. You should pack up and leave. Hua Yanqing finally raised his eyes, slowly standing up and looking down at Lu Xingjin. What happened? Your manager has been arrested for treason. What are you still holding on to? Lu Xingjin saw that Hua Yanqing's stance had changed and quickly stepped back, leaving those words behind as he walked away. Hua Yanqing didn't want to argue. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the office. Treason? That couldn't be true. His eyes narrowed. He decided to wait for more news. After waiting for less than 2 hours, Zhao Kong emerged from the office and posted a notice on the bulletin board. Lin Jinxiu, owner of Lin's pancake shop, has been detained by the authorities for suspected treason and will be released only after proving her identity. Lin's pancake shop will be closed for business until further notice after her trial. Furrowing his brow, Hua Yanqing glanced at Zhao Kong, who was also looking at him. They exchanged silent looks, and soon Zhao Kang's gaze shifted toward the direction of Lin's pancake shop. Understanding, Hua Yanqing nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Kong followed him at a slight distance, and they didn't speak. When they reached the pancake shop, Hua Yanqing opened the door and waited with his arms crossed for Zhao Kong to enter. Zhao Kong deliberately slowed his pace, dressed in official attire, carrying a cloth bag on his back, followed by a crowd of onlookers. Ignoring the crowd behind him, Zhao Kong entered the pancake shop and closed the door behind him, keeping the curious people outside. "Zhao Ge, is there a situation?" Hua Yanqing asked. Zhao Kong nodded and signaled Hua Yanqing to sit down and speak slowly. "Hey, Hua Ge is back, and Zhao Ge is here too." Just then, Ning Er came out of the kitchen, saw the two sitting at the table, and brought a pot of tea. "Where is Lin Jiejie?" I was just about to say. Hua Yanqing pointed to the empty seat beside him.
If you want to hear, sit down.
Ning Er obediently sat down, and Zhao Kong began to explain what had happened.
What?
Lin Jiejie has been detained? Upon hearing the county magistrate's decision, Ning Er slammed her hand on the table and stood up.
Impossible.
Lin Jiejie could never be someone who betrays the country. I must go rescue her. Zhao Kong quickly reassured her. "Miss Sun, I haven't finished yet." Ning Er then looked at Zhao Kong with a puzzled expression, her face showing concern for Lin Jinxiu. "I originally thought the magistrate really had detained Miss Lin," Zhao Kong said, "but the magistrate did not imprison her. Instead, she went to meet Lord Qin from the state." "Lord Qin?" Hua Yanqing repeated the name. Zhao Kong explained, "Our Yongzhou governor, Lord Qin Xiao." Hua Yanqing nodded in understanding. "After talking with Lord Qin, he called me in and said I had been following the lady's instructions these past few days," Zhao Kong continued. It was surprising that someone who was detained by the authorities was able to have the county's head constable listen to her. Hua Yanqing speculated, "Is it possible that Lord Qin and our shopkeeper are in cahoots?" Zhao Kong nodded vigorously. "You are truly clever, my brother. That Miss Lin is indeed working for Lord Qin and wants me to deliver a message to you." "What message?" The unfolding events seemed to be getting interesting, and Hua Yanqing looked curious. Lord Qin said that she must clarify this grain case within 3 days. After that, Zhao Kong repeated what Lin Jinxiu had said to Hua Yanqing. "Miss Lin said to tell our waiter to seal the shop with Zhao Ji's seal, pack up, and leave the city. After exiting, she will sneak back. Today, at the hour of the pig, she will go to the government office to be brought home, and I will discuss the remaining matters with them later." Hua Yanqing suddenly understood. She wants to make others think she is still in the government while also making them believe I have already left. "It seems they view you as a threat as well." Zhao Kong, being clever himself, could tell what Lin Jinxiu was planning. "If you also leave, they will surely become reckless." Ning'e learned that Sister Lin was working for the government, and her earlier tension slowly eased. Hearing that Sister Lin had a message for Brother Huai, she quickly asked Zhao Kong, "Brother Zhao, what about me? Did Sister Lin ask for my help?" Seeing her eager eyes, Zhao Kong smiled and said, "Soon. Miss Sun will likely perform a scene with me and Brother Xian." "That's settled then," Hua Yanqing replied. Outside Lin's pancake shop, a crowd had gathered, creating a sea of onlookers. Everyone noticed that Zhao Kong had entered the shop but had not come out, leading to whispers among the crowd. I was really shocked to see the announcement about Miss Lin being a traitor at the government office.
Right?
The kind-hearted Miss Lin is actually from the enemy country. It's unbelievable. Poor Mrs. Li and Ning'e, they must have been deceived by her. As the neighbors discussed Lin Jinxiu, the door of the pancake shop creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Kong emerged holding glue and seals, while Hua Yanqing followed him, expressionless, carrying a cloth bag. It turned out that the accusation against Miss Lin was true. The shop was going to be sealed. Brother Zhao, please. Sister Lin can't possibly be an enemy. A little girl cried, her eyes swollen with tears as she clung tightly to Zhao Kang's clothes. Miss Sun, you have to accept it, Zhao Kang said, his face full of sorrow. I don't want to believe that Miss Lin is a traitor, but this is the county magistrate's decision. We have to accept it, whether we believe it or not. Seeing Zhao Kang prepare to seal the shop, Ninger turned to Huai Yanqing with helpless eyes. Brother Huai, do you also believe Sister Lin is an enemy? Huai Yanqing sighed deeply. Ninger, I don't want to believe it either, but the facts are what they are and I can't do anything about it. He gently rubbed Ninger's head. I owe the shopkeeper my life, but I also need to make a living. It's just that I'm too weak to protect the shopkeeper. With that, he walked out with Zhao Kang. Ninger held onto Zhao Kang with one hand and Huai Yanqing with the other, crying loudly. Sister Lin is really not an enemy. The little girl cried heart-wrenchingly, and everyone who saw her felt a pang of sympathy. Unfortunately, Zhao Kang had official duties, and Huai Yanqing had made up his mind. In the end, only Ninger remained, standing alone in the street, rubbing her eyes and sobbing as she watched them leave. Huai Yanqing slowly walked away, looking back at Ninger with pity and concern. Ninger, take care. Once I make something of myself, I will come back to bring you and Annie to where I am, and take good care of you. Don't worry, brother. The money Miss Lin left is enough until you return. I will manage things here for you.
Go on. Zhao Kang sighed deeply.
What kind of trouble has Miss Lin caused? The waiter is quite loyal, thinking of taking care of this grandmother and granddaughter, even though they are not related. Well, we can't say that. Who knows if he will return? It's just sad for this grandmother and granddaughter, left behind like this. The nearby aunties gathered around to comfort Ninger, who was crying in the street. Ninger, don't be sad. It's all that Lin Jinxi's fault for dragging you and Auntie into this. It's not your fault. Don't cry, please. Seeing their attempts to comfort her, Ninger gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. No way. Sister Lin is definitely not a traitor. If she were, why would she save my and Grandma's lives? With that, she pushed past the people around her and ran back into the shop without saying a word. She slammed the door shut, tearing the seal that Zhao Kang had placed, making it clear only when the door was closed. The aunties she had pushed past didn't blame her. They thought she was just too loyal, feeling that even a small kindness should be repaid greatly, but it only led to her being deceived, which was truly unfortunate. Lu Xingjin, standing at the edge of the crowd, watched the whole scene unfold. While he sympathized with Ninger and Auntie Li, inside, he was quite pleased. With Lin Jinxi locked up and the shop sealed, and that scoundrel Huai Yanqing gone, wasn't it the perfect opportunity for his own family shop? Once Lin Jinxi was executed for treason, he could marry Ling Ling and enjoy both wealth and love. It was truly delightful. He turned and walked into the shop, where Manager Mo was talking with his father. How's it going? Manager Mo asked when he saw Lu Xingjin enter. Lu Xingjin smiled broadly. Lin Jinxi has been detained, the shop is sealed, and the waiter is gone. Only a little girl and an old lady are left. They can't cause any trouble. Manager Mo nodded, as this outcome was what he had expected. If Lin Jinxi was captured, someone like Huai Yanqing wouldn't stay around. Once he left, there would be no more threats from next door. Although the troublesome people have left, you still need to be careful, Manager Mo advised. Let's wait a few more days before using that medicine. For now, come with me to Qinghe Tower. It will prove our brotherhood to the neighbors. Lu Xingjin thought Manager Mo was being overly cautious. After all, Lin Jinxiu had already gone in. Why wait a few more days? But since he mentioned going to Qinghe Tower, he decided to go and learn some skills, which could only benefit him. Sure, he replied. Remember, you absolutely cannot use the medicine in these few days, Manager Mo warned again, sensing that Lu Xingjin might not be the type to follow instructions easily. I got it, Lu Xingjin responded. On Zhao Kang's side. Well, my dear brother, I will see you here, Zhao Kang said at the city gate, bowing to Huai Yanqing and taking a cloth bag off his shoulder. These things are for you on your journey. Take care of yourself during your travels, he added. Hua Yanqing took the bag and slung it over his back. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhao. I hope you can help take care of Ning'er and the others. Zhao Kong patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to you. I believe you, Hua Yanqing smiled. I'm off now. Take care, Brother Zhao. Go ahead, Zhao Kong gently pushed him. Hua Yanqing smiled, glanced back at the streets of Qingxi County with a hint of reluctance, and walked out of the city. Once outside the city gate, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and vanished in a flash, drawing gasps of surprise from those nearby. After performing his lightness skill among the trees, Hua Yanqing finally relaxed, smiling slightly. He found a tall tree in the woods outside the city and lay back leisurely, passing the time. All afternoon, rumors swirled in Qingxi County, mainly about Lin Jinxiu's alleged treason and the closure of Lin's pancake shop. The stories grew more exaggerated, eventually even including tales of how Lin Jinxiu had betrayed the country. Ning'er squatted at the shop door for a long time, puffing her cheeks, her eyes red, and occasionally sniffing, listening to the commotion outside, feeling angry. Ning'er, come take a break, Aunt Li said after hearing Ning'er recount Lin Jinxiu's plan. She felt relieved but noticed her granddaughter had been crying at the door for quite a while and called her back to rest. Ning'er coughed a couple of times. Grandma, no. I want to remember how they insulted Sister Lin, and I will return the insults later. Aunt Li chuckled and let her be. Finally, when the night was quiet, Hua Yanqing, who had been lying in the tree all afternoon, lazily got up under the moonlight and opened the 2 packages he had brought. In the package from Zhao Kong there was actually a complete set of night gear. It included a night suit, a mask, and even a pair of boots. The cuffs and collar of the suit were slightly frayed, but it was clean. It seemed to have been borrowed from a constable based on his size, which was not surprising since even clothes he wore in the shop were bought for him by Lin Jinxiu. The night suit fit well, and the boots were comfortable. The suit had plenty of hidden pockets, enough to hold many tools. After changing into the night suit, Hua Yanqing pulled the mask down to his neck and opened the other package he had brought from the shop. As expected, this package was filled with the weapons he had taken to the store. At this hour, only a few households still had their lights on, providing some convenience for his night activities. When he finally reached the government office, Hua Yanqing climbed over the wall and landed silently, directly bumping into Qin Shuyao, who was standing in the courtyard. Hua Yanqing took off his mask and saw Qin Shuyao smiling widely. I greet you, sir. Forget it. I'm just a runner now. Hua Yanqing interrupted him. What do you mean by today's events? I'm thinking of you, Qin Shuyao replied, showing that they were clearly familiar and had a close relationship. Aren't you curious about what this girl can do? Hua Yanqing sighed. Are you doing this on purpose? If Lin Jinxiu is solving a case, I'll be the one running errands. Qin Shuyao smiled even brighter. Ah, you caught me. Hua Yanqing glared at him. Enough of your nonsense. What's this about Lin Jinxiu betraying the country? Qin Shuyao became a bit serious. It's just that the source of the corn was blamed on Emo Xianglin. By the way, have you investigated this corn? What does this have to do with Emo Xianglin? Hua Yanqing only remembered that Lin Jinxiu was in a lawsuit with Lu Xingjin. Listen to Lin Jinxiu herself, Qin Shuyao said. Answer my question. As for the corn.
Just a little bit.
This girl should not be judged by ordinary standards. Hua Yanqing recalled how Lin Jinxiu pulled the corn stalks out of thin air. Qin Shuyao agreed with Hua Yanqing. Though she grew up in Beijing village, she doesn't even know what fine rice is. Well, she grew up in Beijing village, but she is both herself and not herself. Hua Yanqing explained. In short, I will find out how many secrets she has. You just need to handle the case. Okay. Do we need to give her some help? Qin Shuyao confirmed. Hua Yanqing put his mask back on. Just do what you think is right. You really haven't changed at all since we were kids, as you wish. Qin Shuyao laughed. Hua Yanqing slightly tilted his head to look at Qin Shuyao standing behind him. You've changed quite a bit since we were kids. Which way do we go? That way, where the light is. It's easy to recognize, Qin Shuyao pointed. Qin Shuyao waved his hand, and Hua Yanqing walked toward the only room in the office that had its light on. Hua Yanqing gently knocked on the door. Tap, 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 footsteps could be heard from inside. Seeing Hua Yanqing at the door, the two exchanged smiles, and Lin Jinxiu reached out to pull him into the room. You finally made it. I was getting so bored, Lin Jinxiu said, leading him to a table covered with papers. Hua Yanqing pulled the mask down from his face. But you told me to come at this time. I know. Lin Jinxiu spread out the papers on the table for Hua Yanqing to see. Before you arrived, I did some analysis. Let's hear it, Hua Yanqing said, resting his hands on the table. Look, Lin Jinxiu pointed. This is the family of three next door. The drawing showed three little figures, with the names Lu Erzwang and Lu Xingjin written above them, and the one standing aside labeled as Aunt Lu. These three are definitely not on the same page. Otherwise, Aunt Lu wouldn't have told me about the things she found in their candy bags, Lin Jinxiu said, drawing a line from Aunt Lu to a box labeled Lin. Even though the reason they are buying medicine is likely because we took their business in the business world, we can't say who is right or wrong. We can only say we are better, Lin Jinxiu added. Hua Yanqing nodded. We were already puzzled by how popular their candy bags became overnight, and after Aunt Lu told you this, we confirmed that there is indeed a problem with their candy bags. I thought this matter was only about business, but unexpectedly, Manager Mo got involved, Lin Jinxiu added. This coincidentally addressed Hua Yanqing's question. What does this have to do with Mo Xianglin? Lu Xingjin's medicine was given by Mo Xianglin. Lin Jinxiu recounted what happened in the hall today to Hua Yanqing. Hua Yanqing fell into deep thought. Seeing that he didn't respond, Lin Jinxiu continued to analyze. So, our real enemy is Manager Mo from Qinghe Tower, not Lu Xingjin. But this person can be a breakthrough. Hua Yanqing thought of something else. I wonder who sent the masked people to vandalize the shop and poison. If they are all Mo Xianglin's people, I would believe it more. So Mo Xianglin is Lu Xingjin's superior, Lin Jinxiu said. Now our problem is how to prove that Mo Xianglin has the drugs. Hua Yanqing nodded. What do you have in mind? Lin Jinxiu smiled slightly. We're just one crucial step away. First, take me home. I still need Ninger's help. After neatly stacking the papers on the table and putting them away, Lin Jinxiu followed Hua Yanqing out the door, ready to oversee things from the shop. Are you staying at the office all afternoon? Hua Yanqing asked. Lin Jinxiu nodded, yes, and I even had a meal there. It sounds like prison food, Hua Yanqing said, wrapping his arm around Lin Jinxiu's waist. Hold on tight. Lin Jinxiu looked down at his hand on her waist and suddenly blushed. Can you carry me? The night was dark, and Hua Yanqing didn't notice Lin Jinxiu's embarrassment. Your clothes are too light. It would be too obvious to carry you. Lin Jinxiu thought about it and realized that her light green outfit was almost white at night, making it inconvenient for stealth. I should have borrowed a black cloak, Lin Jinxiu said, looking at the dimming lights in the office, thinking that Qin Shuyao and the county magistrate must have fallen asleep quickly. Since there was no time to borrow one, she decided to let Hua Yanqing carry her. Feeling a bit nervous, she grabbed his collar. Seeing that Lin Jinxiu had a good grip, Hua Yanqing tightened his arm and pushed off the ground to jump over the wall. If you borrow another man's black cloak, it would look like two men are carrying you. Lin Jinxiu was shocked. What the heck? Hua Yanqing's teasing skills were just as good as hers.
What did you mean by that?
Hua Yanqing asked, curious about the unfamiliar phrase Lin Jinxiu had used. Lin Jinxiu felt the wind blowing from behind her, messing up her hair and blowing it into her face. She spat out the hair that had gotten in her mouth. I meant you were just messing with me. Hua Yanqing chuckled at her explanation. You guessed right. I was just teasing you. Are you spitting on me? My hair got in my mouth. Lin Jinxiu explained. Why would I spit on you for no reason? Hua Yanqing lowered his height slightly and used one hand to support himself on the edge of a rooftop, turning at a right angle. Maybe you hold a grudge against me and are looking for a chance to get back at me. TCH. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes. I do hold a grudge against you for your bad luck. You told me not to come out before I entered the courtroom this morning, and look what happened, I almost didn't come out. That's just a coincidence. Hua Yanqing refused to admit he was unlucky. Lin Jinxiu tugged at his collar. When I get back, I'll write you a 30-year contract.
Please don't do that.
Hua Yanqing joked, but his feet didn't slow down. Since you're threatening me, I might have to drop you. Feeling his grip loosen around her waist, Lin Jinxiu almost gasped as she instinctively hugged his neck and even considered wrapping her legs around him. Even if the king himself came today, you can't drop me. While it might feel nice to be held by a handsome person, she thought this handsome guy should be gentle, not someone who could hurt her. Hua Yanqing couldn't tease Lin Jinxiu anymore. He almost put himself in danger. He quickly tightened his arms to pull her away.
Let go, let go. You're going to choke me.
Are you going to drop me or not? Lin Jinxiu tightened her grip. I won't drop you. I won't. Fearing they might both fall, Hua Yanqing quickly found an empty alley and stopped. Okay, let go. With a mix of coaxing and apologizing, he finally got Lin Jinxiu to release her hold. Hua Yanqing leaned against the wall, catching his breath, while Lin Jinxiu stood in the alley, arms crossed, glaring at him. I was wrong. Hua Yanqing kept apologizing. I shouldn't have tried to drop you. Lin Jinxiu crossed her arms and huffed through her nose. I'll give you one chance. If you do it again, I'll make sure you regret it. Understood. After Hua Yanqing promised repeatedly, Lin Jinxiu forgave him, and they continued walking toward home. Now, Hua Yanqing didn't dare to joke around. The back of his neck still hurt a bit. Do you have a fear of heights? Hua Yanqing asked. He had noticed that Lin Jinxiu had kept her eyes closed since he lifted her, especially after he tried to let go. Why do you care? Lin Jinxiu's secret was discovered, and her face turned slightly red. I didn't expect you, the shopkeeper, to be fearless but afraid of heights. Hua Yanqing lowered his mask to speak more easily and leaned closer to Lin Jinxiu's ear.
Wow.
His deep voice sent shivers down Lin Jinxiu's spine. It was surprisingly charming and made her feel a bit dizzy. She couldn't help but think about the odd situations she had been in. Since her previous life, the only man she had been close to, besides her father, was this little thief. Who would have thought this little thief would be so impressive in both looks and voice? He had many good qualities. If she didn't have a child with her, she might have flirted with him already. Everyone has something they fear, Lin Jinxiu said, trying to stay calm. I'm not just afraid of heights. I'm also afraid of cockroaches. Just so you know, if you scare me with a cockroach, you're in big trouble. I won't, Hua Yanqing replied. I don't like those bugs either. That's good, Lin Jinxiu sighed in relief. They were moving quickly, and it felt like she was riding a motorcycle without a helmet, with the wind making her head uncomfortable. She turned her head and buried her face in Hua Yanqing's clothes to avoid the wind. Seeing her quiet, Hua Yanqing looked down and noticed she had buried her face against him. Her simple hairstyle had become a bit messy from the wind, and she held onto his clothes tightly, afraid he might drop her like before. This cute side of her was much more endearing than her usual sharp and capable self, and Hua Yanqing smiled. Finally, they returned to the shop, and Hua Yanqing lightly landed in the backyard. Noticing the oil lamp still lit inside, he knew someone was awake. Boss, we're here, he said, releasing Lin Jinxiu's waist and giving her a light pat. Lin Jinxiu, almost falling asleep, snapped back to reality when he patted her. She found herself standing in the familiar courtyard and sighed in relief. Finally back, she exclaimed. I need to come up with a plan quickly. We should start by tomorrow at the latest. Hua Yanqing agreed. Okay. I'll need your help in the next few days, Lin Jinxiu said to him. Not a problem. Hua Yanqing gestured for her to go inside and check on Ninger and the others. Lin Jinxiu turned and walked into the shop. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ninger sitting at the table, her face red and eyes puffy from rubbing them. Ninger, Lin Jinxiu called out. Ninger stopped rubbing her eyes and squinted to see Lin Jinxiu, then immediately started calling out and feeling her way over. She stumbled over the stool a couple of times before falling into Lin Jinxiu's arms. You're still awake? What happened? Lin Jinxiu lifted Ninger's small face and saw her eyes were very red. I was waiting for you, sister, Ninger said while sniffing. To make myself cry faster, I smelled some chili powder, and now I can't stop crying. Chili powder. Seeing Ninger's face look like a big peach, Lin Jinxiu felt both sorry and amused. You poor thing. As long as I can help with your plan, it's worth it.
Ninger sniffed again.
Come on, let's wash your face. Lin Jinxiu took Ninger to the kitchen and used water from the holy vessel to help her wash her eyes and little nose to make her feel better. After finally making Ninger comfortable, Lin Jinxiu brought her back to the shop and looked at her eyes in the light of the oil lamp. Though they were still a bit red, at least she could open her eyes now, so everything should be fine. That feels much better. Ninger blinked her big eyes. Although tears were still in her eyes, she could open them now. Let's go to my room to discuss. Lin Jinxiu glanced cautiously at the door. Hua Yanqing and Ninger nodded, and the three of them quietly moved from the kitchen to the backyard and entered Lin Jinxiu's room. Lin Jinxiu peeked in and saw that Lele was not in the crib. Grandma is holding Lele to sleep, Ninger said. Since you weren't here, Grandma fed him a little milk when he got hungry, but not much. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Boss, what should we do next? The three of them sat in a circle around the table in Lin Jinxiu's room, and Hua Yanqing asked her. Lin Jinxiu took out the papers she used to analyze the situation from her clothes and spread them on the table. Now that we know Qinghe Tower is behind this, our goal is to find out more about their situation. Oh, right, sister. After Lu Xingjin came back today, the candy shop reopened. Ninger remembered and stood up to go to the kitchen, bringing back 2 candy bags. I asked a little kid to buy 1 candy bag and the other one is from what you bought yesterday. I can't tell them apart. Lin Jinxiu took the 2 candy bags from Ninger and smelled them. This candy bag doesn't have any medicine in it, Lin Jinxiu said, not detecting any strong scent. What Lu Xingjin brought to the court today should be the same. Saying this, Lin Jinxiu handed the candy bag back to Ninger. Hua Yanqing speculated they probably won't use any medicine in the next few days. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. Lu Xingjin won't, but I'm not sure if the food at Qinghe Tower has any drugs in it. After all, Qinghe Tower has been open for a long time without any issues. Perhaps Manager Mo is just trying to trick Lin Jinxiu. Lu Xingjin is not in the shop today, Ninger added. Only Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu are here. Where did Lu Xingjin go? Lin Jinxiu asked. Ninger shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Let's keep an eye on it tomorrow, Lin Jinxiu said. We still need to find a way to get information from him. Okay. Both Ninger and Hua Yanqing nodded. Ninger, Lin Jinxiu asked, what would you do if I really got caught by the authorities? Ninger thought for a moment. If Sister Lin really got caught, I would probably go to the government office to ask the county magistrate for mercy to release you. Lin Jinxiu patted Ninger's head. Ninger, let's pretend I really got caught. Tomorrow, you should make a fuss.
Ninger nodded obediently. Okay.
Lin Jinxiu thought for a moment and then told Ninger, by the way, besides your brother Zhao, the most handsome person in the government office is the governor.
Huh.
As soon as Lin Jinxiu said this, she heard Hua Yanqing making an unhappy sound nearby. Lin Jinxiu found it amusing. What's wrong? Are you not happy that I said he's handsome? Of course I'm not happy, Hua Yanqing replied with a smile. Lin Jinxiu knew he was just joking, so she quickly drew up a fake contract and handed it to him. Here, young man, sign this, and you'll be the most handsome in my eyes. Hua Yanqing snatched the casually drawn contract away. This is not legal. I'm taking it back to report you. Lin Jinxiu laughed and turned away from him, focusing on reminding Ninger. Make sure no one knows that I came out of the government office. Understood. Ninger raised her hand to show she got it. The cook at the government office makes pretty good food, Lin Jinxiu added seriously. If you get the chance, ask Brother Zhao to take you for a meal. Hua Yanqing sighed. Is this all you think about? Isn't it worth living for good food? Lin Jinxiu countered, if you say it is worth it, then you shouldn't eat anything I make in the future. Hua Yanqing conceded defeat quickly. Hua Yanqing, after assigning tasks to Ninger, Lin Jinxiu began to explain what Hua Yanqing needed to do tomorrow. Starting tomorrow morning, you need to closely observe Lu Xingjin's movements. Lin Jinxiu suddenly grabbed Hua Yanqing's hands and looked at him with a sincere expression. You are the key to our mission. It's important that you complete it, okay? Hua Yanqing looked down at his hands, then back at her face. Slowly and firmly, he pulled his hands away from her grip. I understand. To avoid alerting anyone, I will stay in this room, Lin Jinxiu added. What is your task? Hua Yanqing asked. I will find a way to track that medicine as quickly as possible, Lin Jinxiu said confidently. Okay. With the tasks assigned, it was time to prepare. According to Ninger, she would wake up early tomorrow to go to the government office and plead her case. If Zhao Kong didn't come out to see her, she would kneel until someone listened to her. To avoid kneeling for too long and hurting her knees, Ninger found some cotton to make knee pads. Lin Jinxiu felt a bit sorry for her, but Ninger insisted that this was the best way to seek justice, and she believed Zhao Kong wouldn't let her kneel for too long. Seeing Ninger so determined, Lin Jinxiu agreed that she would act as a messenger between the shop and the government office, sharing any information they had until the case was solved. Hearing that her task was so important made Ninger very happy. As for Hua Yanqing, he would take on the most crucial role in the investigation, going in alone to gather evidence. Lin Jinxiu reminded him multiple times that his safety was the most important thing, especially after his 2 recent injuries, which worried her. Hua Yanqing was confident in his abilities and seemed indifferent to her concerns, which frustrated Lin Jinxiu. As for Lin Jinxiu herself, since the items in her space could identify the medicine and react strongly to it, she decided to use her space to find a way to track it. Thinking about the few hundred satisfaction points left in her space, Lin Jinxiu resolved to use them all if necessary to find a solution. The 3 of them rested for the night and began their investigation, which involved 2 lines of inquiry and 3 key points. Early in the morning, before dawn, Ninger got up, carefully hid the knee pads she made the night before in her skirt, packed a small bag with some food, and set off alone to the government office. The street was mostly empty, except for the restaurant owner, who was up early preparing for the day's business. Ninger adjusted her expression as soon as she stepped outside, reminding herself that she had to complete the task given by Sister Lin, which showed on her face as a determined look. Gradually, the shop owners noticed the young girl walking alone down the street.
Hey,
Isn't that Sun Ninger from the pancake shop? Where is she going? Miss Sun. Someone tried to talk to Ninger, but she ignored them and continued walking toward the government office with a resolute expression. It was strange. Usually, Ninger was always smiling, so why was she ignoring people now? Could it be that Ninger is going to the government office to plead for Sister Lin?
someone boldly guessed.
Oh no, Ninger has really been tricked by Lin Jinxiu. Ninger was a well-liked girl in the neighborhood, and now she was heading into trouble with the authorities. Concerned friends rushed out of their shops to try to stop her. But no matter what they said, Ninger calmly refused, showing no signs of turning back. By the time she reached the government office, many people had followed her, including concerned neighbors and those just looking for excitement. Ninger felt a bit nervous. She didn't know if she could perform in front of so many people without anyone to support her. Sister Lin had said that she could hide her whereabouts, all depending on Ninger's efforts. Thinking of this, Ninger bit her lip, adjusted her little braid, and took out the small rabbit hairpin that Lin Jinxiu had given her. Sister Lin, please bless me. With that thought, Ninger knelt at the government office, calm and composed, without crying or making a fuss. Her sudden kneeling startled the 2 guards, who quickly approached to ask why she was there. Lin Jinxiu is definitely not a traitor. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. Ninger kept telling herself that Sister Lin was really captured and not just playing with Lele in the shop. As she thought about it, she became a bit emotional, her throat tightening, and her voice trembled with a hint of tears. The 2 guards had never seen a girl act like this and didn't dare to approach her directly, so they let her stay kneeling and hurried to report to Captain Zhao. Upon hearing that Ninger was kneeling at the government office, Zhao Kong realized that Lin Jinxiu was reinforcing yesterday's plan and creating a scene. He informed the 2 young constables that he needed to report to the magistrate and asked them to wait a moment. Sir, Magistrate Qin, Zhao Kong entered the study, drawing the attention of the county magistrate and Qin Shuyao. Miss Sun from Lin's shop is kneeling at the entrance, wanting to seek justice for Miss Lin. Qin Shuyao chuckled. This Miss Lin is indeed cautious. Zhao, go assist her. Understood. Zhao Kong nodded and left, gripping his dagger. Seeing that Miss Lin's plan was already in motion, the county magistrate eagerly asked Qin Shuyao, "Sir, is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Shuyao's smile remained. "Tell the kitchen to bring some snacks and flour tea." The county magistrate was puzzled as to why Qin Shuyao wanted snacks at such a moment. "It's not for me," Qin Shuyao replied, closing the scrolls on the table. Yesterday, Miss Lin couldn't take her eyes off the snacks. Wouldn't a girl younger than her enjoy them too? Realizing that the snacks were for Ninger, the county magistrate called over a servant to prepare them. As Zhao Kong approached the entrance, he rubbed his face and put on an urgent expression, running out with the two young constables. "Miss Sun, there's no need for this. Please get up." Zhao Kong rushed a few steps and knelt before Ninger, urging her to rise. Ninger shook her head. "Zhao Ge, I won't get up until my sister is released." Zhao Kong sighed sadly. "Ninger, your sister hasn't been convicted yet. Kneeling like this isn't right."
"Sure, yeah."
Ninger grabbed his clothing. Pouting, his tears began to flow. "You know my sister isn't a bad person, she really isn't." Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face, and she clung to his clothes, crying uncontrollably. Zhao Kong, a tough man, felt helpless in this situation. He could only gently stroke Ninger's hair and comfort her. "Wait a moment, Ninger. I'll go see if I can help you meet Miss Lin, okay?" Ninger nodded obediently through her tears, as if just seeing Lin Jinxiu would make her world complete. Zhao Kong stood up and walked toward the office, glancing back every few steps. Once he passed through the door, he didn't head to the back hall but found a spot by the door that only Ninger could see, secretly giving her a thumbs up. He almost laughed when he saw her giving a thumbs up, biting her lip to hold back for a long time. Luckily, she was already shaking from crying, or it would have been a real problem. After a while, Zhao Kong returned, looking serious as he said to Ninger, "The Lord has ordered that you can meet Lin Jinxiu, but only in front of him." "That's fine." Ninger looked up, almost blowing a bubble from her nose. "As long as I can see Sister Lin, anything is okay." Zhao Kang's mouth twitched as he bent down to help her. Ninger stumbled a bit as she stood up with Zhao Kong supporting one of her arms, wiping her tears with her sleeve as they walked toward the government office. The onlookers sighed at the scene. "Oh, what a good girl she was, and look at how she has been treated by a traitor." Ninger followed Zhao Kong to the back hall of the office, and when they reached a place where no one was watching, she bounced back to her cheerful self. "Miss Sun is really talented. She can cry on command and then stop just as quickly," Zhao Kong said, noticing the tear stains on her face and smiling. This was Ninger's first time at the government office, and she looked around with wide eyes. Sister said, "I must not reveal anything, so I have to try hard." "Miss Sun is impressive. If I didn't know the truth, I might have been fooled by you," Zhao Kong chuckled. "I'll just pretend my brother is praising me."
Ninger giggled sweetly.
Zhao Kong brought Ninger to the study in the office, knocked on the door, and entered only after hearing the county magistrate say "come in," bowing to the two officials. Ninger peeked into the room and saw Qin Xiao sitting behind the desk, her eyes lighting up. She placed her hands on her waist and curtsied. "Hello, Governor." "Hello, County Magistrate." Ninger's curtsy was a bit exaggerated, and as she stood up quickly, she bounced like the little braid on her head, making her look very cute. Qin Xiao curiously asked, "How did you know I was the governor?" "Because Sister Lin said the most handsome one in the office is the governor, and Brother Huai wasn't happy to hear that," Ninger answered with wide eyes. "Uft," Qin Xiao chuckled, "thank you." And then Sister Lin said if Brother Huai signed a contract to serve her for 30 years, she would say, "He is the most handsome."
Ninger added,
"Did Brother Huai sign it?" Qin Xiao asked curiously. "Of course not. Brother Huai isn't foolish." Ninger widened her eyes and said, "He said my sister's contract is illegal, and he wants to report her." Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and changed the subject. "Did Miss Lin say anything new?" Sister Lin said I should deliver the message to the officials. Ninger patted her chest. "Don't worry, Lord Governor. I'm very capable." Qin Xiao nodded. "I believe you are reliable. What about the others?" Sister Lin said Brother Huai is responsible for finding clues with Lu Xingjin, Ninger answered honestly, and Sister Lin is looking for a way to track the medicine. Qin Shuyao understood. The three of them quickly divided tasks based on the situation and their abilities. Lin Jinxiu's organizational skills were impressive, and her companions were willing to follow her plans and execute them well. Poor Hua Yanqing was left to run errands. Come, sit here. Qin Shuyao pointed to a nearby seat. Since your sister Lin is not here, we should follow the formalities. You can rest here. Okay, Ning'er replied, sitting in the chair and swinging her little feet. Sir, the snacks are ready, a servant from the office announced at that moment. Qin Shuyao put away the book he was holding. Bring them in. Snacks? Ning'er perked up at the mention of snacks, her eyes wide and ears attentive. She pretended not to care but kept glancing toward the servant, eagerly waiting for the snacks to arrive. These were the delicious snacks Sister Lin had mentioned, made in the official kitchen. It would be great if she could get a piece. Several servants came in carrying 4 or 5 plates and placed them on the table in front of Qin Shuyao. Ning'er's attention was completely captured by the exquisite snacks. What was that golden brown cookie? And the white round cake with a hint of red looked so nice. The county magistrate knew these snacks were meant for Ning'er, but just as he was about to say something to her, Qin Shuyao discreetly stopped him. He smiled, his eyes narrowing with delight as he watched Ning'er curiously eyeing the snacks, almost drooling. The county magistrate had never seen the governor display such an expression and wondered what he was thinking. Do you want to eat? Qin Shuyao asked, holding up a piece of peach pastry from the plate with one hand and slowly taking a bite with the other. Ning'er watched him put the pastry in his mouth, swallowing hard. Her small hands rubbed her clothes nervously, wanting to reach for it but holding back. No. Grandma said not to take things without permission. I have to resist. No, I don't want to.
Ning'er sighed stubbornly.
Seeing Qin Shuyao's playful side, Zhao Kong smiled and shook his head. This girl's every move was so charming, it would be a shame not to tease her a little with her cute, greedy expression. Seeing Ning'er's eager eyes, Qin Shuyao couldn't hold back anymore and placed several plates of snacks within her reach. Go ahead, they are made for you. Really? Ning'er's face lit up with joy at his words. Here, try this osmanthus pastry. Qin Shuyao placed a plate of light yellow pastries in front of her. Ning'er picked one up and, without thinking, popped it into her mouth. The fragrant osmanthus and soft rice made her so happy that she waved her arms. Is it good? Qin Shuyao asked with a kind smile. Ning'er nodded vigorously. Which is better, the food made by your sister Lin, or what we make in the kitchen here? Qin Shuyao asked her. Ning'er thought about the answer while still chewing, tilting her head, furrowing her brow and scrunching her little nose. After a while, she swallowed the osmanthus pastry and said, in comparison, Lin Jie's corn pancakes are still better. Qin Shuyao exchanged glances with the county magistrate. This little girl grew up in poverty and probably hadn't eaten such delicate snacks before, yet she still insisted that Lin Jinxiu's food was better. Just how special were those corn pancakes made by Lin Jinxiu? It's just more flavorful? Ning'er, not having studied much, struggled to find the right words. After thinking for a long time, she simply said, but still, my sister's is better. If I get the chance, I'll bring some for you to try. Sounds good. Qin Shuyao nodded. Do you help Lin Jie when she makes pancakes? Ning'er proudly put her hands on her hips. Actually, I make most of the pancakes and porridge in our shop. But I use the ingredients Lin Jie gives me, so what I make is really tasty. The ingredients from Lin Jie must be that amazing corn. Qin Shuyao then asked, do you know where your sister Lin's corn comes from? Ning'er thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I'm really curious too. Sister Lin usually doesn't go out, but sometimes she just turns around and takes things out like magic. Magic? Qin Shuyao fell into thought. With his gentle prompting, Ning'er shared everything he wanted to hear. As someone close to Lin Jinxiu, she surprisingly didn't know where Lin Jinxiu's things came from. Like magic. Ning'er meant that Lin Jinxiu seemed to be able to take out this corn from anywhere without needing any other means. Is there really such a thing in this world? Lin Jinxiu is truly a remarkable woman. Is something wrong? Ninger asked when she saw Qin Shuyao deep in thought, thinking he had discovered something unusual. Nothing, Qin Shuyao shook his head. If he didn't understand this, perhaps he should ask her to see if she knew anything. Go ahead and eat, these are all for you. All for me? Ninger exclaimed happily. Thank you, Governor. Then, I won't be polite. Saying that, the little girl began to grab the snacks and eat them, looking very happy. After kneeling at the door for so long, do your legs hurt? Qin Shuyao asked. Next time, you can just knock on the door. Ninger shook her head vigorously. I was prepared, look. Saying this, Ninger jumped off the chair and lifted her skirt to show him her special knee pads. They're so soft. Qin Shuyao was surprised at how trusting this child was with everyone and quickly looked away. Miss Sun, it's not proper for boys and girls to be too close. Please lower your skirt. Although she mumbled that she was wearing pants underneath, Ninger obediently lowered her skirt. All right, it's almost time, Qin Shuyao said. Zhao Kong, please escort Miss Sun out, and remember to follow the plan. Sir. Ninger suddenly raised her hand to speak. Can I take the leftover snacks home? They're so delicious. I want to share them with my grandma and older siblings. Qin Shuyao chuckled. Sure. Someone help her pack the remaining pastries. After the snacks were packed, Ninger tucked them into her clothes, adjusting them so they were completely hidden. Thank you, sir. Brother Zhao, let's go. Zhao Kong nodded. Governor, County Magistrate, I'll be back tomorrow. Ninger waved goodbye to them. All right. Qin Shuyao nodded. The county magistrate also waved goodbye to Ninger, and after she left, he sighed. I wish I had a daughter like her. I remember your daughter is about that age too, isn't she? After the servant wiped the table, Qin Shuyao rearranged the scrolls. My daughter is very polite in front of others. She even calls her father father instead of dad. The county magistrate sighed slightly. Such a girl can only be found in the marketplace. Qin Shuyao nodded in agreement. Brother Zhao, please, let me stay with my sister a little longer. The door of the office opened, and Zhao Kong was seen firmly pushing Ninger out by her shoulders. Ninger kept pleading, while Zhao Kong looked troubled. Sister Sun, this is the office, not a place for playing house, Zhao Kong said, blocking the door to prevent Ninger from going back in. The master has already been very kind to let you see Miss Lin. You should go home now. He was about to close the door. How can you treat Sister Lin like this? Ninger shouted at Zhao Kong with a tearful voice. She is not a bad person. Then she changed to a pleading expression and tried to kneel down. Brother Zhao, please take care of Sister Lin. She doesn't deserve this suffering. Zhao Kong quickly opened the door to support Ninger. This is the master's decision. I can help you very little, but I will try my best. Finally, Zhao Kong kept reminding Ninger, Sister Sun, promise me to take care of yourself and don't cause any more trouble. Brother Lin wouldn't want to see you like this. Brother Lin doesn't want us anymore. Sister Lin has also been captured by you. Ninger accused. What else can I do? Brother Lin doesn't not want you. Zhao Kong tried to explain. He does not want us. Ninger interrupted Zhao Kong with a scream and ran away, covering her face with her hands. Zhao Kong reached out toward Ninger's retreating figure, but ultimately did not stop her. Sigh. He let out a long breath and closed the door. Not long after Ninger left. Don't move. Lin Jinxiu was helping Huai Yanqing disguise himself. She not only dressed him in a large robe, but also wrapped him in several layers of cloth, making his thin figure look plump. Huai Yanqing was already feeling hot, and now with Lin Jinxiu pressing on his face to apply makeup, sweat was pouring down. I told you, shopkeeper, it's summer now. You asked me to help you disguise yourself. Lin Jinxiu replied. This was the best disguise method she could think of. She also brought girls dark makeup and blush, using modern techniques to change Huai Yanqing's face shape and eyebrows. Due to the heat, he was sweating, and his eyes looked tired, resembling a weak, plump country gentleman. Huai Yanqing turned his face to look at the copper mirror on the table. I admit your disguise skills are impressive, but... All right, just hang in there. Tonight you can wear your night clothes and move comfortably. Lin Jinxiu had considered whether to dress him as a woman, but unfortunately, he was too tall. So she gave up on that idea. Hua Yanqing had no idea he had escaped a rather frightening thought from Lin Jinxiu. To ensure he could work well, Lin Jinxiu generously gave him a whole bag of water from the Holy Spirit pot, worried he might have some issues. Once he made sure nothing would fall out of his clothes, he took the water bag from Lin Jinxiu and hung it at his waist. "I'm going now." Lin Jinxiu adjusted his disguise and nodded, watching him dash out through the back door. Hua Yanqing ran a few steps until he reached a deserted alley, then he relaxed his stomach. While changing his walking posture, he leisurely circled around toward the candy shop. Fortunately, he walked slowly enough that when he passed the shop's front door, he saw Lu Xingjin opening the door and stepping out. Hua Yanqing pulled out a handkerchief from his collar to wipe his sweat, keeping an eye on Lu Xingjin's direction, and followed him at a leisurely pace. Lu Xingjin walked quickly, with a clear destination, forcing Hua Yanqing to navigate through the morning market with a big belly. After greeting the shop assistant in front of the store, Lu Xingjin entered, without looking around. It seemed that Lu Xingjin not only had a personal connection with manager Mo, but the entire Qinghe building was at their service. Hua Yanqing thought for a moment and decided not to enter Qinghe building. Instead, he found a tea house next door and sat in a casual spot. He ordered a pot of tea, pretending to wait for someone, facing Qinghe building, and began to keep watch. The Qinghe building had 3 floors, and it looked like there was only one entrance facing the street. Even the delivery carts entered through a small alley beside the main door. However, Hua Yanqing did not believe manager Mo would leave him without an escape route. Clever rabbits have 3 burrows. This might just be 2 openings meant to attract foxes on the surface. Lin Jinxiu had speculated that their use of medicine would likely decrease in the coming days as they waited for the situation to settle down. Manager Mo might do this, but Lu Xingjin did not seem like a reliable person. The victorious gleam in his eyes had overshadowed his caution. It would be much easier to catch the clues from this place than to go directly to manager Mo. However, it was unclear what Lu Xingjin was doing at Qinghe Tower. After waiting for a long time without seeing Lu Xingjin, Hua Yanqing stood up, paid for his tea, and walked towards the main entrance of Qinghe Tower. The waiter at the entrance noticed the wealthy-looking man and quickly approached him. "Sir, are you here for a meal or to stay overnight?" "For a meal," Hua Yanqing replied, trying to make his voice sound hoarse and unclear. The waiter took a moment to understand. "Oh, for a meal. Got it. 1 for a meal." Hua Yanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He had too many things stuffed in his clothes, and being tall almost got him stuck in the doorframe, which made the people around him laugh. He gave an awkward smile and scanned the hall, thinking about where to sit. Just then, he saw Lu Xingjin push aside the kitchen curtain, looking annoyed as he stepped out and squatted behind the stairs to smoke. After a moment of thought, Hua Yanqing chose the nearest table and squeezed himself in. Lu Xingjin, noticing him, turned around with displeasure and shouted softly at the tall, plump man, "Hey, what are you staring at?" Hua Yanqing quickly looked away, sitting at the table and waiting for the waiter to come over, but his ears were alert. This was indeed the largest restaurant in the county, and it was bustling with activity. A quick glance around the hall revealed at least 5 or 6 waiters working, and there were likely more in the private rooms upstairs. There was also a stage in the hall, but it wasn't the busiest time, so no one was performing. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" asked the waiter, who approached Hua Yanqing with a clean white cloth draped over his shoulder. Their smiles seemed professionally trained, bright but not overly flattering. Such waiters could only be found in large restaurants, Hua Yanqing thought to himself. Hua Yanqing ordered 2 vegetable dishes and 1 meat dish, along with a large bowl of rice. "Are you really dining alone?" The waiter seemed surprised by the amount he ordered. Hua Yanqing didn't respond, just waved his hand to signal the waiter to head to the kitchen. The waiter glanced at the plump man in front of him and began to accept the amount of food he had ordered. He responded with a good, served him a cup of tea, and then went to the kitchen to place the order. Behind him, Lu Xingjin did not leave. Hua Yanqing could hear the faint sound of him smoking. "Darn it, I'm doing his work and I have to stand here washing dishes." Lu Xingjin slammed his pipe on the ground. then picked it up after a moment, feeling a bit sorry, and stuffed it into his pocket without caring about the scattered tobacco. Lu Xingjin, stop slacking and come over to work. A dissatisfied voice called from the kitchen.
Got it.
Lu Xingjin replied with annoyance and got up to continue working in the back kitchen. It seemed that Lu Xingjin's relationship with manager Mo was not as good as they thought. Hua Yanqing kept an eye on the kitchen while occasionally sipping his tea until the waiter brought the dishes. At least it looked very good. That was his first impression of the food. Since arriving in this county, he had avoided drawing attention to himself and had never been to this famous restaurant before. This time, he was taking advantage of Lin Jinxiu to taste the food here. The vegetables were bright green, the braised fish was a rich red, and even the rice was crystal clear and fragrant. Hua Yanqing focused on the dishes for a moment. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The bones had been removed. The fish melted in his mouth, tender and smooth, with the skin soaking up the sauce, perfectly sweet and salty. A real delight. Besides the braised fish, the rice and vegetables were also very tasty. As he ate, Hua Yanqing couldn't help but marvel that this was indeed the best restaurant in the county. The only downside was that the fragrant scent of perfume in the restaurant was quite strong. Seeing him enjoy his meal, the waiter approached with a smile and asked, "Sir, do the dishes suit your taste?" Hua Yanqing was too busy eating to respond, so he just gave a thumbs up with one hand. "As long as it suits the customer's taste, that's good," the waiter said, bringing over a pot of tea. "This tea was specially prepared for you by our manager. We hope you enjoy your meal." Of course, it was unlikely that manager Mo personally sent it. It was just a strategy to please customers. Hua Yanqing understood this, but didn't point it out. He gruffly thanked the waiter and accepted the pot of tea. The tea was brewed with something unknown, as it had only liquid and no leaves, and it tasted refreshing. It perfectly balanced the richness of the braised fish and complemented the vegetables. Although he was there to observe, Hua Yanqing truly enjoyed this meal. After he quickly ate everything, he felt a bit full, but he still appeared relaxed and unsatisfied. He had only sat for a short while when Lu Xingjin sneaked out from the back room. Hua Yanqing noticed his actions, his gaze fixed on Lu Xingjin's back. Lu Xingjin stood in front of a small door, looking around cautiously before slipping inside. This small door had been quiet since Hua Yanqing arrived. Lu Xingjin's behavior made him wonder if something was hidden inside. Lu Xingjin seemed very familiar with Qinghe Tower. Not long after, while Hua Yanqing was still sipping his tea, Lu Xingjin came back out through the door. Hua Yanqing noticed that Lu Xingjin's shirt seemed to bulge a bit, as if he had something hidden inside. Lu Xingjin ran out, and Hua Yanqing stood up to pay at the counter. The food at Qinghe Tower was indeed expensive, but luckily, he had brought Lin Jinxiu's purse with him. After paying, Hua Yanqing hurried out the door and glanced around. He caught a glimpse of Lu Xingjin disappearing around a corner and quickly followed. Lu Xingjin had one hand on his chest, zigzagging towards the outskirts of the city. Knowing he stood out, Hua Yanqing kept his distance, only closely following when Lu Xingjin turned a corner. What was Lu Xingjin doing heading outside the city at this time? However, Lu Xingjin did not exit through the city gate, but stopped in front of a small hole in the northwest corner of Qingxi County. Calling it a dog hole might be an understatement. The hole was about the height of a person, covered with layers of stones. It looked like a wall that had been broken and then filled in again. As Lu Xingjin approached the hole, he began to remove the stones one by one, clearly intending to crawl inside. Before leaving the hole, Lu Xingjin turned around to check if anyone was following him. Seeing this, Hua Yanqing quickly hid behind a wall to avoid being seen. A rustling sound came as Lu Xingjin crawled out of the hole. As soon as Lu Xingjin disappeared, Hua Yanqing found an empty corner to remove his robe and the padding he had been wearing. He buried all his gear in a nearby pile of straw before crawling out after Lu Xingjin. Because he had sweated a lot earlier, Hua Yanqing felt uncomfortable with his damp clothes, and a slight breeze made him want to sneeze. He jumped off the ground and landed on a tree, following Lu Xingjin as he ran further away. Where was Lu Xingjin going? By the time Huai Yanqing had dried off from his sweat, Lu Xingjin finally slowed down and stopped next to a large, noticeable rock. In the dense forest, even the path Lu Xingjin had taken was covered with wild grass. However, the area around the rock had little grass and formed a grayish-white clearing. Huai Yanqing lightly hopped to a nearby tall tree closer to Lu Xingjin. Lu Xingjin was completely unaware that someone was following him. He used both hands to push against the rock, turning red in the face from the effort, until he slowly moved it aside. Under the large rock, there was a dark hole leading underground, with the edge of a ladder visible. Was there a secret space down there? Huai Yanqing frowned. Lu Xingjin leaned down and shouted into the hole. Soon, a person appeared, dressed in white clothes that were stained with dirt. Lu Xingjin took a cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to the person before putting the large rock back in place and quickly returning the way he came. After Lu Xingjin left, Huai Yanqing jumped down from the tall tree and landed next to the rock. The ground beneath the rock showed signs of frequent movement, indicating that people often came here. The area had little grass, with only a few plants flattened to the ground, suggesting that heavy objects were often placed here, creating this almost bare patch over time. Were people frequently moving things here? Huai Yanqing crouched down and picked up a small stone that was embedded in the ground, pressed down by something. Only this clearing had no grass, and there were no paths nearby. Were the items going into the hole or coming out, and where did they come from? If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't be able to confirm anything. Huai Yanqing decided to return and tell Lin Jinxiu about it, planning to explore tonight under the cover of darkness. He flew back up the tree, using his inner strength to stir up some dust to cover his footprints. Then he followed his original path back to the city. When he reached the edge of the city wall, he saw Lu Xingjin putting the stones he had removed back in place, one by one. Squatting on the wall and waiting for Lu Xingjin to leave, Huai Yanqing finally dug out his gear buried in the straw pile. Huai Yanqing looked at the equipment he had taken off with some disdain. The weather was too hot, and it smelled strongly of sweat, but he had no choice but to put it back on to walk around openly. No way, after such a big effort, he needed to ask Lin Jinxiu for some benefits when he got back. With that thought, he held his nose and put the clothes back on, swaying as he walked toward the shop. After Huai Yanqing left, Lin Jinxiu was left alone at home. She looked at the empty shop and sighed deeply. Just the day before, it had been full of customers, and she was behind the bar collecting money. Who would have thought it would turn into this today? Not wanting to think too much, she decided to focus on her work. Just as she turned to go to her room, Aunt Lee came out from the back with Lele in her arms. Lele, sweet and obedient, was nibbling on her fingers. When she saw Lin Jinxiu, she smiled and reached out for her mother to hold her. Auntie, you've worked hard these past few days. Lin Jinxiu truly didn't expect that in this ancient time, which valued having children so much, she would be so busy that she had no time to care for her own child. Fortunately, little Lele was still young, otherwise, she might feel neglected. Lin Jinxiu didn't want her child to feel unloved. It's fine, Aunt Lee said kindly, knowing Lin Jinxiu was busy. I usually don't have much to do anyway. Then Aunt Lee added, but remember to feed the baby, Jinxiu. She's still small and can't eat much else. Okay, I'll remember, Lin Jinxiu replied, realizing her oversight. She quickly nodded and took the child to her room to feed her. She didn't need to worry about Ninger. With Zhao Kong and Qin Xiao around, she felt quite reassured. While soothing Lele to nurse, Lin Jinxiu's thoughts drifted to the two people she had sent out. As for Huai Yanqing, she was a bit worried. Not to mention he was alone, just the gear he wore could cause him to suffer from heatstroke. She should prepare for their return. At the very least, she needed to get a clean set of clothes ready for Huai Yanqing. After settling Lele, Lin Jinxiu stayed in her room, pondering how to track down the medicine. She really wanted to use the items from her space for this, but first, she needed to think of a good plan. It was one thing to test with cornmeal and water from the spirit jar, but if she poured the water and left traces, it would be a problem.
So,
unable to think of anything, Lin Jinxiu casually stuffed the 2 candy packets she had brought into her bag and lay down on the bed in her space. The corn and chives planted today had already matured. Lin Jinxiu quickly harvested them and put them in her bag, sitting on the edge of the field, staring at the 2 candy packets with worry. If she wanted to track something, it had to be able to move, be usable, or at least react to the medicine. The only thing that could move in her space was… Lin Jinxiu's gaze fell on the Pai Pai chicken wandering in the center of the field. The Pai Pai chicken had been living in the space for a while and seemed to have eaten something. Its feathers were now shinier than when Lin Jinxiu first summoned it, and the pearl-like spots on its wings were more pronounced and rounded. Noticing Lin Jinxiu staring at its wings, the alert Pai Pai chicken suddenly flapped its wings and ran away. Lin Jinxiu watched as the chicken hid behind a fruit tree, using the trunk to cover itself. She shrugged and turned away. Reaching into her bag, Lin Jinxiu took out the 2 candy packets, one of which had been opened and left on a plate overnight, causing the sugary center to harden. The sweet scent from the candy packets reminded her of the shopkeeper Mo's store. Perhaps the dishes at Qinghe Tower also contain this medicine, which is why so many people love them. But she hadn't heard of anyone getting sick from eating there, had she? Lin Jinxiu was puzzled. Suddenly, a sharp chicken squawk interrupted her thoughts. Reacting instinctively, Lin Jinxiu turned to the source of the sound, only to see a small yellow chicken foot flying toward her face. Smack! The candy packet in her hand flew out of her grasp. That ungrateful chicken stomped on Lin Jinxiu's face with its little foot, as if it were jumping onto a platform, and lunged for the candy packet. With the chicken almost spherical in shape, Lin Jinxiu's face couldn't handle such weight. Ah! Lin Jinxiu felt a sharp pain in her eye and a strong hit to her nose, causing her to fall to the ground, clutching her face and groaning. That hurt so much. What was going on? Rubbing her sore right eye, she glared at the chicken that was now pecking at something. Let go of that candy packet. That Pai Pai chicken was ruining her evidence. Lin Jinxiu didn't care about the pain on her face anymore. She quickly got up and lunged at the Pai Pai chicken. Seeing Lin Jinxiu coming to snatch its treat, the Pai Pai chicken let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to fly away. Stop! Lin Jinxiu shouted as she chased after it. After a short chase, the Pai Pai chicken suddenly spread its wings and let out a loud call. A reflective glass wall appeared in front of it, and with a burst of speed, it flew into the wall, creating ripples before disappearing. Lin Jinxiu tried to stop, but it was too late. The door seemed to have an irresistible pull, drawing her in along with the chicken. Lin Jinxiu screamed, unsure of where she was being taken, feeling weightless. As she screamed, her sense of being slowly returned. Lin Jinxiu opened her eyes and realized she was lying on her bed. To her surprise, the Pai Pai chicken was standing on her stomach, looking down at her as if she were its defeated opponent. You actually made it out? Lin Jinxiu was shocked that the Pai Pai chicken could escape from the space. With a clatter, the broken candy bag fell onto Lin Jinxiu, the sticky inside sticking to her dress. Lin Jinxiu's scream was even louder than before. In the next moment, she grabbed the Pai Pai chicken by the neck with both hands. After a brief struggle, the Pai Pai chicken seized the opportunity, kicked off the edge of the bed, and flapped its wings toward the door. Come back! Lin Jinxiu shouted as she tried to grab it, but her legs were tangled in the clothes and blankets. The chicken was getting closer to the door. Click! The door opened. Bam! Lin Jinxiu almost fell face first to the ground. The person who opened the door was Huai Yanqing. He had heard Lin Jinxiu's screams and came to check, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Jinxiu sprawled by the bed and a large object flying toward him, which he instinctively caught. Clatter. Cluck. Cluck. The Pai Pai chicken crashed into Huai Yanqing's arms. Realizing it was now in someone else's grasp, it flapped its wings and struggled. However, when it looked up and saw Huai Yanqing's face, it suddenly stopped moving, its wings still outstretched, as if frozen in shock. Huai Yanqing was surprised to find that he was holding a chicken. They stood there, one person and one chicken, as if time had stopped. Ouch! Lin Jinxiu managed to support herself with her hands. When she heard Huai Jianking's unfinished words, she frowned in pain and looked up. To her surprise, she saw the chicken gazing affectionately at the man. While Huai Jianking looked confused, the chicken's gaze was truly loving, as if it were waiting for a team to help them share a dramatic kiss.
Hey, hey, hey.
Lin Jinxiu pointed at the two of them. What are you doing in broad daylight? Her shout brought Huai Jianking back to reality.
Nothing.
Are you okay, shopkeeper? Why are you bleeding? Lin Jinxiu touched under her nose and found blood seeping out. She cursed softly, got up, and used a tissue to stop the bleeding. I'm fine, just almost fell. Although Lin Jinxiu had indeed fallen hard, Huai Jianking saw her agile movements and felt relieved that she was not in serious danger. Why is there a chicken? Huai Jianking gestured for Lin Jinxiu to explain the chicken in her arms. It came from the same place as the corn, Lin Jinxiu said, her voice muffled by the tissue in her nose. Huai Jianking responded with a long "oh," realizing, no wonder it's so well-behaved. Well-behaved? Lin Jinxiu almost shouted in surprise. You think this chicken is well-behaved? But when she looked at the chicken, she saw it was indeed quietly nestled in Huai Jianking's arms, hardly moving. Why is it so well-behaved with him? Lin Jinxiu recalled how the chicken had fought with her, feeling frustrated. Look at what you did to my bed. Following her finger, Huai Jianking saw her bed in disarray. Clothes and blankets were snagged by sharp objects, and there were strange marks all over the bed. It did this? Huai Jianking pointed to the chicken in his arms. Lin Jinxiu nodded. Why did it do that? Huai Jianking sat across from Lin Jinxiu, trying to place the chicken on the table, but as soon as it touched the surface, it dove back into his arms, refusing to come out. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes. It seemed this chicken had special abilities, but who knew it was such a flirt? It reacted to that candy wrapper. Lin Jinxiu pointed at the Pai chicken, seeing it as like encountering a fierce enemy. It insists on a showdown. Huai Yanqing's eyes lit up. Could it be reacting to the medicine in the candy bag? Lin Jinxiu was reminded by his words. If the Pai chicken reacted to the medicine, it would be the perfect guide. But no, the Pai chicken was too unpredictable. If it were a dog, it would be easier, but it was a temperamental chicken. Lin Jinxiu sighed, but I can't control this chicken. You might want to give it a try.
Ah?
Huai Yanqing looked confused. Look at it. Lin Jinxiu gestured for Huai Yanqing to observe the Pai chicken's gaze. It seems like you are challenging it. Now, Huai Yanqing understood, but he didn't want to respond to Lin Jinxiu's teasing and pretended he didn't understand. It looks like it likes me more, so I'll ask it. You can try. Lin Jinxiu knew he was pretending but didn't call him out. I think it can understand human speech. Leave it to me. Huai Yanqing nodded at Lin Jinxiu. After that, he ushered Lin Jinxiu out of the room and began a close conversation with the Pai chicken. After a while, Lin Jinxiu opened the door and asked, So, is it willing to help us track that medicine? Before Huai Yanqing could answer, the Pai chicken on his shoulder nodded and tapped its foot on Huai Yanqing's shoulder. You're willing, but only to follow him, right? Lin Jinxiu guessed the Pai chicken's meaning. The Pai chicken nodded. All right, you were going to follow him anyway. Lin Jinxiu accepted this reality. Since the Pai chicken listened to him, she could just have Huai Yanqing listen to her instead. At least they could communicate without fighting. Now that it's decided, my task is complete. Lin Jinxiu sat at the table. Huai Yanqing, are you going out again today? I'll go out once more in the evening. Huai Yanqing petted the Pai chicken. Okay. Lin Jinxiu nodded. I won't sleep tonight. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll write down the results of our investigation today for Ninger to give to Lord Qin tomorrow. Huai Yanqing nodded.
So.
Lin Jinxiu picked up a piece of rice cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Huai Yanqing waited for her to continue. Pai should stay here. Huai Yanqing, go take a shower. Lin Jinxiu looked at Huai Yanqing with a look of disdain. As she spoke, she grabbed the Pai chicken. Don't move. You want to see him shower? No way. Huai Yanqing looked down at himself. His clothes were covered in hard salt crusts, showing how much he had sweated.
Whose fault is it?
Hua Yanqing pointed at the clothes on the ground. It's my fault, Lin Jinxiu admitted, knowing she was in the wrong. She poured a glass of water and offered him a snack. Big brother, have some water. That's better, Hua Yanqing said as he took the glass and gulped it down. Not long after drinking, his expression began to twist, and he slammed the cup onto the table before jumping up and running outside. Hey? Lin Jinxiu exchanged glances with Pepiji. I'll go check, Lin Jinxiu said as she stood up and followed him. Thinking something was wrong, she stepped outside and found Hua Yanqing leaning against the bathroom door, throwing up. What happened? Lin Jinxiu gently patted his back from behind and moved his hair aside. Want some more water?
Ugh.
Hua Yanqing was too busy to answer her, finally calming down after heaving and feeling the sourness in his nose. His eyes were red and watery, and he was panting heavily. Did you get heat stroke? Lin Jinxiu quickly handed him a prepared handkerchief. I was wrong. Next time I'll dress you cooler. Hua Yanqing took the handkerchief and wiped his face clean, tossing it into the bathroom.
No.
You shouldn't loosen your clothes when it's too hot. Wait until the sweat dries. Lin Jinxiu guessed various possibilities. Hua Yanqing shook his head. After throwing up, he felt much better, but there was still a slight pain in his stomach. Let's talk inside, Hua Yanqing said, pointing to the room. Once inside, he met Pepiji's concerned gaze. After Lin Jinxiu sat down, he said, Today I followed Lu Xingjin to Qinghe Tower to find out what he was doing. I went in and had a meal. Lin Jinxiu looked down at the half glass of water in front of him. So there really is medicine in the food at Qinghe Tower. I suspected that was the case, and now it's confirmed, Hua Yanqing said, taking a deep breath. But the strong aroma there overpowers the smell of the food, so you can't smell it. Lin Jinxiu nodded and took a pen to jot down the information, planning to report it to Qin Shuyu and the others when she had time. Then you and Pepiji should act quickly, Lin Jinxiu said. The sooner you deal with it, the more people won't have to take this medicine. And she could clear her name sooner without hiding, Lin Jinxiu thought to herself.
Okay.
Hua Yanqing nodded. Let's take action tonight. During dinner, both of them were too preoccupied to focus on their meal. Lin Jinxiu was so absorbed in writing that she didn't even notice when a piece of her flatbread fell on her face. Meanwhile, Hua Yanqing quickly finished his meal and began bonding with Pai Pai Ji. Hua Yanqing, are you saying you saw an underground tunnel in an open area outside the city? Lin Jinxiu asked for confirmation. Hua Yanqing was breaking a corn flatbread to feed Pai Pai Ji. Yes, I'm going to check it out soon. Then I'll wait for you to come back before adding the tunnel information to the letter for Lord Qin tomorrow, Lin Jinxiu said, putting down her pen and carefully examining the half-written letter. Come back early and be safe. Hua Yanqing had heard be safe so many times since yesterday that it was starting to annoy him. He lazily replied, okay. Lin Jinxiu rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything more. Around midnight, to avoid drawing attention, Lin Jinxiu and the others turned off the lights in the shop early and went to rest in their rooms. Hua Yanqing changed into his night clothes and began organizing his gear. Do you need anything else? Lin Jinxiu asked as she watched him pack several weapons, amazed that they were hidden so well. Hua Yanqing shook his head. No, I'm just going to scout, not to fight. You have quite a few weapons with you, Lin Jinxiu said, resting her chin on her hand. I'm prepared in case I need to escape, Hua Yanqing said, checking his hidden pouch from top to bottom. Lin Jinxiu blew out the oil lamp in her room. I'll leave the door open for you. Just wake me up when you return.
Okay.
Hua Yanqing pulled up his mask, hugged Pai Pai Ji, and stepped outside. All right, buddy, it's time for our mission, Hua Yanqing said softly to the chicken in his arms. Make sure not to make any noise when we get there. Pai Pai Ji chirped softly, curious about everything since it was its first time outside the space, tilting its head to look around. After confirming the direction they had taken out of the city yesterday, Hua Yanqing gathered his energy and leaped onto the roof. There was a slight breeze today, rustling the leaves, while the sounds of cicadas and frogs filled the woods. With the experience from last time, Hua Yanqing quickly found the open area, confirmed that no one was around, and landed on the ground. In front of him was a large stone, with drag marks underneath, likely indicating the entrance. Hua Yanqing took out a match and lit it. He tested the gap under the stone and heard no sounds, confirming that there was no one at the entrance. Suddenly, with a soft command, a large stone was easily lifted and set aside, revealing a round hole in the ground. He reached to the side, and the match he had given to Pipajiji was now in his hand. He held the match toward the hole and saw a ladder resting on the edge, with what seemed to be water at the bottom. However, it was pitch dark inside the hole, and he couldn't see anything.
"Let's go down," he said.
He pushed himself over the edge and landed on the ladder. As he descended into the hole, Pipajiji flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, following him down. The hole was deep and got darker the further they went. Hua Yanqing stayed focused, worried that someone might appear at the bottom. Fortunately, he and Pipajiji reached the bottom without encountering anyone. It was indeed very dark. Even though Hua Yanqing's eyes had adjusted, he could see nothing. "Lead the way," he said, relying on the clever chicken on his shoulder. Pipajiji hopped down and made soft sounds on the ground. If it ran a bit ahead, it would wait for Hua Yanqing. It even made quick footsteps to guide him when he turned the wrong way. Hua Yanqing silently admired the chicken's intelligence, which was unlike anything he had seen before. Following Pipajiji, he didn't bump into any walls. Amazing! He kept track of the path in his mind, not knowing how long they had walked when a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. After turning a corner, he saw that the light came from the bottom of a door. Pipajiji stopped in front of the door and looked back at him. "Is it behind this door?" Hua Yanqing quietly asked. Pipajiji nodded. He pressed his ear against the door and listened closely. There was definitely someone inside the room. The person seemed to be in a good mood, humming a little tune. "Ah, that feels good." The person sighed contentedly after drinking, followed by a satisfied burp. From start to finish, there was only one voice in the room. Hua Yanqing concluded that the room likely held just that one person. He carefully opened the door a crack, and the light from an oil lamp shone through. The guard was leaning against a table made of 2 wooden boxes, drinking a little wine, his face red and clearly tipsy. He pulled out a small blow dart from a hidden pocket on his leg and put it in his mouth. With a puff, the man fell over, crashing onto the table. Hua Yanqing entered the room, with Pipajiji happily following behind him. The room was filled with boxes, and as Hua Yanqing searched for anything he might have missed, he heard Pipaji's calls coming from the far corner of the room.
He knew it must have found something.
He saw Pipajiji perched on an open box, flapping its wings and making soft sounds. Hua Yanqing approached and picked up the chicken, noticing that the box was neatly filled with paper packages, only half full. He took one package out, opened it, and found it contained dark powder, resembling what Lin Jinxiu had scooped from the edge of the Holy Spirit pot that day. Holding the powder up to the light of the oil lamp, Hua Yanqing confirmed it was indeed what he was looking for. He pinched a small amount and wrapped it in a piece of paper he had, placing the rest back in the box. "That completes the task," he said, patting the pocket where he stored the small package. "Let's go."
Bye-bye, Khirpat Happily.
Hua Yanqing reached to pull out the blow dart still stuck in the guard's neck, but unexpectedly found a small note under the guard's face. It read, "Deliver by tomorrow at the 3rd watch." Tomorrow? Delivery? Hua Yanqing frowned, realizing he would need to take action soon. After putting the note back, he left with Pipajiji. The door to Lin Jinxiu's room was slightly ajar. Hua Yanqing gently opened it and stepped inside, only to be met by a pair of large eyes staring at him in the dark, nearly scaring him half to death. "You're back," Lin Jinxiu said, having waited up all night for him. Seeing him enter, she finally smiled. Hua Yanqing took a moment to calm himself, sitting down across from Lin Jinxiu while Pipajiji hopped out of his arms to find a comfortable spot to rest. "Why is it so dark?" he asked. Lin Jinxiu then lit the lamp. "To keep things discreet." "So, what did you find?" "Paper and pen," Hua Yanqing said, asking Lin Jinxiu for them and starting to draw. Lin Jinxiu watched as he drew a small circle, then lines and more lines, like navigating a maze. This is the city wall. Hua Yanqing drew a horizontal line at the edge of the paper and pointed to a small circle he had drawn. This is the entrance. There's a hollow stone on top that even an ordinary person like Lu Xingjin can move. Lin Jinxiu nodded. The entrance is a deep well with a ladder inside, but I can't draw that, Hua Yanqing said. Once you go down, you can't see anything. It was Pai Ji who helped me find the way. This is the direction and order from my memory. Hua Yanqing pointed to the end of the zigzag line. Right here, there's a small room with boxes of medicine inside. Is there a lot of medicine? Lin Jinxiu asked. Yes, a lot, and there's a guard watching over it, Hua Yanqing replied. I also saw a note on the guard's desk. They're scheduled to pick up supplies tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Pick up supplies? Lin Jinxiu's eyes lit up at the mention of this. Isn't this a great opportunity? Hua Yanqing nodded. Also, you can't use fire in the cave. Lin Jinxiu took the pen from his hand, pulled out the half-written letter, and continued writing. I'll briefly inform Lord Qin about the situation. I might need to visit the office again. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Jinxiu patted Hua Yanqing on the shoulder. I really appreciate it. Hua Yanqing smiled. Don't forget to thank Pai. If it hadn't guided me, I might not have made it back. I will. Lin Jinxiu smiled brightly and turned to look at the chicken. She saw Pai lying on her pillow, sleeping with its eyes closed, looking soft and comfortable. My pillow. Lin Jinxiu's smile completely vanished. That was my last pillowcase. Ah, you silly Pai. As she spoke, Lin Jinxiu lunged forward, waking Pai, and they started rolling on the bed, playfully wrestling. Hua Yanqing sighed, realizing that two females could easily get into a fight. You sleep with Hua Yanqing today. Before Hua Yanqing could pour himself a glass of water, he saw a chicken flying toward his face. Hua Yanqing, get it out of my bedroom. Don't bring it back. Lin Jinxiu really didn't want Pai to touch any of her things again. It was even messier than a husky. Hua Yanqing held the chicken, feeling helpless. Although Pai liked being with him, he didn't want to sleep with the chicken.
Can you make it a nest?
Hua Yanqing said after a few seconds of hesitation. This clearly meant he didn't want to sleep with Pai. Lin Jinxiu accepted her fate, stood up, and took out a few pieces of clothing that Pai Ji had hugged. She quickly tied them together into a shapeless pile of padding. Here you go. Just lay some straw underneath, and it will work. Hua Yanqing said thank you as he took the clothes from Lin Jinxiu and dashed out the door, leaving her alone at the desk. Outside, there was a lot of noise, and Lin Jinxiu couldn't understand why Hua Yanqing was making such a racket while gathering straw for the chicken coop. It was hard to listen to. She opened the door and saw Hua Yanqing clumsily weaving straw on the ground, while Pai Ji stood nearby like a good little baby, making her laugh. All right, I'll do it. Seeing how clumsy Hua Yanqing was with his hands, Lin Jinxiu walked over and squatted down beside him. She took the straw from his hands and wove a larger chicken coop. Wow, you really can do everything, Hua Yanqing said in admiration when he saw Lin Jinxiu weaving the coop. Just a little knowledge, Lin Jinxiu replied. Come help me hold this side. Under the bright moonlight, a man, a woman, and a chicken squatted in the middle of the yard at dawn, fully focused on weaving the chicken coop with straw.
Done.
Soon, Lin Jinxiu shaped the straw into a basket and lined it with the clothes she had prepared earlier. Hua Yanqing placed Pai Ji into the coop, and it fit just right. However, Pai Ji was not pleased. Every time Hua Yanqing put it in the coop, it would fly out, clucking in protest. Hua Yanqing was in a dilemma. No matter how soft or hard, he couldn't get it to stay in the coop. This chicken was quite proud. Where does it sleep when it's with you? Hua Yanqing thought Pai Ji might be used to sleeping better with Lin Jinxiu, which was why it resisted here. In the fields, in the chicken pen, wherever it wants to sleep, Lin Jinxiu answered honestly. I've only seen it sleep in the coop once, and it was quite cute with its little bottom sticking up. Pai Pai Ji clearly didn't like Lin Jinxiu saying that about it and kept clucking nearby, as if it was embarrassed in front of Hua Yanqing. However, Lin Jinxiu ignored it. I think Pai Pai should sleep with you tonight. Hua Yanqing whispered in Lin Jinxiu's ear, you can't be serious about wanting me to sleep with a chicken. He glanced at Pai Pai Ji and added, didn't you say it has bad intentions towards me? Are you pushing me into a fire pit? Lin Jinxiu grinned at him. Look at this chicken. It's just like a person. Aren't you considering it? As soon as she said this, Lin Jinxiu realized, oh, I know why it won't go into the chicken coop anymore. Hua Yanqing looked at her in confusion. Come help me, Lin Jinxiu said, pulling Hua Yanqing back to the room. She moved a smaller crib from the corner and placed it on the floor. This is the first version of the crib that Uncle Zhang helped make. It was too small, so it has just been sitting here untouched, she explained, taking out a small mattress and blanket for Lele and setting them up in the crib. Seeing Lin Jinxiu do this, Hua Yanqing understood. Oh, it thinks of itself as a person, right? Exactly. Lin Jinxiu directed Hua Yanqing to move the crib into the shop. Of course, a person should sleep in a person's bed, don't you think? The last sentence was directed at Pai Pai Ji. When Pai Pai Ji saw Lin Jinxiu bring out a small bed, its eyes sparkled, and it flapped its wings, following them into the shop. As soon as the bed was set up, it flew onto the crib, folded its wings, and lay down. This bed was indeed made for Pai Pai Ji, Lin Jinxiu thought to herself. The size was just perfect. Pai Pai Ji shifted its body, feeling very comfortable, and even tried to pick up the small blanket beside it with its beak. Lin Jinxiu kindly helped it by pulling the blanket over it. Perfect. Now you two can rest, Lin Jinxiu yawned. I'll finish writing the letter and take it to Lord Qin tomorrow. Hua Yanqing responded while setting up his own bed, watching her stretch and disappear behind the door to the backyard. The shop was left with just Hua Yanqing and Pai Pai Ji, or rather, one person and one chicken. You worked hard today, Hua Yanqing said, lying down and smiling at Pai Pai Ji. Cluck. Pai Pai Ji chirped brightly. Good night, Hua Yanqing turned over. He let out a long sigh, feeling a gaze fixed on him from behind. Although he knew it was the chicken's gaze, it felt uncomfortable, making it hard for him to sleep. Even if the chicken was on another bed, it still felt like it was sleeping with him. Hua Yanqing was very unhappy with Lin Jinxiu's way of dealing with a chicken by using her charm. A night passed. Lin Jinxiu intentionally woke up a bit earlier and slipped an envelope into Ninger's sleeve before she left. When she arrived at the shop, she happened to run into Hua Yanqing, who had just woken up. He was sitting at the table, looking dazed, as if he hadn't slept all night. What's wrong? Lin Jinxiu asked him. Did the shop get robbed again yesterday? I can't sleep. She had just approached Hua Yanqing when he pulled her by her clothes and brought her in front of him. Shopkeeper, please promise me to move the chicken away tonight, okay? What's wrong? Lin Jinxiu asked, confused. It watched me all night yesterday, and I couldn't sleep at all, Hua Yanqing said, clenching his teeth. Lin Jinxiu looked at the innocent-looking chicken and sighed. All right, I still need your help this afternoon. You can lie down in my room for a bit. The chicken will stay with me. After being exhausted all night and not sleeping well, Hua Yanqing didn't argue with Lin Jinxiu. He grabbed his bedding and headed to her room. Look at you, Lin Jinxiu said to the chicken. Next time, don't disturb your beloved's rest, okay? The chicken felt guilty and turned away, pretending not to hear. Ning'er walked quickly with a serious expression, thinking about Lin Jinxiu's task, and headed straight to the government office. When she arrived, Ning'er knelt at the entrance as instructed by Lin Jinxiu. Remembering yesterday's experience, the young guard quickly went to find Zhao Kong to resolve the issue. Miss Sun, didn't I tell you not to do this? Brother Zhao, please, I really want to see my sister again. As she spoke, Ning'er stood up and tried to enter the office. Zhao Kong immediately blocked her, grabbing her arms to pull her back. You can't joke around in the office. Miss Sunday, listen to me. Hurry back and rest. Brother Zhao, please let me see Sister Lin just once more. Tears filled Ning'er's eyes as she looked heartbroken. Meanwhile, a small note had already slipped into her hand from her sleeve, revealing a corner towards Zhao Kong.
It really can't be done.
Zhao Kong saw the corner of the note and, instinctively, let go of her arms. He reached over and took the note from her hand. The next part was much simpler. Ninger and Zhao Kong exchanged a few more words before he reluctantly convinced her to go home. The way they left was similar to yesterday, with Zhao Kong sighing as he closed the office door. The moment the door shut, the regret on his face disappeared. Qin Shuyao and the county magistrate had also gotten up early today, waiting for Ninger to deliver the news. "Sir, a letter from Miss Lin." Zhao Kong presented the folded note with both hands. The county magistrate, standing behind him, tried to sneak a peek, tiptoeing and leaning forward, straining to look down. Qin Shuyao quickly finished reading the letter and said, "I didn't expect the situation in Qingxi County to be much more complicated than I thought." Hearing this, the county magistrate became flustered and quickly bowed, saying, "It's my fault for not handling things well. Please forgive me." "It's fine," Qin Shuyao reassured him. "You have worked hard." He then took out a piece of paper and began to write a reply. "Miss Lin is very clever and has many talented people around her. Once this matter is resolved, you should thank her properly. Yesterday, her people received news that the other side would take action this afternoon, and Miss Lin has already come up with a plan." Qin Shuyao wrote quickly, clearly explaining everything in just a few words. He picked up the letter and blew on the wet ink. "Zhao Kong, please deliver this letter for me." The ink dried quickly, and Qin Shuyao folded the paper and handed it to Zhao Kong. "Yes," Zhao Kong replied respectfully as he took the letter. "You will lead the patrol team this afternoon," Qin Shuyao instructed Zhao Kong. "Your younger brother, Hua Yanqing, will find a way to send you secret messages. Follow Miss Lin's instructions." "Understood," Zhao Kong replied. Qin Shuyao clasped his hands together, looking serious. "This matter is very important. We must succeed. No room for failure." "Yes." Zhao Kong bowed and then turned to leave. "My lord, is this really okay?" The county magistrate was worried when he heard Qin Shuyao say he would give full command to Lin Jinxiu. Is Lin Jinxiu, just an ordinary person with some talent, really capable of handling such a case? "I have a backup plan, so don't worry," Qin Shuyao said, taking a sip of tea. "I believe Miss Lin can solve this issue." He casually handed Lin Jinxiu's letter to the county magistrate. "Look at this. If she were just an ordinary woman, could she come up with such a strategy?" The county magistrate held the letter, which had several creases. "I don't understand this. Read from left to right, from top to bottom," Qin Shuyao reminded him. "The way she writes might be intended to confuse the reader." Perhaps Lin Jinxiu really did possess the intelligence that Qin Shuyao praised, but he had misjudged her in this matter. Writing from left to right was just a habit Lin Jinxiu brought from modern times, and she had forgotten that Qin Shuyao was from ancient times. Zhao Kong instructed the kitchen to prepare some snacks, packed them in special boxes, and after checking the time, he left the office and headed toward Lin's pastry shop. On the road, familiar villagers only mentioned that the county magistrate had ordered them to comfort Aunt Li and Ninger, which sparked a wave of sighs. Over here, Lin Jinxiu noticed that Hua Yanqing seemed still half asleep. She sat at the table, refining the afternoon's plans, while Pai Pai Ji was reflecting on what happened with Hua Yanqing yesterday. Knock, 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 someone was at the door. Lin Jinxiu looked up and saw a tall figure outside. It was likely a constable. Ninger, who had been resting on the table, called out coming, but took her time until Lin Jinxiu hid behind the bar before she finally went to open the door. Ninger quickly opened the door and, seeing Zhao Kong was alone, Lin Jinxiu felt relieved and waved at him from the side of the bar. Zhao Kong smiled and, noticing only the two young girls were there, casually asked, "Where's Huai Xian?" "I'll go check," Lin Jinxiu said, realizing it was almost lunchtime and it was time to wake Hua Yanqing. "Wait for me a moment," Lin Jinxiu said as she headed to her room. As she entered, Lin Jinxiu nearly stepped on Hua Yanqing's head but managed to stop just in time. Looking closely, she saw Hua Yanqing was not sleeping on her bed but had made a bedroll beside it. He was curled up, sleeping soundly like a good child. "What a decent person," Lin Jinxiu chuckled. "Wake up." Lin Jinxiu squatted down and gently patted Hua Yanqing's face. Unexpectedly, this caused a scare. Hua Yanqing suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up, and grabbed Lin Jinxiu's neck, pushing her down to the ground.
Wow.
Lin Jinxiu nearly got a fright. Her first reaction was to cover her head. Though Lin Jinxiu was the one being attacked, it was Hua Yanqing who reacted more strongly. He held Lin Jinxiu's neck, but his expression showed he was extremely startled, his brows furrowed and mouth slightly open, breathing rapidly. Lin Jinxiu noticed his behavior resembled someone with post-traumatic stress disorder and quickly waved her hand in front of him, trying to help him recognize who was in front of him. After several seconds, Hua Yanqing finally reacted. Lin Jinxiu pointed at his hand, indicating that if he didn't let go, she might suffocate. Hua Yanqing blinked, saw Lin Jinxiu's face turning red from lack of oxygen, and immediately released his grip, stumbling back to sit on the floor. Finally able to breathe, Lin Jinxiu quickly turned over, held her neck, and started coughing.
I'm
sorry. Hua Yanqing looked at the person he had mistakenly grabbed with guilt and apologized sincerely. Lin Jinxiu waved her hand and said it was fine. It's okay, I'm not dead. I just won't wake you up again next time. Hearing this, Hua Yanqing lowered his head, feeling lost as he stared at his palm, as if looking at a guilty party. I don't know what you've been through. Lin Jinxiu finally calmed down and sat on the doorstep facing Hua Yanqing. But I know it can't be good, so I forgive you. Hua Yanqing seemed to want to say something but ultimately remained silent. Lin Jinxiu relaxed her grip. The pain in her neck was gone. If you ever want to talk, you can come to me anytime. But not now. We have important things to do this afternoon. Get your spirits up. Hua Yanqing clearly didn't expect Lin Jinxiu to take their tasks so seriously. Seeing the mark on her fair neck only made him feel guiltier. He stood up and reached out toward her neck. Lin Jinxiu almost thought he wanted to grab her again and instinctively moved back, only to find he was just touching her neck with his fingers. Does it hurt? Hua Yanqing asked. Lin Jinxiu shivered at his words, goosebumps rising all over her body. This kind of phrase usually appears in novels about rich bosses and their gentle wives. When she read those stories, she thought the male lead was so sweet, but now it felt so strange. It doesn't hurt, Lin Jinxiu shook her head and said honestly. I easily get marks on my skin. It will be fine in a while. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve to show her fair left arm, pinching her wrist hard enough to leave a clear fingerprint.
See?
Seeing this, Hua Yanqing felt a bit relieved and helped her stand up from the ground. You go out first. Zhao Guo and Ning Er are here. Prepare a bit while I change my clothes. Lin Jinxiu pointed to the store, signaling Hua Yanqing to go. Noticing he still looked dazed, she raised her hands and gave his face a firm pat. All right, get it together. You still have work to do. After Hua Yanqing left, Lin Jinxiu finally dropped her earlier composure and almost sat down on the ground, covering her neck. That was too scary. Hua Yanqing just now was really frightening. It was even scarier than the time he deliberately threatened her. If it weren't for Lin Jinxiu's father's past as a retired police officer, which caused her to have post-traumatic stress disorder, she might have screamed and chased Hua Yanqing away. This man's past seems quite complicated. Although he is unwilling to talk about it, his facial expressions reveal a lot. Lin Jinxiu stood in front of the bronze mirror, staring at the dark mark on her neck with a complicated expression. That grip was really strong. After thinking for a moment, she changed into a high-neck shirt to cover the bruise. When she returned to the shop, Zhao Kong had already started discussing the afternoon's tasks with Hua Yanqing. Sister, why did you change your clothes? The sharp-eyed Ninger noticed Lin Jinxiu's change. I accidentally spilled water on myself. Lin Jinxiu glanced at Hua Yanqing, and your brother Hua laughed at my clumsiness. Hua Yanqing smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. Zhao Kong took out Qin Xiao's reply and handed it to Lin Jinxiu. She opened the letter, glanced at it, and nodded, I understand. Zhao Guo, Hua Yanqing, I'll be relying on you this afternoon. They both nodded. Next, All eyes turned to the Pai Pai chicken in the corner. Cluck! Pai Pai chicken tilted its head in confusion. 2 hours later, Captain Zhao out on patrol? The county's constables were always eager to help. Zhao Kong was quite popular in Qingxi County, and as he led the patrol, countless locals greeted him along the way. However, when he reached the west side of the market, a woman's scream caught everyone's attention. "It seems something happened," said a constable beside Zhao Kong. "Let's go check it out," Zhao Kong commanded with a wave of his hand. The constables quickly pushed through the crowd toward the scene, where several people had already formed a wall, blocking the way. "Make way." Zhao Kang's loud voice drew everyone's attention, and the crowd parted to let them through. Thinking it was a robbery or something serious, the constables ran with Zhao Kong, ready to draw their weapons. But when they saw what was happening, they were all stunned, including Zhao Kong, who looked a bit embarrassed. "Fellow villagers," Zhao Kong pointed to a frightened woman nearby, "make sure to keep an eye on your chickens." The woman, a 30-something housewife, quickly turned to Zhao Kong for help. "Captain Zhao, you're here. That chicken is causing trouble. Please help me catch it." As soon as the young woman finished speaking, the chicken in front of Zhao Kong puffed out its chest, spread its wings, and squawked loudly at him. "Cluck, cluck." "I wonder whose chicken has escaped," the onlookers whispered among themselves. "It looks pretty good. Does anyone in the county raise such fine chickens?" "Of course not." Zhao Kong chuckled to himself. This was a chicken from Miss Lin's family, a special one that no local resident would ever see. That chicken just knocked over half a fruit stand. Look where those apples rolled off to. "Catch it, we have to catch it. Otherwise, it will cause even more damage." Hearing the neighbors say this, Zhao Kong pulled his hand back from his dagger and rolled up his sleeves instead.
Go.
With Zhao Kang's command, all the officers, including him, rolled up their sleeves and rushed toward the rebellious chicken on the ground. Seeing the situation, the chicken puffed up its chest and ran away, knocking over a wooden box of fruit, spilling apples everywhere. "Oh no!" Several neighbors trying to help catch the chicken stepped on the apples and fell over. In the chaos, they tripped over others behind them, and the scene quickly turned chaotic. The officers, led by Zhao Kong, saw the apples rolling under their feet and jumped over them. However, one young officer misstepped and fell hard. The chicken, noticing someone had fallen because of it, stood on a stack of boxes and wiggled its tail at the crowd. "That's too much," someone in the crowd shouted. "Don't let it escape." Zhao Kong tried to hold back his laughter and shouted at the chicken.
Ouch.
A rattle drum that the chicken knocked off the stand landed right at someone's feet.
Ah.
The chicken jumped and broke a clothesline, causing clothes, including women's undergarments, to fall on the heads of people below. Even worse, one neighbor, having lost his hat, reached out to grab it but ended up pulling a pair of shorts onto his head instead. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Zhao Kong and his officers pressed on. But the chicken was too quick. Every time they thought they were about to catch it, it slipped away just in time. Zhao Kong adjusted his official hat and gritted his teeth to keep chasing. He saw the chicken reach an intersection, turn right, but then, surprisingly, it turned back and went left. It even took a wrong turn. Zhao Kong looked up and saw a shadow in the middle of the building, not far from the chicken.
Boss.
This chicken is too clever. A young officer bent down to catch the chicken's wings, but ended up chasing it in circles, crashing into a nearby stall and getting hurt. The chicken, taking advantage of its small size, escaped under the stall. "Smart or not, I will catch you." Zhao Kong panted as he ran forward, leaping over a barrel taller than him, only to have the chicken dart away again. Bending down to catch a chicken was really inconvenient. "I refuse to believe I can't catch this little creature today." After chasing for most of the city, the streets were in chaos, and he still couldn't corner the chicken. Zhao Kong pretended to be angry, gathering his strength to speed up, and several officers followed closely behind, gradually leaving the chaotic crowd behind. As they reached the city wall, Zhao Kong turned to see that the neighbors had not caught up, and his expression became serious. The clever chicken had stopped under the city wall, and Zhao Kong signaled to a few officers nearby. They quickly climbed over the wall. While catching the chicken, Zhao Kong remembered to smile at Huai Yanqing, who was hiding in the tree. They exchanged glances, knowing the first phase of their mission was successful. Since Huai Yanqing had previously mentioned the entrance, Zhao Kong and the others stopped as they approached the open area, hiding themselves. Unlike the last time Huai Yanqing came, there were people in the open area now, with several carts parked and a few guards nearby. They needed to come up with a plan to get in. Before Zhao Kong could think of a method, he heard several whooshing sounds, and the guards near the carts fell to the ground, leaving the horses startled and stamping their hooves. "Go," Zhao Kong whispered, directing his team. The officers rushed forward, pulling out ropes to tie up the unconscious guards and surrounding the entrance. "Go down and let this chicken lead the way." Zhao Kong handed the clever chicken to a slender officer beside him. "Let's go." At his command, two officers quickly moved forward, taking out prepared oil lamps with covers, and they descended in a line. Before Zhao Kong could enter the entrance, he heard sounds of a struggle coming from the cave below. "Zhao Ge, let's go." Huai Yanqing jumped down from the tree, masked, and spoke to Zhao Kong. In the narrow passage, a person on the opposite side was fighting with the first officer, who had come down, both wielding knives. The dimly lit passage was too small for either side to gain an advantage, and it was clear that the group's goal was not to fight but to escape. Zhao Kong and Huai Yanqing noticed that among the group, there was Lu Xingjin, unarmed and terrified, trying to back away. "Lu Xingjin, stop right there," Zhao Kong shouted at him. Seeing that Zhao Kong had noticed him, Lu Xingjin yelled and covered his head as he ran, but behind him were the knife-wielding people. He had nowhere to go. "Got you," Zhao Kong said, grabbing Lu Xingjin by the shoulder and tying him up. "I was just trying to catch a chicken, but I didn't expect to find you here." "Zhao Kong, let me go," Lu Xingjin shouted, even though he was pinned to the ground. "Be careful. My friends will come for you." Zhao Kong continued tying him up, sneering. "Your friends? They don't seem interested in saving you." "Impossible," Lu Xingjin yelled from the ground. Zhao Kong lifted him up and addressed the enemies across from him. "Your guy is in my hands. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being rude." "Xiao Ge, save me," Lu Xingjin shouted to the group. The group had been pushed to the end of the corridor by the officers. Seeing Lu Xingjin captured, the person he called Xiao Ge snorted and quickly turned to run after pulling a lever nearby. The whole passage shook. "Not good, it's going to collapse, run," Zhao Kong shouted. "Boss, the door here is locked," the young officer said, unable to open the door the group was trying to escape through. "Run back," Zhao Kong ordered. They quickly turned around and ran back the way they came, reaching a fork in the passage. The path they had just taken was completely blocked by rubble, and even the side path was partially collapsed. "Darn it!" Zhao Kong thought Lu Xingjin was a lost cause, but he didn't expect him to be so useless, unable to even scare the others. Now they had let a few people go, which could lead to trouble later. "Boss, what happened?" The person who had gone to get medicine peeked out from another passage. Zhao Kong saw that the path for the medicine was still intact. "Let's go that way." Meanwhile, Lu Xingjin, realizing his own people had chosen not to save him, fell into despair and pain. The operation ended, and Zhao Kong, holding Pai Pai Ji in one arm and dragging the tightly bound Lu Xingjin with the other, walked toward the government office. A few people were left in the cave to move the medicine out, while several white paper packages found on Lu Xingjin would serve as evidence, to be presented directly to the county magistrate and Lord Qin. However, they did not catch Mo Xianglin, which Zhao Kong thought was a bit of a pity. He raised his hand to make a strange stretching motion that looked like a yawn, but in reality, it was a signal to Huai Yanqing, who was hiding nearby, indicating that the plan was complete and they could proceed to the next step. Seeing Zhao Kang's gesture, Huai Yanqing turned and left. During the time Zhao Kong was bringing Lu Xingjin back to the government office, he needed to return to the shop and change into his usual attire. Zhao Kong returned from outside the city, one hand holding a chicken and the other dragging a person. Neighbors cheered for catching the chicken but were puzzled by Lu Xingjin being tightly bound. Someone boldly asked, "Zhao Captain, what did Lu Xingjin do to get arrested?" Zhao Kong replied seriously, "Fellow villager, the matter is serious, and I cannot disclose it." Hearing this, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. They followed Zhao Kong, eager to find out what had happened. Thus, led by Zhao Kong and the officers, several neighbors followed them in a grand procession toward the government office. After bringing Lu Xingjin inside, Zhao Kong instructed someone to inform the county magistrate to convene immediately. At this point, Lu Xingjin was completely panicked, calling for help while looking at the crowd behind him, unsure of who he was calling. The county magistrate was already prepared. After the officers reported, he exchanged a glance with Qin Xiao and convened the court. Silence. The sound of the gavel striking the ground was loud and intimidating as Zhao Kong and the officers brought Lu Xingjin to the court. Zhao Kong took out the several paper packages they had found and placed them in front of the county magistrate. The magistrate sat with a stern expression, slamming the gavel on the table. "Bold Lu Xingjin, just a few days ago, you confidently claimed there was nothing wrong with your candy packages, but who would have thought otherwise?" The magistrate was furious, his mustache bristling. "Not only did you put drugs in your candy, but you also framed others and deceived the authorities. Now, with both witnesses and evidence present, what punishment do you deserve?" Lu Xingjin calculated everything, but did not expect to be caught by the constable while picking up the goods. His face turned pale in an instant, and he trembled as he bowed to the county magistrate, pleading, "Please spare me, sir, please spare me." "Humph." The magistrate coldly replied, "Tell me honestly, who are your accomplices?" Lu Xingjin was clearly terrified, bowing his head and saying, "It was Manager Mo from Qinghe Tower. He was the one who made me do this from the beginning." "Manager Mo from Qinghe Tower?" The crowd watching the trial exchanged glances. Wasn't it Manager Mo who testified for his candy bag last time? How did it turn into Manager Mo making him do this? "Is that so?" The magistrate slammed the table. "Bring Manager Mo from Qinghe Tower." Manager Mo was busy running his shop and had no idea that the constables were looking for him. When he heard they were calling him to the office, he felt confused. After pushing through the crowd, he saw Lu Xingjin tied up and realized something was wrong. "Greetings, sir." Manager Mo saluted the magistrate. "Lu Xingjin claims that you sold him this medicine and taught him how to deceive me. Is that true?" the magistrate asked. Manager Mo was shocked. How could Lu Xingjin easily betray him like this? Before he could finish speaking, he noticed a commotion nearby. Lu Xingjin had been so scared that he had wet his pants. "Sir," Manager Mo bowed again. "What medicine? What deception?" The magistrate frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Manager Mo looked aggrieved. "Sir, I truly do not understand what you mean. I did not sell any medicine to my junior, let alone deceive you."
"You."
Lu Xingjin, seeing that Manager Mo completely denied it, shouted in desperation, "Manager Mo, how can you not admit what you said yourself?" "What did I say?" Manager Mo still looked confused. "Did you not come to me last time saying someone framed you by putting medicine in your candy bag and asking me to testify for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Mo's expression changed as if he suddenly understood something. "Could it be that there really was medicine in your candy bag and you tricked me into testifying for you?" Before Lu Xingjin could respond, a look of pain crossed Manager Mo's face. "Junior, I was trying to help you clear your name. You can't treat me like this." Lu Xingjin saw that shopkeeper Mo had turned against him and said, "Mo, you clearly dislike Lin Jinxiu, which is why you came to my house at midnight to sell me medicine."
"You."
Shopkeeper Mo looked very wronged and said to the county magistrate, "Sir, does my junior really have medicine in his candy bag?" The county magistrate pointed to a white medicine bag on the table, saying, "Here is the evidence." Seeing the bag, shopkeeper Mo slapped his palm with his fan and exclaimed, "Junior, I can't believe you could be so heartless. How can you face our master? You're talking nonsense." Lu Xingjin was anxious as he saw shopkeeper Mo twisting the truth. "There is no master. This is all made up by shopkeeper Mo. I never learned any skills." Who would believe Lu Xingjin when he said that? No one did. Everyone in the county knew he had gone out to learn a trade recently, and he had returned with great success. Now, he claimed there was no master? So, the neighbors who supported him with his candy were all being made fools of? Of course, no one wanted to be made a fool, and Lu Xingjin's words sparked public outrage. Everyone insisted that Lu Xingjin was definitely lying just to drag shopkeeper Mo into it.
How dare you?
Shopkeeper Mo, hearing Lu Xingjin say there was no master, slapped Lu Xingjin on the head with his fan. Do you want to give our master a heart attack? Silence. The county magistrate, seeing the situation getting out of control, struck the wooden table hard. Everyone, be quiet. Under the pressure of the magistrate, the courtroom slowly quieted down. Mo Xianglin, what evidence do you have to prove your absolute innocence? The county magistrate asked. Sir, Mo Xianglin raised his head to look at the magistrate. You can send someone to search my shop. I guarantee there will be no medicine there. The magistrate glanced at Qin Xiao. They suspected that shopkeeper Mo was Lu Xingjin's supplier, but they had no evidence to arrest him. Qin Xiao shook his head. Zhao Kong. The magistrate called. Here, Zhao Kong stood at attention. Take a few people to search Qinghe Tower. Although shopkeeper Mo claimed he was sure the officers would find nothing in his shop, they still needed to conduct a search. Understood, Zhao Kong replied and left with his team. Leave the chickens, the magistrate reminded Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong suddenly remembered that he was still holding the chicken, so he handed it to another officer and took his team to search the Qinghe building owned by manager Mo. Under Huai Yanqing's instructions, the chicken was very calm and did not cause any trouble. It simply rested in the officer's arms with its eyes closed. Lu Xingjin was tied up and kneeling on the ground, glaring at manager Mo, who did not look at him and maintained a composed demeanor, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, a young officer rushed in, kneeling on one knee and reporting, Sir, Miss Lin's waiter, Huai Yanqing, requests an audience. Huai Yanqing? Both manager Mo and Lu Xingjin looked up. Hadn't this person already left? Why was he back? Let him in, said the county magistrate. The crowd at the door parted, and Huai Yanqing hurriedly walked in, bypassing manager Mo and Lu Xingjin, and knelt before the county magistrate, performing a respectful greeting. Greetings, sir. What do you want? The county magistrate asked. I recently left the city and went towards Beigang village. In the mountains near Beigang village, I found an elderly man who claims to be the master of our manager, Huai Yanqing said, pulling out an envelope and a badge from his pocket. Please take a look, sir. If Lin Jinxiu were here, she would have quickly noticed that this badge was actually the one Huai Yanqing had left for her. The onlookers were shocked. Huai Yanqing had left the county to find evidence to prove Lin Jinxiu's innocence. He truly was a chivalrous person. Those who had said Huai Yanqing abandoned Ninger, and the others all lowered their heads, silently apologizing to him. Bring it here, the county magistrate instructed the officer to hand him the items. Huai Yanqing sighed in relief, only then noticing Lu Xingjin and manager Mo beside him. Seeing their puzzled expressions, it seemed they were wondering how he ended up here. Suddenly, the chicken in the officer's arms began to struggle upon seeing Huai Yanqing. The officer failed to hold it down, and the chicken jumped out, landing in Huai Yanqing's arms. What are you doing here? Huai Yanqing asked as he caught the chicken. Is this chicken yours? The county magistrate asked while examining the letter. Yes, Huai Yanqing replied. Did it cause trouble again? The county magistrate caught the key point in Huai Yanqing's words. Again? This chicken somehow flew onto the street and made a mess of the whole area. Huai Yanqing's expression turned a bit awkward. Sir, this chicken is quite wild. Perhaps because both the manager and I have been away these past few days, no one could keep it in check. Since it's your family's chicken, you will compensate for the damaged items in the neighborhood. The county magistrate's eyes were still on the letter. Of course, Huai Yanqing assured. The atmosphere calmed down as everyone waited for the county magistrate to finish reading the letter. Unexpectedly, the waiter was able to find Lin Jinxiu's master. Manager Mo kept glancing at Huai Yanqing, wondering who this young man really was. Good. At that moment, The county magistrate finished reading the letter. Indeed, some secrets should not be revealed. I hope you can see the truth and clear my master's name. Huai Yanqing bowed respectfully. This badge is enough proof, the county magistrate said, holding the badge. Once I resolve this case, you can take Miss Lin back. Huai Yanqing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, sir. Someone, take him to find Miss Lin, the county magistrate commanded, and a constable stepped forward to lead Huai Yanqing to the back room. Unexpectedly, Lin Jinxiu could indeed prove her identity. Manager Mo gritted his teeth in secret. The county magistrate did not explain what the badge represented, but Lin Jinxiu's master was certainly not an ordinary person. At the moment Huai Yanqing presented the evidence, Lu Xingjin realized that all his efforts had been in vain. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Zhao Kong finally returned with his team. Sir, Zhao Kong reported to the county magistrate, Qing'e Tower found no items related to the medicine. Lu Xingjin, what do you have to say now? The county magistrate slammed the table. Lu Xingjin seemed to lose his senses and could not speak at all. If you have nothing to say, it means you admit it, the county magistrate ordered.
Someone,
sign and seal this, and throw him in jail. Several constables stepped forward to take Lu Xingjin away, leaving manager Mo staring blankly in the direction Lu Xingjin was taken. Mo Xianglin, the county magistrate called out, but received no response.
Montag Xianglin.
The county magistrate raised his voice a second time, finally bringing manager Mo back to reality. Sir, manager Mo bowed to the county magistrate. Seeing that manager Mo had reacted, the county magistrate asked, "What are you thinking about?" Manager Mo sighed deeply. I was thinking about introducing such a person to my master and helping him create false evidence. I truly feel ashamed. Although you didn't do anything wrong yourself, the county magistrate said to him, you helped Lu Xingjin create false evidence, even if you were deceived. Regardless, you did participate in wrongdoing. You should close your business for a few days to rest. Manager Mo felt completely drained. Yes, sir. Leave the hall. Lu Xingjin's case was over, and Master Mo had no reason to stay. He turned and walked through the crowd, leaving behind a lonely figure. Poor Master Mo, he finally found a junior brother, and yet he turned out like this. It's a shame he worked so hard for Lu Xingjin, only to be betrayed. Such misfortune in the school. The crowd looked at Master Mo with sympathy. Earlier, after Huai Yanqing was taken into the back room by the constable, he saw Lin Jinxiu sitting at a table, looking disheveled and munching on sunflower seeds.
What happened to you?
Huai Yanqing chuckled. If I had really been questioned in the court for days, would I still look clean and tidy? Lin Jinxiu replied, still snacking. Huai Yanqing smiled helplessly. Come try these, they are delicious. Lin Jinxiu offered him a handful of seeds. I rarely get to eat such tasty ones. I won't, Huai Yanqing shook his head. I have principles. Are you saying eating a seed breaks your principles? Lin Jinxiu grinned, and her messy appearance made it amusing. Just then, the county magistrate and Qin Shuyao walked in. As soon as Qin Shuyao saw Lin Jinxiu, he laughed. Miss Lin, you really came prepared. Of course, Lin Jinxiu replied cheerfully. I spent nearly an hour getting myself ready to look this way. Enough about that. How's the situation outside? Lin Jinxiu asked. The county magistrate glanced at Qin Shuyao and said, Lu Xingjin has been imprisoned with solid evidence, but there has been no progress with Mo Xianglin. Qin Shuyao added, and Mo Xianglin didn't hesitate to abandon Lu Xingjin and clear himself.
Ah.
Lin Jinxiu suddenly felt a bit sorry for Lu Xingjin, so easily discarded. Qin Shuyao changed the subject. Miss Lin, you can go home now.
Really?
Lin Jinxiu's eyes sparkled with joy. I won't be charged with treason? Of course not, Qin Shuyao replied with a smile. That's great. Lin Jinxiu stood up and put on her cloak. Remember to post a notice to prove it for me. I will, Qin Shuyao promised.
Thank you, Miss Lin.
As Lin Jinxiu walked out, she waved. No need to thank me. I'll bring you some food another day. In a few days, I'll come to your shop with the constables for a meal, Qin Shuyao said.
Sure.
Lin Jinxiu was a bit happy to hear that Qin Shuyao was coming to the shop. Then I must treat you well, my lord. After saying goodbye for a while, Lin Jinxiu walked towards the yamen, with Hua Yanqing following her, holding a chicken and a bag on his back. Can I finally open the shop properly now? Lin Jinxiu asked, feeling a bit unaccustomed to her newfound freedom. Hua Yanqing nodded. Yes, the shop can reopen. Lin Jinxiu scratched her face. That's great. Remember to compensate for the chicken, Hua Yanqing reminded her. I won't forget. I'll go first thing tomorrow morning, Lin Jinxiu promised. I will definitely apologize and compensate everyone. All the way, Lin Jinxiu and Hua Yanqing were surrounded by onlookers. The news about Lin Jinxiu clearing her name had spread, and many were touched by Hua Yanqing's loyalty in finding evidence for his master. Although Lin Jinxiu wore a black cloak, people could still see her dusty face and exhausted eyes. It seems this girl has suffered a lot at the yamen. I said Lin Jinxiu could never be a traitor. How could such a strong-willed woman be a traitor? She held on until Hua Yanqing came to help her. Luckily, Hua Yanqing is also loyal. I thought he was looking for another way out, but he went to find Lin Jinxiu's master. While walking back to the shop, Lin Jinxiu and her companion encountered a group of constables escorting Lu Erzwang into the yamen. Lu Xingjin had added medicine to the sugar bag, and Lu Erzwang couldn't have been unaware. Now both father and son were caught, and their family was finished. Lin Jinxiu worried about Aunt Lu's situation. Finally back at the shop, Lin Jinxiu tore off the seal on the door and confidently walked inside. Sister. Ning'er rushed to Lin Jinxiu as soon as she saw her return. Lin Jinxiu stopped her.
Wait.
You're dirty. Let me clean up first before you hug me. Saying this, she headed to the backyard.
Ningar gigle.
Hua Yanqing entered with the chicken, casually closing the door. The chicken jumped from his arms to its little bed to rest. Today, Pai Pai is also exhausted, Hua Yanqing said. It was chased by hundreds of people across half the county.
Wow.
Ning'er was very curious about Pai Pai's adventure today and tugged at Hua Yanqing's arm, asking him to tell her what happened. In the backyard, Lin Jinxiu boiled water for a bath and changed into clean clothes, but her hair was still wet, so she draped it over her back and kept drying it with a soft cloth. Miss Lin, are you there? Suddenly, Lin Jinxiu heard someone calling her. It sounded like Aunt Lu from next door. Lin Jinxiu placed the white cloth on the table and, with her damp hair, walked out of the room to find Aunt Lu standing by the back door of the small courtyard. Aunt Lu's hair had turned noticeably gray, making her look 10 years older. Aunt Lu, I'm here, Lin Jinxiu said as she approached to open the door. A long sigh from Aunt Lu met her.
Aunt.
Lin Jinxiu knew Aunt Lu was having a tough time. Although the two men and her family brought this trouble upon themselves, the case had involved Lin Jinxiu, leaving her feeling uneasy. Aunt Lu looked at the ground and said, I told them long ago not to use that harmful thing. Look, something really happened, right? Aunt, uncle, and the others were just thinking about the shop. Lin Jinxiu felt her words of comfort lacked sincerity. After all, her own family's business was thriving because of Lin Jinxiu's shop. You've suffered at the yamen these past few days, too, Aunt Lu said, looking at Lin Jinxiu's face. I understand everything now, and I want to apologize to you on behalf of my son. With that, Aunt Lu tried to kneel before Lin Jinxiu.
Don't.
Please don't. Lin Jinxiu quickly supported Aunt Lu. Aunt, you mustn't do that. Miss Lin, I'm going home now, Aunt Lu said, holding Lin Jinxiu's hands. Before I leave, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Lin Jinxiu asked. Aunt wants to sell the shop to you, Aunt Lu said. The chances are high that my two men won't come back and no one will come to buy the sweet buns anymore. At this, Aunt Lu sighed again. When Jean was little, he loved sweet buns so much, he would eat them even with his face all sticky. Lin Jinxiu remained silent, watching as Aunt Lu slowly sank into her own sadness. Miss, your shop has many customers. If you merge the two shops, you could serve even more, Aunt Lu said, her eyes brimming with tears. She had lived in this county her whole life, from marrying Lu Erzwang to raising her son, and never expected to face such a situation as she grew older. My shop isn't worth much, and I hope you won't repeat our mistakes. You must run your business honestly. Aunt Lu reminded her. I will, Lin Jinxiu replied. The shop next door was similar to Lin Jinxiu's, and Aunt Lu only asked for 10 taels of silver. However, Lin Jinxiu insisted on giving her 20 taels to ease her own feelings of guilt. Watching Aunt Lu's lonely figure fade away, Lin Jinxiu silently wished her a good life back home. Since the shop next door was now also hers, Lin Jinxiu decided to visit Zhang Mao tomorrow to connect the two shops and also build a room for Huai Yanqing, so he wouldn't have to sleep on the table anymore. Then, she needed to think about how to reopen the business. Boss, dinner is ready. Lin Jinxiu heard Huai Yanqing's voice. Compared to Aunt Lu, she felt extremely lucky. Ninger, Huai Yanqing, and Aunt Li, each of them were willing to work hard for her and give so much. She felt truly blessed. She walked into the shop and saw a table full of delicious dishes, heard everyone chatting, and the sound of Pai Pai the chicken making its presence known. Save some meat for me, you two wolves, Lin Jinxiu said as she ran over to sit down and join Huai Yanqing in grabbing some meat. After a satisfying meal, everyone returned to their tasks. Lin Jinxiu began to lean over the table to draw the design for expanding the shop, preparing to show it to Zhang Mao. Huai Yanqing cleaned the shop and, with nothing else to do, sat across from Lin Jinxiu, resting his chin on his hands as he watched her draw. Boss, what are you working on? He asked. Aunt Lu gave me her shop next door. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask Uncle Zhang for help with the renovations, Lin Jinxiu replied without looking up.
Huh?
Huai Yanqing was surprised by how quickly Lin Jinxiu acted and quickly asked, when did this happen? Lin Jinxiu paused her pen. Just after I finished my bath. Aunt Lu came in through the back door. She has already gone back home. Huai Yanqing thought about it. With such a situation at home, it was better to leave quietly through the back door than to face the neighbors at the front. Are you happy that you'll have your own room? Lin Jinxiu asked Huai Yanqing. What kind do you want? Huai Yanqing thought for a moment. You can design it however you like. Lin Jinxiu's inspiration struck. I plan to add some hidden compartments in your room for your weapons and gear. Sounds good, Huai Yanqing nodded. The chicken coop will also be moved to your room, Lin Jinxiu added. Huai Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. Then there was a moment of silence. Lin Jinxiu was focused on drawing, while Huai Yanqing quietly sat across from her, watching. Shopkeeper. After some time, Huai Yanqing suddenly called out to Lin Jinxiu.
Hey.
Lin Jinxiu responded. Actually, Huai Yanqing lowered his gaze, seeming to hesitate about something. Just say it, don't be shy. Lin Jinxiu looked up at him. What's wrong? Did you get rejected by a girl while hiding it from me? Huai Yanqing chuckled. What are you talking about? They both laughed a little before falling silent. When I was a child, I experienced an accident. Huai Yanqing was quiet for a moment. Seeing him start to share his childhood story, Lin Jinxiu guessed he wanted to explain why he had post-traumatic stress disorder. Huai Yanqing didn't look at Lin Jinxiu but kept his head lowered, staring at the table. Actually, besides my older brother, I have a second brother who is also a martial artist. He treated me well, and I liked him a lot. He paused for a moment. That year, I was only 10 years old. One night, he came close to my bedside. I thought he was going to tell me a story, like usual, but instead, he brought a knife. Lin Jinxiu already knew what happened next. I had never seen that kind of expression on my second brother's face. Huai Yanqing traced a finger across his neck from left to right. The knife was aimed at my neck, just because I was more favored by my older brother. I was fine, because a sister who was taking care of me was actually an undercover guard sent by my brother to protect me. She saved me but got her arm cut, and the scar is still very visible. So, Huai Yanqing clasped his hands together, staring hard at his thumbnail. Whenever someone appears at my bedside, I see my second brother grinning with the knife. His eyes were filled with sadness. Shopkeeper, I'm sorry. Smack. Lin Jinxiu's hand slapped down on his hand.
Ah.
Huai Yanqing winced. What are you doing?
There's no need to apologize to me.
Lin Jinxiu didn't pull her hand away but looked into his eyes. I understand how you feel. My father was a police officer. A constable. Lin Jinxiu thought for a moment and added, not the one from Beigang village. Hua Yanqing nodded. He was captured by traffickers during a rescue mission after being ambushed. Lin Jinxiu frowned more tightly as she spoke. Although the other officers quickly found him, he had already been tortured for half an hour with his head held underwater by the people on the other side. From then on, my father would have full-body spasms and break into a cold sweat whenever he saw a basin of water. The doctors said he has something called traumatic stress disorder. Hua Yanqing could only vaguely understand the term she mentioned, so what I feel is similar. Yes, Lin Jinxiu withdrew her hand, so I don't blame you. Hua Yanqing looked at the part of his hand that she had hit and quietly said thank you. I will still wake you up in the future, Lin Jinxiu said. Hua Yanqing refused. I might hurt you. Lin Jinxiu shook her head. I will be prepared. It might be scary at first, but one day, when someone approaches your bed, you will no longer think of your second brother, but of me. At this, Lin Jinxiu laughed. From now on, whenever someone wakes you up, you'll think of my face smiling at you, trying to stuff my hair into your nose to make you sneeze. Hua Yanqing chuckled. That won't work. If I wake up every day to see you smiling at me, I might just slap you. How dare you? Lin Jinxiu lightly tapped his head. Thank you, shopkeeper. Hua Yanqing said, I've been wandering for so many years, and this is the first time someone is willing to help me like this. Likewise, Lin Jinxiu rested her chin on her hand, smiling beautifully. If you are willing to stand by my side, I would go through fire and water for you. So would I, Hua Yanqing replied. Provided that you are willing to stand by my side, Lin Jinxiu emphasized. I feel the same way, Hua Yanqing raised an eyebrow. They exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. Suddenly, they heard a loud cluck. Lin Jinxiu's view was blocked by a black-feathered chicken. Pippi the chicken had somehow jumped in front of her face, doing nothing but obstructing her view. You silly chicken. Can't I just take a look at Brother Yanqing? Lin Jinxiu protested. Hua Yanqing laughed as he watched the two female beings argue, suddenly thinking that if things continued like this, it wouldn't be so bad. The next day, Lin Jinxiu woke up early and made a whole kitchen full of corn pancakes and chive dumplings using the corn and chives she had planted the day before. That's right, it's corn cakes and chive dumplings. Since today's task is to go door to door to compensate for the losses caused by the chicken, Lin Jinxiu feels that just paying money isn't enough. She should also include some gifts. The best gifts she can offer are the food she makes. Since the authorities have cleared her name, if her food is good, giving it out will not only serve as an apology but also attract more customers when she reopens, killing two birds with one stone. However, the preparation process is quite painful. Lin Jinxiu, Hua Yanqing, and Ninger spent almost half the morning packing the large pile of corn and chive products into paper bags. Lin Jinxiu also exchanged some change at the bank beforehand and set out to apologize. So, every person wandering around the market could see the owner of Lin's bakery accompanied by a waiter. Each of them carried a huge package, visiting each household to apologize for the losses caused by the chicken.
I'm really sorry.
Please accept these items as well. I truly apologize. They repeated these phrases dozens of times. After finishing the compensation, both of them collapsed onto a stone bench at the street corner, exhausted. At least there will be more customers when we reopen, Hua Yanqing comforted himself. The compensation he gave was slightly more than the losses, and the money spent made Lin Jinxiu feel like her heart was bleeding. I suspect that chicken is just getting back at me. Lin Jinxiu was sweating and felt uncomfortable in her tightly wrapped clothes. She began to long for short sleeves and sundresses. After resting for a while at the corner, Hua Yanqing asked, "What do we do now? Head back to the shop?" "We should check at the government office," Lin Jinxiu replied, "to see if their announcement has been posted, then go discuss renovations with Uncle Zhang."
All right.
Hua Yanqing stood up. "Today will be very busy." Lin Jinxiu grabbed his sleeve for support to stand up, saying, "Ouch, my back hurts from bowing earlier." "Stop complaining, let's go." Hua Yanqing walked ahead. The two of them arrived at the government office, and Lin Jinxiu could tell there was a new announcement from the crowd outside. However, she was too short to see anything clearly over the heads of the people. Hua Yanqing, what does the announcement say? She asked the tall man beside her. Hua Yanqing squinted, shielding her eyes from the sun as she looked at the bulletin board. One notice says Lu Xingjin and Lu Erzwang have been arrested, and the other says our Lin Ji Xiaobing has no issues and is allowed to open for business. The summary was very concise, which Lin Jinxiu liked. Lord Qin is quite efficient. He put up the notice this morning, she said as they squeezed through the crowd, preparing to head to Zhang Mao's house. Lin Jinxiu glanced back at the government office and sighed. Hua Yanqing was unfazed. As the governor, he should be reliable, otherwise, he wouldn't pass the annual evaluations. There's an evaluation for officials every year? Lin Jinxiu asked. Yes, from the capital to the county, annual evaluations are routine, and there are officials specifically responsible for them to ensure efficiency, Hua Yanqing explained. Especially since we are at war now. Lin Jinxiu nodded, indicating she understood. Hearing about wars between ancient states felt distant to her, yet she had recently encountered a situation where she was falsely accused of treason, which made her reflect. She just hoped such things wouldn't happen again. She was just a weak and helpless mother, not suited for battles. The handover with Zhang Mao went smoothly. After Lin Jinxiu handed over the new design plans and agreed on a time and price, it wouldn't be long before her shop's size doubled. Should she introduce new dishes? Lin Jinxiu pondered. The cookbook for home-style dishes had been set aside due to various matters, but once the shop was running well, she planned to buy it back for study, gradually transforming her breakfast shop into a regular home-style restaurant. This way, there would be customers at lunch and in the afternoon, not just for breakfast. Hua Yanqing, I want to rename the shop, Lin Jinxiu said. To be honest, we can't just call it Lin Ji Xiaobing anymore since we sell other things too. What should we call it? Hua Yanqing asked. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Jinxiu inquired. Hua Yanqing thought for a moment. I think using the last two characters of your name would be good. Jinxiu is already a lucky term. Oh, I see. Lin Jinxiu fell into thought. In the end, Lin Jinxiu decided to rename her shop Jinxiu Renjian, not only to praise her delicious food but also to commemorate her revival from death and her arrival in a new world. Player Lin Jinxiu level 4, 6980/10,000. Satisfaction level, 1700 item inventory. 3 out of 10 corn stalk x35, eggs x3. Spirit pot in the past few days. Lin Jinxiu has been busy and hasn't been able to gather her satisfaction points, causing slow progress. Most of the nearly 2,000 satisfaction points came from the corn cakes and chive dumplings she sent out today. It will take a long time to save up for a home cooking recipe. Although the shop next door hasn't started construction yet, Lin Jinxiu has decided to open her shop soon to earn enough satisfaction points for the recipe. Corn is worth 100 each, so she will continue to plant 2 stalks a day. In the morning, she plans to make 5 corn pancakes and in the afternoon, a bucket of corn juice as her signature items. The spirit pot still brings in 100 each day. She can plant more chives since they are more profitable. After weighing her options, Lin Jinxiu planted 2 corn stalks and 3 chive plants. After watering them with the spirit pot, she saved 1/6 of the water for tomorrow's tea. Although she earns a lot of money, enough to support her whole family, the satisfaction points always seem to be just out of reach, which frustrates her. She wishes there was a way to quickly earn satisfaction points. Due to recent events, Lin Jinxiu decided to have a big sale tomorrow, offering half price all day to attract customers and counteract the negative effects of previous rumors. Now that the candy shop next door is no longer competing, her shop should do quite well. Big sister, what are you thinking about? Lin Jinxiu was just coming out of her space when Ninger brought her some sliced peaches. I'm a bit nervous about reopening the shop tomorrow, Lin Jinxiu replied, thanking her and popping a piece of peach into her mouth. Ninger sat beside her, resting her little head on her shoulder. Don't be nervous. I posted the half-price sale poster today and many people are looking at it. That's great, Lin Jinxiu said, patting her fluffy little head. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. Ninger shook her head. I like doing things for you, big sister. The two girls chatted for a while before heading to their rooms to rest up for the reopening. Before bed, Lin Jinxiu fed Lele one more time and got him to sleep before finally closing her eyes to rest. The next day, Lin Jinxiu's half-price promotion indeed attracted a large number of customers, and everything sold out at a speed she never expected. Besides her regular customers, many new ones also came. Neighbors enjoyed the food from Lin Jinxiu's shop and encouraged her a bit before leaving, which made her feel reassured. Business improved day by day, and within a few days, it gradually returned to its busy state. The day after Zhang Mao finished repairing the neighboring shop and broke down the wall, a few long-awaited guests arrived at Lin Jinxiu's store. Brother Zhao, Master Qin, please come in. Huai Yanqing welcomed them and seated them at a large table. It's been a few days, and this place has grown quite a bit, Zhao Kong remarked, looking at the expanded shop. It feels very nice. You're too kind, Brother Zhao, Lin Jinxiu said as she personally poured tea for them. It's just a simple renovation. Qin Shi looked around at the shop's decor, saying, simple it may be, but Miss Lin, your shop is simple, yet not ordinary.
Thank you.
Lin Jinxiu's eyes sparkled with joy at the compliment for her design. I'm here specifically to taste your cooking, Mississippi. You must take it seriously, otherwise I might leave a bad review, Qin Shi said with his usual teasing smile. Lin Jinxiu wasn't intimidated by Qin Shi's words. Instead, she felt motivated. Oh, since Master Qin said so, I must prepare something special. Otherwise, I would be disrespecting you. As they spoke, they both laughed in almost the same way, which made Huai Yanqing a bit anxious. Was it a mistake to have these two clever people together? Zhao Kong spoke up for Lin Jinxiu. Master Qin, you can rest assured. Miss Lin's cooking is definitely top-notch. I'm just teasing the shopkeeper, Qin Shi said, taking a sip of tea and brightening up.
Good tea.
Miss Lin. The officers raised their hands. We came here bright and early today. Bring out your best dishes. Indeed, they had come early. In less than 3 minutes since Lin Jinxiu opened, the largest table in the shop was completely filled. They were clearly there to grab her food. The key was that, with everyone in official uniforms, no one dared to compete with them. Lin Jinxiu couldn't help but laugh, thinking it was just food. Did they really need to go to such lengths? When the food was ready and brought to the table by Lin Jinxiu, Zhao Kong was chatting with Qin Shuyao about recent cases. It's impressive that they discuss work even during meals. Lin Jinxiu placed the dishes in front of them and said, let's eat. As the delicious corn pancakes, chive pockets, and porridge were served, the officers eagerly waited for their leader to start eating before they could dig in. Qin Shuyao had never tasted Lin Jinxiu's cooking before, and he was surprised to see the corn dishes on the table. He remembered Ninger praising Lin Jinxiu's corn pancakes, and now seeing them in person, he realized the praise was well-deserved. Even before tasting, he was almost overwhelmed by the aroma. Dozens of eyes watched Qin Shuyao, urging him silently to eat faster. However, Qin Shuyao remained calm, eating in a very polite manner. How is it, Lord Qin? Do you like what this girl made? Lin Jinxiu asked with a smile.
Good.
Qin Shuyao took a small bite of the corn pancake and chive pocket and sipped some porridge, saying little but giving Lin Jinxiu a look that conveyed his approval. Lin Jinxiu understood his meaning. Since you like it, please eat more. In the brief moment between their exchange, the officers saw their leader had started eating and quickly began to grab food from the table, creating a lively scene. No wonder Lin Jinxiu's food was so popular, and no wonder Lu Xingjin wanted to frame her. Although the shopkeeper wanted to harm her, his praise for her food was genuine. With such ingredients and skill, she wouldn't have to worry about selling her goods, no matter where she was in the market. Plus, her corn could heal people. She truly is an extraordinary woman. Qin Shuyao watched Lin Jinxiu bustling about and couldn't help but admire her once again.